Chapter 1 Ding. Your external aid has arrived. Qingxue, Feng Domain. Mont Duel. 9 towering peaks rise majestically, piercing the clouds, a breathtaking sight to behold. Each peak boasts a series of opulent palatial complexes. In terms of grandeur and magnificence, they surpass even the most lavish earthly palaces by several degrees. Amidst one of these peaks, at its midsection, lies a sprawling complex of residences. Who am I? Where am I? A youthful boy, with an innocent visage, opened his eyes in confusion. Countless fragments of information swirled in his mind, causing a splitting headache. He could not help but pound his head lightly, hoping to alleviate the pain, yet to no avail. After a considerable time, the influx of information finally settled. My name is Jiang Heng. Is this Qingxue? He sat up from the bed, his gaze regaining clarity. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a quaint, antiquated room. On one side of the room sat a modest table and chairs, while the other side featured a somewhat worn futon, with him positioned at the innermost corner on the bed. Indeed, I have traversed worlds? A fantastical realm reminiscent of ancient times? In his previous life, Jiang Heng was an ordinary office worker from Waterblue Star, nearing 30 yet still unaccomplished. Under the pressing insistence of his parents for him to marry, he remained utterly alone. Life had been mundane and monotonous, until one fateful day, while walking down the street, he was struck by a red sports car that veered off the road, sending him flying over 10 meters. After that, he completely lost consciousness. Now, his consciousness had merged with that of a boy who bore the same name, Jiang Heng. According to this world's memories of Jiang Heng, it was a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme. The powerful soared through the skies and traversed the earth, capable of feats beyond imagination. Even ordinary individuals, with just a modicum of training, would surpass the boxing champion of Jiang Heng's previous life. The geopolitical landscape of this world diverged vastly from that of his past. This world was replete with sects, dynasties, and sacred lands, all coexisting in remarkable harmony. As Jiang Heng understood it, the dynasties were subordinate to the sacred lands, responsible solely for managing the mundane world. The sects functioned as conglomerates, while the sacred lands, akin to sects, stood above both, often serving as the rulers of the dynasties, yet remaining aloof from worldly affairs, focusing solely on cultivation and maintaining overall stability and harmony. Currently, Jiang Heng found himself within the illustrious Duel sect of Qingzhou. Generally speaking, there were 3 pathways to enter the Duel sect. The first, a youth of pristine lineage and exceptional talent, could directly become an outer disciple, entitled to practice the various techniques of the Duel sect and benefit from its resources. The second, a youth of pure lineage but lacking in talent could, after assessment, become an errand boy, only qualifying as an outer disciple after achieving a certain level of martial prowess. The third, a powerful individual, recognized by the sect, could enter as a protector of the sect. Jiang Heng fell into the second category. As an errand boy, he could not even be considered a disciple. He was merely a laborer within the sect, provided with food and shelter, with 2 days off each month, and with the added prospect of becoming a formal disciple of the sect. After organizing his thoughts, Jiang Heng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seems I've entered a sweatshop, without even a salary. How I envy those with talent who, upon entry, become outer disciples, free from labor, dedicating their time solely to cultivation. Yet, despite his self-deprecating remarks, he understood that even the mere opportunity to join the sect was far superior to resigning himself to an ordinary life. Even as an errand boy, countless youths aspired to join, all striving for the chance to become warriors. What could he do about his lack of talent? At that moment, ding! The potential upgrade system has been activated. As a mechanical voice echoed, a stream of inexplicable information flooded into Jiang Heng's mind. A system? Jiang Heng stood frozen for a moment, then erupted with joy. As a seasoned reader of web novels in his previous life, he was no stranger to systems, which were touted as essential tools for any transmigrator. With a system in place, even the most inept could rise to become the world's strongest. As he processed the information in his mind, Jiang Heng understood the system's capabilities. The potential upgrade system, as the name suggests, allowed for the use of potential points to infinitely enhance one's cultivation or techniques. Potential points could be acquired through two means, the first through cultivation, the second through battle. It seems to be a rather unremarkable system. Having encountered countless invincible systems in novels, Jiang Hung, upon regaining his composure, found his own awakening somewhat pedestrian. However, having a cheat is already commendable. What more could I desire? Jiang Hung rose from the bed, eager to test the system's functions. Standing in an open space, he began to meticulously recall the foundational technique, Yuan Shi Zhao Hua Gong, from his memories. In this world, the initial stage of cultivation involved the pure refinement of the body. The most critical factor was nourishment. The more one consumed, the better the quality, the more nutrients absorbed, the faster the cultivation progressed. This technique could maximize the efficiency of consumption, reputed to yield effects akin to turning radishes into ginseng. It was the most prestigious foundational technique in this realm, widely disseminated throughout the world. The former youth, Jiang Hung, had never understood why the best techniques were made public. However, now, with the memories of water-blue stars, Jiang Hung merging within him, he quickly grasped the rationale. With access to the finest foundational technique, those with talent would find it easier to stand out, thus drawing the attention of various sects and sacred lands. After all, the martial prowess in this world was terrifyingly strong, and there was little concern about civil unrest due to martial abilities. Moreover, even so, it did not imply that everyone was a master. Cultivation in martial arts requires not only talent, but also vast resources. When ordinary families discovered their children possessed talent, they might exhaust their fortunes to support their training or promptly send them to a sect. But when talent was deemed average, many families would only engage in modest cultivation as a means to maintain health. Thus, most commoners in this world still remained ordinary individuals. Otherwise, Jiang Hung would not have found himself into Luo's sect as an errand boy. After thoroughly reviewing the details of Yuan Shi Zhao Hua Gong in his mind, the movements, mental techniques, and breathing methods were all crystal clear. Coupled with his Buddhist instincts and countless training sessions from his memories, Jiang Hung felt confident. Taking a deep breath, he began to practice. Whoosh! A punch sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Then, with a twist of his body, he seemed to become fluid, his arms extending backward in unison. His body alternated between stretching and tensing, the stance peculiar, yet possessing an unusual beauty. His breathing fluctuated in rhythm. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed within his mind. Yet, immersed in his training, Jiang Hung had no energy to pay attention to them. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Jiang Hung withdrew his fist and stood still. Only then did he open the system notification window, revealing a flurry of messages that filled the screen. Ding! During training, gain 2 potential points. Ding! During training, gain 2 potential points. Ding! During training, gain 2 potential points. He then accessed his personal panel. Host, Jiang Hung. Cultivation level, Mortal Realm 383. 1000. Primary technique, Yuan Shi Zhao Hua Gong Heaven Grade Entry Level. Martial arts techniques, none. Secret arts, none. Potential points, 100. Jiang Hung gazed at his personal panel, deep in thought. According to the delineation of cultivation realms in this world, before officially entering the martial arts stage, one resides in the mortal realm, which is purely about tempering the body and enhancing strength. Typically, the limit of the mortal realm is around 1,000 pounds of strength. His strength, based on tests conducted a few days prior, was approximately 400 pounds, just shy of the mark. The numbers aligned perfectly. By this comparison, the value of cultivation on the panel roughly corresponds to 1 point, equating to 1 pound of strength. In that case, 100 potential points could augment strength by 100 pounds? Upon realizing this, Jiang Hung swallowed hard, excitement bubbling within him. Level up, increase cultivation by 100 points. With a mere thought, the system panel immediately transformed. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of warmth manifest within him, permeating every inch of his flesh and blood. His muscles subtly swelled, becoming denser and more resilient. As he clenched his fist, he distinctly sensed a significant increase in power. Upon checking his cultivation progress, it indeed reflected a change to 483-1000. Jiang Heng couldn't help but smile broadly. It seems my conjecture was correct. One potential point increases one cultivation point, roughly equivalent to 1 pound of strength. Though I am uncertain if this ratio holds true for the higher realms, thus far, the system's exhibited capabilities are simply astounding. And this is just from a single training session. In merely about 15 minutes, I increased my strength by 100 pounds. If I were to train for 10 hours daily, I could potentially gain 4,000 pounds. After a year, that would amount to nearly 1.5 million pounds of strength. Jiang Heng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, finally grasping the terrifying potential of the system. Compared to his previous training speed, it had increased by at least several thousand times. Moreover, according to the information regarding the system in his mind, the acquisition of potential points within the system knows no bounds through relentless cultivation. One can perpetually gain potential points, thus continuously enhancing one's abilities, free from any bottlenecks. Chapter 2. The little junior sister, Wen Qingxue, cries out with one punch, and I level up. With this thought in mind, Jiang Heng hastily resumed his cultivation. Inside the room, the air began to surge once more, and the sound of system prompts echoed incessantly. Ding! During cultivation, acquired 2 potential points. Ding! During cultivation, acquired 2 potential points. Time slipped by unnoticed. Gurgle! A peculiar sound emanated from Jiang Heng's abdomen, immersed in his training. He involuntarily paused his movements, only to feel an overwhelming sense of hunger surging within him, even leading to a sensation of blood vitality depletion. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. This was the consequence of excessive cultivation, with nutrients rapidly expended in a short period. He opened his personal panel to check. His current potential points had reached 400. Allocate points. Increase cultivation by 400 points. As Jiang Heng concentrated, a surge of warmth materialized from thin air, swiftly infusing every fiber of his being. His physique strengthened at a pace visible to the naked eye. His power surged as well. Cultivation level. Mortal Realm 883-1000. Only one step away from entering the martial path. Jiang Heng chuckled, just about to head for a meal when a melodious voice, like the tinkling of silver bells, floated in from outside. Brother Jiang Heng, are you home? As the words fell, a figure burst through the door. A girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, entered, clad in a blue and white floral dress. Her lips were ruby red, teeth pearly white, skin as smooth as cream, her brows and eyes like a fine painting. Though still young, she already exuded traces of an unparalleled beauty. With his memories fully integrated, Jiang Heng instantly recognized her. Wen Qingxue, 14 years old, daughter of Elder One from the Sect. In their childhood, their families had been extremely close, and they had been childhood sweethearts. After the tragic demise of Jiang Heng's parents, he was sent to live with an ordinary family, gradually losing contact with her. Later, the once youthful Jiang Heng, unwilling to remain mundane, returned to the Duel sect, willingly becoming a servant in hopes of seizing an opportunity to become a martial artist. The Duel sect had a stringent system, refusing to accept those lacking talent. However, as a mere servant, due to the reputation of Jiang Heng's parents and the intervention of Wen Qingxue's father, he was granted special admission without examination. A flurry of related information instinctively flashed through his mind. Jiang Heng smiled, gazing at Wen Qingxue's pretty face, and asked, Qingxue, what brings you here? The merging of memories rendered their interaction devoid of any awkwardness, akin to that of longtime friends. I've come to share some delightful news. Today, I have broken through and become an official martial artist. From now on, you must call me senior sister. When Qingxue raised her chin, her expression brimming with pride. Yet, Jiang Heng felt a jolt within, astonished by her innate talent. His own cultivation aptitude was exceedingly mediocre, barely qualifying to be a servant in the Duel sect. At 16 years old, his strength was under 400 pounds, and typically, it would take him at least another 3 to 4 years to break into the martial artist realm. This meant he would likely only achieve that around the age of 20. But when Qingxue, who who had only just turned 13 last month, had already become an official martial artist. Though there was a disparity in resources, her extraordinary talent was evident. "Quick, call me senior sister, and let me hear it. Hurry up, just say it." Junior brother Jiang, seeing Jiang Heng remain silent, Wen Qingxue relentlessly persisted. Jiang Heng's lips twitched slightly as he regarded her youthful, delicate face. With memories of a 30-year-old, he found it somewhat difficult to utter the words. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the information received upon awakening the system. Victories in battle yield potential points, and when fighting across realms, the points gained multiply tenfold. Having approached the brink of a breakthrough, he was considered strong among mortals. Conversely, Wen Qingxue, a newly minted martial artist with no combat experience, should be regarded as the weakest official martial artist, right? If that were the case, this could be the simplest form of a cross-realm battle. With this thought, Jiang Heng fell into contemplation. Then, with a swift motion, he clenched his fist and struck toward Wen Qingxue's eye with the speed of a lightning bolt. Bang! Ah! Wen Qingxue cried out in surprise, caught off guard, her body leaning backward, nearly toppling to the ground. The strength of a martial artist far surpasses that of an ordinary person. One must not be careless. Without hesitation, Jiang Heng advanced a step, delivering another punch to Wen Qingxue's other eye, sending her sprawling to the ground. He quickly pounced upon her, twisting her arms and pinning them behind her back. "Brother Jiang Heng, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me." Wen Qingxue's eyes were slightly swollen, pressed onto the ground, unable to turn over, and she began to wail loudly. Jiang Heng feigned a sigh and spoke with righteous fervor. A martial artist requires more than just cultivation. Martial arts techniques and combat experience are indispensable. Your cultivation surpasses mine, yet you still cannot defeat me. Must I still call you senior sister?" Wen Qingxue, indignant, retorted loudly. "That's because you ambushed me. Otherwise, I would have definitely won." Jiang Heng's tone grew serious as he began to lecture her. "There are no excuses in victory or defeat. In the future, if you enter the martial world and are ambushed to death, no one will declare it unfair on your behalf. Remember, the outcome is what truly matters." Wen Qingxue instinctively sensed something was amiss, yet upon reflection, she found some validity in his words. After a moment of hesitation, she conceded, "All right, I am your junior sister. I admit defeat. Brother Jiang Heng, please let me go." Ding! Victory in a cross-realm battle. Acquired 1,000 potential points. In his mind, the system's prompt rang out at the opportune moment. Jiang Heng could not help but feel ecstatic. This simple battle had garnered him potential points equivalent to several hours of uninterrupted cultivation. He unconsciously relaxed his grip, and at that moment, Wen Qingxue's expression shifted. An opportunity has arrived. Wen Qingxue swiftly wriggled free from Jiang Heng's grasp, escaping from beneath him. "Junior brother Jiang Heng, I don't care what just happened, doesn't count. Now, I formally challenge you. If I win, you will call me senior sister from now on. If I lose, I will call you senior brother." Wen Qingxue glared at the bewildered Jiang Heng, her face filled with indignation. "A formal challenge?" Jiang Heng snapped back to reality. Observing her expression, he couldn't help but smirk teasingly. "All right, bring it on." As he spoke, Jiang Heng focused his mind. "Allocate points." A surge of warmth materialized within him, rapidly enhancing his physique once more. Internally, his blood and energy surged wildly, even echoing like the sound of a great river rushing forth, akin to distant thunder rumbling. His eyes shone with a divine light. The energy within him grew increasingly potent and turbulent, causing the very air around him to shimmer with distortion. This distortion continued to expand outward. Gradually, a vast expanse of twisted energy enveloped his body, swirling and undulating, resembling a majestic dragon encircling him. Blood and energy as fierce as a dragon. "You have broken through as well." Wen Qingxue gasped in astonishment. The manifestation of blood and energy as a dragon signified the attainment of a new realm in physical prowess, marking the entry into the martial path. This meant that at this moment, Jiang Heng had officially become a martial artist. He smiled broadly, brimming with excitement. Just half a day ago, the original Jiang Heng possessed only over 300 pounds of strength, still far from the mortal realm's human limit, let alone breaking through to become an official martial artist. Yet, after awakening the system, Jiang Heng had achieved this breakthrough within mere hours. What a fantastical dream this was. Chapter 3. The Extraordinary Adventures of Wen Qingxue. What is there to be proud of? You have merely just broken through. It's uncertain who is truly formidable. With a delicate yet commanding voice, Wen Qingxue exclaimed, her entire being pulsating with fervent vitality, enveloped by an invisible aura. Come on! With a powerful push from her feet, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming a punch at Jiang Heng's face. Jiang Heng chuckled, nonchalantly raising a hand to effortlessly grasp her delicate fist, rendering her struggles futile. How can you possess such strength, being a recent breakthrough like me? Wen Qingxue gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Thus, you still have a long way to go, Jiang Heng replied with a smug smile. The merging of memories is destined to exert mutual influence. Even though the Jiang Heng of Water Blue Star is merely a 30-year-old man, the complete integration of memories with the youthful Jiang Heng has altered his temperament. In particular, before Wen Qingxue, who had been his childhood companion, he had transformed into a lively and cheerful youth once more. All right, I concede. Wen Qingxue pouted, speaking with a hint of resignation. Jiang Heng opened his latest personal panel to inspect. Host, Jiang Heng Cultivation Level, Body Realm First Layer, 88310000, Primary Cultivation Technique, Primordial Creation Technique, Heaven Grade, Entry Level, Martial Arts Techniques, None Secret Techniques, None Potential Points. 0. Not only had he just broken through, but his cultivation level of 883 points in the body realm naturally surpassed Wen Qingxue's by a considerable margin. Unfortunately, this battle yielded no potential points. He speculated that either it was impossible to continuously gain from a single opponent, or this encounter did not constitute a true battle. I will definitely defeat you next time, she huffed. With a dismissive snort, Wen Qingxue turned and exited Jiang Heng's room. Jiang Heng prepared to bathe and then have a meal. Outside the courtyard, Wen Qingxue walked while covering her still painful eyes, muttering in irritation, how infuriating! Brother Jiang Heng actually hit me. As she walked far away, an ethereal female voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Xiao, that boy just now is rather extraordinary. If all goes as expected, his strength will likely advance by leaps and bounds soon. If you continue your training methodically, you might never be able to surpass him. Wen Qingxue was not the least bit surprised by the voice in her mind. Half a month prior, on an ordinary afternoon, while she was cultivating in her small courtyard, a translucent point of light descended from the sky and directly entered her body. The speed of that light was so swift that even amidst the skilled practitioners of the great Luo Sect, it went unnoticed. That night, Wen Qingxue had an extraordinarily vivid dream. In it, a stunning older sister named Xiao Lingyun possessed both unparalleled beauty and formidable cultivation. With a mere flick of her fingers, she unleashed a sword light spanning hundreds of miles, vanquishing all in its path. With a wave of her hand, an immense hand composed of boundless spiritual energy descended, obliterating everything. Wen Qingxue vividly witnessed a cataclysmic battle, where countless powerful beings floated in the void, exuding a terrifying aura akin to an abyss. Yet, with every casual motion of Xiao Lingyun, they fell like leaves in autumn. It was a battle of divine proportions. However, eventually, under the siege of increasingly numerous and powerful adversaries, Xiao Lingyun was ultimately defeated. Following a cataclysmic self-detonation that obliterated everything, her essence transformed into a fragment of soul, traversing the endless void and entered Wen Qingxue's body. Thus, when Qingxue awoke, her consciousness now intertwined with that of Xiao Lingyun. After days of interaction and exploration, Wen Qingxue witnessed the astonishing prowess of her counterpart and established a preliminary collaboration, leading to her subsequent breakthrough. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Wen Qingxue curiously inquired, Sister Lingyun, what do you mean by extraordinary? After several deliberate demonstrations from the other party, Wen Qingxue was well aware of her remarkable abilities. Since Xiao Lingyun had expressed such a notion, it was undoubtedly a genuine observation. Xiao Lingyun chuckled softly and replied, in any case, he must have encountered some fortuitous event, likely on par with yours. Wen Qingxue's heart leaped with joy. Previously, Jiang Heng's talent had always been mediocre. According to her father, his achievements in this lifetime would max out at the body realm. However, now that he possessed a fortune comparable to hers, Perhaps he could rapidly rise and become an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet soon after, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression soured. Could it be that I will be forever beneath him? At that moment, Xiao Lingyun's voice resonated calmly. Not necessarily. With my assistance, within 10 years, you shall become the most elite powerhouse in this world. Wen Qingxue erupted with excitement, hastily asking, "What must I do?" "I shall directly impart my experiences and insights of martial arts into your mind. All you need to do is diligently refine various resources to elevate your cultivation level without limit. From then on, there would be no bottlenecks, and her cultivation would soar." However, when Qingxue hesitated slightly, though she was still young, she understood the need for caution when faced with such a colossal opportunity. Xiao Lingyun continued, "Rest assured. Since I have merged my soul with your body, our fates are intertwined. I shall not harm you. The quicker you cultivate, the sooner you can assist me in reconstructing my physical form. It is a mutually beneficial relationship." Finally, when Qingxue, albeit still somewhat skeptical, agreed. The Great Luo Sect? As the premier sect within the Qingzhou region, boasted 9 towering mountains. Not only did it possess countless resources such as diverse mines, shops, fields, and pastures, but it also resembled a colossal conglomerate in Jiang Heng's previous life. Easily worth trillions, the sect's population exceeded several tens of thousands, with clearly defined roles. Each mountain had its own auxiliary academy, further divided into various branches. Some were responsible for raising livestock, others for cultivating medicinal herbs, some for cleaning, while others managed the kitchens or maintenance, resembling a miniature society. Jianghong belonged to the 8th Peak's Auxiliary Academy, specifically the 8th branch, which managed the raising of cattle and sheep, providing meat for all within the 8th Peak. After his bath, Jianghong donned a gray auxiliary uniform and entered the dining hall of the 8th branch. It was mealtime, and the dining hall was filled with an array of sumptuous dishes. Jianghong collected a generous portion of food and found a seat in the somewhat spacious hall, beginning to devour his meal voraciously. The rapid enhancement of his physical capabilities seemed to correlate with a significant consumption of energy, leaving him feeling an unprecedented hunger. Fortunately, in the Great Luo Sect, considering the appetites of martial practitioners, even the auxiliary staff received unlimited food supply. After finishing 1 serving, Jianghong requested 2 more before finally feeling satiated. After his meal, Jianghong proceeded directly to the courtyard designated for outer disciples. While the sky was still bright, he aimed to complete his promotion today and enjoy the benefits of being an outer disciple, thereby avoiding the need to return to the auxiliary academy for labor the following day. Outside the 8th branch for outer disciples, in a spacious hall marked with the plaque Martial Arts Hall, a drowsy steward in blue sat at a square table. Jianghong pushed the door open, approached the table, and respectfully presented his identification token. "Steward, I am here to apply for promotion to outer disciple." The steward responsible for the review, a middle-aged man with a square face, lifted his head, squinting at Jianghong before casually saying, "First, lift that stone pillar over there, then demonstrate your martial arts realm of vitality like a dragon." Jianghong placed his identification token on the table, following instructions to an area of the hall where a stone pillar marked 1000 Jin stood. Grasping the handles with both hands, he summoned all his strength. Ha! He hoisted it above his head, maintaining it for several seconds before setting it down. Next, he took his position in the center of the hall. After a brief moment of concentration, the vitality within him surged like a torrential river, distorting the air around him, enveloping him like a great dragon. "That will suffice." The steward behind the table remained indifferent, picking up Jiang Heng's identification token for a glance before retrieving a new light blue token from a drawer. He raised his hand, pressing his index finger against the token, and a surge of inner energy flowed forth. Chapter 4. Promotion to Outer Disciple. Jianghong clearly observed that an invisible layer of energy enveloped his fingertip, directly embedding itself into the identification token, moving with the precision of writing. So this is what true energy is. Even an ordinary steward possesses such formidable strength. Jiang Heng's expression grew slightly solemn. According to the knowledge acquired in the Servant Academy, the first realm after entering the martial Tao is known as the physical body realm. This is fundamentally different from the mortal realm, where one merely refines the body to enhance strength. The physical body realm involves internal cultivation of the flesh, strengthening one's vital energy and blood. There are 10 minor stages within the physical body realm. When cultivated to perfection, Not only does external strength and physical robustness dramatically increase, but the internal sinews, bones, blood, marrow, and orifices undergo a qualitative transformation, resulting in a near-evolutionary leap in the human body. At this stage, one can wield a force of 100,000 pounds, akin to a dominator among mortals, capable of facing thousands single-handedly. The second realm of the martial Tao involves refining a more powerful and pure internal energy known as true qi. Hence the name True Qi Realm. The exact strength of this realm was not elaborated upon by the steward of the Servant Academy, but it is certain that this evident qualitative change far surpasses the limits of the physical body realm. In the Duel sect, such a formidable True Qi Realm practitioner is merely an ordinary steward. The steward then presented Jiang Hong with 2 sets of new outer sect disciple uniforms. Along with freshly marked identity tokens, he called out to the inner room, "Xiao Feng, come here." A young servant clad in gray hurried over, bowing respectfully towards the steward. "Xiao Feng, please take this newly promoted senior brother to select an unoccupied residence." "Yes, esteemed steward." The young servant approached Jiang Hong, bowing respectfully. "Senior brother, please follow me." In that fleeting moment of bowing, Jiang Hong distinctly caught a glimpse of surprise and envy in his eyes. While the opportunity for servants to be promoted to outer sect disciples is relatively fair, it is indeed quite rare. Typically preoccupied with labor, they have little time to dedicate to cultivation. Young individuals like Jiang Hong, who are still so tender, either possess exceptional talent and directly become outer sect disciples upon entry, or, lacking such talent, find themselves around 20 years of age by the time of their promotion. Xiao Feng led Jiang Hong through the outer sect branch, providing a brief introduction to its layout. The training grounds, the cafeteria, the Inlu Hall where benefits are dispensed at the beginning of each month, and the Scripture Hall where various martial arts manuals and miscellaneous knowledge are available for viewing. After a thorough introduction, they finally arrived at the residential area. Jiang Hong casually selected an uninhabited residence as his abode. After Xiao Feng handed him a thin booklet, he respectfully took his leave. The benefits of being an outer sect disciple are indeed splendid. Glancing at the booklet in his hand, Jiang Hong could not help but feel a sense of admiration. As an outer sect disciple, not only is he exempt from labor, but he also enjoys a standalone residence, receives monthly benefits, and can freely access the books on the first floor of the Scripture Hall. In comparison to the treatment of servants, it is akin to heaven and earth. By this time, night had already fallen. Jiang Hong tidied up the residence a bit before beginning his nightly routine and retiring to bed. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Hong rose early and commenced fervent cultivation within his small courtyard. An invisible surge of vital energy coursed through him. Like a dragon's breath, it enveloped his body, continually rising and creating a slight whirlwind that stirred the surrounding air, accompanied by a persistent howling sound. It was not until his stomach growled once more that he halted. As Jiang Hong withdrew his fists and stood still, his vital energy gradually settled, and the atmosphere in the courtyard slowly returned to tranquility. He opened the system panel to check. Host, Jiang Hong cultivation level, physical body realm, first stage, 88310000, main cultivation method. Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong, heaven grade, entry level, martial arts techniques, none secret techniques, none potential points, 500. Gazing at the panel, Jiang Hong fell into deep contemplation. Despite a series of intense training sessions, his cultivation had not progressed even a fraction. It seems that the system converts all cultivation results into potential points. Hence why there is no increase in his cultivation level. After pondering, Jiang Hong resisted the urge to elevate his cultivation and stepped outside. He first indulged in a hearty meal at the cafeteria before heading to the Scripture Hall. The Scripture Hall is a standalone 5-story building, its architecture ancient and sturdy, with 2 solemn-looking servants standing guard at the entrance. After presenting his identity token, Jiang Hong entered the building. The scene on the first floor immediately caught his eye. On both sides of the hall, towering bookshelves were densely packed with various texts. The left shelf bore a label reading classics, while the right shelf was marked miscellaneous knowledge. In one corner of the hall, a steward dressed in blue sat quietly at a square table, while a staircase spiraled upward in another corner. When Jiang Hong entered, the steward glanced at him but offered no further acknowledgement. Jiang Hong first approached the right shelf and began to peruse books on the fundamentals of the martial Dao. In his previous life, Jiang Hong, having lost his parents, was entrusted to live in an ordinary family, leaving him with little opportunity to engage with martial arts. After joining the Duel sect and serving as a servant for just over a year, his understanding of martial arts remained rather superficial. However, now, through the wealth of literature, he finally gained a deeper comprehension of the martial Tao and a more concrete impression of this world. The cultivation of martial arts unfolds beyond the mortal realm, with the first four major realms being the physical body realm, true Qi realm, innate realm, and spirit Ci realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor stages, within a top-tier sect like Duel. The first realm, the physical body realm, corresponds to outer sect disciples. The second realm, the true Qi realm, pertains to inner sect disciples. The third realm, the innate realm, is for core disciples. And the fourth realm, the spirit Ci realm, is designated for elders. Beyond this, there is no further information available. Yet, it is evident that there are multiple significant realms above these, including the sect leader and the existence of sacred lands. This world is profoundly intricate. Jiang Hong could not help but exclaim inwardly in his previous life. He was a novel enthusiast, having read countless fantasy novels where concepts like true Qi and innate abilities seemed ubiquitous. Yet in reality, in this world, they are as formidable as superhumans. Not to mention, the peak of the first realm, the physical body realm, boasts a strength of 100,000 pounds. Following the established pattern of significant leaps between each subsequent realm, even if judged solely by strength, the pinnacle of the innate realm could easily equate to millions of pounds of force. Such terrifying power, when unleashed at supersonic speed, might rival the legendary bald Superman from the comics of his previous life. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hong regained his composure. With the system at his disposal, he would inevitably stand at the pinnacle of this world. He approached the left shelf and began to browse through various martial arts manuals. 9. Wild Goose Technique, 6 Harmonies Whip, Diamond Palm, Prajna Palm, Mountain Splitting Fist, and more. An overwhelming variety that dazzled the eyes. All were techniques belonging to the physical body realm. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's expression shifted. He recalled that the system seemed capable of infinitely upgrading techniques. According to the classification of martial arts in this world, from lowest to highest, they are ranked as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and the legendary divine level. Could it be that ordinary techniques could ultimately be upgraded to heaven level or even divine level? If so, that would be quite remarkable. At that moment, Jiang Heng's eyes lit up upon spotting a secret technique manual, Copper Statue Technique, yellow level. After perusing some texts, Jiang Hong gained sufficient understanding of martial arts techniques. Techniques are primarily divided into 3 categories: main cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, and secret techniques. According to Jiang Heng's understanding, main cultivation techniques are primarily used for daily practice to gain experience and elevate one's character level, such as Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong. Martial arts techniques function akin to active skills, enhancing aspects like attack, movement, and defense. Secret techniques, on the other hand, involve specialized cultivation methods that grant one certain passive attributes. Chapter 5. The 3 techniques perfected. For instance, the copper statue technique in Jiang Heng's hands consists of 5 stages. Upon reaching mastery, one's body becomes akin to a copper statue, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, particularly against sharp weapons like swords. However, the entry into this technique is quite challenging, requiring various medicinal baths for assistance. Mastery is even more difficult, necessitating not only the medicinal baths but also prolonged exposure to forging. Moreover, such techniques merely increase fixed defensive values as passive effects. In the early stages, they hold great significance, endowing one with defenses far surpassing others of the same level. Yet, as one's cultivation reaches a certain point, they become utterly ineffective. After all, with the immense destructive power of high-level martial artists, even the copper statue technique would be easily shattered, rendering such a defensive enhancement negligible, difficult to learn and master. Ultimately useless in the later stages, such secret techniques are merely a luxury for the majority. Jiang Hong opened the manual and began to study it meticulously. Just as he finished his review, a notification resounded in his mind. Ding! Would you like to consume 1,000 potential points to learn the copper statue technique, yellow level? A smile crept across Jiang Heng's lips. If that is the case, as long as his potential points are sufficient, he could easily learn any martial arts manual, disregarding the various complex requirements. But for now, he decided against learning. Jiang Hong resumed his perusal of the bookshelf, and before long, he selected 2 additional manuals. The first, entitled Shattered Rock Fist, is a martial arts technique of the offensive variety that employs shockwaves to unleash formidable blunt force. When cultivated to its utmost potential, it can amplify explosive power by threefold, delivering a punch capable of shattering a mountain peak. The second, titled Swift Wind Steps, pertains to body movement techniques, facilitating increased speed of movement while minimizing air resistance through specific muscle coordination and breathing rhythms. These three techniques, one for defense, one for offense, and one for escape, are simply perfect. After transcribing the three manuals, Jiang Hung departed from the scripture hall. Upon returning to his residence, he began an intense period of cultivation. The primordial creation technique operated fervently, causing his potential points to steadily increase. Whenever hunger struck, he would indulge in hearty meals at the dining hall. For the outer disciples, ample food is always prepared during the day, so Jiang Hung had no concerns regarding the consumption of energy during his training. The following evening, with his potential points amassed to 500, Jiang Hung embarked on a frenzied allocation of points. Ding! Consuming 1,000 potential points, he mastered the copper statue technique at the yellow level, first stage. A warm current manifested from thin air, permeating every inch of his skin. He could distinctly feel his skin becoming increasingly taut. Akin to resilient leather, layers upon layers accumulating upon his body. In this intra-level phase, the enhancements were merely superficial defenses. However, after a brief trial, Jiang Hung expressed immense satisfaction and continued to allocate points. Ding! Consuming another 1,000 potential points, he learned the Shattered Rock Fist, yellow level, entry level. Ding! Consuming yet another 1,000 potential points, he acquired the Swift Wind Steps, yellow level, entry level. As the system notifications chimed, a torrent of information flooded into Jiang Heng's mind, allowing him to instantly master the techniques as if he had practiced them countless times. With the remaining potential points, he expended 2,000 to elevate the copper statue technique to the second stage, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. Having completed his point allocation, Jiang Hung delved back into rigorous training. With an abundance of food, he could garner around 5,000 potential points each day, which he diligently distributed among his cultivation and various techniques. His strength began to surge rapidly. 20 days later, as the sun rose, in the spacious courtyard, Jiang Heng's every punch, every kick, and every motion stirred the air around him, creating a tempestuous atmosphere. After a prolonged period, he halted, standing with his fists withdrawn. As he abruptly opened his eyes, a divine light radiated from within them. Open personal panel, host, Jiang Hong cultivation level, body refinement stage 4, 2,340,000, primary technique, primordial creation technique, heavenly level, entry level, martial arts techniques, Shattered Rock Fist, yellow level, perfection, Swift Wind Steps, yellow level, perfection, secret technique, copper statue technique, yellow level, perfection, potential points, 10,300 in merely 20 days. Not only had his cultivation ascended 3 minor realms, but the 3 techniques also reached perfection. Indeed, at this moment, he had amassed sufficient potential points to further upgrade the copper statue technique. Ding! Consuming 10,000 potential points, the technique is undergoing advancement. Please wait. Ding! Advancement complete. Please name the new technique. Jiang Hung did not hesitate, declaring, Silver Statue Technique, congratulations, host. You have mastered the Silver Statue Technique, mystical level, first stage. A surge of heat enveloped Jiang Heng's body, merging with his skin. His physique, already akin to a solid copper statue, began to fortify further, especially the surface, which felt as if encased in a layer of exceptionally hard alloy. Returning to his room, he retrieved a long sword distributed by the sect and, without hesitation, swung it towards his arm with full force. Clang! After a dull thud, Jiang Hung inspected his arm, finding no trace left behind. Previously, the perfected yellow-level copper statue technique would have left a conspicuous white mark on his arm. Yet compared to this enhancement, the difference was striking. It was evident that this was far from his limit. Jiang Hung smiled with satisfaction. Truly, as a mystical-level technique, such defensive prowess must render him nearly invincible among peers of the same realm. He pondered what level of attack he could withstand. After testing the efficacy of the technique, Jiang Hung took his identity token and set out. Today marked the first day of the month, the time when the sect uniformly distributes benefits. Within the Duel sect, each branch has its own welfare hall, conveniently located near the dining hall for the outer disciples. After indulging in a hearty meal, Jiang Heng proceeded towards the welfare hall. Along the way, he encountered numerous outer disciples clad in blue robes, many congregating in groups, engaging in lively chatter as they too made their way to the hall. The welfare hall was a spacious establishment, and at that moment, 2 long lines had formed at its entrance, orderly as they entered. After a wait of approximately half an hour, it finally became Jiang Heng's turn. Presenting his identity token and signing his name as requested by the steward, he received a small blue porcelain vial and exited the hall, and no sooner had he stepped outside than 3 outer disciples with unfriendly expressions encircled him. One of them, with a forced smile, spoke. "Junior brother, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd stage, but I am lacking in medicinal pills, so I must audaciously ask you to lend me a few blood chi pills. As a newcomer to the outer sect, your cultivation is shallow, and these pills would only save you a few days' time. Why not lend them to me and aid my breakthrough in the future? I will protect you in the outer sect. What do you say?" The other 2 stood silently by, casting sinister glances at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, regarding the speaker with amusement. It seemed they had gathered intelligence on him in advance, lying in wait to ambush him, attempting to intimidate him with their 3rd stage cultivation. "You may borrow them, but only if you kneel and call me father." Chapter 6. The Mystical Level Silver Statue Technique. The man's expression darkened, his entire being radiating agitation as he stepped closer to Jiang Heng. "Junior brother, it seems you are unappreciative of kindness." Nearby, other outer disciples chose to ignore the scene, hastily departing, while a few remained at a safe distance, observing. Jiang Heng casually placed the porcelain vial into his waist pocket and chuckled lightly. "Perfect, I too wish to witness the prowess of the outer sect seniors." Within him, his blood chi surged wildly, enveloping his body like the breath of a dragon. This fluctuation undoubtedly signified a cultivation level above the 3rd stage. How could this be? He had only entered the outer sect less than a month ago. The 3 were taken aback, yet Jiang Heng paid no mind to their astonishment and instead took the initiative to strike. "Come on!" His figure darted forth like a swift wind, charging at the leader. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a torrent of blood chi energy, enveloping his fist. The perfected shattered rock fist, 3-fold explosive power. How bold! But what of it? I am at the 5th stage. The man, enraged by Jiang Heng's aggression, surged forward in retaliation. The 2 fists clashed. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though his right fist had been struck by a meteorite descending from the heavens, the violent force coursing through his arm and into his entire being. His organs and every fiber of his flesh shrieked in agony from the impact. This was, at the very least, a fully realized shattered rock fist. The thought flashed through his mind instinctively in the next instant. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, an invisible shockwave radiated outward. "Ah!" The man screamed as he was sent flying backward. "Zhang Xiao!" The other 2 could not suppress their exclamations, disbelief etched across their faces as they watched their comrade soar through the air. Ding! Battle 1. Earned 100 potential points. Jiang Heng cast a glance at the system notification, grinning menacingly as he approached one of the remaining disciples. "Come on, I would appreciate your guidance, senior." The man, regaining his composure, hastily waved his hands. "Junior brother, no, senior brother. I am but a novice in cultivation. I dare not offer guidance. We shall take our leave." What a joke! The formidable Zhang Xixiang had been defeated in an instant. How could he expect to fare any better? The man retreated step by step, an ingratiating smile on his face. "Oh, a novice in cultivation? Daring not to offer guidance?" Jiang Heng's footsteps did not falter as he continued to grin menacingly. "You all appear to be in your 40s or 50s. Before a mere 16-year-old youth, you dare claim to be novices? As your fellow disciple, I must impart some instruction." In truth, the 3 looked to be in their 20s. But Jiang Heng deliberately stated this, leaving them no room for rebuttal as they trembled under his gaze. "Come on!" Jiang Heng bellowed again, transforming into a whirlwind, his aura akin to that of a rampaging dragon. He unleashed another punch. The man, too, cried out as he was sent flying. The final disciple's lips quivered uncontrollably as he turned to flee, only to be easily caught by Jiang Heng, who similarly struck him down with a single punch. After tossing the 3 together, Jiang Heng crouched slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Junior brothers, I am on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage. yet I lack medicinal pills. Thus, I must audaciously ask you to lend me a few blood qi pills. What say you?" The three individuals paused momentarily, exchanging glances before dejectedly responding. "Since the senior brother has spoken, we cannot refuse." Each of them then produced a small porcelain vial from their robes. After Jiang Hong accepted one, he turned to leave. One of them gritted his teeth and muttered, "We shall not rest until this grudge is avenged." The leader of the group smacked the back of his head and hissed, "Are you foolish? This lad is merely 15 years old, having only recently entered the sect, yet he possesses such formidable cultivation. Can we afford to offend such a genius? It is merely a few qi blood pills. Our misfortune is to have encountered such a formidable opponent. Let this matter be forgotten." The other two nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Hong returned to his humble courtyard. He retrieved a small porcelain vial and opened it, revealing 3 crimson elixirs, from which a delicate fragrance wafted gently. Could this be the legendary qi blood pill, said to be equivalent to the essence of an entire cow? Jiang Hong took one, inspected it for a moment, and then swallowed it whole. The pill slid down his throat and into his stomach, where it began to dissolve slowly, releasing a tremendous wave of heat that spread throughout his body. He immediately commenced practicing the Yuan Shizhao Huagong. His stomach began to churn rapidly, accelerating the digestion of the pill, and an even greater torrent of heat surged through him like a mighty river. Ding! During cultivation, potential points increased by 5. Ding! During cultivation, potential points increased by 5. Time seemed to lose all meaning as Jiang Hong continued, until he distinctly felt that the pill had been completely digested. He paused to examine his personal status panel. Potential points 10600. Remarkably, a single qi blood pill had augmented his potential points by a staggering 10,000. Ecstatic, Jiang Hong consumed another qi blood pill and resumed his fervent training. The digestion of each qi blood pill took approximately an hour, even under the influence of the Yuan Shizhao Huagong. Undeterred, Jiang Hong trained tirelessly for 12 consecutive hours, ultimately consuming all 12 qi blood pills. At that moment, his potential points soared to an unprecedented 120,000. Attempting to upgrade his celestial level Yuan Shizhao Huagong, he soon discovered that his potential points were still insufficient. Consequently, he opted to allocate his points towards enhancing his cultivation level. Ding! Consumed 40,000 potential points. Cultivation level raised to the 5th stage. Ding! Consumed 50,000 potential points. Cultivation level raised to the 6th stage. The immense power of qi and blood surged within him, enveloping Jiang Heng's body in a fierce, dragon-like aura that ascended vigorously. His cultivation level had surged 2 ranks. Upgrading Silver Elephant Skill. Ding! Consumed 10,000 potential points. Silver Elephant Skill, Shin level, upgraded to the 2nd stage. A colossal wave of heat surged through Jiang Heng's body, initiating a wondrous chemical reaction with every fiber of his being. He could distinctly feel his physique becoming increasingly robust at an astonishing rate, akin to a high-strength alloy. This transformation was a profound metamorphosis from within, enhancing his entire body's durability without compromising his agility. To progress from the yellow level to the 1st stage required 10,000 potential points. Would the same apply to the transition from the 1st to the 2nd stage? Jiang Hong pondered for a moment before brandishing his sword. Unleashing a torrent of qi and blood for a full-force attack, bang! His arm felt no pain, yet the sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hong then executed the perfected rock-shattering fist. Crashing it down onto his left arm, bang! Another resounding thud, yet his left arm remained unscathed. Remarkable, Jiang Hong could not help but marvel at his own resilience. Chapter 7. 3 Great Shin-level Techniques. With a cultivation level of the 6th stage in the physical realm, utilizing the perfected rock-shattering fist, which boasted triple explosive power, he had sustained no damage whatsoever. He wondered whether he could withstand an attack from a peak physical realm expert. After contemplating for a moment, he returned his attention to the remaining 20,000 potential points, deciding to upgrade the rock-shattering fist. Ding! Consumed 10,000 potential points. Skill enhancement in progress. Please wait. Ding! Enhancement complete. Please name the new technique. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hong declared, Mountain Breaking Fist. Congratulations to the host. You have learned the Mountain Breaking Fist, Shin level, entry. With the information flooding into his mind, Jiang Hong gained considerable insight into the Shin level Mountain Breaking Fist. Compared to the rock-shattering fist, which had a threefold increase in explosive power, the enhancement of the Shin-level mountain-breaking fist was modest, merely elevating the multiplier to 5 times, though this pertained only to the perfected level. At present, the entry-level mountain-breaking fist did not significantly enhance Zhang Heng's capabilities, equating to only a slight increase from a threefold to approximately 3.2 times. With the final 10,000 potential points, he upgraded the Gale Step to entry-level Shin, further enhancing his speed without altering its name. Thus, Zhang Heng had nearly exhausted his potential points. The efficacy of the Qi blood pills far surpassed that of conventional training. I must find a way to procure more Qi blood pills. Zhang Heng entered a deep state of contemplation. To transition from frugality to extravagance is easy. To revert from extravagance to frugality is arduous. Having witnessed the miraculous effects of Qi blood pills, Zhang Heng found the prospect of slow, ordinary training unappealing. He recalled that the Outer Sect Disciples Manual contained information regarding the sect's contribution system, which could be exchanged for Qi blood pills. He promptly returned to his chamber and perused the manual with great diligence. At that moment, he realized that Outer Sect disciples could not indefinitely enjoy the sect's benefits. Instead, they were only available for the first 3 years. After 3 years in the Outer Sect, only the top 50 disciples would retain their eligibility for sect privileges. This led to another aspect of the sect system, the Sect Grand Competition. The Outer Sect disciples participated in this competition annually. Those ranked in the top 50 would receive resources far surpassing those available to ordinary Outer Sect disciples, even beyond the 3-year limit. Conversely, disciples ranked beyond the 50th position would revert to the standard benefit system. In other words, those within 3 years would continue to receive 3 Qi blood pills monthly for free, while those beyond 3 years could only exchange them through contribution points. Furthermore, to remain in the Outer Sect, one would need to expend a certain amount of contribution points each month. Failure to do so would result in demotion to a servant. It is only reasonable for the sect to require some contribution after bearing such great costs and providing free support for 3 years without adequate returns. For Outer Sect disciples within the 3-year period, contribution points were not overly demanding. They could choose to focus on their cultivation while being supported by the sect, or they could actively seek to earn contribution points to exchange for various resources. The methods of earning contribution points included accepting various tasks from the task hall. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng discovered another means of earning contribution points within the Outer Sect Disciples Manual: arena duels, to encourage disciples to engage in combat. The sect established a duel arena within the outer courtyard, as long as one maintained the title of arena champion. Even without challengers, they would earn 10 contribution points daily. To sustain the competitive spirit of the duel arena, disciples ranked in the top 50 of the grand competition were prohibited from participating. In essence, the duel arena served as a means for suddenly emerging talents who had not yet participated in the sect's grand competition to accumulate contribution points. Having comprehended the contribution point system, Zhang Heng promptly ventured out to the exchange hall designated for contribution points, where he examined the prices of various items. Qi blood pill, 10 contribution points. Weapons, treasure level 1000 contribution points. 10 taels of silver, 1 contribution point. Based on Zhang Heng's past life experience, 1 tael of silver in this realm roughly equated to 1,000 yuan. When converted, 1 contribution point possessed the purchasing power of approximately 10,000 yuan. Thus, a single Qi blood pill was valued at around 100,000 yuan. In other words, in just a day and night, he had consumed the equivalent of 1,200,000 yuan. Such a vast fortune was beyond what he could have amassed in his previous life. Zhang Heng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Having grasped the purchasing power of contribution points, he made his way to the task hall. The task hall was a standalone courtyard bustling with Outer Sect disciples coming and going. Zhang Heng joined the throng and entered the main hall, where a wall was adorned with rows of bold characters outlining task summaries and rewards. Collect fresh beast carcasses. For every 10 kilograms, exchange for 1 contribution point. No time limit, unlimited quantity. Gather various spiritual herbs and medicines, priced according to quality. No time limit, unlimited quantity. Aside from the 2 unlimited long-term tasks at the top, most other tasks demanded considerable time investment. For example, hunting the sex trader, who was at the 8th stage of the physical realm, offered a reward of 50 contribution points. Guarding the Xiao mountain mine for a year would yield 100 contribution points. With the requirement of having a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage in the physical realm and needing a total of 7 individuals, As Jiang Heng observed, certain tasks were being claimed by others, and as they were withdrawn from the wall, he noticed that the wall itself appeared to be a net-like structure, with words of tasks displayed in rows, formed by square wooden stakes embedded from the back of the wall, thus presenting the text before the onlookers. When withdrawn, it was also extracted from the backside of the wall, reminiscent of the principle of movable type printing. Intrigued, Jiang Heng pondered for a moment. Under normal circumstances, he could acquire around 5,000 potential points in a day. When utilizing a blood essence pill, one could increase that by 10,000 potential points. Therefore, irrespective of the task undertaken, he needed to earn at least one blood essence pill's contribution point every 2 days. Otherwise, it would be deemed unprofitable. Thus, only tasks yielding an average of over 5 contribution points daily warranted his consideration. It appeared that tasks concerning the physical realm were not particularly beneficial. Frowning slightly, Jiang Heng turned and departed. Chapter 8. What an imposing physique! In another direction of the outer sect branch, there lay the dueling arena. On the expansive grounds, a circular platform with a radius of 100 meters was surrounded by numerous outer sect disciples clad in blue, who were fervently watching the duels, their cheers and applause echoing throughout. As Jiang Heng approached from a distance, he inquired about the specifics of the dueling events at a table not far from the platform. Every outer sect disciple could challenge, but if defeated, they could only challenge again the following day. Achieving 10 consecutive victories would grant one the title of secondary champion. Only the secondary champion had the right to challenge the reigning champion, and upon victory, one would take their place, earning 10 contribution points daily. The blue-clad steward behind the table glanced at Jiang Heng and casually remarked. Jiang Heng nodded thoughtfully. This made sense. If there were no thresholds for challenging the champion, the reigning champion would likely be overwhelmed daily, leaving little time for cultivation. He presented his identity token and calmly stated, "I wish to challenge." The blue-clad steward looked at Jiang Heng again and nonchalantly said that deliberate cruelty against fellow disciples was forbidden on the platform. But injuries and fatalities could not be ruled out. He advised to prepare one's favored weapon. Understood. Jiang Heng patiently awaited his turn. 10 minutes later, a voice rang out, "Next, outer sect disciple Jiang Heng, please ascend the stage." With that announcement, Jiang Heng immediately executed the wind step, his form almost transforming into a gentle breeze as he gracefully landed atop the lofty platform. On the opposite side stood a dashing young man. Sword in hand, his demeanor calm, a chilling aura emanating from the blade as blood dripped from its tip, evidence of the previous defeated opponent. Junior brother Jiang, now that you are on the stage, life and death are fated. Are you prepared? The young man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Jiang Heng glanced at him and chuckled lightly. This junior brother, despite your age, resorting to psychological tactics on stage merely unearths your insecurity. He clenched his fist, invigorating his body with blood and energy, enveloping himself in a dragon-like aura that exuded strength and dominance. Come, let us engage directly in battle. Jiang Heng grinned fiercely and charged forward. The sword-wielding youth's smile faltered momentarily before turning somber. In this world, true talents were not scarce. Thus, although Jiang Heng appeared to be merely a teenager, he would never underestimate his opponent. Often, talented youths, regardless of their high cultivation, lacked practical combat experience. Therefore, preliminary psychological pressure could significantly diminish an opponent's combat effectiveness, granting him greater odds of victory. Yet, he did not anticipate that Jiang Heng would not only remain unfazed but would instead display such audacity. If that is the case, then let us proceed. The youth cast aside all distractions and entered a combat-ready state. His aura surged as he charged forth, wielding his sword with the might of tens of thousands of pounds. Like a shooting star or a meteor plummeting from the heavens, swift and fierce, the spectators buzzed with excitement. Where did this talented disciple Jiang Heng come from? How come we have not heard of him before? I don't know, but judging by his momentum, he should be at the 6th layer of cultivation. What of the 6th layer? Without being above the 7th layer, stepping onto the dueling platform is merely courting disaster. I fear Jiang Heng is in a precarious situation. Indeed, in martial arts cultivation, aside from cultivation level, martial arts skills are equally crucial. Luo Guang is at the 7th layer, and his meteor sword technique has reached a level of mastery. With 70,000 pounds of force, coupled with a 1.5 times explosion, he possesses an explosive force exceeding 100,000 pounds.
Even if Jiang Hong had the 7th layer, his martial arts skills could not compare to Luo Guang's, thus ensuring Jiang Heng's defeat. Among the nearly 100,000 outer sect disciples of the Great Luo sect, distributed across each peak, there were at least 10,000 disciples. Even excluding the top 50 from the sect's grand competition, the remaining strong disciples would be at least of the 7th layer, qualifying to contest for the title of champion. On the platform, whoosh, the sword of the youth, Luo Guang, shot forth like a meteor. Its speed astonishing and its momentum fierce, Jiang Hong, with his ethereal grace, exuded a wild and ferocious spirit. The two rushed towards each other. In the next moment, to Luo Guang's astonishment, Jiang Hong did not evade but instead met the sword's tip with a heavy punch. Clang! The sword shattered abruptly, yet Jiang Heng's punch showed no sign of diminishing in power as it continued to slam into Luo Guang's body. What? Luo Guang's pupils constricted suddenly, an unprecedented sense of danger surged within him, causing his scalp to tingle, yet it was too late to evade. Jiang Heng's mighty fist crashed down upon him, striking his chest. Under the overwhelming force, Luo Guang's chest caved in, ribs shattered, and he was sent flying, spitting blood. Outside the platform, an immediate silence fell, followed by an eruption of astonished discussions. How is that possible? Such a formidable physique. His fist directly met the nearly 100,000 pounds of explosive force from the sword, and didn't he even break the skin? More astonishingly, with a single punch, he completely crushed Luo Guang. What kind of explosive power must that be? Luo Guang, who had achieved 3 consecutive victories, could not even withstand a single move against him. He was far too powerful. On the platform, Luo Guang lay curled up on the ground, howling in despair. 2 attendants climbed onto the platform, lifted Luo Guang away, and conducted a brief cleanup. Next, outer sect disciple Xiao. Please ascend the stage. Amidst the clamor, the steward's voice rang clear. It was the former champion Xiao. After being defeated by Pu Xingyu, she had undergone half a month of hidden cultivation and had returned to challenge again. The mysterious talent Jiang Hong was now set to face the former champion Xiao. This was bound to be an exciting match. Xiao had previously been at the 8th layer, mastering the phantom sword technique. Upon her return, she undoubtedly had made further breakthroughs. Jiang Hong, with his formidable physique, had effortlessly crushed opponents with explosive force nearing 100,000 pounds. At that moment, a stunning young woman in a flowing green dress gracefully floated onto the stage, landing not far opposite Jiang Hong. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her features exquisite, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. At this moment, she gazed at Jiang Hong with a serious expression. She had witnessed the earlier battle from beginning to end, and did not find Jiang Heng's overwhelming display of strength to be particularly absurd. In combat, raw power was not the sole determinant. Her strength was not lacking either. Her agility and swordsmanship were superior, adept at maneuvering in battle. As long as her opponent was not overwhelmingly stronger, she had confidence in her ability to navigate the fight. However, the sheer might that Jiang Hong possessed left her feeling at a loss for how to proceed. With a force of 100,000 pounds that could not even break the skin, what kind of explosive power would be required to defeat him? Thus, she would have to rely on her agility to maneuver and await the opportune moment. Xiao established her strategy in her mind. Drawing her sword, "Junior brother Jiang, please," Xiao clasped her hands in greeting. Jiang Hong smiled lightly and returned the gesture. In the next instant, Xiao's form transformed into a gust of wind as she began to glide gracefully. Chapter 9. What a charming girl! A punch from her would have me weeping for ages. The crowd below continued their fervent discussions. In my view, Jiang Hong has the greater odds of victory. Although he has only experienced one battle, that overwhelming physique has already placed him in an undefeated position. Xiao cannot break through, let alone defeat him. Not necessarily. With Xiao's mastery of the Gale Step, Jiang Hong might not even touch the hem of her dress. In a battle of maneuverability, she may very well have a chance to win. On the platform, Jiang Hong observed Xiao's graceful movements. A playful smile gracing his lips. The Gale Step, is it? How fortuitous. Jiang Heng's form shifted as he too executed the Gale Step, moving with such swiftness that he seemed even faster in an instant. He closed the distance. What? He also practices the Gale Step, and at a higher level than mine. Xiao's face registered shock. her breathing momentarily faltering. It was precisely during this fleeting moment that Jiang Hong caught up with her. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck with tremendous force. Meng Lingxiu's expression changed dramatically. She twisted her body while raising her sword, attempting to block, clang, under the immense and unparalleled force. The long sword shattered instantaneously. Jiang Heng's fist surged forward, sweeping across the chest of Meng Lingxiu, who was in the midst of turning. An incredibly hard sensation emanated from a certain point, causing Meng Lingxiu's complexion to flush deep red. In the next moment, Jiang Hong abruptly halted his advance, retracting his right arm, transforming it into an elbow strike that descended upon Meng Lingxiu once more. The sudden and rapid transformation of his form left the spectators below in utter astonishment. His movement was governed by his heart. This was the perfected level of the Gale step. Where did this terrifying genius emerge from? At just over a decade in age, his cultivation was at least at the 6th level. His agility reached a perfected state, and his physique was alarmingly robust, with a striking explosive power in his punches. With such prowess, he would undoubtedly be a formidable dark horse in next month's Sect competition. On stage, Meng Lingxiu, overwhelmed with shock, was besieged by a sense of terrifying crisis. Yet, there was no way for her to evade. But I am at the 8th level of cultivation, proficient in the heavenly net palm. How could my explosive power possibly be inferior to yours? Meng Lingxiu's heart simmered with resentment. As a top-tier talent, had she not been so young, she would have likely already ranked among the top 10 in the Sect competition. She possessed extraordinary talents in both cultivation and martial arts. Yet now, she found herself outmatched by a peer. How could this be possible? Angrily, she summoned all her blood energy, meeting Jiang Heng's oncoming elbow strike with a palm. At the moment their limbs collided, a muffled sound reverberated as an invisible shockwave spread outward. The Xin-level mountain-breaking fist, upgraded from the perfected level of the shattered rock fist, under Jiang Heng's command, was no longer limited to mere fists. Even an improvised elbow strike possessed nearly 3 times the explosive power. With a force of 60,000 pounds multiplied by 3, it unleashed a staggering 180,000 pounds of explosive strength. It directly crushed Meng Lingxiu's palm, driving her hand toward her own head. Bang! With a dull thud, Meng Lingxiu's body was flung aside, crashing onto the arena. Momentarily unable to rise, a figure darted toward the arena. Crouching beside Meng Lingxiu to check her breath and pulse, it was the blue-clad steward who had originally been outside the ring. Upon confirming Meng Lingxiu was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Ordinary disciples could be disregarded, but if something happened to a genius like Meng Lingxiu, he could find himself in trouble as well. He cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Hong but chose not to speak. After all, it was evident that Jiang Hong was also a genius. It was best not to make an enemy of him. At this moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. So powerful. Next month, Jiang Hong will undoubtedly have the capability to compete for a spot among the top 10 outer disciples. And he is only in his teens. He is destined to rise and become a core disciple, perhaps even a more formidable true inheritor. Someone exclaimed, I can already see a new star of the sect rising. However, others remarked, but that Jiang Hong is rather ruthless. He dealt such heavy blows to a beauty like Meng Lingxiu. At this time, Meng Lingxiu on the stage slowly opened her eyes, regaining her lucidity. After thanking the steward, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Hong, who stood quietly at the edge of the arena. His expression remained calm, his handsome face marked by youthfulness and innocence, exuding an aura of harmlessness. How infuriating, to strike so fiercely! Meng Lingxiu gritted her teeth in silence. Her head still buzzed from the impact. Had it not been for her robust martial physique, that strike could have easily shattered stone. In the atmosphere of the Duel sect, while few were captivated by her beauty, no one had ever struck her with such severity in a duel. Moreover, that previous punch had just barely grazed her prominent features. Lecture. Meng Lingxiu blushed, muttering under her breath before turning to leave the stage. Next contestant, outer disciple E, please come to the stage. The steward gracefully returned to the table outside the arena, calling out once more. Following 2 overwhelming battles, the subsequent challengers largely chose to concede upon stepping onto the stage. In fact, no one dared to challenge further. Jiang Hong glanced toward the steward outside the arena and declared, since there are no challengers, I announce that Zhang Hong becomes the second challenger. Tomorrow at noon, you may come to challenge the champion, Pu Xingyu. After Zhang Hong stepped down, others continued to ascend the stage for challenges. In truth, some were not necessarily aiming for the champion but simply sought to gain combat experience or showcase their abilities before the onlookers. After all, aside from the annual Sect competition, the Duel Arena was a significant event for the Sect, drawing many spectators daily. Once he left the arena, Zhang Hong returned to his small courtyard to resume his training. In a lavish and spacious palace, a middle-aged man clad in black sat cross-legged upon a high platform. His breathing fluctuated between calm and hurried, causing the air within the hall to stir accordingly. An overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped him. After a long while, he ceased his cultivation, allowing the atmosphere to gradually settle. "Come in," he murmured, still with his eyes slightly closed, as if in meditation. A middle-aged man entered, keeping his head lowered as he approached the steps and bowed. "Elder son, I have information regarding Jiang Wenjing's son." Zhang Hong, the black-clad middle-aged man, known as Elder Son, furrowed his brow. "Jiang Wenjing's son? That waste? Did I not instruct you? With the sect leader's election approaching, do not concern yourself with his existence. We do not want to appear small-minded." The middle-aged man at the steps, still bowing, replied calmly, "He has recently experienced an unusually rapid rise in cultivation, and I believe it is necessary to report this." He continued, "A month ago, Zhang Hong was still bullied by a servant. Over half a month ago, he was promoted to an outer disciple. This afternoon, he defeated another disciple with an 8th-layer physical realm and perfected-level swordsmanship in the outer disciple duel arena with overwhelming force. His perfected Gale Step, an unknown fist technique above the perfected level, and a physique seemingly stronger than the perfected level of the statue technique. All at the 6th level of cultivation. It appears he has mastered all of this within the last half-month." As he spoke, Elder Son's expression darkened, and a formidable aura emanated from him, casting a terrifying pressure throughout the hall. "Heh! It seems this little bastard, like Jiang Wenjing, possesses astonishing talent. Initially, I considered ignoring his existence due to Elder Wen's favor. But now, it seems this little bastard cannot be allowed to live." With that, Elder Son's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, coldly instructing, "Lei Song, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Remember, do not get us involved in any way. I do not wish for anyone to grasp at our weaknesses." The middle-aged man, Lei Song, responded, "Understood." The following day at noon, Zhang Hong allocated all his newly acquired potential points to his cultivation, which surged dramatically. His cultivation, 552360000. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he made his way to the duel arena. At this moment, the arena was already teeming with people. As Zhang Hong approached, someone gasped, "It's Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong has arrived." The crowd parted to create a path, watching as he walked step by step toward the waiting area beside the arena. "Zhang Hong, please wait a moment. Pu Xingyu should be here in about 15 minutes. The steward behind the table politely informed him. Zhang Hong nodded with a smile. At that moment, two fighters continued their intense battle on the stage, but the crowd's focus had shifted away from the arena. Instead, discussions about the quietly standing Zhang Hong and the forthcoming Pu Xingyu abounded. It was said that Pu Xingyu had recently broken through to the 9th level of cultivation, coupled with his perfected falling moon blade technique. With 90,000 pounds of strength and double explosive power, he boasted an explosive force of 180,000 pounds. Like Xiao, had he not recently emerged, he would surely have ranked among the top 50 in the Sect competition. With a chance for the top 10. Zhang Hong was equally formidable, possessing a robust physique, perfected level step techniques, and at least perfected level fist techniques. When it came to talent in martial arts and techniques, he was among the very best within the entire Sect. However, with his relatively low cultivation, he likely could not contend directly with Pu Xingyu. He would have to rely on his perfected level step techniques to evade his opponent. Should he choose to engage head-on, he risked being defeated outright, while a more evasive strategy would greatly increase his chances of victory. Just then, Pu Xingyu arrived, gasps echoed through the crowd, and many turned to witness the entrance. Even the two fighters on stage ceased their conflict, their focus diverted. In the waiting area, Zhang Hong, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the entrance. He saw a young man, broad-shouldered and resembling a powerful beast, striding forward with a long blade slung over his back. His expression was cold, and his long hair, simply tied back, flowed in the wind. Despite an ordinary appearance, he exuded an effortless charisma. His gaze swept around, ultimately locking onto Jiang Hong in the waiting area. As their eyes met, a surge of formidable battle intent ignited. Pu Xingyu leapt into the air, his momentum violent, akin to an ancient behemoth, covering hundreds of meters in an instant as he descended upon the arena. The two fighters on stage hurriedly jumped aside, clearing the way for the imminent duel. Boom! Pu Xingyu descended like a meteor, crashing into the center of the arena. The ground fractured, massive spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Jiang Hong stepped forward, his thunderous voice echoed throughout the venue. I've heard of your achievements. Come and engage in a fierce battle between men with me. All eyes turned to Jiang Hong in the waiting area. In a corner of the audience, Meng Lingxiu stood with a frosty expression, her skirt billowing elegantly. As an exceptional genius, she had recently suffered defeats at the hands of two prodigious youths, making her particularly attentive to this duel between them. At that moment, a robust young man approached her, his voice warm and resonant. Lingxiu, I heard someone bullied you yesterday? Meng Lingxiu frowned, turning to see a poorly dressed, unattractive boy, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. Gazing at her with concern. Either address me by my full name or leave, she retorted coldly. The term bully filled her proud heart with humiliation, especially since he had brought up her recent defeats right away. The ugly boy's expression shifted as he suppressed his anger, his face contorting slightly as he declared, No matter how you treat me, I will continue to protect you. If Jiang Hong bullies you, I will help you take revenge. This is the declaration of the first among the outer disciples, he scoffed, a mere dueling arena. Even if I become the champion, in my eyes, it's merely child's play. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Lingxiu shot him a murderous glare in the waiting area. Jiang Hong remained composed. Upon hearing Pu Xingyu's challenge, he leaped into the air, landing near him. I once held expectations for you. But seeing your performance now fills me with disappointment. Jiang Heng's calm voice resonated, silencing the crowd and darkening Pu Xingyu's expression. Jiang Hong surveyed the shattered ground around Pu Xingyu. You fear my perfected movement techniques? Deliberately damaging the arena to hinder my performance, and now you attempt to provoke me into abandoning my advantage for a direct confrontation. You are older, have been training longer, and possess higher cultivation. Yet you resort to such petty schemes. With a heart so impure, how can you speak of martial arts? As he concluded, Jiang Heng's voice turned stern. The audience exchanged perplexed glances, regarding Pu Xingyu with newfound scrutiny. Realizing that beneath his rugged exterior lay a cunning mind, Pu Xingyu's face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Hong continued, If that is the case, shall I allow you a slight advantage? Come, let us see who is stronger. With that, Jiang Heng's blood surged, a dragon-like aura enveloping him. Radiating with intensity, he stomped the ground, sending debris flying as he shot forth. Boy, you seek death, Pu Xingyu roared, drawing his blade and charging forth with equal ferocity. The two clashed like raging beasts, creating a violent shockwave that rippled outward, shattering the earth and sending gusts of wind swirling. Jiang Hong, at the early stage of the 6th level, possessed a strength exceeding 60,000 pounds. Amplified by the 3.2-fold explosive power of his Shin-level Breaking Mountain Fist, totaling a staggering 200,000 pounds of force. Though he was only slightly stronger than Pu Xingyu, his physical resilience vastly outmatched his opponent's. The collision of blade and fist sent forth a tempestuous wave, with Jiang Hong standing unyielding while Pu Xingyu's blade nearly flew from his grasp, forcing him to stagger back. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Heng's explosive power had surpassed Pu Xingyu's. His physique, movement, and strength were all at the pinnacle of the physical realm. Truly, he was a monstrous youth. Given his youth and limited cultivation, once he reached the 10th level of the physical realm, he would undoubtedly contend for the championship in the Sect's grand competition. This revelation sparked a wave of incredulous exclamations among the audience. On the arena, neither combatant paid heed to the crowd's murmurs. Jiang Hong raised his hand, revealing a faint red mark on his knuckles. Your weapon is impressive. It even managed to inflict a slight pain upon my hand. Come again. Jiang Hong surged forward, delivering another powerful blow. Pu Xingyu's right hand trembled slightly, shock evident in his gaze. What others did not realize was that the long blade he wielded was a treasure-grade weapon, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron effortlessly. Yet now, in a direct clash, it left only a barely perceptible red mark on Jiang Heng's hand. Was such an indomitable physique truly achievable at the physical realm? Pu Xingyu's thoughts swirled, but faced with Jiang Heng's renewed assault, he could only raise his blade to meet him. The two exchanged a series of fierce blows. Invisible shockwaves ravaged the surroundings, the earth crumbling beneath them, the air thick with turbulence. Finally, Pu Xingyu's long blade flew from his grasp, leaving him wide open. Jiang Heng seized the opportunity, delivering a punch that struck true to Pu Xingyu's chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying. Unrelenting, Jiang Heng pursued, grabbing Pu Xingyu by the hair to halt his retreat, raining down a flurry of punches. "Release me," Pu Xingyu gasped, collapsing to the ground. In his mind, the system notification chimed. Ding, battle won. Earned 100 potential points. An attendant leaped onto the stage, quickly assessing Pu Xingyu's injuries before announcing, "The victor is Jiang Heng. From this day forth, Jiang Heng is the new champion of the arena." The crowd erupted in cheers. To some, it seemed as though a champion of the Sect's grand competition had emerged. A voice of disdain rang out from outside the arena. The crowd turned to see the ugly boy standing not far from Lingyun. Lingyun subtly shifted away, while Jiang Heng cast his gaze towards him. The audience buzzed with excitement. It's chingping, the first among the outer disciples. Why would he attend a duel? At his level, he should consider himself above such matters. How intriguing! Chingping appears to be challenging Jiang Heng. Will a confrontation ensue? With Chingping's strength, Jiang Heng is no match for him at present. Hearing the murmurs, Chingping raised his chin, regarding Jiang Heng with a scornful gaze. "Jiang Heng, I heard you bullied Lingyun yesterday. I wish to see if such arrogance allows you to withstand my blade." Lingyun clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Chingping. Jiang Heng remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You are the champion of last year's grand competition, Chingping. The grand competition is organized by each peak individually. It hardly qualifies you as the first among the outer disciples. Yet, people tend to refer to the champion as the outer disciple number 1. Jiang Heng's deliberate remark aimed to temper Chingping's arrogance. Chingping's expression faltered. His prideful nature flared in response to Jiang Heng's nonchalance, leading him to coldly retort, "Indeed, Jiang Heng, do you dare to duel with me?" Lingyun's gaze sharpened, glaring at Chingping once more, a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Chingping shivered, glancing back only to meet her icy profile. He surveyed the area, failing to identify the source of the menace, before turning his attention back to Jiang Heng, awaiting a reply. "Very well," Jiang Heng replied indifferently. "A month from now is the Sect's grand competition. We shall officially battle before everyone then. Or, if you are uncertain of reaching the final showdown, we can duel here in half a month. Choose one." Chingping hesitated. He had initially intended to fight immediately, but Jiang Heng's words deterred him from proposing conditions. Moreover, Jiang Heng had just fought a match. Even though he emerged victorious, others might perceive it as taking advantage of a moment of weakness. "I shall grant you a month. We shall meet on the arena then. However, even if you fail to reach the final showdown, I will still demand a one-on-one duel, and no matter what tricks you employ, you cannot escape this battle." Having spoken, he elegantly turned and departed. Chapter 12. A Surge in Cultivation, the Earth-Level Golden Statue Technique. Jiang Heng stepped down from the arena and approached the waiting area. "From this day forth, you shall be the arena master. You may arrange a time to accept challenges, and simply return at that time each day to face the challengers. Remember, you must come every day. Should you fail to appear on any given day when there is a challenge, your opponent will immediately take your place as the new arena master." The attendant registered Jiang Heng's information and recorded his 10 contribution points for the day. "Very well, I shall choose the time after lunch." Jiang Heng nodded, completed the registration, and then departed. On the arena, others had already begun their relentless battles. After exchanging contribution points for 2 blood essence pills, Jiang Heng returned to his courtyard and commenced an intense period of cultivation. The blood essence pills were swiftly consumed, and under the influence of the primordial transformation technique, they were rapidly digested and transformed into potential points by the system. 2 hours later, having completely digested the blood essence pills, Jiang Heng received 20,000 potential points and promptly upgraded his most crucial secret technique, the silver statue technique, to the 3rd level. His defensive prowess surged once more. In the ensuing days, Jiang Hong exchanged 2 blood essence pills daily with his contribution points, secluding himself in his courtyard for intensive cultivation, while spending half an hour at noon accepting challenges in the duel arena. Given his current strength, defending his title was merely a formality. As peaceful days passed, time slipped by unnoticeably. A month later, within Jiang Heng's courtyard, his cultivation had now reached the 10th level. The overwhelming power of his blood essence had receded. Yet his powerful movements caused the air to tremble violently, the sound of howling winds echoing continuously. After a considerable time, Jiang Hong withdrew his fists and stood still, checking his personal panel. Host. Jiang Hong Cultivation. 10th level of the physical body realm. 2310000. Primary technique. Primordial transformation technique. Heaven level. Beginner. Martial arts techniques. Mountain crushing fist. Profound level. Perfected. Gale steps. Profound level. Perfected. Secret technique. Silver statue technique. Profound level. Perfected. Potential points. 160700 at present. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the physical body realm, and all major techniques had achieved perfect status at the profound level. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. The reason he had not continued to elevate his cultivation was in preparation for the upcoming Sect competition, where winning the championship would yield substantial rewards. Moreover, such a dazzling record would allow him to receive focused training from the Sect, potentially becoming a core disciple and enjoying significant resources. Upgrade. Silver statue technique. Ding. Consuming 100,000 potential points. Technique simulation in progress. Please wait. Ding. Simulation complete. Please name the new technique. Without hesitation, Jiang Hong declared, Golden Statue Technique. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Golden Statue Technique, Earth level, first level. A tremendous surge of heat materialized within Jiang Heng's body, merging with his skin. His physique began another round of intense enhancement, subtly radiating a golden glow. Unable to resist, Jiang Hong pounded his chest, marveling at its incredible hardness, and couldn't help but exclaim, so solid. With my current state, I am truly invincible in the physical body realm. Jiang Heng's confidence was not merely a result of naivety. Rather, after acquiring knowledge of martial arts in the scripture hall, he understood the hierarchy of techniques. While classified into 4 grades, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, in reality, techniques within the physical body realm predominantly belong to the yellow grade. Rarely did one encounter heaven or earth level techniques. And even profound level techniques were scarce. This was akin to the equipment grading system in the games Jiang Hong played in his past life. Theoretically, each grade of equipment corresponds to its own tier, from bronze to silver, gold, and even divine artifacts. However, in practice, novice villages rarely feature divine artifacts, often only having basic items like white bards, bronze, or silver. Only at higher levels would divine artifacts truly emerge. The same principle applied to martial techniques. Heaven-level techniques were already of a very high grade. As the first realm of martial arts, the complexity of techniques in the physical body realm was limited, with earth and heaven-level techniques being almost non-existent. Yet, Jiang Heng's system was remarkably unreasonable. As long as potential points were sufficient, even yellow-grade techniques could be infinitely upgraded. This resulted in Jiang Heng's martial prowess far surpassing that of any peers at the same level. Now, it was time for me to crush everything in my path. Jiang Hong grinned, revealing a bold smile. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the annual Sect competition, the moment when he would truly enter the spotlight. The next day, Jiang Hong, unusually, did not engage in cultivation. Early in the morning, he leisurely exited his courtyard, heading towards the plaza in the outer Sect courtyard. Along the way, many outer Sect disciples, also on their way to the Sect competition, recognized Jiang Hong and greeted him with politeness. Jiang Hong smiled and nodded in response. Over the past month, his dominance as the arena master had become well known among the majority of outer Sect disciples. Regardless of whether they had witnessed Jiang Hong in battle, they were aware of a remarkably handsome genius whose fighting style was as ferocious as a beast. With perfected levels of fist techniques, perfected levels of footwork, and an invincible physique, coupled with a 6-fold martial arts cultivation, he was far superior to typical outer Sect disciples at the 10th level. After all, perfected martial arts techniques significantly enhanced combat power. Countless individuals predicted that Jiang Hong was likely to secure a place in the top 20 of the competition, and should he experience a breakthrough in cultivation, even the top 10 was not beyond reach. Given Jiang Heng's age, he could easily be deemed an extraordinary genius. Upon arriving at the plaza, Jiang Heng found the area bustling with people, a sea of outer sect disciples clad in blue conversing animatedly. At that moment, a round-faced youth carrying a bundle approached, grinning broadly as he spoke. "Brother, would you like a report on the outer sect experts? It's only one contribution point." Jiang Heng halted and turned his head. "I have no money." The round-faced youth maintained his smile. Since it's you, Jiang Xiao, this report is on the house." As a gesture of goodwill, he retrieved a thin booklet from his bundle and handed it to Jiang Heng, simultaneously stating, "My name is Wen Qingxue, a member of the Wanha Hall, responsible for gathering intelligence on experts within the sect. But please rest assured, it only contains basic public information, primarily to raise the profiles of various experts and provide convenience. Should you encounter any brothers from the Wanha Hall in the future, please extend a bit of courtesy." Chapter 13. The champion will only be me. Jiang Heng accepted the booklet, pondering thoughtfully as he inquired, "Does it contain information on experts of all levels?" Indeed, our Wanha Hall is a loose organization, with members from various levels within the sect, including outer sect, inner sect, and core, each having their intelligence compiled. "Thank you for your kind offer, Liang Shidi. You're too modest." Jiang Xiao, you are one of the predicted favorites for the championship among our hall's brothers. Once you enter the inner sect, or even the core, opportunities will abound. This small gesture is nothing. Jiang Heng glanced at Wen Qingxue in surprise, curiosity sparking within him. "Predicted champion? Many hold you in high regard, but few believe you can secure the championship. Why do you think this prediction exists?" Wen Qingxue smiled at Jiang Heng. "Jiang Xiao, you have been in the outer sect for less than a month. Yet you have defeated fellow top talents Mingling Xiao and Pu Xingyu, becoming the arena master. The martial prowess you've displayed is nearly unmatched among the outer sect. Based on our comparisons of the expert strengths, we believe that if your cultivation breaks through to the 8th level, your chances of winning the championship will be substantial. For an ordinary person, advancing 2 levels in a month is nearly impossible. Yet for you, Jiang Xiao, it remains a possibility. Do you have confidence in yourself?" Jiang Heng smiled nonchalantly, his gaze filled with disdain. "The championship will only belong to me." He opened the booklet in his hand and flipped directly to the section listing the championship favorites. Only 5 individuals were mentioned. Chingping, 19 years old, 10th level of the physical body realm, fully realized falling star sword technique, fully realized gale steps, last year's sect competition champion. Buhani, 17 years old, 10th level of the physical body realm, fully realized or above level pursuit sword technique, fully realized or above level illusory steps, last year's sect competition 29th place. Jiyu Zhaojun, 18 years old, 9th level of the physical body realm, fully realized illusionary sword technique, fully realized gale steps, last year's sect competition 7th place. Lan Gaozhua, 24 years old, 10th level of the physical body realm, fully realized falling moon blade technique. Jiang Heng, 16 years old, 6th level of the physical body realm or above, fully realized shattered rock fist, fully realized gale steps, suspected fully realized copper statue technique. Only 2 championship favorites possess 10th level cultivation? Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished as he inquired. Beside him, Wen Qingxue regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Jiang Xiao, as a genius, you may not fully comprehend this. For most individuals, merely cultivating does not guarantee progress. The physique of a warrior is formidable. Yet merely maintaining one's vitality requires a considerable amount of resources. After the 3-year period of sect benefits, the majority of outer disciples find themselves consumed with various tasks, tirelessly earning contribution points and diligently cultivating to ensure their vitality does not wane, or to achieve even the slightest advancement. Furthermore, excluding those outer disciples who have been initiated for over a decade, the frontrunners for the championship are typically the newly emerged prodigies, rather than those older disciples who have languished in the outer sect for an extended period." At this point, Wen Qingxue sighed deeply, lamenting the despairing chasm that separates the talented from the ordinary. The gifted can devote themselves to cultivation each day, benefiting from the abundant resources provided by the sect, and thus their cultivation progresses vigorously. In contrast, ordinary disciples, hindered by insufficient time for practice and lack of resources, compounded by their inferior talents, often find their cultivation stagnating or even regressing. Jiang Heng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging indeed The dependence of cultivation on resources is exceedingly significant. If it weren't for the system, I might still be languishing in the role of a servant for several more years. Wen Qingxue continued. Of course, there are still some disciples at the 10th level of cultivation. However, combat is not solely determined by cultivation level. The realm of martial arts is equally crucial, in fact, within battles of the same tier. The enhancement provided by martial arts realm surpasses the difference of 1 or 2 minor cultivation levels. Most prodigies either focus on elevating their cultivation or delve deeply into martial arts, rarely managing to excel in both. Only the most exceptional talents can balance both pursuits. The favorites for the championship are precisely such prodigies. Having spent 6 years in the outer sect, Wen Qingxue, despite not being particularly advanced in cultivation, possessed insights that Zhang Hong could scarcely match. As the two engaged in casual conversation, a commanding voice resonated throughout the arena, demanding silence. All eyes turned to the center of the square, where a figure clad in white had unexpectedly appeared on the high platform. The crowd fell silent at once. Dear disciples, I am Wen Qingxue, the overseer of this sect's grand competition. Allow me to briefly outline the process of the competition. Wen Qingxue was a handsome middle-aged man, wielding a long sword, draped in flowing white attire, exuding an elegant and scholarly demeanor akin to that of a sword immortal. His speech was direct and unambiguous. The grand competition is divided into 2 segments. The first segment is the trial of beast hunting. All participants will enter a designated area of the Xiao mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts. Each beast's left ear collected will yield 1 point. Within a week, the top 50 in terms of points will be recognized as the top 50 of the competition. Even if one does not secure a ranking, participants can exchange their accumulated points for corresponding contribution points. Additionally, malicious killings are strictly prohibited. Should any be discovered by the randomly patrolling overseers, their points will be immediately reset to 0, and they may face Sect penalties. The second segment is the arena competition. The top 50 will draw lots for matchups, with victors advancing while the defeated will face new opponents in a similar point-based system. Ultimately, rankings will be determined based on points accumulated in this grand competition. Any questions? A disciple raised his hand and inquired, Respected overseer, what if someone possesses the strength to be in the top 10 but is defeated by a stronger opponent or multiple adversaries in the first segment? Wouldn't that deny them the opportunity to showcase their abilities? Wen Qingxue's gaze swept over the disciple, his expression impassive. Talent is important, but it is not the sole factor. Connections, opportunities, and cunning are equally vital. The grand competition only considers outcomes. If you possess unparalleled talent but have already been slain, do you think anyone would still care about you? After a brief pause, Wen Qingxue continued, All right. Since there are no further questions, let us commence with that. He moved gracefully, landing at the entrance of the square and proceeding outward. The overseers and servants surrounding the square led the outer disciples to follow suit. A grand procession descended the mountain. Continuing westward, Chapter 14. The first round of trials commences. The Duel Sect, situated on the periphery of the Xiao mountain range, could be accessed by journeying westward into the depths of the mountains. After an hour, the throng of nearly 10,000 individuals finally halted at a clearing within the mountains to go forth. You are not permitted to linger in the vicinity, nor venture beyond a 20-kilometer radius. Return here in 2 days to report your results. The crowd dispersed, vanishing into the forest. Among them, Chingping cast a casual glance towards another individual, who promptly nodded and followed Zhang Heng's path. Within the forest, towering trees loomed, and the environment was shrouded in darkness. Even with the formidable sight of a warrior, distinguishing objects from several dozen meters away proved challenging. Zhang Hong strolled leisurely through the woods, relishing the pristine beauty of the primordial forest as if on a casual outing. Having traversed this world for nearly 2 months, he had been wholly immersed in cultivation, hardly allowing himself a moment of respite. Now, he truly felt a sense of relaxation. Not far ahead, a massive serpent, nearly 10 meters in length, slithered silently among the thick branches, gradually approaching Zhang Heng's path. Just as Zhang Hong moved a short distance ahead of the giant serpent, it suddenly lunged with startling speed, its jaws agape to nearly 3 meters, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. The serpent's forked tongue flicked menacingly, producing a dangerous hissing sound. Zhang Hong cast a casual glance, and with a swift movement, evaded the serpent's strike. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful punch, Bang! The opposite side of the serpent's body erupted, a spray of blood and viscera splattering into the distance. The mountain-splitting fist, perfected at the profound level, not only possessed immense destructive power, but also allowed for precise control over the force exerted. If Jiang Hong had desired, a single punch could have obliterated the entire serpent into mere pulp. Alas, it was deaf. The serpent's corpse tumbled away as Jiang Hong continued forward, his expression unfazed. Not far behind him, a figure cautiously trailed his movements, observing Jiang Heng's leisurely demeanor with growing skepticism. Is this fellow merely here for a leisurely stroll? There seems to be no sense of urgency at all. This seemingly inconspicuous young man, named Wang San, had been a disciple of the outer sect for 7 years, having long surpassed his prime cultivation period. His cultivation had stagnated at the 7th level of the physical realm, and he held little hope for the sect's grand competition. However, 2 days prior to their departure, Chingping had sought him out, requesting that he closely monitor Jiang Hong during the competition. He promised that he would seize all of Jiang Heng's spoils, sharing half with him. With Jiang Heng's formidable prowess, even half of his spoils might propel Wang San into the top 50, allowing him to benefit from the sect's abundant resources, thus fostering further advancement in his cultivation. Surely, Jiang Hong must be planning to seize other spoils in the final days. Wang San mused internally. He treaded softly, his feet wrapped in cotton layers, landing soundlessly. Additionally, he had applied a specially formulated insect repellent, ensuring that ordinary snakes, pests, and rodents would not approach him in a dark and narrow cave deep within the forest. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, filled with a fierce glare. This was a middle-aged man with a sinister visage, known as Su Li. Distinct scars marred his forehead and chin, resembling 2 grotesque centipedes coiling upon his face, bestowing upon him a chilling aura. The mere act of slaying an outer disciple commanded a reward of 100 vitality pills, valued at 10,000 taels. Tut, tut. It seems this individual's identity is anything but ordinary. Su Li silently grinned, the scars on his face twisting further with malice. However, no matter how unique his identity, he shall still perish at my hands. To slay such a prodigiously talented youth is indeed a privilege. He. A youthful visage of striking handsomeness floated through his mind. By the riverside, flames danced as several large chunks of beast meat skewered on simple racks were being roasted, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. After a series of rigorous trainings, Jiang Hong leisurely gnawed on a piece of meat. Truly, this beast meat is delectable, even without seasoning. Ferocious beasts are essentially creatures that have condensed their vitality, akin to warriors among humans. Not only are they powerful, but their flesh is imbued with an abundance of energy, comparable to elixirs for martial cultivation. Within the Shilua mountain range, such ferocious beasts abound, and among them, the more formidable ones rival the true Qi realm and even surpass the innate realm. Trials like the sect's grand competition are meticulously prepared in advance, with the most powerful beasts eliminated, and overseers of the true Qi realm stationed at the periphery to ensure the safety of the outer disciples. Otherwise, should the outer disciples venture into the mountains unaccompanied, the risk of death would be exceedingly high. Jiang Hong opened his personal panel to take a look. Host, Jiang Hong Cultivation, Physical Realm, 10th level, 23,100,000, Primary Cultivation Method, Primordial Creation Technique, Heaven Level, Entry, Martial Arts Technique, Mountain Splitting Fist, Profound Level, Perfected, Gale Steps, Profound Level, Perfected, Secret Technique, Golden Figure Technique, Earth Level, First Level, Potential Points, 62. 700. Not bad. In just half an hour of cultivation, I've gained 2,000 potential points. Although beast meat is not as effective as vitality pills, it is still 5 times more efficient than conventional training. At the end of the day, one could potentially accumulate around 20,000 points of potential. Engaging in 5 days of cultivation followed by seizing the spoils from a few adept individuals during the final 2 days, surely? That cannot be deemed as malicious plundering, can it? How delightful! As Jiang Hong indulged in his meat, the distant figure of Wang San trailed him, swallowing hard as he retrieved some provisions he had prepared in advance. Taking a few bites. How infuriating! This fellow is still honing his skills even amidst the trials, and feasting on roasted meat, no less. But it does smell rather enticing. At that moment, the rustling of branches echoed from the adjacent woods, prompting Wang San to halt his actions, Remaining utterly still, Jiang Hong by the riverbank also turned to investigate. How aromatic! A slender figure with a long sword at her waist emerged from the forest. She possessed a graceful stature, rosy lips, and pearly teeth, embodying the visage of a stunning beauty, yet clad in a green martial arts outfit that exuded an air of valiance. Junior brother, I happen to be rather hungry. Would you be so kind as to share half of your meal with me? The young girl approached Jiang Hong, her eyes fixated hungrily on the roasted meat. Jiang Hong cast her a sidelong glance. On what grounds? The girl was taken aback, staring at Jiang Hong in astonishment. You don't recognize me? Whether I recognize you or not is irrelevant. Should I be obliged to know you? Ah, indeed. You must be a newly admitted junior brother. So it's only natural you wouldn't know me. The girl chuckled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Greetings, I am Buhani. I'll trade you a chi blood pill for half of that roasted meat. What do you say? Chapter 15, Buhani. I will ensure your success. Jiang Hong finally regarded her with interest, breaking into a grin. That sounds more reasonable. 1 chi blood pill for half. After handing Jiang Hong a chi blood pill, Buhani found a stone to sit upon, mimicking Jiang Heng's manner as she devoured the meat. Not bad. Your grilling skills are quite commendable. Over the next week, you shall grill the meat for me, and I will continue to pay you 1 chi blood pill each time, plus I will ensure your success in the trials. How does that sound? Buhani said, her satisfaction evident as she lifted her head, unconcerned about the grease smeared across her lips, gazing at Jiang Hong. You will protect me? Jiang Hong was momentarily taken aback. How about this? I shall first gauge your strength. If you truly possess the capability to protect me, I will agree to your terms. If your strength falls short, then the trade will be altered to 2 chi blood pills, and I will still ensure your success. What do you think? Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, Buhani chuckled softly. Junior brother, it seems you truly have not heard of my reputation. Very well, let us proceed. Wiping her mouth, she moved to an open space, casting a challenging gaze at Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong couldn't help but smile, rising to face Buhani. By the way, what is your name, junior brother? I am Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong? That name rings a bell. Ah, you are that rising star, one of the favorites to win the championship? Aren't you? That would be me. In that case, you are worthy of my full effort. Prepare to receive my attack. Buhani, now in a battle stance, wore a serious expression. Jiang Hong, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor as he leisurely approached her. Suddenly, a flash of silver lightning seemed to slice through the air. Unbeknownst to others, Buhani's confidence stemmed from her perfected pursuit of light sword technique, which boasted 3-fold explosive power, coupled with an incredibly swift attack speed and 10-fold cultivation level. She was undoubtedly a formidable force at the peak of the corporeal realm. Moreover, her agility had also reached perfection. In the annals of the Daluo Sect's history, spanning thousands of years, few could rival her physical prowess. According to her father, as long as she remained in the Qi realm, she was invincible. Almost instantaneously, as her sword was unsheathed, Jiang Hong could barely discern a glimmer of cold light rushing toward his arm. Alarmed, he thought, how swift, yet, upon recognizing the trajectory of her attack, he chose not to evade. Thud! A low, muffled sound echoed as the blade pierced through his sleeve, landing on Jiang Heng's arm. What formidable defense! Buhani's pupils constricted in shock. This was no mere bronze statue skill. Even a perfected bronze statue technique could not completely disregard my perfected pursuit of light sword technique. Moreover, the sword in my hand is a treasured artifact. How could it fail to even break the skin? Buhani's figure shifted, and in a blur of perfected agility, she circled around to Jiang Heng's other side, her long sword striking once more. Jiang Hong smirked as he unleashed the perfected wind step, vanishing like a gentle breeze, only to reappear behind Buhani in the next instant. With a swift motion, his right hand shot out, aiming for the back of Buhani's head, akin to a divine dragon extending its claws, swift, fierce, and imposing. Such terrifying speed was well beyond Buhani's expectations. A chill coursed through her, enveloped by a sense of impending doom. He is serious. He intends to kill me. In that moment, her blood surged, her mind buzzing, her potential ignited, accelerating her movements as she transformed into a blur, seeking to escape the peril. Alas, it was too late. Jiang Heng's large hand grasped the nape of her neck effortlessly. His palm was warm and broad, Yet it instilled in Buhani an overwhelming chill and profound shock. This terrifying speed, this incredible physical strength, this is the true invincibility of the corporeal realm. Jiang Hong tightened his grip on her neck, compelling her to halt before swiftly releasing her. "It seems you are unworthy of protecting me," Jiang Hong remarked indifferently as he turned away towards the fire. Buhani, recovering from her shock, turned to gaze at Jiang Heng's retreating figure. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly, "Jiang Shixiang, I admit my defeat. As per our earlier agreement, I shall provide you with 2 qi blood pills, and you must protect me until the trials conclude." Buhani handed Jiang Hong a qi blood pill, then returned to the open space, swallowing another and commencing her cultivation of the primordial creation technique. The life and death crisis she had just experienced had stirred her spirit, causing the bottleneck in her cultivation to loosen, seemingly presenting an opportunity for breakthrough. Once she succeeded, her cultivation would leap to a new realm. Entering the qi realm, Jiang Hong, I concede that you are invincible at the corporeal level. However, when faced with the chasm between realms, you will find yourself defenseless, just as I did. Buhani couldn't help but smile wryly. Though Buhani's form was slender and graceful, each movement she executed radiated an elegant power. Her blood energy enveloped her, rising in intensity. A punch was thrown, and the air erupted with a deafening crack, sending invisible shockwaves rippling outward. Even as a woman, her martial prowess exuded undeniable dominance. Gradually, however, the blood energy surrounding Buhani began to retract. Jiang Hong sat leisurely upon a small stone, savoring the roasted meat, while observing Buhani's cultivation. The first realm of martial arts, the corporeal realm, involves refining the body, strengthening the blood energy, and catalyzing bodily evolution. The second realm, the qi realm, entails refining essence into energy. Essence refers to the energy of blood, while energy signifies true energy. Once the corporeal realm is maximized, the blood energy becomes exceedingly abundant, allowing for its refinement into the first strand of true energy. At this point, the blood energy must be inwardly focused. Hence, Jiang Hong understood that this signified the imminent breakthrough in Buhani's cultivation. Just how powerful is the qi realm? He was eager to find out. A newly ascended practitioner of the qi realm would serve as the perfect benchmark for gauging his own strength. Indeed, before long, Buhani's overflowing blood energy completely retracted, rendering her almost ordinary. Yet, in the next moment, an extraordinary wave emanated from within her, growing increasingly potent. Buhani showed no sign of stopping, consuming 3 more qi blood pills and continuing her cultivation. Chapter 16. Buhani of the Qi Realm. After a considerable time, Buhani withdrew her fists, the powerful fluctuations gradually subsiding. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled with electric brilliance. She immediately turned her gaze toward Jiang Hong, who sat not far away, her fighting spirit ignited. Among her peers, she had never suffered a defeat, let alone such a humiliating one where she had been utterly powerless. The image of Jiang Hong effortlessly pinching the back of her neck like a chick lingered vividly in her mind. No, it is not yet the right time. Having just broken through, her realm remains unstable. I shall train for a few days more, allowing my true energy to accumulate further, and then I will seek retribution for that indignity. Buhani forced herself to quell her battle fervor, a smile gracing her features. Junior brother Jiang, I have broken through. I am now a true Qi realm warrior. Congratulations, however, to so swiftly address me as junior brother again. Do you feel confident in your ability to defeat me? Of course. The power of the Qi realm is beyond your imagination. Buhani replied with a triumphant smile, moving to sit near the fire. Shall we engage in battle once more? Jiang Hong inquired. Buhani hesitated, gazing at Jiang Hong, whose face was brimming with fighting spirit, incredulously asking, I am now a Qi realm warrior. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? While her strength had not altered, the true energy conferred substantial enhancements, nearly doubling the power of any attack. Do you still possess the confidence to challenge me in this state? Jiang Hong flashed a wide grin, his face brimming with anticipation. Of course, however, Buhani felt a flicker of hesitation within. The memory of having been utterly crushed in their previous encounter weighed heavily on her, and she was unwilling to endure such a defeat again, even if there lingered the faintest possibility of it. Tomorrow, once I stabilize my realm, I shall engage you in battle. Jiang Hong nodded, somewhat disappointed. All right. Since you have completed your breakthrough, I shall commence my cultivation as well." With that, Jiang Hong composed himself and stepped into the open space, swallowing a qi blood pill before beginning his training. Moments later, Bu Hani, not to be outdone, moved to the opposite side of the clearing, resuming her own medicinal regimen. They continued this way until evening, when they finally paused. Jiang Hong hunted a ferocious beast, dragging it back to the riverside to skin it, drain its blood, and process its innards, eventually cutting it into sizable chunks, spearing them on branches to roast over the fire. The beast's meat was tough and sinewy, making it a challenge to cook thoroughly even over a roaring flame. Seated beside the fire, the two exchanged insights regarding martial arts, particularly in the realm of combat techniques, where both could be considered unrivaled in their physical prowess. Bu Hani possessed a remarkable innate talent for martial arts, while Jiang Hong benefited from direct system transmissions, rendering his comprehension nearly indistinguishable from her OWN. In the distance, Zhang San, concealed among the trees, wore a pained expression as he observed the fervent scene before him and the steaming roasted meat above the flames, his heart heavy with sorrow. Unbeknownst to him, Bu Hani had already ascended to the true Qi realm. Had he realized this, he would have fled as far as possible. After all, he believed chingping could defeat Jiang Hong. But he knew there was no way to triumph over someone at the true Qi level. After finishing the roasted meat, Jiang Hong received 2 more Qi blood pills from Bu Hani and commenced an intense session of cultivation. With a relatively ample supply of Qi blood pills nourishing him, his potential points surged once more. 90, 000, 100, 000, 103, 000. His potential points reached a staggering 100,000 once again, with all 3 techniques on the cusp of upgrading, and his martial arts cultivation perfectly poised to advance into the true Qi realm. After some contemplation, Jiang Hong ultimately decided to upgrade the golden statue technique. Faced with an unknown opponent at the true Qi level, he aimed to maximize his strengths, intending to confront the true Qi Bu Hani head-on with his formidable physique. Ding! Consumed 100,000 potential points. Golden statue technique, earth level, upgraded to the 2nd tier. As his thoughts crystallized, an immense torrent of heat materialized within him, merging with every fiber of his being. Soon, the integration complete, Jiang Hong stretched languidly, feeling the enhanced vigor coursing through him, bolstering his confidence even further. As night deepened, the two sat cross-legged a short distance apart, each immersed in their meditative practices. The following day, they awakened early, diving into a new day of cultivation. For Bu Hani, it was imperative to solidify her realm and refine her true Qi as much as possible. For Jiang Hong, every second of training was a tangible enhancement of his strength, and he had no intention of slacking off. As for the trial, both had temporarily cast it aside. By noon, they had finished their roasted meat once again. Jiang Shidi, come. Allow me to showcase the terrors of the true Qi realm. Bu Hani, sword in hand, approached the clearing, her face alight with eagerness. After a night and morning of rigorous training, her realm had stabilized, and her true Qi had accumulated significantly. Through her own experimentation, she had discovered, as her father had said, that once one broke through to the true Qi realm, a qualitative transformation in strength occurred. Even the most ordinary of punches or kicks, when infused with true Qi, became immensely destructive. By her own assessment, her destructive power had doubled. Moreover, the operation of true Qi at the surface of her body significantly enhanced her physical resilience. When applied to her movements, her speed and agility saw further improvement. These changes combined meant that her strength was undoubtedly more than just doubled. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she could now defeat 10 versions of her former self before her breakthrough. No matter how invincible Jiang Hong was in the physical realm, in her presence, he would only bow in submission. Finally, the time for retribution had come. I shall hold you like a chick in my palm, allowing you to experience the fear I have endured. With this thought, a smile crept onto Bu Hani's face as visible true Qi began to coalesce around her long sword. The weapon of artifact grade could only truly unleash its formidable potential within the true Qi realm. Primarily due to its exceptional ability to conduct true Qi in simple terms, it could channel the powerful effects of true Qi as effectively as her own limbs, displaying astonishing lethality. Jiang Hong advanced step by step, his Qi and blood surging wildly, enveloping him like a dragoness aura. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as he prepared to unleash his full might. Come, they both shouted in unison in an instant. A silver streak of lightning arced through the air. Jiang Heng barely had time to react before he felt a sharp sting in his chest. The tip of Buhani's sword had already pierced his torso. The sound of the blade slicing through the air reverberated moments later. Chapter 17. Buhani's defeat again, quick, too swift. The perfected pursuit light sword, which he had managed to dodge yesterday, now seemed almost impossible to evade. Truly, the renowned speed of this pinnacle yellow-level sword technique, coupled with her cultivation surpassing his by a whole realm, completely overwhelmed him. Yet, that was all there was to it. A smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth as he unleashed a ferocious punch. Buhani, realizing her strike had landed without effect, was utterly astonished. Just yesterday, they had been equals in the physical realm, yet now she had ascended to the true Qi realm, surpassing him by one entire level. How could an attack at 80% of her strength fail to breach his defenses? How could she continue? Even at full strength, she doubted there would be any significant difference, as a practitioner of the physical realm. Her strength shouldn't be this absurd. Despite her shock, Buhani remained composed. Her reflexes sharp. As Jiang Heng's fierce punch came hurtling towards her, she deftly dodged to the side. Jiang Heng was equally quick to react. The moment she evaded, he activated his movement technique to pursue her. In terms of striking speed, lacking martial enhancements and with a lower cultivation level, he was at a distinct disadvantage. However, in terms of evasion and mobility, his mastery of the profound level perfect gale steps allowed him to outpace Buhani effortlessly. You cannot escape, Jiang Heng grinned menacingly, unleashing a punch imbued with overwhelming force aimed at Buhani's back. Buhani twisted her body in an uncanny manner, evading Jiang Heng's onslaught and seizing the opportunity to thrust her sword once more. Prepared for this, Jiang Heng managed to track the trajectory of her blade just in time. Transforming his fist into a grip, he yanked back and seized the sword's tip. With a sound akin to a piercing wind, Jiang Heng's right hand clutched the sword while his left fist swung out, creating a thunderous explosion in the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Buhani's expression shifted dramatically. She realized she could not evade this strike. Instinctively, she summoned her true Qi and raised her left hand. In that fleeting moment of contact between their palms, an overwhelming force surged forth from Jiang Heng's fist. Buhani's left hand weakened under the onslaught, before being struck back and crashing into her shoulder. With a resounding thud, her body was sent sprawling, her sword flying from her grasp. Jiang Heng, relentless, moved as gracefully as a breeze, his speed unmatched. Before Buhani could even touch the ground, he was already at her side. Delivering another punishing blow more? Buhani's face was a mask of panic as she crossed her arms defensively before her. With a thunderous crash, Buhani's body was crushed downwards, landing heavily upon the uneven surface of the cobblestones. Her eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. For a moment, she lay there, disoriented and instinctively curled into a ball. Ding! Victory in an overlevel battle. Gained 10,000 potential points. Jiang Heng could not help but smile with satisfaction. Such rewards surpassed those gained from consuming Qi blood pills by a considerable margin. Though both granted 10,000 potential points, the battle had only taken seconds, if he were to continuously duel with early-stage true Qi warriors. How swiftly could he amass potential points? It appeared that engaging in overlevel battles was indeed the optimal method for acquiring potential points. Jiang Heng pondered this as he gazed at Buhani, who lay on the ground, groaning softly, his heart racing with excitement. She was practically a mobile treasure trove. At that moment, Buhani finally regained her composure, struggling to sit up from the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Heng. How could you be so strong? How can someone in the physical realm possess such explosive power and speed? Jiang Heng chuckled softly but did not respond, instead extending his hand and silently observing her. Buhani paused, then grasped his hand firmly. My apologies. Since it was an overlevel challenge, I had no choice but to exert my full strength. I hope I did not offend. Jiang Heng smiled lightly. Gently pulling her up, brushing the dust from her clothes, Buhani laughed heartily. No worries. Since it is a duel, one must naturally exert their utmost effort, as this is a mark of respect for one's opponent. That smile, akin to a blooming peony, is resplendent and vibrant, radiating sunshine and vitality. Jiang Heng let out a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Buhani filled with admiration. In this world, individuals of your caliber A heroine among women are indeed rare. It is no wonder I have come to regard you as a dear friend in such a short span of time. Ahem. I mean, I view you as a cherished companion. Talents like us, exceptional in our own right, should mutually inspire and progress together. Buhani, known for her forthright demeanor, found herself momentarily flustered upon hearing Jiang Heng's words. However, the very next moment, she heard him continue. You should take a good rest for a while. We shall resume our combat shortly. Buhani's expression stiffened, staring blankly at Jiang Heng's radiant smile. What did you just say? I said. You should rest well for a bit, then we will continue the battle. Absolutely not. Buhani's lips twitched as she glared at Jiang Heng's handsome face, wishing she could land a punch. Yet, she knew she was no match for him. How about you rest a little longer then? Did I strike too hard earlier? I will go easy on you next time, Jiang Heng said with a concerned expression. After all, he provided her with 4 vitality pills daily and granted her 10,000 potential points after each battle. Such a good friend is a rarity in a lifetime, and no need. I am not your match yet. Continuing this fight would be pointless. Buhani resolutely shook her head. She had come to understand that Jiang Heng simply wished to spar with her. All along, she was acutely aware of her beauty, and although she did not take pride in it, she knew that most male disciples maintained a certain decorum when sparring with her, either being courteous or friendly. Never had anyone fought her with such ferocity. Deep down, she believed that true battles should only be judged by strength, regardless of gender, appearance, or age. Politeness and restraint were an affront to the essence of combat, a disregard for her prowess, a denial of her diligent training. What she desired was for combat to embody its true nature. Do not show her leniency merely because of her beauty, yet now? She gritted her teeth, yearning to say to Jiang Heng, could you possibly be a bit gentler? Chapter 18. You lost again. While the two engaged in their leisurely duel, nearly 10,000 outer disciples dispersed throughout the mountains, most continuously hunting various ferocious beasts to accumulate points for the sect's grand competition. Amidst the mountain's depths, a robust and unattractive youth named Chingping traversed a narrow path, closely followed by a simple-looking young man carrying a bag filled with spoils. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive beast, towering several meters high, leapt from the nearby thicket, charging straight towards Chingping like a mountain descending from the heavens, exuding an intimidating aura. Chingping maintained his composure, gripping his long sword tightly, standing firm without flinching. Vitality surged within him, his garments billowing as he unleashed the perfected meteor sword technique, confronting the descending beast head-on. Yaboom! Under the forceful impact, the long sword cleaved through one of the beast's enormous paws and plunged into its chest. Blood gushing forth. Just before the blood sprayed onto him, Chingping had already shifted his position, withdrawing his sword and positioning himself behind the beast. Howl! In excruciating pain, the beast instinctively let out a wretched cry. Its movements becoming wildly erratic, it twisted backward, its other intact paw slashing behind. The force of this strike was terrifying, whipping up a howling wind, yet Chingping remained unperturbed, plunging his sword into the beast's flank before swiftly dodging again. The creature's vitality was astonishingly resilient, far surpassing that of an average human. As a formidable beast towering several meters, it was among the strongest of its kind, even with Chingping's peak physical prowess. Slaying such a creature was no simple feat. The man and beast engaged in a swift, ferocious dance, wreaking havoc upon the ground around them. A minute later, the battered beast finally collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Chingping, unflustered and unbreathless, severed the beast's left ear and tossed it to the young man beside him, continuing his path forward. Not only Chingping, but many strong outer disciples were also hunting within the trial area. Meanwhile, those of relatively average strength banded together in groups or cautiously searched for weaker prey within the mountains. On the other side, Suli, having left the cave, began to meticulously search the forest. According to his employer, Lei Song, he would stealthily track the target and leave distinctive marks at specific heights on the tree trunks to indicate direction. 5 meters high, crescent-shaped scratches. As he moved cautiously, his gaze swept over each tree trunk. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto an inconspicuous mark on a sturdy trunk. It resembled a crescent shape, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, indicating the direction the target had taken. Suli promptly turned around and continued his careful advance. You cannot rely solely on your formidable physique to charge recklessly into battle. Should you be struck 3 times in vital spots, you will lose. Otherwise, you will gain no combat experience. Additionally, you must not strike too hard, avoid targeting the face, and absolutely do not hit any sensitive areas. Buhani earnestly addressed Jiang Hong. If her opponent were an ordinary person, she would not have felt the need to specify such requirements. But Jiang Hong, after this brief encounter, had revealed himself to be a rather unscrupulous youth who would undoubtedly disregard her feminine identity during their duel. Indeed, under Jiang Heng's persistent requests, Buhani ultimately acquiesced to the duel. "All right, I agree," Jiang Hong decisively nodded. With his overwhelming physique, he felt utterly confident in his victory, so yielding a bit seemed inconsequential. The two returned to a nearby clearing, facing each other once more. Once the battle commenced, both cast aside all distractions, focusing intently on one another. Suddenly, whoosh, both figures moved in unison, slicing through the air like arrows. Just before their clash, a silvery beam of light flickered unexpectedly between them, Buhani's strike. The perfected pursuing light sword technique, swift as lightning. Jiang Hong had long been on guard and prepared for this attack. However, it was simply too swift. He barely managed to shift his body, causing the sword to pierce his lower right abdomen. The first strike. Both counted silently in their minds. Jiang Hong evaded. His right hand shot down, gripping the blade, while his left hand aimed for Buhani's head. In that instant, as Buhani thrust her first sword, she had already anticipated Jiang Heng's counterattack. Thus, as the sword tip made contact with Jiang Hong, her body instinctively veered to the side, perfectly dodging his incoming palm. Jiang Hong, however, could not help but smile. Having withstood the initial strike, he now held the upper hand, moving with greater speed. Without warning, he lunged sideways, akin to a rampaging bull, crashing into the moving Buhani. The perfected gale steps of the Shin level were simply too formidable. His movements almost entirely disregarded inertia, allowing him to change direction unpredictably and at an astonishing speed. Bang! Jiang Heng's shoulder collided forcefully with Buhani's body. Under the immense force, her expression changed dramatically, her body involuntarily flying to the side. Jiang Heng's steps did not falter, and within moments, he had closed the distance, seizing her wrist and halting her retreat. "You lost." Ding victory in the overlevel battle, earning 5,000 potential points. Jiang Hong paused, momentarily taken aback. Had his potential points been halved? Was it due to the continuous battles or the lack of intensity? He pondered deeply. Again, Buhani gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat reluctant. She too was a top talent within the sect, possessing her own pride. Last year, during the sect's grand competition, at merely 16 years of age, she had secured the 29th position, nearly causing a sensation among the outer disciples and drawing the attention of certain high-ranking members of the sect. After a year of training, she had made significant progress in both her cultivation and martial arts. Although she did not voice it, she was resolute in her belief that she would claim the championship in this year's sect competition. Yet now, before the suddenly emerging genius Jiang Hong, she had fallen so easily. Moreover, this was after her cultivation had broken through to the true Qi realm, while he had deliberately restricted his physical capabilities. With such a disparity, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate. She could not tolerate this defeat. Chapter 19. How is it that I cannot break through? During the duel between the two, Suli finally arrived. Following the secret signal, he crouched atop a towering tree, concealed behind its dense foliage, observing intently. Logically speaking, with his strength at the 8th level of Qi realm, he would have no fear even when confronting a deacon from the Deluo sect. Let alone a target at the flesh realm, a single strike would suffice to eliminate the latter. However, he distinctly recalled the instructions given by his employer, Lei Song. Remember, you are merely fortuitously cultivating in the mountains, coincidentally encountering that youth and subsequently killing him. Everything must appear as mere coincidence, without any indication of targeting him. Should there be any hint of exposure, leave the trial area immediately and abandon the mission. The stern expression of his employer, Lei Song, lingered in his mind. Suli grimaced, silently cursing the trouble, yet he dutifully remained hidden in the tree, contemplating a meticulous plan of action. Bang, bang. Jiang Hong and Buhani engaged in fierce combat. Resembling phantoms to Buhani, a true genius, gleaned insights from nearly every clash, managing to prolong his endurance against Jiang Heng with each encounter. Gradually, they began to exchange offense and defense. Jiang Heng, through multiple bouts, discovered that the decrease in potential points he had previously experienced was not due to continuous fighting, but rather a lack of intensity in their encounters. In simple terms, it was because they had not genuinely harmed one another. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng did not intend to truly escalate his efforts. After all, his opponent was not an adversary but a friend, continuously providing him with potential points. Their routine involved alternating between cultivation and combat, and when the time came, they would hunt and roast meat, seemingly oblivious to their circumstances within a trial. The following day, the third day of the trial, at noon under the blazing sun, Jiang Heng and Bu Hani completed their usual sparring before heading into the forest alone to hunt beasts for roasting. The trees by the river were comparatively less dense, allowing more light to filter through. Jiang Heng leaped onto a branch, scanning the woods for prey. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as it fell upon a certain direction. There, a middle-aged man clad in blue martial attire stood before the corpse of a Deluo Sect disciple. All Deluo disciples entering the trial area wore green Sect uniforms, so this middle-aged man in blue was an outsider. At that moment, the previously sideways-faced middle-aged man abruptly turned his head towards Jiang Heng. His face appeared exceedingly ferocious and terrifying, with long scars running across his forehead and chin, resembling a menacing centipede. Evoking a chilling fear, the man's figure shifted, charging directly towards Jiang Heng. His eyes filled with cold intent. Is he intent on silencing me? Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, observing the swiftly approaching figure, silently pondering. The distance between them was not vast, so Jiang Heng did not intend to evade. If the opponent was too powerful, evasion would be futile. If he was average, there was no need to retreat. After all, he had never killed anyone before. I wonder if the potential points gained from killing are the same as from defeating someone? A slight, somewhat arrogant smile curled at the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth. The rapidly advancing figure was none other than Su Li, who had been observing for an entire day. To lend a semblance of reason to his actions, he had deliberately captured a nearby disciple. As Jiang Heng prepared to enter the woods to hunt, Su Li immediately killed the disciple and intentionally exposed the body before Jiang Heng. This was not an overly intricate plan. He merely sought a plausible, reasonable justification. Without preconceived notions, no one would overthink the situation. As Su Li beheld the strange smile on Jiang Heng's face, he couldn't help but grin sinisterly. These disciples of the sect truly were unaware of the heavens and the earth. So arrogant, they stood still, awaiting their demise in the face of an attack. His figure suddenly leaped, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying an astonishing momentum as he struck downwards with his long knife. The energy flowed vigorously. Qi realm? Jiang Heng's expression grew serious. Indeed, if he were not at the Qi realm, he would not dare to casually attack an outer disciple of the Deluo sect. This was a true leap in combat levels. With this thought, a profound battle intent surged within him. Up to this point, all his battles had been overwhelmingly victorious, lacking any challenge. After all, his martial arts were vastly superior to those of others. Those of the same realm could not possibly be his opponents. Now, facing someone with evident hostility, who surpassed him by an entire realm, would undoubtedly provide him with an unprecedentedly exhilarating fight. Jiang Heng's blood began to boil. However, even in pursuit of excitement, it must be under the premise of safety. Upgrade. Enhance the golden statue technique. Ding. Consume 200,000 potential points, upgrading the golden statue technique to the 3rd level. Throughout that entire day, Jiang Heng had engaged in dozens of battles with Bu Hani, acquiring a total of 270,000 potential points. Additionally, after consuming a blood chi pill for cultivation, he had gained another 60,000 potential points, bringing his total potential points to an unprecedented 350,000. Upgrading the golden statue technique was more than sufficient. As the potential points were expended, torrents of heat surged within Jiang Heng, deeply merging with every fiber of his being. Ha! Jiang Heng's form quaked as he disregarded the still unmerged heat, unleashing his vitality and enveloping himself in a dense, blood-red aura. With a powerful push, the branch beneath him snapped and plummeted. His body shot forth, actively meeting the challenge. The two appeared like meteors descending from the heavens, swiftly piercing through the air. Though it seemed slow, in reality, It was but a fleeting moment before they collided with a tremendous crash. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, scattering countless leaves and branches in a chaotic frenzy. At the epicenter of the shockwave, Jiang Heng's right fist met Su Li's dual knives. The impact was painful, though he thought this. A sinister smile graced Jiang Heng's face. Su Li's expression, however, changed drastically. How is this possible? What kind of physique is this? A mere flesh realm warrior, and yet I cannot breach his defenses. His heart brimmed with disbelief. Utterly astonished by the reality before him, this scene entirely surpassed his long-held understanding. Chapter 20. Aren't you here to kill me? Come on. The distinction between the Qi realm and the flesh realm is an immense chasm. In Su Li's years of experience, only once-in-a-century prodigies could reverse defeat a Qi realm practitioner with their flesh realm prowess. Even such a reversal would be at the peak of the flesh realm, defeating a novice at the onset of the Qi realm. Yet Su Li was a formidable warrior at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Although lacking profound martial skills due to being a rogue cultivator, he was still on par with a disciple of the Duel sect at the 5th level of the Qi realm. Given such strength, to engage directly with a flesh realm warrior and merely evoke a sensation of pain without even breaking the skin was unfathomable. At this moment, both warriors were drained of their previous strength, descending towards the ground almost in unison. Su Li soon regained his senses. What does it matter if my physique is strong? I refuse to believe you can withstand my attacks indefinitely. As he landed, Su Li pushed off the ground, springing forth once again, his long knife spinning as he struck down anew. Heh. Since your attacks are so feeble, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Heng grinned, nonchalantly shaking off the pain in his right hand as he readied himself to meet the oncoming assault. Regardless of whether the opponent's previous strike was full force, it proved one thing. The opponent did not possess the ability to kill him effortlessly. Thus, there was no need for excessive caution. Jiang Heng slightly lowered his head, proactively meeting the long knife with his forehead while simultaneously launching a powerful punch with his right hand. For an ordinary person, such a tactic would equate to exchanging injury for injury. Life for life. Su Li's expression shifted slightly. A seasoned warrior, he quickly discerned Jiang Heng's strategy. With the opponent's formidable defensive capabilities, his own strike would likely fail to inflict damage, while the opponent's blow would surely cause him harm. Such an exchange was simply unacceptable. Consequently, Su Li moderated his strength, withdrawing slightly as he struck Jiang Heng's forehead with his knife. Aren't you here to kill me? Come on. Jiang Heng's steps hardly faltered as he charged forward. What? His speed is also so fast. How is this possible? Su Li's face was one of disbelief. A flesh realm warrior with absurdly high defense was one thing, but how could his speed be on par with his own? If it were solely defense, it could be attributed to some secret technique. After all, it is well known that secret techniques are forms of martial arts with exceptionally strong short-term effects. It is quite possible that the opponent had perfectly aligned himself with such a secret technique, investing tremendous effort into its cultivation. Under such circumstances, possessing such terrifying defensive capabilities could be seen as somewhat reasonable. But now, could it be that his speed was also highly compatible with another secret technique? This situation has become rather absurd, has it not? As Su Li retreated, he swung his long blade, aiming at the pursuing Jiang Heng. Yet, Jiang Heng continued to charge forward, head down, seemingly intent on delivering a powerful punch. Madman! Su Li's face flushed with anger as he bellowed. Ever since advancing to the true Qi realm, he had never imagined that one day he would be chased by a mere corporeal realm martial artist. This was an utter disgrace for a true Qi cultivator. However, given the opponent's formidable defensive capabilities, it would not be so easy to eliminate him. Coupled with the fact that the opponent's speed was on par with his own, even the tactic of evasion and combat was rendered impractical. For the time being, he found himself utterly helpless against his pursuer. Realizing this, Su Li decisively turned and fled at full speed into the distance. The commotion here had grown rather loud and could attract the attention of patrollers at any moment. According to his employer Lei Song, the patrollers were disciples of the Duel sect, all of whom were true Qi realm martial artists. If he were to be entangled, he could very well meet his demise here. Su Li ran swiftly, and Jiang Heng pursued just as quickly. The two figures crashed through the forest, colossal trees collapsing with a thunderous roar before their formidable forms, offering little resistance. The sound echoed in all directions. By the riverside. After Jiang Hong departed for the hunt, Buhani dedicated herself to her training in the clearing. Before long, she faintly heard the sounds of collision emanating from the woods, but paid it no mind. However, as the noise grew louder and more intense, she pondered, have they encountered a formidable opponent? With Jiang Heng's terrifying strength, it would take no more than half a minute to subdue an ordinary ferocious beast. Yet, the current sounds suggested a fierce battle was underway. Could it be that they stumbled upon a hidden threat? Buhani promptly grasped the long sword beside her and made her way toward the source of the commotion. Since the sect had secured this area for trials, it had naturally undergone a thorough cleansing. However, given the vast expanse and the numerous caves and hollows, it was impossible to guarantee absolute clearance. It was entirely possible that powerful ferocious beasts or formidable martial artists lay hidden within. The sect had arranged for disciples to patrol the trial area partly to eliminate any lurking threats promptly. Not far away, the tracker Wang San hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to stealthily follow. However, it was not long before he found himself unable to keep pace with Buhani's rapid speed and was left far behind. Meanwhile, not far away, a disciple of Deluo's sect clad in blue was leaping through the woods. Observing the movements within his line of sight, suddenly, he halted, standing atop a great tree, and listened intently. There, he sensed the presence of a powerful being. With a swift motion, he leaped toward the source of the sound. In a certain clearing, Chingping withdrew his long sword from the neck of a ferocious beast, swiftly moving to the side as blood gushed forth, yet he remained as light as a breeze, untainted by the carnage. With another swing of his sword, he severed the beast's left ear, accruing yet another point. The youth accompanying him eagerly collected the spoils, grinning in flattery. "Senior brother Qi, you truly are the best among the outer disciples." Such hunting efficiency is unmatched throughout the outer sect. He knew that Chingping relished being referred to as the top of the outer disciples. Indeed, while Chingping did not respond verbally, the smile on his face was unmistakable. At that moment, both turned their gazes toward a certain direction. What was rushing toward them? Chingping focused intently, gripping his sword tightly. Before long, a figure as swift as lightning entered his line of sight. The person wielded a long knife, their face grotesque, enveloped in a faint, ethereal energy. It was true Qi, a true Qi realm martial artist. Chingping was suddenly alarmed. Once engaged in full combat, the state of a corporeal realm martial artist and that of a true Qi realm martial artist was distinctly different. The hallmark of a corporeal realm cultivator was the blood energy surging like a dragon, an invisible aura enveloping them, ever ascending. In contrast, a true Qi realm martial artist was shrouded in a misty energy. As if encased in a thin film, a true Qi realm martial artist, and an outsider at that, how could they suddenly appear in the trial area? What was pursuing them? Could it be the patrolling disciples? Chingping's mind raced, yet his feet did not falter. Stepping aside, and no matter how confident he was, he dared not confront a true Qi realm martial artist head-on. "Let's go. We must evade to the side," Chingping urged, moving aside. But suddenly, his gaze inadvertently swept past the true Qi realm martial artist, and there, a mysterious pursuer leaped from the woods into view. It was Jiang Hong. Chingping halted, staring in bewilderment at the sight of the two figures. One chasing and the other fleeing, his mind a swirl of confusion. Chapter 21. How could this be? He is merely a corporeal realm martial artist. The pursuer is actually Jiang Hong, a corporeal realm martial artist? Chingping was taken aback. In his long-held beliefs, the gap in strength between each major realm was akin to a chasm. Thus, even though he had become the recognized best among the outer disciples, he had never considered battling a true Qi realm martial artist. The two realms were incomparable, yet now, the scene before him compelled him to question. Could it be that true Qi realm cultivators were not as formidable as believed? Or perhaps, wandering true Qi cultivators possessed significantly lower strength? If Jiang Hong could pursue him, why could he not? Chingping's heart surged with ambition. He had always been unwilling to play second fiddle, and among his peers, he firmly believed that no one surpassed him in strength, let alone someone like Jiang Hong, a latecomer. If Jiang Hong were to pursue an enemy while he fled in disgrace, how would others perceive him? He glanced at his companion, only to find him staring blankly, awaiting his decision. "You hide to the side," I will intercept that person. With that, he sprang into action, transforming into a graceful breeze as he charged toward the two in pursuit. Good. Excellent. As Su Li dashed forward, he saw yet another disciple from the Luo sect stepping up to intercept him, and his heart seethed with fury. Did these sect disciples truly view him as a soft target? Each and every one of them, corporeal realm cultivators, dared to underestimate him, a true Qi realm powerhouse. I shall see if all disciples possess strength as abnormal as that fellow. His heart was filled with frustration and humiliation. Gripping his long knife, he glared menacingly at the approaching ugly youth. All his anger, frustration, and unwillingness coalesced into power. With a horizontal slash of his long knife, Chingping, coming head-on, brought his sword down. The clash of blade and sword rang out. Clang! Chingping's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming force surging from the long knife. His hands weakened involuntarily, and the sword in his grip was sent flying high in the air. The gleaming white blade continued its descent toward his abdomen. Before the blade even reached him, the fierce gust of wind from the strike caused a dull pain in his midsection. The only consolation was that Chingping had initially reserved some energy for evasion. Preparing for the possibility of an unfavorable outcome, he hastily twisted his body, attempting to dodge the strike. However, the blow was too swift. Swoosh! The long knife sliced through his abdomen, the blade piercing deep before slashing across. A torrent of blood gushed forth as true Qi surged into his body. Chingping crumpled to the ground, powerless. Yet Su Li paid no heed to his life or death. After a single strike, he continued to charge forward without pause. This brief moment of delay allowed Jiang Hong to close the distance further. Jiang Heng's figure was like a raging tempest, sweeping past Ian Chingping's perception. Time seemed to stretch. He could clearly see the furious expression on the face of that mysterious and powerful true Qi realm cultivator, along with a hint of urgency. What was he anxious about? Was he fearful of being overtaken by Jiang Hong? An instinctive thought flickered through Chingping's mind just as he saw the figure leave his line of sight. The next moment, Jiang Hong, brimming with combat intent, completely disregarded his presence and dashed past him. So, in their eyes, I am merely an insignificant obstacle, utterly inconsequential. A bitter smile crept across Chingping's face as he crashed to the ground. Losing consciousness, his follower hurried over, checking for signs of life, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, a blue-clad disciple leaped down from a nearby tree, landing deftly beside Chingping and his companion. After a brief examination of the injuries, he noted the traces of true Qi corruption at the wound site, his expression growing grave. Indeed, an intruder from the true Qi realm. Administering a pill to Chingping, he instructed, "Take him aside to rest. I will pursue the intruder and return for further treatment." With that, the disciple leaped away, heading in the direction of the intruder. Simultaneously, he produced a signal flare and decisively released it. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp whistle, a small yet bright orb shot diagonally into the sky high in the distance. Several other blue-clad disciples shifted their gazes toward the flare's trajectory. An unexpected incident. The disciples moved in unison, swiftly following the direction indicated by the signal flare. Not far from Jiang Hong, a shadow silently followed. A subordinate of Elder Sun, and also the employer of Su Li, Lei Song at this moment. His expression was grim, useless. He gazed at Jiang Hong, whose face was filled with fierce determination, as a surge of murderous intent arose within him. The power of the corporeal realm was astonishingly capable of directly withstanding an 8th-level practitioner of the true energy realm. This individual must not be allowed to remain. He possessed the strength of the 3rd realm of martial arts, the innate stage. Currently, within the entire trial grounds, even the most formidable steward, Su Qinghe, could be confronted head-on by him. Moreover, if Su Qinghe refrained from intervening, he was confident that he could sweep through the entire area. However, no. Such a situation prohibited him from acting. As Elder Sun's confidant, Lei Song was acutely aware that while eliminating a potential threat like Jiang Hong was indeed crucial, it paled in comparison to the significance of the sect leader's election a year from now. He understood Jiang Heng's identity and was fully aware of the deep-seated conflict between Elder Sun and Jiang Heng's parents. Should Jiang Hong show any signs of having been deliberately killed, regardless of whether it was instigated by Elder Sun or not, it would undoubtedly be seized upon by those with ulterior motives as a pretext for attack, thus impacting the election. Lei Song reined in his murderous intent and quietly withdrew, his gaze lingering on Jiang Heng's increasingly distant silhouette for a moment. Suddenly, a strong premonition surged within him. If he did not eliminate Jiang Heng today, he might never have another opportunity. He hesitated for an instant. The instincts of a strong individual were often not groundless. Yet, the next moment, he shook his head in self-mockery. How could that be? He was merely at the corporeal realm. I am just being overly anxious. Even if he could defeat a practitioner of the true energy realm, what of it? In the face of the innate stage, he would still be utterly powerless. Not to mention the even stronger spirit sea realm. Lei Song continued to retreat, gradually disappearing into the forest of trees. Get lost, Su Li bellowed, his expression dark as he looked towards an approaching steward of the Duel sect. Apart from the relentless pursuit of Jiang Heng behind him, stewards from other directions were also gradually converging, nearly forming a siege. To survive, he could only burst through the encirclement and evade the obstruction of those ahead. Die! Su Li channeled a substantial amount of true energy, concentrating it into the long blade in his hand. Unfortunately, his weapon was merely a mundane artifact, with limited capacity for true energy and correspondingly limited lethality. In addition, true energy enveloped his arms to enhance his explosive power, while true energy enveloped his chest to bolster his defense, allowing him to exchange injuries for injuries against his opponents. He had to break through at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, if he faltered even for a moment, he would be completely surrounded by stewards coming from other directions, facing the terrifying youth behind him. Break through and live. Fail to break through and die. Chapter 22. Fierce and brutal. Those who offend the Duel sect shall die. The young steward, clad in the blue uniform of the Duel sect and wielding a great sword, looked gravely at the oncoming Su Li. He understood that the opponent was currently in a desperate struggle. Therefore, this strike would undoubtedly be a desperate one. He summoned all his true energy, gripping the sword hilt tightly. Mountain-splitting sword technique. His sword was broad and heavy. When he swung it down, it seemed as if he were attempting to cleave a great mountain in two, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Clang! The blade clashed violently with the sword, and an invisible shockwave surged outward. Wreaking havoc in all directions, dust billowed and weeds swayed. In that moment of confrontation, they were nearly evenly matched. Yet, Su Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart, for those behind him had already caught up, completely surrounding him. Just as several stewards prepared to strike together to eliminate this invader, Jiang Heng spoke. Brothers, leave this person to me, how about it? The others exchanged glances, and one of them spoke solemnly. Junior brother, do you know this person is a practitioner of the true energy realm? Jiang Heng smiled broadly. Of course, I am aware. During our battle, he managed to escape, which is why it alarmed everyone. Therefore, I kindly request my brothers to lend me your support. I shall personally deal with him. Upon hearing this, several stewards were involuntarily shaken. A corporeal realm martial artist was actually chasing down a practitioner of the true energy realm. They had never heard of such a thing before. However, the previous scene indeed aligned with this assertion. Yet, seeing their hesitation, Jiang Heng wasted no words and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Su Li, trapped in a dire situation, swiftly scanned the surrounding stewards, his expression grave. Then turned to Jiang Heng as he approached. Even if he were to die, he would drag you down with me. How dare a mere corporeal realm ant force me into such a predicament? Damn it. Meeting Jiang Heng's fist, he swung down his long blade. At that moment, several stewards' expressions changed dramatically as they prepared to intervene, only to witness a shocking scene. Jiang Heng's punch met the long blade of the practitioner of the true energy realm head-on without suffering any damage. Completely holding his ground, bang, bang. With each punch and each blade clash, the two fought like frenzied beasts, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that swept through the surroundings. The stewards watched in astonishment, one of them unable to contain himself. Is this a false practitioner of the true energy realm? The steward who had just engaged with Su Li looked horrified. No. His cultivation is at least at the 6th level of the true energy realm. Upon hearing this, the others were rendered utterly speechless. A corporeal realm individual was clashing directly with a 6th level practitioner of the true energy realm, and not losing ground. Such a thing was beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand. Ha ha ha, delightful. At that moment, Jiang Heng laughed maniacally. Allowing the opponent's blade to strike his chest, he gripped the blade's edge with both hands, pulling back while lunging forward, delivering a headbutt to the opponent's forehead. Bang! The resounding crash echoed like a bell across the plains. Su Li's mind went blank for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, Jiang Heng unleashed a series of headbutts, each one delivered with all his might, until he left Su Li's face a bloody mess. Su Li's form slumped weakly to the ground. Jiang Heng casually tossed aside the long blade, crouched down, and continued to rain down punches like a pile driver, driving Su Li's already distorted head deep into the earth. Ding! Victory in a superior level battle. Gained 10,000 potential points. Phew! I won. Jiang Heng stood up, exhaling a breath of relief, his face smeared with blood yet radiating a sunny smile. The stewards watched in silent awe, an instinctive chill rising within them. This youth was certainly no benign character. Thank you, brothers. Jiang Heng casually wiped the blood from his face and bowed in gratitude to the others. The stewards responded politely in turn. This youth was not merely a genius. His strength was undeniably on par with any among them, earning their respect. By the way, junior brother, what exactly happened with this invader? Why did he engage you? One of the stewards inquired curiously. Jiang Heng smiled nonchalantly. He killed a junior brother from the outer sect, and I happened to witness it. He probably intended to silence me. As for how he entered the trial area, I am not certain. It seems he must have been overlooked while cultivating here during the cleanup. Another steward pondered thoughtfully. Thanks to you, junior brother, or else we might never have known this invader could have stealthily killed more people. By the way, what is your name, junior brother? Perhaps I can apply for contribution points on your behalf. My name is Jiang Heng. In the distance, dozens of outer sect disciples gazed in shock at the unfolding events, their faces filled with astonishment. The appearance of the signal flare and the resounding commotion between Jiang Heng and the other individual had long since drawn countless eyes. Yet most would not dare to intervene. For everyone knew that the emergence of a signal flare signified a steward's call for help, indicating a situation that even practitioners of the true energy realm would find daunting. It was wise for mere corporeal realm individuals like themselves to keep their distance. However, some daring souls, driven by curiosity, chose to observe from afar. And what they witnessed was indeed astounding. One of the frontrunners for the championship, Jiang Heng, had openly slain a practitioner of the true energy realm. Even the several stewards of the true energy realm were treating him with newfound respect. At that moment, Buhani, who had been trailing from a distance, finally arrived, immediately spotting the bloody Jiang Heng. Brother Jiang, what happened? Nothing much. A pest entered the trial grounds, and I have dealt with it. You're unhurt, right? Of course not. After bidding farewell to the stewards, Jiang Heng turned to leave. Buhani glanced at the corpse on the ground before turning to depart as well. Chapter 23. The champion is destined to be that person. In the ensuing time, Jiang Heng and Buhani continued to engage in practical combat training on a daily basis. 2 days later. On the 5th day of the trials, by the riverside, two figures danced and weaved, akin to phantoms appearing and disappearing. Occasionally, a muffled sound resonated between the two, yet more often, they silently exchanged attacks and evasions, as if performing a choreographed routine. After a considerable duration, one figure suddenly veered to the side. I concede. Buhani steadied her stance and spoke with an air of calm. I have repeated this phrase no less than 100 times. It no longer bears the same weight of hesitation as it did initially. Ding! Victory in a higher level battle achieved. 5,000 potential points acquired. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction and glanced towards the distant horizon where the sun began to rise. The weather is splendid today. It is the perfect moment to commence our formal hunting. Beside him, Buhani rolled her eyes. I must say, some individuals have already completed their trials, yet you are only just beginning. Aren't you the slightest bit anxious? Aren't you anxious either? Jiang Heng retorted nonchalantly. Buhani then chuckled. Do you not know? Warriors at the Qi realm are prohibited from participating in the outer sect disciples grand competition. Jiang Heng was taken aback. Are you implying that those who break through during the trials are also barred? Of course. Then what are you still doing here? I am here to accompany you in your training. Having a sparring partner of equal strength is immensely beneficial for practice. Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. By the way, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned that some have already finished their trials? Such a prime opportunity to hunt fierce beasts. Could anyone possibly return prematurely? Buhani continued to chuckle. Many of the less formidable junior disciples tend to take their leave at the first sign of success, returning promptly when the time is right. Otherwise, facing a formidable opponent like you who snatches up the spoils could very well leave them with nothing to show. You're saying that a considerable number have already returned? And only a handful of those confident in competing for ranks will continue hunting? Zhang Heng shrugged. It matters not, as long as there are still individuals around. I can easily seize a few from them. Buhani shook her head, regarding him with a knowing look. It's not that simple. Oh, you think everyone will just stand by and let you take from them? The final 2 days are the most critical. No one wishes to squander their efforts. Thus, most will be on high alert, steering clear of anyone approaching. Moreover, with the dwindling number of people and the vastness of the area, it will not be easy to gather sufficient spoils. Zhang Heng's expression stiffened. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Buhani feigned nonchalance. Isn't it because I've been preoccupied with our sparring these past few days? Zhang Heng shot her a glare, fully aware that she was being deliberately mischievous. Buhani, however, pretended not to notice and exaggeratedly sighed. Oh dear. How unfortunate it would be if you were eliminated in the first round due to insufficient spoils. You clearly possess the strength to claim victory. Buhani shook her head in feigned regret. Observing her theatrics, Zhang Heng could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's not too late for me to start hunting now. How about you assist me in gathering the spoils? What do I gain from that? Buhani countered. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, next time we spar, I shall let you win once? Buhani's expression darkened immediately, glaring fiercely at Zhang Heng. Unnecessary. For someone of her brilliance, to require her opponent to hold back in a duel would be nothing short of humiliation. Then, how about I give you a blood essence pill? Fine. Given Buhani's illustrious background, she could acquire as many blood essence pills as she desired. Thus she regarded it merely as a trivial bargaining chip. Once the terms were settled, Zhang Heng embarked on a frenzied hunting spree, charging deep into the forest like a formidable bulldozer, toppling mountains and crashing through trees without so much as a pause in his stride. Giant trees fell one after another, resounding with thunderous crashes. Before long, a large beast resembling a black panther appeared not far off, prompting Zhang Heng to pivot his body and charge fiercely towards it. The primary distinction between man and beast lies in intelligence. The beast was utterly oblivious to the peril it faced and lunged forward to confront Zhang Heng. Boom! A punch landed squarely on the beast's iron-like skull, the thunderous sound echoing in the air. The skull of the beast was the hardest part of its body, nearly impervious to regular warriors. However, Zhang Heng's fist was even harder. After the initial strike, his fist felt no recoil. Instead, the beast was momentarily bewildered. Thus, he unleashed punch after punch upon the beast's head. After several encounters, Zhang Heng discovered that he relished this visceral style of combat. Especially now, relying on his invincible physique, he disregarded all attacks, merely focusing on unleashing a relentless barrage. In mere moments, the beast lay dead at his feet. Zhang Heng swiftly turned and dashed towards another direction, while Buhani busied herself collecting the spoils, stowing them into a sizable satchel. This fellow, though appearing delicate, fought with such wild ferocity. Buhani mused for a moment before setting off in pursuit of Zhang Heng. On this day, the numerous outer sect disciples still within the trial area were continuously startled by the thundering sounds of heavy objects crashing down from various directions. It resonated like a rapid drumbeat in each person's ears, imparting a sense of inexplicable urgency. The beasts within the area suffered immensely. They were nearly slaughtered upon encountering Zhang Heng, while some unfortunate disciples who crossed paths with him were also knocked down by a single punch. Their spoils seized in an instant. On the 7th day of the trial, in a clearing among the mountains, thousands of individuals congregated closely together. Simultaneously, many began to emerge from the forest, arriving at a certain point within the crowd, where, with the aid of several attendants, they began tallying their spoils and recording points. Xian Siyuan, 19 points, Ji Fanghua, 21 points. Niumengja, 33 points. Numerous groups of 3 to 5 gathered, sharing tales of their experiences during the trial, while more began discussing the rankings. Originally, Qi Peng was certain to claim first place. However, due to an encounter with an intruder at the Qi realm, he was forced to return early, ending up with only 43 points. Even after returning on the 3rd day, he found himself placed 27th, truly impressive. With this turn of events, the first place should rightfully belong to Buhani, especially since she had yet to return and was undoubtedly still hunting to secure her position. At that moment, not far off, someone began to chuckle. It seems many are unaware of that matter. In truth, the first place is entirely devoid of suspense, as is the upcoming second round of the arena competition. Victory is destined to belong to that individual. Observing his unwavering confidence, someone inquired curiously, "Who?" Jiang Hong. Chapter 24. Jiang Hong is the invincible presence among the outer sect. Jiang Hong, the champion of the duel arena? Though he was among the favorites to win, his strength was evidently inferior to several others, particularly Chingping and Buhanyi. By what right could it be claimed that victory was destined for him? The individual grinned, then posed a question. "Since you all know that Chingping was injured, do you know why he was injured?" The crowd immediately began to murmur among themselves. Of course, the elder mentioned that an intruder at the Qi realm appeared, and that Chingping sustained serious injuries after clashing with them. This did not imply that Chingping was weak. Rather, being able to withstand a direct confrontation with an intruder at the Qi realm underscored his formidable strength. He remained the foremost among the outer sect. The individual did not refute this but smiled mysteriously. "But do you know how that intruder met their demise?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and someone hesitantly remarked, "The elder did not mention that." However, it must have been the elder who killed them, right? Surely it could not have been the esteemed elder Su acting personally? The individual calmly shook his head, preparing to speak, when someone from another direction interjected. "It was Jiang Hong who killed them." Jiang Hong faced off against that intruder at the Qi realm, landing punch after punch, rendering the opponent into a pulp, burying them into the ground. The individual immediately shot a disgruntled glance at the speaker, who returned the gaze with a bright smile. The rest of the crowd, however, had little interest in their exchange, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is that possible? Even if Jiang Hong is strong, can he truly surpass a warrior of the Qi realm? Even Chingping could barely withstand a single strike from that intruder. How could Jiang Hong possibly defeat them in direct combat? Do not jest. If that were the case, the gap in strength between Jiang Hong and Chingping must be astronomical." The overwhelming majority who had not witnessed the event firsthand expressed their skepticism. The individual, red in the face, rebutted vehemently, as though defending his honor. Just then, Jiang Hong returned. Buhanyi had also returned. Someone exclaimed in surprise. These two were both frontrunners for the championship, and their simultaneous appearance immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The two approached side by side, Buhanyi carrying a long sword at her waist, exuding her usual grace and poise, while Jiang Hong, with a black fabric satchel in hand, walked steadily, his expression calm and composed. He arrived before the attendants responsible for tallying the spoils unwrapped the satchel, and with a casual shake, a cascade of bloodied ears fell to the ground. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two attendants began to count. 1, 2, 3, 103. Holy moly! Over 100. The current highest score was only 86 points. Held by Lan Gaozhu. Has it truly surpassed nearly 20 points in one fell swoop? What an astonishing lead! This is utterly terrifying. With such a score, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Hong is poised to be the champion of the first round. However, it is quite perplexing that Buhanyi has returned without any spoils. Does she truly possess none? Did Jiang Hong snatch her gains away? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two attendants conducted another count of the spoils. Confirming their accuracy before recording the results, Buhanyi then approached the head steward, Su Qinghe. "Honorable head steward, I have broken through to the true Qi realm." Su Qinghe raised an eyebrow in astonishment, exclaiming, "You achieved a breakthrough during the trial? At your tender age, you truly embody the pinnacle of genius within our sect. Yet, as per tradition, you should demonstrate your prowess." Buhanyi's expression momentarily stiffened. In the past, she would have deemed the label of top genius to be a fair assessment of herself, but now, such praise felt somewhat jarring. Nevertheless, she concealed her discomfort and summoned her true Qi, confidently showcasing her martial prowess. Not far away, many were observing Buhanyi, and upon witnessing the ethereal aura enveloping her, they were taken aback. Among all formal outer disciples, Buhanyi was indeed among the youngest, yet her cultivation and martial skills ranked among the finest. Since last year, numerous individuals had hailed her as the foremost genius of the outer sect. However, her youth had led to her faltering in the great competition, resulting in a mere 29th place. This year, at the age of 17, Buhani had emerged as a strong contender for the championship. Such talent was already astonishing, yet now she had achieved a breakthrough, directly attaining the true Qi realm. It was utterly remarkable. I have considered myself a genius among ordinary individuals, yet I feel that I will never reach the true Qi realm in this lifetime, while Buhani has managed to do so at merely 17. Truly, she deserves the title of the Outer Sect's greatest genius. All Outer disciples have lost the privilege to compare themselves to her. Buhani has ascended to an entirely different echelon, and soon, she will shine brightly within the Inner Sect. I dare say that even within the Inner Sect, Buhani will undoubtedly belong among the most elite geniuses. Buhani naturally heard all the gasps of admiration around her. Yet the flattery left her somewhat flushed, prompting her to glance instinctively toward Jiang Hong. Others may be oblivious, but she understood deep down that she was far from being the foremost genius. That title truly belonged to someone who overshadowed all, a prodigious talent beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. At that moment, Jiang Hong and the two attendants completed yet another inventory of the spoils and recorded the points before striding toward Buhani. An attendant quickly approached Su Qinghe and whispered, "Head Steward Su, that individual is Jiang Hong Dado?" Su Qinghe replied, directing his gaze toward Jiang Hong. Previously, when several attendants reported to him, he found it hard to believe that a martial artist at the body-refining realm could slay a cultivator of the true Qi realm at the 6th level or above. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, even in his decades of experience. Had it not been for the unwavering assurances of the attendants, he might have suspected them of fabricating the tale. But now, as he observed the approaching Jiang Hong, Su Qinghe was even more astonished. He truly appeared so young. This is the epitome of a peerless prodigy. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, he steadied himself and called out with a smile, "Young man, you are Jiang Hong. Are you not?" Jiang Hong turned his gaze to Su Qinghe, his expression placid. "Indeed, earlier, an attendant reported that you single-handedly vanquished the intruder. Is this correct?" "Yes. Upon returning to the sect, I shall duly report your merits to secure contribution points for you." At this juncture, Su Qinghe nodded approvingly at Jiang Hong, stating, "To defeat a true Qi cultivator while at the body-refining realm, you are truly deserving of the title Heavenly Prodigy." Jiang Hong maintained a humble demeanor, replying with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, Head Steward Su." Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones. Everyone present, being formidable martial artists with keen senses, quickly became aware of the exchange, captivated by the remarkable nature of their discourse. What? Jiang Hong truly killed a formidable opponent of the true Qi realm. Even the head steward engages with him in such amiable terms. This is the treatment reserved for a genius. Invincible, Jiang Hong is indeed the unrivaled force within the outer sect. In a secluded corner, a young man with a long blade resting on his back abruptly opened his eyes, directing a piercing gaze toward Jiang Hong. How is this possible? He was able to slay a true Qi intruder. The young man's eyes gleamed with intensity, yet his expression was fraught with complexity. After years of relentless cultivation, he had finally reached the 10th level. Perfecting his swordsmanship, believing he could make a striking impact, little did he know that another terrifying genius had emerged. Genius. Why is this world so unjust? No matter how hard ordinary people strive, they cannot compete with the incessant influx of youthful prodigies. Frustration marred the young man's visage, leading him to sigh deeply. Alas, it seems that I, Lan Gaozhua, am destined to be without the championship. I shall let fate take its course. On another side, a young woman clutching a long sword wore a similarly astonished expression. To be considered among the favorites for the championship, one must possess strength far exceeding the typical outer disciples. Yet, including Qi Peng, none held absolute confidence in claiming victory. For no one could predict whether others would achieve new breakthroughs or unveil hidden trump cards. Everything hinged upon the ultimate performances on the arena. Thus, each of them had a considerable chance of seizing the championship. Yet now, with Jiang Heng's sudden emergence, he had not only risen from obscurity to become a prime contender, but had also obliterated everyone else's chances of victory. It appeared that the championship was once again out of reach. The sword-wielding maiden, Gu Zhaojun, sighed heavily. Before long, everyone began to return in succession. Su Qinghe stood amidst the crowd, gently announcing the results of the first round. First place, Jiang Hong, 103 points. Second place, Lan Gaozhua, 86 points. Third place, Gu Zhaojun, 82 points. 50th place, Qingxue, 38 points. His voice echoed serenely in everyone's ears. After reading through the entire ranking, he led the group back to the sect. By the time they returned, it was already evening. The next morning, the top 50 disciples would gather at the outer sect square to draw lots and arrange the competition schedule. Now, disperse. Everyone promptly scattered. And Jiang Hong returned to his own courtyard. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he opened his personal panel, Host, Jiang Hong Cultivation, Body Refining Realm 10th Level, 231000000, Primary Technique. Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong, Heavenly Grade, Entry Level, Martial Techniques. Pashan Quan, Mysterious Grade, Perfected. Ji Feng Bu, Mysterious Grade, Perfected, Secret Technique. Jian Xiang Gong, Earth Grade, 3rd Level, Potential Points. 560,000. His current potential points had reached an unprecedented 560,000. He found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to enhance his cultivation. Should he elevate his prowess to the true Qi realm, he would, in a short span, lose a significant source of potential points for surpassing opponents. After all, he lacked the confidence to defeat those at the innate realm in such a brief period. As for the golden statue technique, it seemed unnecessary to upgrade it at the moment. Even if he were to invest 300,000 potential points for a single level increase, it would offer little value considering his already excessive defensive capabilities. Thus, his options were to either continue accumulating potential points to upgrade the primordial transformation technique or to advance 2 martial arts techniques. Following the upgrade patterns of other techniques, advancing a heavenly grade technique would require 1,000,000 potential points, which, given his ability to acquire potential points through surpassing opponents, would not take long to amass. However, he speculated that enhancing the primordial transformation technique might merely improve food absorption efficiency or cultivation speed. For instance, currently, he could digest a Qi blood pill in 1 hour, yielding 10,000 potential points. An upgrade could potentially reduce this time. If he possessed ample resources, this would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Yet, at present, he had only 3 Qi blood pills. Even if he were to enhance efficiency to 1 second, the remaining time would only allow for normal cultivation, resulting in minimal overall improvement. Considering the impending rewards for winning the sect's grand competition, although not officially announced, past records indicated that most rewards consisted of 100 Qi blood pills, 1,000 contribution points, and a daily allocation of 10 contribution points for the next year until promoted to the inner sect. Such resources would be deemed abundant for Jiang Hong, yet they amounted to merely half a month's worth of cultivation supplies. After some contemplation, Jiang Hong resolved to temporarily abandon this path. As for the other 2 perfected Xin-level martial arts techniques, even if he were to exhaust his potential points, they would only elevate his abilities to the Earth-level 3rd stage, which would merely be a decorative addition to his current strength. Jiang Hong shook his head quietly before retreating to his chamber to rest. 4 days prior, within a luxurious and spacious palace, Elder Sun sat cross-legged on a raised platform. Are you saying that Suli, at the 8th level of the true Qi realm, could not inflict any harm on Jiang Hong and was defeated by him? Elder Sun's gentle voice resonated throughout the vast hall. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lei Song bowed respectfully beneath the platform, speaking with neither servility nor arrogance. This Jiang Hong is truly an extraordinary talent. At merely 16 years of age, he has already demonstrated such terrifying potential. Truly a blessing for our sect. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he will undoubtedly achieve the spiritual sea realm, or even become an unparalleled powerhouse of the myriad forms realm. Elder Sun could not help but express his admiration, then casually remarked, then let us create an unforeseen circumstance. Find a way to lure him out of the sect and ensure he perishes outside. Leaving no traces of human involvement, within half a year, I must hear of his demise. Elder Sun's gaze fell upon Lei Song, and he asked indifferently, can you accomplish this? At his words, Lei Song could not help but tremble. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He understood that when Elder Sun posed such a question, it implied that he must succeed. Failure was not an option. Realizing this, Lei Song bowed once more, fearfully declaring, I can. 3 days ago, news of an invader at the true Qi realm being killed by Jiang Hong, who was at the body refinement realm, reached the sect and was promptly reported to the sect master. Within the spacious palace of the 5th peak of the Deluo sect, The sect master Bai Hao Tsong sat cross-legged, exuding an aura as sharp and imposing as a divine sword. Invisible sword chi flickered within 100 meters around him. Suddenly, a slender sword chi appeared out of nowhere, slicing through a section of the floor and leaving a distinct scar. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the floor within 100 meters of Bai Hao Tsong's sitting area was riddled with numerous sword marks. Chapter 26. Remember, do not deceive yourself. After a long while, Bai Hao Tsong's aura retracted as he slowly opened his eyes. A fierce and terrifying sword chi burst forth from his gaze, traveling several dozen meters into the void before dissipating. I still cannot achieve the mastery of summoning 1,000 swords with a single thought or extinguishing them with the same. Bai Hao Tsong sighed inwardly before speaking with indifference. Come in. A blue-clad steward entered with his head lowered, stopping 10 meters away from Bai Hao Tsong, and respectfully stated, Sect Master, there is an urgent report. As he spoke, he presented an envelope with both hands. Bai Hao Tsong raised a hand, causing the envelope to float into his grasp. He opened it and read the contents carefully. Jiang Heng, the son of Jiang Wenjing, a body refinement realm cultivator who directly killed a true Qi realm warrior of the 6th level or above. As expected, a tiger begets no dog. Relay the order that this time, the champion's reward for the Outer Sect Disciples competition at the 8th peak shall be multiplied tenfold. The young steward bowed in acknowledgement. Bai Hao Tsong pondered for a moment before continuing. Additionally, summon the core elder son Feiyu to come here. Understood. The young steward bowed and exited. The sect master wishes to see me? In the grand hall, elder son glanced at the steward who had come to deliver the message, nodded indifferently, and then beckoned. A golden sword soared through the air, hovering before him. Elder son lightly leaped onto the blade, his form transforming into a streak of light as he vanished into the sky. Majestic peaks flashed beneath him, and soon, elder son landed outside the sect master's training hall. The golden sword returned to its sheath behind him as he stepped into the hall. Gazing at Bai Hao Tsong, who had his eyes gently closed atop the mat. Sect master, I hear you called for me? Indeed. Bai Hao Tsong opened his eyes, his gaze calm and composed. Jiang Wenjing's son is now an outer sect disciple, having showcased remarkable talent. Have you heard? Elder son expressed mild surprise. Yes, that's so? Wasn't he considered a waste? He only gained entry into the sect as a servant due to Jiang Wenjing's influence. Bai Hao Tsong observed him without a change in expression. It is only natural to offer preferential treatment to the relatives of sect members. Moreover, I called you here to remind you of something. Your enmity with Jiang Wenjing has been thoroughly resolved. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, elder son's expression darkened, and he coldly regarded Bai Hao Tsong. What do you mean by that, sect master? Bai Hao Tsong met his gaze, offering no reply but instead shaking his head in disappointment. After all these years as brothers, I know your temperament too well today. I merely wish to remind you. Jiang Heng is a seed of the sect. Should any misfortune befall him, no one will escape unscathed. Remember, do not deceive yourself. Elder son's expression turned somber, and he fell silent before turning to leave on his sword. The following morning, the outer sect square was bustling with people, lively and animated. In the center of the square, on a massive arena spanning 100 meters, Su Qinghe, clad in white, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Let me explain the scoring rules. The victor earns 1 point, the loser loses 1 point, and if there is no winner after 10 minutes, it is considered a draw, with neither side scoring. The top 50 disciples, please come up to draw lots. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Heng and the other 50 disciples swiftly ascended the arena, guided by the attendant who followed. Nearby, a steward continuously called out names. Shi Qingxue, number 22. Lu Huiyun, number 13. Jiang Heng, number 6. Chingping, number 5. Excitement surged. Jiang Heng and Chingping were set to face each other in the first round. Chingping was indeed unfortunate. Having sustained severe injuries in the first phase of the trials, it was rumored he had to consume a minor healing pill to recover, and now, in the second phase of the arena competition, he was immediately matched against the invincible Jiang Heng. Xiao achieved a commendable result. Chingping had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, if he were injured by Jiang Heng, it would lead to complications in subsequent rounds. At that moment, most of the outer sect disciples regarded Jiang Heng as the indisputable number one. Even those who had previously believed Chingping would retain the championship altered their views upon hearing from Su Qinghe that Jiang Heng had slain a true Qi realm warrior. In their eyes, There was no longer any doubt that this year's Sect competition champion was already determined. What remained to be seen was merely the contest for other rankings and Jiang Heng's sweeping prowess. Among the crowd, Chingping clutched a wooden plaque marked 5 with a grim expression. He had come to the stark realization that he was no match for Jiang Heng. Previously, he had pondered how to approach the situation should he face Jiang Heng. Fight! That would be self-deprecating. If he were injured, it might hinder his future performance. Surrender? Rationally speaking, that was indeed the best choice. After all, everyone was aware of Jiang Heng's terrifying strength, and conceding was not a disgrace. Sighing inwardly, Chingping resigned himself to the reality of conceding. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast to risk humiliation. I will concede, he thought, as he braced himself for the match. Contestants number 1, Diao Gaoyuan, and number 2, Fu Yunhe, please step onto the stage. Two young warriors leaped onto the arena, igniting an intense battle, the clashing of blades resonating continuously in the realm of martial combat. Victories are often determined in mere moments. After all, as Jiang Heng remarked in his previous life, they are all primarily aggressive fighters with low defenses, resulting in swift confrontations. Before long, the first 2 matches concluded. Contestants number 5, Chingping, and number 6, Jiang Heng, please ascend the stage. Jiang Heng sprang onto the platform, his gaze resting upon Chingping below, softly exclaiming, "A month ago, you and I pledged to meet in the decisive battle of the Sect competition to determine the victor. Who would have thought we would cross paths so soon? It must be fate. Come up here. Let me witness the prowess of the so-called first among the outer disciples." Chingping's expression stiffened, the word surrender nearly escaping his lips but stifled by an overwhelming sensation. He could distinctly feel the myriad of eyes upon him, some mocking, some deriding. The title of first among the outer disciples, which he had once cherished with pride, now felt like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. What? The esteemed first among the outer disciples dares not ascend the stage? Jiang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chingping clenched his fists, his complexion reddening. Ascending the stage would certainly be a humiliation, likely resulting in injury that could affect his subsequent matches. Yet, remaining on the sidelines would subject him to taunts and the scrutinizing gazes of countless juniors. The audience of nearly 10,000 fell into an expectant silence, awaiting Chingping's response. Beside the arena, Su Qinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Chingping's shifting expressions, shaking his head slightly, internally deeming him too weak in spirit. Suddenly, Chingping took a deep breath. His demeanor calming, he leaped gracefully onto the arena, positioning himself a short distance opposite Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, I am aware I am not your match, but I shall not concede without a fight. Come forth. Chingping unsheathed his sword, his voice resolute, as he propelled himself forward. Jiang Heng's expression remained placid as he raised a hand, forcefully striking down towards Chingping's blade. This palm descended like a colossal meteor, exuding an overwhelming force that violently collided with the sword's tip. Clang. The blade shattered instantly, and Jiang Heng's hand continued its relentless advance, a powerful gale buffeting Chingping, rendering him nearly breathless in a desperate attempt to evade. Chingping spun away, but Jiang Heng was swifter, transforming his palm into an elbow and delivering a ferocious strike to Chingping's side. Thud. Chingping's body was sent spiraling away, crashing to the ground and rebounding several times before landing in the corner of the arena. The terrifying might of the perfected breaking mountain fist left Chingping with grievous internal injuries, as even what appeared to be a simple elbow strike wreaked havoc on his insides. With one blow, his organs, bones, and flesh lay damaged, leaving Chingping unable to rise for an extended period. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. A one-hit kill. Jiang Heng truly lives up to his reputation as invincible among the outer disciples. Even Chingping, a frontrunner for the championship, could not withstand a single strike from him. I dare say, Jiang Heng is undoubtedly the strongest physical fighter in history. In a corner of the arena, Chingping, battling through excruciating pain, managed to rise, gazing at Jiang Heng's youthful visage, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Who among them, having entered the outer sect, was not a prodigy? Who among the championship contenders was not a genius among geniuses? Yet, in the face of Jiang Heng, even such talent felt utterly powerless. With a single, casual blow, he had been gravely injured, I concede. Chingping uttered in dismay, slowly trudging towards the edge of the arena. His spirit shattered. This defeat struck a devastating blow to his confidence, dispelling all pride and vanity like ephemeral illusions. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng showed no intention of leaving the stage. He surveyed the crowd, and as his gaze swept across, silence enveloped the assembly. Finally, his commanding eyes fell upon the waiting contenders. "You are all weak. All of you, come forth. Allow me to experience a taste of true combat." With a broad grin, Jiang Heng's aura surged, his blood boiling fervently as his long hair billowed wildly, exuding a fervor that electrified the spectators' eye in that moment. His youthful countenance radiated an indomitable spirit, issuing a challenge to all those ranked among the elite. How powerful, how confident, how audacious. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd rang out, "Ascend the stage." Gradually, others joined in, echoing, "Ascend the stage. Ascend the stage." Soon, the entire assembly roared in unison, "Ascend the stage. Ascend the stage." The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the square, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. At the side of the arena, the officiating steward was about to interject, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning, he found it was the chief steward, Su Qinghe. With a slight shake of his head, he maintained a keen interest in the spectacle unfolding. Do not hinder him. In the waiting area, the top 50 contestants, excluding Jiang Heng, had gathered. Their expressions were rigid, fists clenched tightly. Each one of them was a standout among nearly 10,000 outer disciples, a rare genius. Yet now, Jiang Heng alone was challenging all 48 of them simultaneously, an affront to their pride. However, Jiang Heng's might was undeniable. It was evident to all. The frontrunner chingping had fallen to him in a mere exchange, and they feared a similar fate awaited them. Upon the stage, Jiang Heng shook his head in disappointment, then sternly declared, "If you wish to fight, step onto the stage. If not, admit your defeat." As martial artists, one must either rise to battle or courageously acknowledge one's weakness. What is there to discuss in martial arts if one is merely hesitant? Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in jeers directed at the waiting contenders, disdainful remarks echoing in their ears. The expressions of the competitors shifted between shades of green and white at this moment. Lingyun, once a favorite for the championship, took a deep breath, as if speaking to himself or addressing the crowd. Indeed, if one cannot even face their own strength, what is there to discuss about courage and progress? With that, he stood tall, proclaiming, "I, Lingyun, concede." An instantaneous silence enveloped the previously raucous square. Another voice rose, "I, Mitsai, concede." One by one, the contenders followed suit, until all had admitted defeat. A cheer erupted, "Brother Jiang, invincible." The surrounding spectators immediately echoed, "Invincible! Invincible!" The overwhelming roar surged forth, shaking the very air, even causing a passing bird to fall lifelessly from the sky, its insides shattered by the tumult. Meanwhile, chingping, seated and nursing his wounds with healing elixirs, gazed at the exuberant Jiang Heng on the arena, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Eventually, he exhaled deeply, relinquishing the burdens of his earlier obsessions, his mindset shifting to one of serenity. He had come to a clear realization. Jiang Heng was not an opponent he could contend with. On the other side, Xiao, the talented young woman who had once been defeated by Jiang Heng on the dueling stage, wore a similarly intricate expression. Just over a month prior, she had faced Jiang Heng. Yet now, he stood triumphant, dominating the entire outer sect as the undisputed champion. She felt an instinctive awareness that this striking young man was steadily becoming a legend. Reflexively, she recalled the moment of their duel, when his fist had brushed past her towering form, causing her cheeks to flush. Back on the stage, Jiang Heng raised his hand, gently silencing the crowd. He regarded the waiting contenders with approval. Indeed, only by confronting both our strengths and weaknesses can we truly be deemed strong. Since you have all conceded, I hereby declare myself the champion of this round. With that, his gaze turned towards the chief steward, Su Qinghe, silently inquiring. Su Qinghe chuckled, then proclaimed loudly, "This round's champion is Jiang Heng." All the onlookers erupted into jubilant cheers, as though they themselves had claimed victory. The cacophony of shouts and applause lingered for an extended period. After Jiang Heng descended from the stage, two more competitors ascended, engaging in a fierce battle. Yet, the spectators remained fervently animated, animatedly discussing the recent spectacle. Jiang Hong, on the other hand, retreated to a corner to close his eyes and recuperate. One contest followed another, and as the first round concluded, the second commenced immediately. By noon, the tournament was approaching its grand finale. Jiang Hong was undoubtedly the rightful champion, while the rankings of the other participants gradually took shape through further contests. The runner-up was Lingyun, followed by Gu Xiaojun in third place and Chingping in fourth. Notably, Chingping sustained significant internal injuries during his battle with Jiang Hong, and despite consuming healing elixirs, his performance was still adversely affected. Although he managed to contend with others in the second round, he ultimately fell to another strong contender, Lingyun, in the third round. Thus, the final match concluded with a resounding finish. Chapter 28. Will you become my disciple? With the conclusion of the finals, Su Qinghe once again took to the stage, announcing the rankings with a resonant voice. He then began to disclose the rewards associated with this competition. The champion's prize consisted of 1,000 vitality pills, 10,000 contribution points, and an additional daily allocation of 100 contribution points for the next year, until entering the inner sect. Upon hearing this, the previously subdued crowd erupted into another wave of astonishment. The rewards were astonishingly generous. How could they be so extravagant? It was nearly tenfold compared to previous years. Why had there been no prior indication of this? Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Even Jiang Hong gazed up at the stage in disbelief. The sheer magnitude of the rewards, when converted to currency, amounted to 200,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 200 million in his past life. Adding the daily contribution points, it was akin to 1 million every day. This was merely an annual competition for the outer disciples of the 8th peak. How could such lavish rewards be bestowed? At that moment, someone pondered aloud, do you think a high-ranking official has taken a liking to Jiang Hong and deliberately granted him these benefits? Upon hearing this, many began to realize. Given Jiang Hong's unparalleled talent, it was indeed sufficient to attract the attention of the sect's upper echelon. With his prowess, it was already a foregone conclusion that he would win the sect competition. Thus, the suddenly increased champion's reward seemed almost explicitly designated for Jiang Hong. Meanwhile, Su Qinghe on the stage continued to announce the subsequent rewards. The runner-up was awarded 50 vitality pills, 500 contribution points, and an additional daily allocation of 5 contribution points for the next year. Until entering the inner sect, the third-place prize included 30 vitality pills, 300 contribution points, along with the same additional daily contribution points for the following year. From the runner-up onward, the rewards mirrored those of previous years, effectively validating the spectators' conjectures. All gazes were enviously fixed on Jiang Hong below the stage. He had truly ascended to greatness in just one outer sect competition. He had captured the attention of the higher-ups and simultaneously acquired such an abundance of resources and rewards. It was certain that he would soar to new heights. On the stage, Su Qinghe bellowed, the top 50 contestants, please come forward to claim your rewards. Jiang Hong and the others stepped onto the stage. Forming a long line behind Su Qinghe, dozens of outer disciples each held a small wooden box, distributing them to every award-winning disciple. Positioned at the center of the line, Jiang Hong received a luxurious wooden box adorned with golden patterns. I hereby declare that the 8th Peak Outer Disciples Competition of the year 3022 of the Tai Sui calendar has officially concluded. After this proclamation, Su Qinghe instructed everyone to disperse, yet he requested Jiang Hong to remain behind. As Jiang Hong stood in confusion, Su Qinghe solemnly stated, the sect master wishes to see you. Jiang Hong's expression turned serious instantly. The sect master of the Duel sect, in the realm of Water Blue Star, was at least akin to the chairman of a trillion-dollar consortium. Not to mention ordinary outer disciples, even inner disciples or core disciples seldom had the opportunity for a private audience with him. Especially in a world that revered martial prowess. Regardless of his authority, the sect master's cultivation was transcendent, akin to a deity among mortals, far beyond Jiang Hong's current reach. Finally, would he encounter the high-level combatants of this world? Jiang Hong felt a surge of excitement within him. An hour later, at the 5th peak, within the sect master's cultivation hall, 4 tall disciples in blue stood silently outside. Su Qinghe entered with Jiang Hong, who cradled the wooden box, and after announcing their arrival, Jiang Hong temporarily placed the box with the attendants before stepping into the hall alone. Inside, he beheld a refined middle-aged man clad in purple, seated cross-legged in the center of the spacious hall, his eyes gently closed. Jiang Heng, come forth. The warm voice of Bai Haotsong resonated throughout the hall. Jiang Heng promptly obeyed, advancing to stand 10 meters away. Sect Master, have a seat. Jiang Heng glanced at the floor, which bore countless minute sword scars, and decided to sit on the ground opposite Bai Haotsong. Only then did Bai Haotsong fully open his eyes, which glimmered like the vast and profound ocean. Your father, Jiang Wenjing, was once an elder of our Deluo sect. After his fall, the young Yu was entrusted to ordinary mortals. Did you ever harbor resentment? Jiang Heng paused for a moment before responding. I did as a child, but not anymore. This was indeed the truth. With his memories now fully integrated, he understood well the thoughts of the young Jiang Heng. In his childhood, as the son of a Deluo sect elder, he lived a life of luxury with an endless supply of precious cultivation resources. Unfortunately, his frail body and poor aptitude hindered him. After the tragic loss of his parents at 8 years old, his life plummeted from paradise to hell. He could only be regarded as a relative of the elder, not a member of the sect. And upon his parents' demise, he lost the right to remain within the sect. Especially given the intricate power dynamics within the sect, and with his parents having rivals, even if he had stayed, his meager talents would have subjected him to various forms of bullying. Of course, these complexities were beyond the understanding of the young Jiang Heng. All he knew was that after his parents' death, the sect expelled him. Thus, he harbored deep-seated grievances toward the Deluo sect. Mixed with nostalgia and longing, it wasn't until after 6 years of mundane life, having endured numerous hardships and matured in character, that Jiang Heng returned to the Deluo sect, shedding his inner pride, self-esteem, vanity, and other emotions, humbly seeking admission to the sect, even if it meant becoming a mere servant disciple. He yearned for the chance to become a martial artist, no matter how slim the prospect. Consequently, he successfully became a servant disciple of the Deluo sect. Now, with the memories of 2 lifetimes intertwined, Jiang Heng could comprehend that the title of elder was merely a position within the Deluo sect, akin to an executive in a corporation in his past life. His parents were high-ranking officials, the company provided housing and various benefits, but after their death, the child could not inherit their privileges and had to seek another path. In fact, for the sect to have arranged for him to be properly taken care of was already a benevolent gesture. As for how his parents had perished, what had happened to their personal assets before their deaths, and whether the sect had provided compensation after their passing, these details were absent from the young Jiang Heng's memories, likely because he was too young and naive to pay attention to such matters. Bai Haotsong observed Jiang Heng's expression and spoke calmly. The Deluo sect belongs to everyone. Hence, a comprehensive system is a necessity for all to adhere to. If one's talent is lacking, no child can gain entry. Conversely, if one possesses exceptional talent, the sect will naturally extend robust support. This principle is the cornerstone of the Deluo sect's enduring prosperity for millennia. Jiang Heng silently nodded. Indeed, in many novels he had read in his previous life, countless sect disciples would readily kill one another, filled with hostility from top to bottom, devoid of any sense of belonging to their sect. He often wondered how such sects could possibly endure. Thus, upon arriving in this world, he found a strong sense of identification with the overall atmosphere of the Deluo sect. At that moment, Bai Haotsong suddenly inquired, "Do you consider your talent to be commendable?" "Indeed," Jiang Heng replied confidently. Bai Haotsong, however, shook his head. "Not necessarily. At 16, I was already invincible in the physical realm, even defeating martial artists at the true Qi stage. Does that not attest to my talent?" Jiang Heng asked, astonished. Bai Haotsong did not respond directly but instead stated, "There are numerous realms in cultivation, the exact number even I do not know, but they can generally be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is refining essence, encompassing the mortal realm and physical realm. The second stage is refining Qi, which includes the true Qi realm, innate realm, spiritual Qi realm, and myriad phases realm. The third stage is refining spirit. Starting from the myriad phases realm onward, all subsequent realms should belong to this stage. Each stage has its own focus in cultivation. Thus, some may progress rapidly in the first stage only to become mediocre in the second, while others may be unremarkable in the first yet suddenly excel in the second. Therefore, what you are currently demonstrating is merely the astonishing potential of the refining essence stage. In other words, while you may indeed be unrivaled in the physical realm, when you reach the true Qi realm or even the innate realm, how much of an advantage you will retain remains uncertain. Jiang Heng arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Then why was I deemed to have poor talent during my childhood? Perhaps my aptitude for qi refining is quite commendable." Bai Hao Tsang remained unperturbed, stating, "The talent for refining essence is determined by one's root bone, while the aptitude for qi refining is assessed through one's spiritual root, and the capacity for spirit refining hinges on one's comprehension. As for you, both your root bone and spiritual root are exceedingly deficient." Jiang Heng sighed in resignation. "Very well, then what is the purpose of the sect master summoning me? Do you wish to become my disciple?" Bai Hao Tsang asked. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed harbored such speculation, but upon hearing the sect master's recent theoretical exposition, he dismissed the notion. After all, if it could not be guaranteed that his future talent would be outstanding, allowing him to naturally grow within the sect would be the wisest choice. Yet now, with the sect master's proposition, doubt clouded his mind. "Your comprehension is exceptional. Within a mere month, you have mastered several techniques to perfection. For an ordinary person, even the best comprehension would bear little fruit, as they would struggle to reach the spirit refining stage. However, not only does your comprehension excel, but your current root bone performance is also remarkable. With both essence and spirit refining, you are destined for great success." Bai Hao Tsang gazed at him with a serene demeanor. Jiang Heng cautiously probed, "If I were to become your disciple, would there be boundless resources at my disposal? Will there be secret techniques imparted at no cost?" "Indeed. Yet, this will also depend on your subsequent performance." Bai Hao Tsang nodded. "Excellent. I am willing." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Jiang Heng eagerly nodded in agreement. With the Sect's grand competition offering a tenfold reward, coupled with the vast resources available to the sect master's disciples, he felt he could soar to new heights. "Now, you may leave and return to me once you have broken through to the true qi stage." Bai Hao Tsang continued. At that moment, Jiang Heng's expression stiffened, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. "Sect master, is there any form of assistance before my breakthrough? Isn't the tenfold reward sufficient?" Bai Hao Tsang's expression finally shifted. Glaring at Jiang Heng, Chapter 29, A Desperate Strike. Alas, what a pity! The feeling of gaining and then losing is quite distressing. As Jiang Heng walked back to the peak, he wore a melancholic expression. He had initially thought that becoming a disciple would yield additional resources, only to find that it amounted to nothing more than the previous championship reward. While it was undoubtedly generous, feelings of disappointment were inevitable. What troubled Jiang Heng further was that the sect master had instructed him to break through to the true qi stage, yet did not specify what rewards awaited him post-breakthrough. Previously, during the trials in the Xiao Mountains, after battling with Buhani, he had discovered the immense potential point rewards from surpassing levels in combat, leading him to resolve to earn enough potential points before breaking through. He had even planned to challenge inner disciples as an outer disciple upon returning to the sect to amass a substantial number of potential points. Yet now, the sect master's mysterious rewards loomed ahead. As long as he broke through, they would be within his grasp. Lost in thought, Jiang Heng returned to the outer area of the 8th peak and headed toward his small courtyard. "Never mind. Regardless of what rewards my master may offer, I shall first earn enough potential points." With this decision made, he pushed open the door to his courtyard, clutching a wooden box in his hands. Inside the courtyard, a charming young girl sat on a stone bench in one corner, none other than his childhood friend, Wen Qingxue. "Brother Jiang Heng, I heard you won the sect's grand competition." Upon seeing Jiang Heng enter, Wen Qingxue immediately stood up, her excitement palpable. Jiang Heng chuckled heartily. Calm down, it's just a small matter." The two of them walked into the room together. Jiang Heng set down the wooden box and turned his gaze back to Wen Qingxue. "Qingxue, you heard about my victory so quickly?" "Indeed. My maid informed me, saying you are the foremost outer disciple and even referred to you as the strongest body cultivator in history." Wen Qingxue's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. "That's quite an exaggeration. I'm not that impressive. I merely dedicated the time others spent sipping coffee to my cultivation, hence I'm only slightly stronger," Jiang Heng replied with a grin. At that moment, he failed to notice that when Qingxue's expression shifted as if she had discovered something unusual. Her pupils dilated, and her body trembled. She quickly regained her playful innocence and curiously asked, "Coffee? What is that?" "Just a delightful type of tea." Jiang Heng casually diverted the topic. After a bit of idle chatter, Wen Qingxue pouted and said, "My father asked me to convey that he hasn't seen you in a long time and would like you to visit our home when you have time." Jiang Heng smiled playfully and nodded in agreement. Certainly, I'll visit when I have the opportunity. He and Wen Qingxue had been childhood friends and had spent considerable time together after joining the sect. Thus their bond was naturally strong. However, Jiang Heng harbored little fondness for Wen Qingxue's father. In his memories, Elder Wen had always been a close friend of his father, often addressing him as Brother Jiang. Yet after his parents' demise, Elder Wen's attitude had grown increasingly cold. If the sect had placed him in an ordinary family due to regulations, it could be understood, but for a personal connection, his father's friend? To act so indifferently was a stark reminder of the cruel reality of once one departs, the tea also cools. Initially, he had sought Elder Wen's assistance to join the sect, a debt he felt he owed. Yet that did not imply he held any fondness for him. He would repay the debt of gratitude, but would maintain a respectful distance. Within the entire sect, the only person he truly cared for was the Wen Qingxue before him. After a bit more idle conversation, when Qingxue bounced away, her mind filled with curiosity in her thoughts, she playfully asked, "Sister Lingyun, did you manage to investigate what kind of extraordinary fate Brother Jiang Heng encountered?" Xiao Lingyun's voice echoed in her mind. "He likely has a fragment of a powerful soul within him. If I were to release my soul power to probe, it could easily be detected. You are still too weak. I cannot expose myself. Thus, I cannot conduct a thorough investigation at present." When Qingxue's playful smile remained, "Is that so? Then let it be. This is still a good thing." After Wen Qingxue departed, Jiang Heng locked the courtyard door and began to cultivate using blood chi pills. With 1,000 pills in hand and at his current cultivation speed, they would suffice for 1,000 hours of training. Even at 6 hours of training a day, they would last him for half a year. As he consumed one blood chi pill after another, Jiang Heng's potential points began to surge once more. 10 days later, within the courtyard, Jiang Heng was enveloped in a rich, blood-like aura, stretching his body and practicing the primordial transformation technique. The aura surged, and the winds howled. After a long while, he finally retracted his fists and stood still. The winds quieting, restoring tranquility to the courtyard, Jiang Heng opened his personal panel to check. Host, Jiang Heng cultivation level, body refining stage 10, 231000000, primary cultivation technique, primordial transformation technique, heaven grade, entry level, martial arts techniques, mountain breaking fist, mystic grade, perfection, gale step, mystic grade, perfection, secret techniques, golden idol technique, earth grade, third level, potential points, 116,000. He took a deep breath and commanded in his mind, upgrade, primordial transformation technique, ding, consumed 100,000 potential points, learned primordial transformation technique, heaven grade, proficient. Simultaneously, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, and a miraculous transformation began to unfold within his body. Jiang Heng ignited a stick of incense in a corner of the courtyard, then swallowed another blood chi pill, commencing the practice of the proficient level of the primordial transformation technique. His stomach churned violently, hastening the digestion of the blood chi pill, as torrents of warmth coursed throughout his entire being. After a considerable time, once the blood chi pill was completely digested, Jiang Heng turned to the courtyard's corner, his heart soaring with joy. It had only taken him half an hour, compared to before the upgrade. His efficiency had doubled. He opened his personal panel once more. Potential points. 170,000. The number of potential points earned remained unchanged, still at 10,000 points. If this continued, he could digest at least 10 pills a day, enough to increase his potential points by over 100,000. I shall enter seclusion and consume all the blood chi pills. With this thought, Jiang Heng became exhilarated. Such a cultivation method that allows for tremendous progress every moment is truly irresistible. Besides the visceral thrill of combat, only such profound cultivation could ignite Jiang Heng's fervor. Meanwhile, not far from his small courtyard, Lei Song, who had been monitoring him, furrowed his brow. Elder Son had given him a 6-month deadline for his task. Originally, he had a rough plan in mind, merely waiting for Jiang Heng to take the bait. However, now that Jiang Heng had won the competition and spent over 10 days without stepping out even once, who could tell when he would finally emerge? At the behest of Elder Son, the task was to eliminate Jiang Heng without leaving any trace of human intervention. Neither overt assassination nor covert tactics were permissible. Instead, one must devise a way to lure him outside the sect and embroil him in an incident, thereby justifying his demise. Thus, all that remained was to wait for Jiang Hong to exit the sect. At that moment, it would be a full-force strike of annihilation. Chapter 30. How dare you presume to engage with senior brother Jiang? Following the conclusion of the Outer Sect Disciples' Grand Competition, life returned to a semblance of tranquility for most. Yet, a rumor began circulating among the outer disciples of the Nine Peaks, a rumor that grew increasingly exaggerated over time. Jiang Hong of the Eighth Peak was proclaimed the first individual in the history of the corporeal realm. Across the 9 peaks of the Deluo sect, throughout the entire Fenghe domain, all of Qingzhou, and indeed the entire Tianyuan Empire, none could rival him. Not a soul was worthy even to be mentioned in the same breath. Let it be said, even the inner sect disciples held little weight against Jiang Hong. Those with a cultivation level above the 6th layer of true qi were directly slain by Jiang Hong, who resided in the corporeal realm. Once he broke through to the true qi realm, he would undoubtedly become invincible within the inner sect of the 9 peaks. Such sentiments echoed ceaselessly across the 9 peaks. As the outer disciples of the 8th peak, having witnessed Jiang Heng's terrifying might firsthand, were consumed by blind admiration. However, for the disciples of the other peaks, such proclamations were nothing short of provocation. This sentiment was shared not only by the outer disciples but also by some of the inner sect's prodigies, who felt a sense of dissatisfaction. How could an outer disciple, a mere 16-year-old junior, dare to claim invincibility in the inner sect? Such arrogance was utterly unfathomable. Of course, they were aware that outer disciples were, after all, juniors. Thus, any disparagement aimed at their seniors could likely invite the sect's wrath. Consequently, the inner disciples merely scoffed at the claims, dismissing them as the fanciful musings of children. Beyond the discourse surrounding Jiang Heng's prowess and potential, discussions also emerged regarding the substantial reward for the champion of the 8th Peak's outer disciple competition. It should be noted that due to the vast number of outer disciples, the grand competition of the 9 peaks was conducted separately, with each peak maintaining its own rankings. Yet now, the reward for the 8th peak had multiplied tenfold. While the other peaks remained unchanged, this disparity was perceived as grossly unfair by the other peaks. As time passed, these rumors did not abate. Rather, they intensified. Eventually, some could no longer contain themselves. On this day, Xiao Bin, the outer champion of the 1st peak, accompanied by several followers, made his way to the outer martial arena of the 8th peak. Intent on stirring trouble, they swaggered in with arrogance. One of the followers boldly proclaimed in the arena. Where are the experts of the 8th peak? Senior brother Xiao Bin, the foremost outer disciple of the 1st peak, is here. Come forth and pay your respects. This declaration immediately incited the ire of the majority of the 8th peak disciples. Some rushed forward, encircling the newcomers, while others noticed one individual among them. A tall figure with a long sword on his back, exuding an air of indifference that commanded an unspoken pressure. It was Xiao Bin, the foremost outer disciple of the 1st peak. Most were unconcerned. What did it matter if he was the foremost disciple of the 1st peak? Before Jiang Hong, they were all but insignificant. At this moment, Xiao Bin coldly interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. If there are experts present, let us settle this on the arena and see for ourselves. Do not disappoint me with your supposed prowess with that." Xiao Bin leaped onto the nearby arena with a thunderous crash. "Come forth. Today, I shall sweep through the outer disciples of the 8th peak." Beneath the arena, the disciples of the 8th peak understood that, after all, Xiao Bin was the foremost disciple of the 1st peak. Ordinary disciples would stand no chance against him. Only those ranked among the top could hope to contend with him. For anyone else to step up would be nothing short of self-humiliation. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, they realized that several of the higher-ranked disciples, including Jiang Hong, were absent from the martial arena. Someone promptly volunteered to seek out the few higher-ranked brothers. One individual approached Jiang Heng's secluded courtyard, where the sound of wind howling like a ghost and a wooden sign reading "Closed for seclusion" hung on the door. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed hard and quietly inquired, "Senior brother Jiang, the foremost outer disciple of the 1st peak has come to challenge you by name." After a prolonged silence, a thunderous voice resonated from within the courtyard. No time. The messenger, filled with trepidation, dared not disturb Jiang Hong further and reluctantly departed. Fortunately, others had also gone to inform Jiang Hong, while Qipeng and a few others were also notified. Naturally, they were keen to witness the foremost disciple of the 1st peak. Thus, Chingping, Gu Xiaojun, and Lan Gaozhua all made their way to the martial arena. Lan Gaozhua arrived first and boldly called out, "You are not Zhang Heng. Which one of you is Zhang Heng? Let him come forth." Casting a glance at Lan Gaozhua, Xiao Bin furrowed his brow. Lan Gaozhua scoffed disdainfully, "If you wish to challenge senior brother Jiang, you must first pass through me." He unsheathed his sword, gripping the hilt with determination. "Very well, then I shall defeat you first," Xiao Bin declared, launching himself forward while drawing his long sword, slashing downwards with ferocity. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing wail as it cut through the atmosphere. Lan Gaozhua, undeterred, was also a practitioner of swordsmanship, having mastered the perfected falling moon sword technique. He swung his sword, sending forth a blade of energy that descended like a crescent moon from the heavens. Swift and formidable, the clash of their blades rang out like thunder, echoing across the arena. The two figures became mere phantoms, intertwining in a relentless dance of strikes and parries, the sound of their blades reverberating without cease, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Though Xiao Bin was indeed the champion of the first peak, Lan Gaozhua was no ordinary disciple. He possessed the strength to contend for the championship himself. The true measure of their strengths could only be revealed through combat. Before long, however, Lan Gaozhua's expression shifted abruptly. His sword was howling. Indeed, the very next moment, with a resounding clash, Xiao Bin's blade shattered Lan Gaozhua's sword. And as Lan Gaozhua attempted to evade, a 20-centimeter-long gash was carved into his abdomen. It was a treasured weapon. Lan Gaozhua clasped his wound, his countenance darkened. Indeed, Xiao Bin stood with his sword sheathed, his demeanor cold. He understood that Jiang Heng's elevation within the 8th peak, despite its exaggerations, was rooted in genuine strength that was truly formidable. Thus, prior to arriving at the 8th peak, he had specifically prepared a treasured long sword to enhance his odds. Yet now, despite his victory, an unsettling apprehension began to settle within him. The individual before him, merely in terms of raw power, was not vastly inferior. Therefore, the Jiang Heng, acknowledged by all outer disciples of the 8th peak as the strongest, would undoubtedly surpass this opponent by a considerable margin. With this realization, Xiao Bin felt a surge of trepidation. He could not allow himself to be humiliated in the 8th peak. As he pondered this, Lan Gaozhua exited the arena, clutching his wound. Chingping leaped onto the stage. Following a grievous defeat in the grand competition, Chingping seemed to have undergone a transformation. His temperament had matured significantly. He was indeed a prodigy, and through this experience, he had achieved a breakthrough in his martial arts, bringing his meteor sword technique to perfection. "How dare you presume to engage with senior brother Jiang?" Chingping coldly regarded Xiao Bin. Chapter 31 4.17 million potential points. Do you all truly regard Jiang Heng as invincible in this world? Upon hearing Chingping's words, Xiao Bin erupted in rage, a bitter laugh escaping him. His experiences since arriving at the 8th peak had led him to believe that all the outer disciples had elevated Jiang Heng to an unprecedented status as the foremost individual in the corporeal realm. Not only could no one challenge him, but even the thought of comparing anyone to him was deemed preposterous. This inherent disdain ignited a primal fury within him. He, Xiao Bin, was also a prodigious talent. He could accept that some peers might surpass him, but to assert that another was absolutely invincible was a notion he could not entertain. I refuse to accept this, if that is the case. I truly wish to witness for myself just how formidable this so-called invincible Jiang Heng really is. Xiao Bin bellowed, the warrior must be bold and relentless, facing challenges head-on. Even if my opponent is indeed stronger, even if I emerge battered and bruised, I will take a bite out of them, ensuring they understand that I am not to be underestimated. With that declaration, Xiao Bin charged forward, gripping his sword with both hands, and struck down with fury. He resembled a raging dragon, exuding an imposing and flamboyant aura. Chingping also embraced a fierce approach. The meteor sword technique emphasized speed, power, and momentum. With a resounding clang, he swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. The blade cut through the air like a meteor descending from the heavens, crashing into Xiao Bin's long sword with a thunderous impact. The invisible shockwave wreaked havoc. Xiao Bin's hair billowed wildly, and his expression shifted dramatically. This explosive power, it was even slightly superior to my own. Chingping's attack was not only fierce but also exceptionally swift. With a swift motion, he pivoted after his strike, the long sword slicing towards his opponent's thigh. Xiao Bin's expression darkened as he deftly twirled his long knife, once again engaging in a fierce clash. The two combatants moved with astonishing speed. Like phantoms dancing upon the arena, the sound of clashing blades ringing incessantly. With each violent collision, both warriors felt their arms grow numbed. At last, chingping seized the moment, forcefully disarming Xiao Bin's long knife for a fleeting instant. Delivering a decisive blow to his opponent's flank, Xiao Bin staggered back 2 paces, clutching his wound, his countenance vacant. Though he had only sustained a minor injury and had not yet lost his fighting spirit, it was clear that he had succumbed to the tide of battle. Having failed to confront the very target he sought to challenge, he had been vanquished by the subordinate of his rival. With your prowess, you are certainly no nameless nobody. Who are you? Xiao Bin inquired solemnly, gazing at the unappealing visage of chingping. I am chingping, the runner-up of the outer sect competition at the 8th peak. Chingping replied, drawing a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood from his sword before speaking with nonchalance. Xiao Bin stared at him in disbelief. How can this be? With your strength, you are merely the runner-up? Just how formidable is the champion, Jiang Heng? Chingping sheathed his sword and cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Bin. The memory of Jiang Heng's spirited demeanor on the day of the finals surfacing in his mind as he casually uttered 2 words, unrivaled. Having said that, he turned and descended from the arena. Xiao Bin stood there, dazed and disheartened. In Chingping's gaze, he perceived a mixture of admiration, reverence, and yearning, yet not a trace of battle intent. A genius, devoid of any fighting spirit towards another genius who stood as a rival. It was as if he foresaw this young man, marginally stronger than himself, being repeatedly crushed before the prodigy named Jiang Heng, until all edges were smoothed away and his inner resolve extinguished, transforming into the Chingping of today, who held Jiang Heng in profound respect. But was this truly possible? Was this youth named Jiang Heng genuinely so powerful? At that moment, Xiao Bin was engulfed by an unprecedented curiosity. Regrettably, having already fallen to Chingping, he no longer possessed the standing to challenge Jiang Heng. With a heavy heart, Xiao Bin returned to the 1st peak. The tales surrounding the outer sect's foremost figure, Jiang Heng, continued to flourish, yet no disciple dared to make a challenge. Following Xiao Bin's defeat at the hands of Chingping, many began to believe the rumors regarding Jiang Heng's prowess. After all, if Chingping possessed such formidable strength, then Jiang Heng, capable of eliminating Chingping, could easily overcome any disciple from the 9 peaks. Thus, no one wished to invite their own suffering. As time slipped by, Jiang Heng remained immersed in seclusion, unseen by any. The fervor of discussions concerning him gradually waned. A month and a half later, within Jiang Heng's courtyard, he swallowed another qi blood pill, skillfully practicing the Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong, which had now reached a consummate level. In a mere 15 minutes, the immense energy contained within the qi blood pill was thoroughly digested and transformed into potential points. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Jiang Heng ceased his movements, exhaling a long breath. Come in. A blue-clad steward entered, pausing a short distance from Jiang Heng, courteously stating, Junior Brother Jiang, the sect master requests your presence. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at him before responding nonchalantly, Very well, I shall make my way there shortly. The steward, seemingly aware of Jiang Heng's unusual status, offered no further words, nodding before departing. After securely locking the door, Jiang Heng opened his personal panel to review his status. Host, Jiang Heng Cultivation, Physical Realm, 10th level, 23,100,000, Primary Cultivation Method. Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong, Heaven Grade, Consummate, Martial Arts Techniques. Pashan Quan, Mystic Grade, Perfected. Ji Fengbu, Mystic Grade, Perfected, Secret Techniques. Jin Xianggong, Earth Grade, 3rd level, Potential Points. 4,170,000 over the past month and a half. His primary cultivation method had continuously ascended to the consummate level, significantly enhancing his absorption efficiency of the qi blood pill. In just about 15 minutes, he could completely digest a single qi blood pill. Consequently, in the brief span of a month and a half, his stock of 1,000 qi blood pills had dwindled to mere dozens. Correspondingly, his potential points had skyrocketed, now amounting to an impressive 4,170,000. Enough to elevate the Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong to perfection or to facilitate a leap in the levels of his other techniques. Jiang Heng concentrated, and with a thought, ding, consuming 300,000 potential points. Jin Xianggong upgraded to the 4th level, Ding, consuming 400,000 potential points. Jin Xianggong upgraded to perfection. An endless torrent of heat surged within Jiangheng's body, merging with every fiber of his being, instigating a qualitative transformation. Once the internal fluctuation stabilized, Jiang Heng promptly commanded another upgrade. Ding, consuming 1 million potential points. Technique simulation in progress. Please wait. Ding, simulation complete. Please name the new technique. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Heng mentally declared, Jin Shanju, congratulations, host. You have learned Jin Shinju, Heaven Grade, 1st level. The moment the notification resonated, an even more immense and searing flow of heat materialized within him, penetrating to the very depths of his being. From his muscles and bones to his organs and every blood vessel, every cell rejoiced in evolution. The flow of blood thundered like a river cascading from the heavens. Reverberating with a booming roar, the air around him surged with energy, swirling violently, even causing the atmosphere to heat to the point of vaporization, forming vast clouds of steam that ascended skyward. The temperature in the courtyard escalated rapidly, the air howling as it rampaged about. His physical form was undergoing an unimaginable transformation at breakneck speed. Chapter 32. Heaven Grade Secret Technique. Jin Shunju. After a considerable time, the tempestuous aura enveloping Jiang Heng gradually subsided. He abruptly opened his eyes, flames seemingly igniting within their depths. Incredible. With a single breath, the air within the courtyard swirled into a subtle tempest. The leap from Earth Grade to Heaven Grade represented an unprecedented qualitative shift. Not only was his defense enhanced, but he also sensed a profound evolution across his entire physical attributes. Sight, agility, reflexes, and vitality all had undergone remarkable advancements. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, his physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Jiang Heng clenched his fist and struck forward with great force. Boom! The air erupted violently. A projectile-like mass of air shot forth several dozen meters, crashing against the courtyard wall and splintering it with a web of cracks. His strength had increased by at least 50%. A wild grin spread across his face. With such a significant enhancement to his auxiliary power, the defensive capabilities of Jin Shunju had reached an immeasurable level, beyond his own comprehension. But this was not the end. Jin Shunju, upgrade, Ding, consuming 1 million potential points. Jin Shunju upgraded to the 2nd level. Jiang Heng surveyed his remaining potential points and subsequently upgraded both Pashan Quan and Ji Fengbu, elevating them to the Earth Grade Perfection level. His attributes were now rejuvenated. His power had undergone a tremendous transformation. Naturally, the cost was that his accumulated potential points, once numbering in the millions, had dwindled to merely 270,000. However, Jiang Heng paid it no mind. When he claimed victory in the Outer Sect competition, he had received a reward of 10,000 contribution points, which he had yet to touch, coupled with the daily accrual of 100 potential points. He had amassed nearly 6,000 points over the past 2 months, making him a veritable tycoon among Outer Sect disciples. Once the upgrades were complete, Jiang Heng tidied himself before heading to the 5th peak. In the Sect Master's Hall, Bai Haotsong remained seated cross-legged in the center of the Grand Chamber. Master, you summoned me? Bai Haotsong opened his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Heng. You have yet to break through? Not yet. Bai Haotsong shook his head slightly. You are too fixated on combat strength. The essence of cultivation is evolution. Even if you possess unmatched might in the physical realm, you remain merely a mortal. A century hence, you shall fade into obscurity. Upon breaking through, the spiritual sea realm grants an extension of 200 years of life, allowing one to soar on swords. The myriad realms afford even greater longevity, potentially leading to immortality. Enhancing your combat prowess serves to protect your path, ensuring you reach the pinnacle of cultivation and evolution. Therefore, cultivation must remain the goal, while combat strength is merely a means. Do not lose sight of the fundamentals. Jiang Heng scratched his head. He had indeed not considered this aspect. When Jin Shunju ascended to the Heaven Grade, his body had undergone a transformation, but whether his lifespan had extended remained uncertain. Furthermore, as elevating his cultivation was not a daunting task for him, he had not given it much thought. However, after consecutive upgrades, his Yuanshi Zhao Huagong had now reached consummate level. And with sufficient resources, he could easily acquire over 400,000 potential points in a single day. Having surpassed the true Qi realm's 10,000 potential points, he no longer regarded it as significant and could indeed spare the time to elevate his cultivation. Very well, I shall seek a breakthrough post-haste. Jiang Hong, ever amenable, nodded in agreement. Bai Haotsong continued in a leisurely manner. It is not only the cultivation that requires re-evaluation, but also the martial arts techniques must be retrained. The martial arts of the physical realm primarily amplify the explosive power of the body. In contrast, the martial arts of the true Qi realm focus on the circulation of true Qi. The two are fundamentally different. When you first advance, relying on the formidable explosive strength of your physical body may grant you some advantage in the initial stages of the true Qi realm. However, as your realm deepens, the combat power derived from true Qi becomes increasingly paramount, rendering the explosive power of the body less significant. By that time, any advantages you possessed in the physical realm will have vanished entirely. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. So you're saying that all the arduous training in the physical realm will ultimately prove futile? He had invested a substantial number of potential points, over 1 million, in the two martial arts of breaking mountain fist and swift wind steps. While it was not a source of great distress for him now, he found it difficult to grasp the implication that if the martial arts of the physical realm became obsolete in the later stages, what then was the value of an ordinary person's hard work? After toiling to achieve great success, or even perfection, would their efforts be rendered worthless upon reaching the true Qi realm? Bai Haotsong cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, "It is not solely the physical realm. The martial arts cultivated in the true Qi realm will similarly be surpassed by stronger techniques once you reach the myriad phenomenon realm. Will you still choose to study them? At each stage of advancement, there will always be superior options available, yet for now, one must follow the established path. Do you intend to abandon all martial arts training simply because you perceive it as a waste of energy? Or do you aspire to leap forward and directly cultivate the highest realm of martial arts?" Jiang Hong scratched his head. "I understand now. Of course, there are those who are devoted to physical training. In ancient times, there were practitioners who focused solely on refining their physical forms. They were as resilient as adamantine, capable of moving mountains, and their strength was not inferior to that of Qi refiners. Yet, the practice of physical cultivation has been entirely supplanted by Qi refinement in the present day due to its distinct advantages. Tio put it in simpler terms, physical cultivation is akin to refining mundane iron into divine weaponry. Whereas Qi refinement is comparable to directly forging divine weapons from divine materials, in terms of training speed and resource consumption, the two are not even on the same scale. The current pathways of martial cultivation are the culmination of the wisdom of countless martial predecessors. At what level should one transition from body refinement to Qi refinement, and at what level should one move from Qi refinement to divine refinement? These classifications of martial realms are essentially the summaries of those who have come before. There is no right or wrong distinction, but they undoubtedly represent the optimal choices. Jiang Heng's mind was illuminated. This is akin to changing professions, isn't it? While reallocating skill points, one also gains additional true Qi attack attributes. Energy attacks are indeed more potent than physical strikes, which is entirely reasonable. He silently marveled at having such an excellent master, as it enabled him to gain a deeper understanding of martial arts. Unlike before when he merely focused on point allocation, possessing only a superficial grasp of the discipline, at that moment, Bai Haotsong lowered his gaze and said softly, "Return now, and strive to break through swiftly. Do not let me down." Jiang Hong suppressed the urge to demonstrate his breakthrough right then and there and bowed before departing. However, he did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the elder residential area on the 8th peak. He had previously promised Wen Qingxue that he would visit her home, but had been in seclusion for the past 2 months. Now that he had emerged, it seemed prudent to pay her a visit along the way. Additionally, he hoped to repay Elder One for the favor she had done him by helping him enter the sect. The elder residential area was situated on the mountainside of the 8th peak, comprising a sprawling collection of luxurious courtyards. After presenting his identification token, Jiang Hong entered the area and strolled along the winding bluestone path. The grass was lush and verdant, and the trees were dense and thriving. A gentle morning breeze rustled the leaves, creating a serene and elegant scene. This place had once been Jiang Heng's childhood home, so he was intimately familiar with the surrounding environment. Before long, he arrived at a grand crimson door. Flanked by two attendants whose expressions were solemn, Jiang Heng ascended the steps and announced, "Please inform them that Outer Sect disciple Jiang Heng is here to visit." Jiang Heng? The two attendants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Ever since Jiang Heng rose to prominence in the Outer Sect competition, his name had become well known. From a mere servant to an outer disciple, he had claimed victory in the Outer Sect competition within a month. Leaving many in a WE.O numerous onlookers, Jiang Heng had become a paragon of inspiration, even a legend, particularly within the circles of outer disciples and servants, where his story was often a topic of conversation. Indeed, his reputation had spread far and wide among the outer disciples and servants of the 8th peak point. One of the gatekeepers, visibly excited, gazed at Jiang Heng's youthful visage and respectfully asked, "Are you the first person of the outer sect?" Jiang Heng? Jiang Heng nodded calmly. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform them at once." The attendant opened a side door and hurried inside. Before long, a cheerful voice rang out from within, "Brother Jiang Heng." The door creaked open, and Wen Qingxue appeared like a lively sprite, rushing out with excitement. Jiang Heng offered a warm smile. "Did you not mention that Uncle Wen invited me to come by when I had time? After being in seclusion for so long, I finally have the opportunity to visit." The two walked side by side into the courtyard, and my father is waiting for you in the reception hall. "Allow me to guide you there." Wen Qingxue led the way, chattering animatedly. "During your seclusion, my cultivation has also made significant progress. I am now a 6th-level martial artist of the physical realm and quite the extraordinary talent." She playfully lifted her chin, seemingly anticipating Jiang Heng's praise. 6th level? Jiang Heng was genuinely astonished. It had only been a little over 3 months since Wen Qingxue became a martial artist of the physical realm, and she had already advanced from the 1st to the 6th level. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation was unimaginable for him without the aid of a system. If she continued at this pace, she would likely break through to the true Qi realm before turning 14. Incredible. Qingxue truly possesses unmatched talent. Jiang Heng sincerely complimented her. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the reception hall. "Father, Jiang Heng has arrived." When Qingxue burst into the room, with Jiang Heng closely following her, a refined middle-aged man clad in black sat at the head of the table, his demeanor gentle. "Uncle Wen," Jiang Heng inclined his body slightly. "Jiang, my nephew, no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat." Elder Wen smiled and nodded before turning his gaze to Wen Qingxue. "Qingxue, you may step out for now." Wen Qingxue immediately pouted in protest. "I don't want to." She clung to Jiang Heng, sitting beside him, her legs swinging playfully beneath her skirt as she deliberately looked away. Elder Wen shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore her antics as he turned his attention back to Jiang Heng. "I heard you won the championship in the Outer Sect competition. I have yet to congratulate you." "Uncle Wen is too kind. It is merely a minor honor in the Outer Sect, nothing of great significance." Jiang Heng's smile was calm and somewhat distant as he engaged in pleasantries with Elder Wen. Before long, Jiang Heng took the initiative to speak. "Had it not been for Uncle Zhang's assistance, I might never have had the opportunity to enter the sect. I am deeply grateful and wish to repay the favor. However, given your esteemed status, I fear that a trivial gesture would not suffice. Therefore, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to fulfill them as a small token of my gratitude." Elder Wen's smile momentarily faltered. He could discern Jiang Heng's intent to clear the debt of gratitude, indicating a desire to maintain distance in their relationship. Nonetheless, as a senior figure within the Duel sect, his mindset transcended that of ordinary individuals. He quickly regained his warm smile. "You are being overly polite. Zhang.it is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. However, if you truly feel indebted, then I would appreciate your assistance with a small task. My sect has a mining site outside Chuanjiang City, which I oversee. Yesterday, I received word that a transport convoy associated with the mine was ambushed by unidentified individuals, resulting in the deaths of 3 sect disciples stationed there, one of whom was an inner sect disciple at the 3rd level of True Qi. I am considering who to send for assistance, and since you are willing, I would like you to lend a hand. Even if you do not uncover anything, simply maintaining a presence there for a month would suffice. Do you feel confident in this?" Jiang Heng nodded resolutely. "No problem. When shall we depart?" For him, repaying the favor as soon as possible was ideal. Moreover, he had yet to experience the world beyond the sect, and his current understanding of the outside realm was solely based on the memories of his youth. It would be an opportune moment to broaden his horizons. Just as Elder Wen was about to respond, Wen Qingxue exclaimed joyfully, "Father, I want to go too." Elder Wen's expression hardened as he admonished. "Jiang Heng is going to attend to important matters. What purpose would you serve by tagging along?" Wen Qingxue twisted in her chair, adopting a petulant demeanor. "No, I want to go. I haven't been out in ages. I've been cooped up in the sect, and there's no one to talk to. Father, you are constantly cultivating, and brother Jiang Heng is always training. Nobody keeps me company." Wen Qingxue spoke with a sense of grievance, on the verge of tears, yet Elder Wen displayed no compassion, his face stern as he admonished her in a deep voice. "If you continue to throw a tantrum, I shall confine you." Instantly, Wen Qingxue ceased her weeping, letting out a delicate huff as she turned her gaze towards the outside, remaining silent thereafter. Elder Wen's expression softened as he turned to Jiang Heng. "Jiang Xinji, please do not take offense. We are uncertain if the assailants will strike again, so you must make haste and ideally depart within 2 days. I shall hand over the task dossier once you are prepared. Additionally, I will arrange for someone to accompany you to the mine. From that point, all actions will be directed by you." Jiang Heng pondered for a moment and replied, "Understood. I shall make my preparations and set off tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Jiang Heng took his leave. Throughout the entire exchange, Wen Qingxue, with an angry huff, followed Jiang Heng out of the hall, her expression one of displeasure. Jiang Heng could not help but chuckle. "Qingxue, you are still young and your strength is lacking. Naturally, your father is concerned. Focus on your training, and once you reach the true Qi realm, he will surely not restrict you so." Wen Qingxue's countenance improved slightly at this. "My father never considers my feelings. When I become strong in the future, I shall confine him and prevent him from going out. He keeps warning me about the dangers outside." "What dangers can there be?" "Even if there are real threats, with brother Jiang Heng's strength, he can definitely protect me, right?" Jiang Heng nodded earnestly. "Indeed, even if there are dangers, I will ensure your safety." He recalled the time when he first entered as a menial disciple, enduring relentless bullying and devoid of friends. At that time, only Wen Qingxue, his childhood companion, would often come to keep him company, sometimes even shielding him from harm. Thus, in the heart of young Jiang Heng, Wen Qingxue was the sole person he cherished in this world. This sentiment, intertwined with the merging of their souls, also became a part of the new Jiang Heng's being. After departing from the elder's residential area, Jiang Heng arrived at the trading hall. With a month-long mission ahead, he needed to procure various supplies in advance, from cultivation materials to silver, all of which were essential. Boasting over 10,000 contribution points, Jiang Heng, feeling affluent, directly purchased 500 Qi blood pills and 10 100-tael silver notes. He would have bought more, but carrying additional items would be cumbersome. After returning to his small courtyard with a wooden box filled with supplies, Jiang Heng practiced for a while before sinking into a deep slumber. Outside the small courtyard, Lei Song let out a sigh of relief, followed by a sinister smile. This kid is finally leaving the sect. No matter how gifted he is, this trip will surely lead to his demise. Chapter 34. Such a ruthless body refinement realm martial artist? The following morning, Jiang Heng, with the small wooden box in hand, returned to Elder Wen's residence, where a menial servant escorted him to the reception hall. Inside, a simple-looking young man awaited him. Upon seeing Jiang Heng enter, the youth cast a glance his way and, after the servant departed, spoke in an oddly affected manner. "You are Jiang Heng?" Jiang Heng took a seat on the left, glancing at the young man casually. "Indeed. And you are?" The young man did not respond directly but continued to inquire. "Body refinement realm cultivation?" Seeing the young man's rudeness, Jiang Heng frowned, his gaze turning cold. "Speak plainly, or leave." The young man's expression darkened, glaring at Jiang Heng. Just as he was about to retort, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting him to suppress all expressions and adopt a comically earnest demeanor. Sitting quietly across from Jiang Heng, Elder Wen's figure appeared in the distance. The young man immediately stood up, bowing towards the entrance. "Master." Elder Wen nodded casually as he approached. Jiang Heng then stood to greet him. "Uncle Wen, please, have a seat." Elder Wen took the seat of honor, producing an envelope as he addressed the two. "This contains an overview of the task. Review it at your leisure. Specific information will be provided by the mine owner upon your arrival. You two will go together, with Jiang Heng leading. Make every effort to apprehend the assailants. Do you understand?" "Understood," they both replied earnestly, nodding in unison. "Now, off you go." The two rose to take their leave. After exiting Elder Wen's residence, the young man suddenly let out a cold chuckle, a mere body refinement realm outer disciple. Relying on flattery, has been appointed as the leader of the mission. How ridiculous. Kid, have you matured yet? Jiang Heng halted, turning to face the young man. What is your cultivation level? 7th level of the true Qi realm. The young man responded, brimming with pride. Then I have nothing to worry about. What do you mean by that? The young man was momentarily taken aback, only to see Jiang Heng already surging with internal energy. I am more than enough to handle you. Jiang Heng set the wooden box aside and declared with a deep voice, Come, let me witness the prowess you pride yourself on. A crimson aura enveloped Jiang Heng, resembling a cloak of blood. His blood surged like a torrent, distorting the air around him with a piercing howl. He unleashed a punch, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, causing the air to wail in response. Before his fist even arrived, the overwhelming pressure sent the young man's hair flying and his clothing billowing, making it difficult for him to breathe. Just the act of throwing that punch made the young man feel the weight of the pressure. What explosive power is this? The young man roared internally, swiftly drawing the long knife from his back and slashing forward. The crimson true Qi enveloped the blade, a treasured weapon, in the hands of a true Qi realm martial artist, could unleash its terrifying lethality. Its sharpness far surpassed that of ordinary artifacts, combined with the formidable amplification of true Qi energy. Compared to the efficiency of a body refinement realm user, its lethality was undoubtedly multiplied several times. With the enhancement of true Qi martial arts, this strike was something a body refinement realm practitioner could never withstand. He would hit. The young man initially rejoiced, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. He sensed an unparalleled force emanating from the blade. Jiang Heng's lips curled into a sinister smile. His golden body technique had reached the celestial level, amplifying his strength by at least half, equating to a physical power of at least 15,000 jin. Coupled with his martial arts, the earth-level perfected breaking mountain fist, which could amplify his physical strength by 7 times, meant that this single strike contained over 100,000 jin of terrifying explosive force. Bang! Under the crushing might, the young man's grip faltered, and the long knife was sent flying. Jiang Heng's fist barely hesitated before continuing forward. The young man's expression turned to one of terror as his internal true Qi surged forth, enveloping his body entirely, executing his movement technique to the fullest. Like drifting willow catkins, the young man's body swayed with the wind, narrowly avoiding Jiang Heng's punch. Evade? Can you truly escape? Jiang Heng sneered, his movements fluid as he reoriented his right arm, transforming his punch into a sweeping strike. However, to his surprise, the young man's body twisted again in a bizarre manner, akin to a leaf caught in the wind, its trajectory unpredictable, yet perfectly evading his follow-up attack. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, finally discerning the foundation of the young man's movement style. It resembled a method of sensing air currents. When an attack approached, it would inevitably disrupt the airflow, allowing the body to instinctively evade like a leaf in the breeze. Now that he understood the principle, it was easier to counter. He moved again, his left hand forming a palm as it advanced like a nimble serpent, minimizing its impact on the airflow, as expected. The young man hesitated just a moment too late, allowing Jiang Heng's left palm to close in on him. Jiang Heng's lips lifted slightly as he seized the young man's arm, his right fist swinging out fiercely. Just as the young man was about to plead for mercy, Jiang Heng's punch landed squarely on his chest. Boom! The young man's eyes bulged as he spat a mouthful of blood. Another punch struck down. The sound of cracking bones echoed from within the young man's body as more blood gushed forth. Jiang Heng grasped his collar, pulling the now limp body closer, gazing down at the young man with cold indifference. Do you know how to speak to me now? I understand, he managed to reply, barely gasping for breath. Clearly, do you understand? Jiang Heng repeated coldly. The young man, enduring excruciating pain, forced out, I understand. In such a short time, he was drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Heng released his grip, allowing the young man to collapse to the ground. Take a healing pill. Don't delay our business. Fortunately, the young man had considered the journey outside the sect and had brought along a healing pill. Quickly retrieving it from his pocket, swallowing it down, and sitting cross-legged to channel its effects. Though a true Qi realm martial artist would not further enhance their physical strength, the damping effect of the true Qi when attached offered excellent defense against powerful forces. Thus, while the young man's injuries appeared severe, they were merely light wounds. After consuming a healing pill, the young man soon stood up. "What is your name?" Jiang Heng asked indifferently. "My name is Mitsai." The young man replied obediently. Jiang Heng nodded and stepped forward. "Lead the way, of course." Mitsai breathed a sigh of relief internally, cursing silently. "Is this what they call a body refinement realm martial artist? I nearly suffered a catastrophic blow as a fifth-tier practitioner of true energy. Is there truly such a ruthless warrior of the physical realm?" Their strikes were exceedingly severe. While walking ahead, Wenjie discreetly rubbed his chest. With the heightened perception of a martial artist regarding bodily strength, he realized that he had fractured 3 ribs, with several areas already showing evident signs of bone cracks. Although this did not hinder his daily activities, for the next fortnight, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be reduced by 20%. He could only hope to avoid any intense battles in the near future. Wenjie sighed inwardly. Chapter 35. Clue of the inspector. The two continued their journey, arriving at the horse ranch situated at the foot of the mountain. After presenting their identification tokens and paying 2 contribution points each, they rented 2 crimson blood steeds and set off towards Chuanjiang City. The crimson blood steed, a magnificent beast, belongs to a rare species capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Chuanjiang City lies merely 400 miles from the Daluo Sect's base. Without pause, they galloped onward. That afternoon, they reached the mining area just outside Chuanjiang City. Upon showing their identification tokens, someone promptly entered to notify the authorities. Shortly thereafter, the mining supervisor personally came out to greet them. "Ha ha, welcome, esteemed guests." The middle-aged man, portly and jovial, approached with a beaming smile. "Esteemed guests, the path inside is rather treacherous. Would you care to leave your horses here?" Jiang Heng and the others dismounted, and the middle-aged man immediately summoned 2 attendants, instructing them to take the horses away, then turned back to the guests with a smile. "Esteemed guests, I am the owner of the mine, Gu Chingping. May I inquire your names?" "I am Jiang Heng. I am Wenjie." "Master Jiang, Master Mi, I assume after your arduous journey, I have already ordered some food and wine to treat you to a warm welcome." Jiang Heng raised his hand to halt him. "No need for that. Please, just inform us about the situation at hand." The Qi blood pill serves as the finest sustenance, and Jiang Heng had long abstained from regular meals due to the excessive impurities. Gu Qingping glanced at the two, his gaze settling on Wenjie. As the head of the Daluo Sect's property, he could easily discern their identities from their uniforms. Clad in a green martial arts robe, Jiang Heng was an outer disciple, while Wenjie, dressed in blue, was an inner disciple. Typically, when both were present, the opinions of the inner disciple would hold precedence. Thus, Wenjie ought to be the one leading this mission. "This task is led by senior brother Jiang. We shall follow his instructions," Wenjie said with a forced smile. Jiu Chengping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Very well. Then Master Jiang, let us proceed to my study." The group changed direction and soon arrived at Gu Qingping's study. The 3 took their seats, and Gu Qingping produced a document, handing it to them while introducing the pertinent details of the incident. "The red iron we extract from our mine holds considerable value. We dispatch shipments to the weapon hall 50 miles away weekly, totaling around 200,000 taels. Therefore, I suspect that some organization has set its sights on us, having discerned our route and lying in wait to ambush and steal all our goods." Jiang Heng and Wenjie had reviewed some related intelligence within the sect, but being an urgent report, it lacked detail. Now, the document in hand laid out the time, location, and events with utmost clarity. The robbery occurred 3 days prior, during which 3 sect disciples were escorting the convoy as usual when they were suddenly ambushed on a mountain path, leaving no survivors, and the goods vanished without a trace. Has there been any recent large-scale transactions of red iron in nearby cities? Although it was unlikely that the culprits would have sold the stolen goods so swiftly, Jiang Heng instinctively inquired. Sure enough, Gu Qingping shook his head. "No, it is evident that they were well prepared. After the ambush, they immediately concealed the stolen items and vanished without a trace. The mountain path where the ambush occurred is bordered by a vast mountainous area, and I suspect they may have temporarily hidden in the mountains. I dispatched dozens to search, but the terrain is too expansive and complex, and thus far, no effective clues have been uncovered." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Heng asked how many carriages were in the transport convoy. Gu Qingping paused, then replied, 10 carriages. "Approximately how heavy were they? Would they leave distinct imprints on the ground? Each carriage weighs around 8,000 jin." But that mountain path is a crucial trade route frequented by merchants. Even if there were imprints, they would likely be obscured by other tracks. Jiang Hong contemplated for a while the current intelligence. He found no useful leads and felt utterly at a loss. Having never investigated a case before, he was utterly clueless. He decided to abandon his thoughts and turned to Mi Wenjie, calmly asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter, junior brother Mi?" Mi Wenjie glanced at Jiang Hong, then at Gu Qingping. "Please summon the inspector." Gu Qingping promptly nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Hong, curious, inquired, "What is an inspector?" The sect has numerous properties, with vast interests involved. Even with the sect's strength, there are inevitably individuals who might resort to desperate measures. Therefore, within each significant property, there are station guardians and inspectors, each with distinct responsibilities. Guardians are tasked with physical protection, while inspectors are responsible for operational records, oversight, and periodic reports to the sect. Although inspectors primarily gather internal operational information from the mine, they might uncover some clues. Before long, Gu Qingping returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a blue Daluo sect uniform. "Greetings, esteemed brothers." The middle-aged man, an outer disciple, greeted courteously as he entered. The two nodded, signaling Gu Qingping to step aside. After a brief round of introductions, they got to the point. "Junior brother Fong, have there been any unusual incidents in the mine recently?" Fong Xiong replied gravely, "Yes, on the evening of 3 days ago. A small building within the mine was set ablaze, resulting in the untimely deaths of 5 miners who were inside." Jiang Hong and Mi Wenjie exchanged glances, initially believing the case to be without leads, only for a clue to suddenly emerge. 3 days ago was indeed the day of the robbery. If the two events were unrelated, no one would believe it. Jiang Hong pressed further, "Is it common for similar accidents to occur?" Fong Xiong shook his head. "Rarely. The mine places great emphasis on safety, with typically no more than 2 fatalities a year. Moreover, if accidents do happen, they usually occur within the mine itself, with little to no incidents outside. And the bodies of the deceased? They have already been cremated and buried. The deaths were likely connected to the robbery. Why had they been cremated so swiftly?" Jiang Hong furrowed his brow. Fong Xiong quickly explained, "Senior brother Jiang, the inspector's duties are clearly defined. They are only responsible for recording the dynamics within the property. Unless there is a clear violation of the sect's interests, we are not permitted to interfere with any actions taken. Thus, we only recorded the incident without further intervention." The two continued to inquire about additional information, but aside from this unfortunate incident, there were no other anomalies. Chapter 36, Breakthrough, Second Tier of True Energy. After expressing their gratitude to the inspector, they allowed him to depart. "Junior brother Mi, since we are executing this task together, we should clarify our roles. Your experience surpasses mine. I shall entrust the investigation to you. I excel in physical prowess, so once we identify the culprits behind the robbery, the task of confrontation shall fall to me. What do you think?" For Jiang Hong, the investigative work was too taxing and time-consuming. He found such mental exertion uninteresting and a waste of time. When faced with indecision, a single punch to settle it, that was his preferred approach. He reminded himself that one should focus their energies to excel in a particular domain. Relying solely on intellect to solve problems would inevitably lead to a decline in physical abilities. Mi Wenjie nodded with a forced smile. "Senior brother Jiang speaks wisely. Since we are collaborating on this task, it is only fitting that we each contribute. Given your formidable strength, I would hardly have the chance to take action. Thus, I shall focus on the investigation to lend my modest support." Inwardly, he thought, "Ha, a brash fool with brawn but no brains. A mere youthful novice. And yet the real work will undoubtedly rest upon my shoulders." Of course, after having been thoroughly beaten, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud. After discussing their respective roles, they called upon the mine owner, Gu Qingping, once more. "On the evening of the robbery, a fire broke out in the mine, correct?" "Indeed, esteemed sirs. That day, due to the robbery and the deaths of the 3 guarding masters, panic ensued, leading to some negligence in management, which ultimately resulted in the fire," Gu Qingping lamented. "According to our subsequent investigation, it appears that someone accidentally knocked over a lantern, causing the flames to spread, and several individuals were unable to escape, leading to this unfortunate incident." Mi Wenjie furrowed his brow and persistently inquired, "What was the relationship among the 5 deceased?" "According to the observer, that building is an abandoned residence. Why would those 5 individuals gather in that small structure?" Gu Qingping scratched his head, his demeanor somewhat subdued as he replied, I apologize, my lords. The robbery incident was exceedingly heinous, and I focused most of my efforts on investigating this matter. Furthermore, I had to manage the vast mining operation, leaving me little energy to delve into the details of the fire. However, I have reviewed the report on the fire, which mentions that a horse tag was found among the charred ruins. Those individuals were colleagues who descended into the mine together and were said to have had a good rapport. It seems they went there to play cards in order to avoid disturbing their fellow dormitory mates. If you require, I can have the fire incident report brought forth immediately. Mi Wenjie nodded, permitting him to leave. Once the sound of departing footsteps faded, Jiang Heng suddenly asked, in the event of consecutive robbery incidents and a fire occurring within the mine, how would the sect typically handle the mine owner? Mi Wenjie looked at him in surprise and truthfully answered, generally speaking, his position would come to an end if it is determined that he bears direct responsibility. He may even face severe punishment. Jiang Heng chuckled lightly, then, do you believe his current demeanor raises any concerns? A mine owner in a precarious position would likely seize every possible clue to redeem himself. This fire incident would instinctively lead anyone to associate it with the robbery, yet he uses terms like reportedly and possibly to obfuscate the entire affair. He even resorts to claiming that he is focused on the robbery case as a pretext for his dereliction. I fear the fire incident report will also lack substantial details. Therefore, I can confidently assert that these 5 individuals are connected to the robbery, and Gu Chingping is equally questionable. Mi Wenjie gazed at Jiang Heng in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had deemed this prodigious youth to be courageous yet lacking in strategy. Now he was revealing a keen sense of observation, which truly earned him Mi Wenjie's respect. Before long, Gu Chingping hurried back, respectfully presenting a document. However, Jiang Heng, without even glancing at it, rose and declared, "You shall take charge of the investigation. I shall begin my training now. Inform me of any progress, Jiu Chingping. Lead me to a place where I can rest." Mi Wenjie nodded and attentively examined the document, while Gu Chingping escorted Jiang Heng to a relatively secluded courtyard. "Lord Jiang, the conditions within the mine are limited. Please forgive me." Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, and proceeded into the courtyard. Once Gu Chingping had departed, Jiang Heng settled cross-legged within the room. He opened the system panel and, after more than 2 months, upgraded his cultivation. Ding, consumed 100,000 potential points, elevating his cultivation to the first level of true Qi realm. A gentle energy materialized within him, permeating every cell of his being. He instinctively understood that with a mere thought, this energy could be harnessed at any moment, either amplifying the explosive force of his strikes or enhancing his defensive capabilities. Of course, this was merely the most rudimentary application. With appropriate martial arts techniques corresponding to the true Qi realm, its efficacy could be further augmented. Regrettably, this augmentation was merely an addition to the explosive power of his physical form, and with his physical strength exceeding 100,000 pounds. The current enhancement from this true Qi could only be deemed marginal. He glanced at his remaining potential points and chose to elevate his cultivation once more, reaching the 2nd level of true Qi realm. Instantly, the true Qi within him surged, becoming not only more refined but also more than doubled in quantity. It was evident that the disparity between each level for an ordinary practitioner of the true Qi realm was substantial. For Jiang Heng, this 2nd level of true Qi marked a significant enhancement to his strength. He stepped into the open space of the courtyard, and with a mere thought, a thin layer of light red true Qi enveloped his body, akin to a delicate crimson garment. Unfortunately, the true Qi realm did not yet permit the Qi to extend too far from his body, rendering long-range attacks like fist Qi and sword Qi impossible. After a brief attempt, Jiang Heng withdrew the true Qi and retrieved several Qi blood pills from his small wooden chest, resuming his cultivation point one by one. The Qi blood pills were consumed, causing his potential points to surge. By evening, Mi Wenjie arrived at Jiang Heng's small courtyard. "Brother Jiang, I have conducted inquiries. Of the 5 individuals who perished in the fire, 4 indeed enjoyed playing horse tag. However, they had never visited that abandoned building before, and the 5th individual had never engaged in horse tag at all. Thus, Gu Chengping's conjecture does not stand." As he spoke, Mi Wenjie inadvertently began to flatter him. "Brother Jiang truly possesses foresight. Not only is your cultivation talent astonishing, but your wisdom also surpasses that of ordinary individuals." Jiang Heng cast a nonchalant glance at him and inquired, "What of the cremation? Did you consult the coroner to see if there were any abnormalities on the bodies? Wenjie raised his thumb in genuine admiration. Brother Jiang, your thinking is indeed meticulous. I suspect that since the deaths of the 5 individuals bear irregularities, the haste to cremate them likely indicates an intention to conceal certain clues. Therefore, the coroner may very well uncover anomalies. However, the coroner resides in Chuanjiang City, which requires about an hour's journey. Now that night has fallen, we must wait until tomorrow. Chapter 37. Jiang Heng's conjecture. Jiang Heng frowned. Your investigations have evidently fallen under Gu Chingping's notice. Why has he not yet brought the coroner? What if he resorts to silencing him? Wenjie appeared unperturbed, responding leisurely, that is precisely why I have come to bid farewell to Brother Jiang. I will quietly depart shortly if Gu Chingping arrives, claiming that he wishes to host a banquet or for any other reason. I would appreciate Brother Jiang's assistance in deflecting him, saying that I am meditating within. Jiang Heng nodded thoughtfully. No problem. You should hurry then. We cannot afford to delay the matter at hand. However, contrary to the expectations of both, that night proved exceptionally tranquil. Gu Chingping seemed accustomed to the aloofness of the Sect disciples. Or perhaps he harbored no ulterior motives, thus refraining from attempting a banquet or probing further. Wenjie successfully located the coroner's residence. By now, darkness had descended, and the coroner's family was enjoying dinner. Embodying a scene of familial bliss, entirely devoid of any sense of urgency regarding potential silencing, Wenjie leaped into the courtyard, the uniform of a disciple from Deluo's sect wielding considerable influence within Qingzhou. The coroner's family immediately stood up in trepidation. 3 days ago, 5 miners perished in a fire at the Red Rock mine outside the city. You were the one who examined the bodies. Correct? Wenjie directly addressed a middle-aged man at the forefront. Yes, I conducted the examination. May I inquire what orders you have, my lord? The middle-aged man quickly approached. Step outside. I have questions for you. The two made their way to the courtyard outside. Were there any abnormalities found on the bodies of the 5 miners who perished in the fire? The coroner, head bowed in fear, responded, No. There were no abnormalities. They simply died from the fire. Wenjie's eyes narrowed, piercingly scrutinizing him. Look at me. I shall ask you once more. Were there any abnormalities on the bodies? If it is later discovered that you have concealed anything, the consequences will be beyond what your family can bear. Think carefully, fearfully. The coroner raised his head, stammering, No, there are truly no abnormalities. Wenjie fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, In that case, let it be with that. He turned and departed in the deep of night. Wenjie stealthily returned to the small courtyard. Jiang Heng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise. Did you inquire with the coroner? He insists there were no abnormalities. Wenjie shook his head slightly. Jiang Heng frowned and remarked, Gu Chingping has not approached to probe. He does not seem to harbor any guilty conscience. Could it be that our assumptions were erroneous? Wenjie sighed. Let it be. We still have a month. We can investigate slowly. Perhaps we will eventually uncover the whereabouts of that batch of red iron, which would mitigate some of the sect's losses. After all, such a large quantity of materials cannot simply vanish without a trace. After speaking, he turned and entered another room. The night passed without incident at dawn. Wenjie greeted Jiang Heng. I shall visit the mountain path where the robbery occurred. Perhaps I may uncover something or locate the stolen materials. Jiang Heng nodded slightly and continued his cultivation of the perfected Yuan Shizhao Hua Gong within the courtyard. Coupled with the ample supply of qi and blood pills, the rate at which his potential points surged was truly astonishing. By the afternoon, Jiang Heng's potential points had reached an impressive 530,000. He immediately allocated his cultivation points in succession, infusing a tremendous flow of heat into every cell of his being. Rapidly storing it away in merely a few seconds, his cultivation level ascended to the 4th stage of true qi realm. Unfortunately, lacking any martial arts technique specific to the true qi realm, he was left with only the most rudimentary amplification effects of true qi, which, for the time being, could not rival the explosive power of Breaking Mountain Fist. According to Jiang Heng's understanding, if one were to draw an analogy using gaming terminology from his previous life, the explosive power of the physical body could be likened to physical attacks, while true qi would represent magical attacks. The martial art of Breaking Mountain Fist, rooted in physical prowess, could amplify physical explosive power by 7 times. Without providing any enhancement to true qi.to quantify this further, For instance, Jiang Heng's physical strength was equivalent to 150,000 points of physical attack, while his true qi was at least equivalent to 400,000 points of magical attack. When Jiang Heng unleashed the perfected breaking mountain fist with true qi enveloping his fist, his attack power soared to an astonishing 1,050,000 in physical attack, complemented by 400,000 in magical attack. Should he eventually master a martial art technique within the true qi realm, requiring merely a perfected yellow-level stage and 3 times the explosive force of true qi, his true qi attacks alone could potentially reach 1,200,000. Furthermore, if his cultivation deepened further, the intensity of his true qi attacks would become even more formidable. At that juncture, his physical power of 150,000 would indeed be negligible. No wonder that after reaching the true qi realm, the significance of physical strength diminished. The refinement of true qi was far more expedient than the modest enhancement of the physical body. What a pity it was if only there existed a pure martial arts technique focused on physical cultivation. Jiang Heng sighed inwardly as he harbored an indelible attachment to the training of the physical body. Yet the golden body technique he was currently learning was merely a secret method aimed at enhancing physical defense, even though it had undergone a complete transformation when he ascended to the heavenly grade. That was merely an ancillary benefit. The enhancement of physical strength was not particularly remarkable, far from engendering a thorough evolution akin to the elevation of cultivation realms, which bestowed upon him wondrous abilities. Not to mention, the ability to fly was something the golden body technique, even if it were to be upgraded to an indestructible level, would likely never achieve. At best, it would resemble an unbreakable stone. The foremost function of martial arts techniques for physical cultivation is to facilitate continuous upgrades, leading to an all-encompassing evolution of the body. As evening descended, Wenjie returned, his expression weary as he shook his head. Not a single clue to be found. Jiang Heng replied with a calm demeanor. Even if there were traces, after these few days, they would surely have dissipated. Just as he spoke, an idea struck Jiang Heng. Wait, the 5 individuals who perished in the fire, weren't they all miners working together? I have always believed their deaths to be suspicious. What about the cause of their demise? Their most significant commonality was that they were all at the same mine. Could their deaths be related to that mine? Further speculating, he pondered what might have transpired in the mine that could have led to their deaths, and whether it had any connection to the ambush of the transport convoy. Shitty, what do you think is the most plausible scenario? Jiang Heng's assertions were mere conjectures, lacking any substantial evidence, but they were logically coherent. However, it was precisely such flights of fancy that stirred something within me. Wenjie. Chapter 38. I have a plan. This is indeed a highly plausible direction, perfectly weaving together all existing clues. Though they are merely speculations, I wholeheartedly concur. Wenjie was filled with excitement, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of flattering Jiang Heng, and began to deduce step by step along this new line of thought. Generally speaking, murder can be categorized as either an accident, a crime of passion, a matter of interests, or an act of silencing. Accidents could be dismissed outright. Given the status of the 5 miners, it was evident that their deaths could not be attributed to personal vendetta or disputes over interests with the mysterious assailants. Their deaths could only be a matter of silencing. Thus, it was highly probable that they had inadvertently uncovered some secret within the mine, leading to their demise. Wenjie concentrated deeply, muttering to himself. What secrets could there be in the mine? How might they relate to the deaths of the guards? The miners discovered a secret, the goods were stolen, the guards were killed, and Gu Chingping might be aware of it. Could it be that Gu Chingping was involved in some clandestine dealings, such as embezzling resources from the mine, and had unintentionally left behind clues that the miners discovered? Jiang Heng shook his head. No, if that were the case, the perpetrators would have simply eliminated the miners in secret, covering their tracks without inciting significant turmoil. Yet now, they have gone so far as to orchestrate a robbery and even killed the guards. Such audacity has drawn the attention of the sect, which would only create more trouble for the mastermind behind these events. Therefore, I believe there must be a compelling reason for them to eliminate the guards. And this secret within the mine must be directly linked to the guards. Wenjie shuddered involuntarily as Jiang Heng continued. Of course, all of this is predicated on the assumption that the robbery incident was indeed a conspiracy. If it were merely the actions of ordinary martial arts experts, none of these speculations would hold water. Wenjie shook his head gravely. No. Your conjecture is highly plausible. After all, the deaths of the 5 at the mine are too peculiar. And the timing is too coincidental. If there were no connection, even if there were other reasons to kill those 5, they would surely wait until the commotion of the robbery had subsided before acting. The next step would be to visit the mine the following day. Although it was highly likely that no traces would remain, they had no choice but to try, as they currently lacked any decisive evidence to substantiate Jiang Heng's hypothesis. The two proceeded to propose numerous conjectures, each one being examined and debated in detail. With the current lack of sufficient clues, they could only rely on logical reasoning and even wild speculation to engage in a discourse on the plausibility of their ideas. Once Mi Wenjie returned to his room, Jiang Heng continued his cultivation. The next day, Mi Wenjie personally ventured into the mine for investigation. As anticipated, there were indeed no discoveries. While Mi Wenjie was deep in thought, Jiang Heng proposed another idea. Since all leads have run dry, why not delve deeper into the initial clue? The initial clue? Mi Wenjie looked at Jiang Heng in surprise, waiting for him to elaborate. The coroner. I have always maintained that the bodies must have had abnormalities. Otherwise, there would have been no need to cremate them so hastily. The sect does not adhere to such practices, but in ordinary families, there is a custom of burying the deceased within 7 days. The rushed cremation of these 5 indicates a desire to conceal something, and the abnormalities of the corpses would most likely be known to the coroner. Mi Wenjie's expression darkened as he vehemently declared, I will go fetch the coroner and interrogate him rigorously. I refuse to believe he will remain silent. Just as he was about to turn away, Jiang Heng stopped him, shaking his head. If he knows, then why do you think he did not tell you before? Mi Wenjie scoffed. What else could it be? He must have been threatened by the mastermind. I will finish my investigation and leave, but the other party likely has deep roots here. If he spills any secrets, he cannot escape death. But this time, he cannot refuse to speak. He clenched his fists, adopting an expression that suggested he intended to use force to subdue the coroner. I believe that since he has already chosen to conceal the truth, he will likely continue to do so. For otherwise he would offend you and the mastermind alike, pleasing neither side. You might as well devise a means to deceive him. If we can make the coroner fear the mastermind more than us, it is likely that the mastermind possesses considerable influence in this area. Mi Wenjie gradually calmed down and nodded before heading out once more. Upon arriving at the coroner's residence, he immediately heard anguished cries emanating from within. Sensing that something was amiss, he rushed into the courtyard, only to find a scene of chaos. The coroner lay sprawled on the ground, face up, terror etched across his features. He had clearly met his end. 2 constables were inspecting the scene and questioning the family members about the situation. As Mi Wenjie entered the courtyard, he immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. A middle-aged woman pointed at him and shouted, He came to ask my husband questions yesterday, and ever since then, my husband has been restless. My husband's death is surely connected to him. Amidst the chaos and sorrow following the demise of the family's pillar, her once profound reverence for the disciples of the sect had entirely dissipated. The 2 constables wore expressions of inner turmoil. Under the oppressive aura of the sacred ground, the relationship between the court and the sect had generally been one of harmony and even collaboration. As the premier sect of Qingzhou, the Duel sect was well acquainted with such dynamics. A mere utterance from a woman would preclude them from interrogating her as if she were a criminal. Fortunately, Mi Wenjie had pertinent information he wished to inquire about, prompting him to engage the 2 constables in conversation. After a brief exchange, he learned that the coroner had been deceased for less than an hour and had left no useful information before his demise. With no further leads, Mi Wenjie took his leave. Although the coroner had provided no significant details, his wife had inadvertently revealed a sliver of intelligence. As he journeyed, Mi Wenjie pondered the implications of her words. She mentioned that since the questioning the previous day, the coroner had been in a state of unease, and with his sudden silencing today, it was evident he had been concealing something. This lent credence to Brother Zhang's conjecture, suggesting that clues indeed lingered upon the corpse. Even if charred, traces could still be discerned by the coroner. Regrettably, he was still unable to deduce the most critical point. What was the secret hidden within the mine? Upon returning to the courtyard and recounting everything to Jiang Heng contemplated for a moment before smiling and declaring, In that case, I have a plan. Summon Gu Chingping. With an air of calm assurance, Jiang Heng's demeanor radiated confidence, leaving Mi Wenjie bewildered as he departed. Before long, He returned with Gu Qingping in tow. Lord Jiang, I hear you seek my counsel, Gu Qingping addressed with utmost respect. Jiang Hong cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly inquired, Who is your accomplice? What does the Lord mean? I do not comprehend, Gu Qingping stammered, his brow furrowing in confusion. Jiang Hong smirked disdainfully, forgoing further pleasantries. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of a tempest, delivering a powerful punch that struck Gu Qingping squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, Gu Qingping's slightly rotund form was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the courtyard wall before collapsing onto the ground. His anguished cries filled the air as he desperately protested, Lord, you cannot coerce a confession. I am innocent. Jiang Hong, embodying a whirlwind, swiftly closed the distance, landing a kick to Gu Qingping's side, sending him crashing against the opposite wall. Without pause, Jiang Hong moved again, seizing him by the collar and lifting him from the ground, delivering a series of merciless blows to his face. Blood and cries mingled in a horrific symphony. Mi Wenjie stood agape, utterly astounded by Jiang Heng's brutal method. After a relentless barrage of punches, Gu Qingping lay battered and unrecognizable, completely at the mercy of Jiang Hong, who regarded him with a frigid expression. Listen well, the game of investigation has been entertaining thus far, but I lack the patience to indulge you any longer. Reveal to me the identity of your accomplice. I do not grasp your meaning. My lord, Gu Qingping managed to articulate through swollen lips, his eyes barely open, blood trickling down his face, mingling with saliva and tears in a ghastly display. Oh? Yet you claim to have done nothing? I seem to recall not having asked you anything, Jiang Hong retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. Gu Qingping's body tensed momentarily before slumping once more. Brother Jiang, you are here to investigate, so naturally, you speak of the case. I have committed no wrongdoing. Jiang Hong released his grip, allowing Gu Qingping to crumple to the ground, his gaze imposing as he towered over him. I require no definitive evidence. If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty. If you have accomplices, you are an accessory. If you stand alone, you are the principal offender. Choose one. Jiang Heng's tone was as frigid as the winter wind, sending shivers down Gu Qingping's spine. After a prolonged silence, Gu Qingping finally declared, I have done nothing. Jiang Heng's laughter was cold and mocking. Well, what a resolute and unyielding Gu Qingping you are. With that, he delivered another kick to Gu Qingping's head, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing against the wall before collapsing in a heap. Motionless, Mi Shidi, search Gu Qingping's residence for any clues. Furthermore, summon his confidants here for questioning, Jiang Hong commanded, shaking the blood from his hands. His expression composed, as stunned Mi Wenjie quickly responded, Oh, yes, I shall do so immediately. After Mi Wenjie departed, Jiang Hong washed the blood from his hands and resumed his cultivation within the courtyard. Not long after, Mi Wenjie returned with 3 individuals. The moment they entered the courtyard, their eyes fell upon the crumpled figure in the corner, and they gasped, the ancient mine owner. Yet, recalling that this was the domain of the Duel Sect's disciples, a superior presence, they immediately shuddered, bowing their heads as they hurried past, not daring to steal another glance. The trio stood at the opposite end of the courtyard, silently observing Jiang Hong as he practiced his martial arts. Each punch and kick sent gusts of wind swirling, causing the air to vibrate, even ruffling the edges of their garments and hair. Witnessing such a breathtaking display of cultivation, they were further awed, their expressions reverent as they waited in silence. After a considerable time, Jiang Hong ceased his training, the air in the courtyard gradually settling. His gaze landed upon the 3, his expression impassive. Look up at me. They complied, timidly meeting the gaze of Jiang Heng's youthful visage. Gu Qingping conspired with outsiders, leading to the demise of our sect's sentinels, yet he refuses to admit it. However, that is inconsequential. I require no evidence, for I have declared him guilty, and thus I will assist him in confessing. You are all his confidants and should possess considerable knowledge of his affairs, which is why I summoned you here. Whoever among you can provide valuable intelligence will be rewarded with promotion. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's expression darkened. However, if none of you possess useful information, then all 3 of you shall be punished as accessories. Now, tell me what you know. The group swallowed nervously, exchanging apprehensive glances. None dared question Jiang Heng's ruthlessness. Although they had not witnessed his violent actions, the sight of Gu Qingping, battered, and bloodied in the corner, was etched indelibly in their minds. To remain silent meant punishment for all. To speak meant the possibility of advancement. Moreover, since this lord had already deemed Gu Qingping guilty, the latter's current state afforded no opportunity for retribution. What, then, was there to deliberate? One robust young man stepped forward, exclaiming, "I know nothing of the transport convoy being ambushed, but a few days ago, it was Gu Qingping who ordered me to burn those 5 miners alive. Gu Qingping is ruthless and cunning, and I was left with no choice but to comply with his orders. I implore you, lords, to see the truth." Jiang Heng and Mi Wenjie's eyes turned to him in unison. Jiang Heng asked, "Did those 5 exhibit any peculiarities before their deaths?" They had withered skin, and there were clear signs of burns upon their bodies. Were they already burned prior to their deaths? Indeed, that afternoon, Gu Qingping commanded me to secretly detain the 5, and even then, they bore signs of burns. Additionally, Gu Qingping himself descended into the mine, the very mine they had been in, and ordered me to guard the entrance, permitting no one to enter. The following evening, he instructed me to create a false impression of an accident, resulting in the burning of those 5. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a blade. What transpired within the mine that day? Who was privy to it? The group exchanged glances, yet none spoke further, evidently ignorant of the details. At that moment, Mi Wenjie suddenly trembled, as if struck by a revelation. He hastily queried the stout young man, "Among those 5, was there anyone who coughed up scalding blood, appearing dazed?" "Roughly, yes." One appeared extremely feeble, occasionally expelling steaming blood, his consciousness seemingly in a fog, the youth replied. Mi Wenjie took a deep breath and gestured for them to leave. "You may go for now." The trio immediately turned to Jiang Heng, who, based on recent events, was clearly the one in charge. They dared not move without his permission. Though Jiang Heng was perplexed, he ultimately allowed them to exit. "Mi Shidi, have you deduced something? I finally comprehend the nature of that secret." Mi Wenjie sighed heavily. The secrets discovered within the mine could incite a thirst for bloodshed, even prompting some to risk everything, plotting the deaths of 3 guardians. Surely, it must possess tremendous value. Mi Wenjie, with an enigmatic expression, gazed into the distant horizon and leisurely remarked, "I have a penchant for eclectic literature and have dabbled in a variety of knowledge. Whether it be culinary arts, architecture, medicinal herbs, or minerals, I possess a modicum of understanding in each. I once encountered an ancient text that mentioned the presence of associated minerals within many or veins, and among the common companion minerals of the hematite vein, there exists one known as Huayun Taimu. The term common does not imply abundance. Rather, it signifies the extreme rarity of Huayun Taimu, which seldom makes an appearance. Approximately half of its documented occurrences in literature are found alongside hematite veins. Huayun Taimu is indeed a treasure of unparalleled value. Even a piece no larger than a palm can weigh 100 pounds and be worth 10,000 taels of gold or 1,000,000 taels of silver." As Mi Wenjie spoke, his voice could not help but become fervent. In this world, the primary circulating currencies are gold and silver, and in cultivation, one seeks resources, one seeks wealth. 1,000,000 taels of silver is an astonishing fortune for any practitioner in the true Qi realm. Jiang Heng was equally taken aback. Habitually comparing it to the currencies of his previous life, he calculated that 1,000,000 taels of silver equated to a purchasing power of 10 billion. Despite having won the external sect competition with a reward of around 200 million, that sum was merely a reflection of the extraordinary talent among nearly 10,000 external disciples of the 8th peak, further augmented tenfold by the sect leader. For ordinary external disciples, even those frequently undertaking missions, the contribution points they could save after deducting cultivation expenses would only amount to a few hundred taels of silver. Although Jiang Heng had yet to encounter inner disciples, he surmised their rewards would not be significantly greater. Just a palm-sized piece of metal? Is it truly so valuable? He instinctively inquired in astonishment. Mi Wenjie, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "Of course. Huayun Taimu is the principal material for forging spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons are powerful armaments that only practitioners above the 4th realm, the Spirit Sea realm, are qualified to wield. The elders soar through the skies on their swords, relying on these sentient spiritual tools. The Spirit Sea realm possesses an absolute strength that transcends the innate realm, capable of effortlessly sweeping away countless innate practitioners. Spiritual weapons are undeniably a pivotal factor in this. Once a spiritual weapon is unleashed, it is unstoppable. Ordinary tools and precious items alike are rendered as mere refuse before it. Do you not agree that Huayun Taimu is exceedingly precious? Jiang Heng's expression gradually regained its composure as he regarded the fervently animated Mi Wenjie and furrowed his brow. Did you deduce this from the miner's physical signs? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Mi Wenjie began to regain his composure. Indeed, Huayun Taimu is a sentient material, imbued with terrifying thermal energy. Direct contact with it would burn a practitioner of the fleshly body realm, while those of the ordinary realm would suffer bodily harm from the invasive heat. Symptoms such as skin burns, scalding blood, and even massive evaporation of bodily fluids. All these indicators closely align with what was documented in the texts, particularly considering it was found within the hematite vein. If it is indeed Huayun Taimu, then all previous conjectures make perfect sense. The 5 miners inadvertently discovered Huayun Taimu within the mine, and upon reporting it, it immediately attracted the attention of Gu Chengping. Gu Chengping secretly detained the 5 informants, intending to appropriate the Huayun Taimu for himself. Mi Wenjie pondered for a moment, continuing to envision the subsequent developments, and then stated, "It is likely that a certain guardian learned of this and conspired to jointly seize it." Gu Chengping ostensibly agreed, but truly wished to monopolize it, which led to the incident of the ambush. At that moment, Jiang Hong interjected, "Overall, this seems plausible, but one aspect appears inconsistent. Gu Chengping's strength is evidently insufficient to eliminate the guardian, so he must have accomplices. If he has accomplices, they would need to share the spoils. Likewise, collaborating with the guardian would necessitate dividing the benefits as well. If both parties are to share the gains, there would be no need for him to take the considerable risk of killing the guardian. Unless the guardian intended to keep the entire bounty for himself or offered Gu Chengping merely a token share, inciting his dissatisfaction and subsequent murderous intent. All of this points to the guardian's insatiable greed. Am I correct, Gu Chengping?" Both their gazes fell upon Gu Chengping, who was situated beneath the courtyard wall. "Indeed," Gu Chengping replied, slowly rising from the ground, his head bowed, his voice low and somber. "It is all due to that greedy Zhang. The Huayun Taimu, worth its weight in gold, he only offered me 1,000 taels of silver, merely 1,000th of its value. Why should that be? I was the one who discovered it. It belongs to me. He merely happened to learn of it and sought to monopolize it. You Sect disciples act with impunity, behaving tyrannically, showing no regard for anyone." Gu Chengping raised his head and roared at Jiang Hong and the others. Aware that his actions had been unmasked, he recognized his lack of escape and, losing all fear of the Sect disciples, unleashed his pent-up anger. Jiang Hong let out a cold chuckle. "You must understand. The mine is the property of the Duel sect, and you discovered it? It was those 5 miners who found it, was it not? You certainly did not share a single tael of silver with them. Instead murdering them all that I in comparison, Zhang Lei's willingness to offer you 1,000 taels of silver is already quite generous. You are not satisfied with 1,000 taels? Given your current predicament, who can you blame? Both you and Zhang Lei are deserving of your fates." Gu Chengping's movements froze, and he fell silent. "Who are your accomplices? Where is the Huayun Taimu?" Jiang Hong continued to inquire. Gu Chengping remained unresponsive, seemingly resigned to his fate and ready to embrace despair. Jiang Hong sighed, "I initially intended to leave your fate in the hands of the sect, allowing you a peaceful passage to the afterlife. But it seems you are intent on seeking your own suffering." Jiang Hong advanced step by step, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps imposing a heavy psychological burden upon Gu Chengping. He stood before Gu Chengping. Looking down upon him, "I will ask you once more, who are your accomplices? Where is the Huayun Taimu?" His voice was cold and sharp, echoing like a chilling wind within Gu Chengping's heart. Suddenly, Jiang Hong delivered a swift kick to Gu Chengping's jaw, propelling his body several meters into the air. Viscous saliva and blood involuntarily spewed from his mouth, tracing a patterned arc through the air. Since arriving in this world and merging with the memories and worldview of the young Jiang Hong, coupled with his growing strength, his approach had diverged significantly from that of his past life. Whether it was previously beating Gu Chengping without evidence or now using violent coercion to extract the desired information, such actions, if evaluated by the standards of his former life, would undoubtedly be deemed excessively brutal and ruthless. However, unlike the law-abiding society of his past, this world was characterized by the supremacy of martial arts, where strength reigned supreme. The principle Jiang Hong steadfastly adhered to was to avoid indiscriminate slaughter and to refrain from bullying the weak. As for individuals like Gu Qingping, who recklessly kill for personal gain, he felt no obligation to uphold any moral code. Simply put, if you refuse to comply, I shall beat you into submission. Chapter 41. Night Raid as the Mine Owner. Gu Qingping was regarded as a figure of high status among ordinary people and naturally possessed some level of cultivation. Though incomparable to Jiang Hong and his companion, his resilience to blows was certainly superior to that of an average person. After a thorough thrashing, Gu Qingping lay on the ground, his body bruised and bloodied, helplessly groaning. Jiu Qingping, do you have anything to say? Jiang Hong, having exerted himself without breaking a sweat, stood casually with one foot planted on Gu Qingping's chest. Inquiring nonchalantly, Jiu Qingping remained unresponsive. Truly resilient. No wonder you could rise to the position of mine owner. Jiang Hong chuckled lightly, suddenly stomping down on Gu Qingping's left hand. Boom! The ground cracked, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Gu Qingping's anguished scream erupted as his already feeble body instinctively summoned some strength, his right hand clutching his left arm as he writhed in agony. His left hand had been crushed into a bloody pulp beneath Jiang Heng's foot. Indifferent to his plight, Jiang Hong turned and stepped away a few paces. Someone, a young man, entered, bowing, and upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, he trembled uncontrollably. "2 sirs, please go fetch me a pair of 7.5-inch shoes." Jiang Hong approached the young man, handing him a tael of silver. The young man, trembling in fear, waved his hands. "Sir, I cannot accept your money. I shall go procure them at once." Jiang Hong firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. The young man shuddered, but Jiang Hong asserted, "Take it and go by." "Yes." The young man dared not utter another word, respectfully nodded, and hurriedly departed with the money. Jiang Hong chuckled softly and turned to me Wenjie, saying, "It appears his accomplices hold considerable power here. Jiu Qingping, convinced of his impending doom, dares not reveal their identities, likely fearing repercussions for his family. Thus, we may only pursue the lead regarding Huayun Taimu." As the days passed, Mi Wenjie began to form a general understanding of Jiang Hong. A formidable strength, unparalleled talent, quick-wittedness, and a domineering nature. All these qualities made him increasingly respectful and convinced. The matter regarding the Fire Cloud Iron Mother is of great significance. "Senior Brother Jiang, should we report it to the sect?" Jiang Hong shook his head. "No need. Let us first retrieve the Fire Cloud Iron Mother before making a report, lest the sect sends personnel who might siphon off the contribution points for this task. Do you have any means to investigate Gu Qingping's accomplices?" Mi Wenjie furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he reluctantly shook his head. "There's no way. We need Gu Qingping to speak. Or perhaps we should search his home for relevant clues." At that moment, Jiang Heng's ears perked up, and he glanced at Mi Wenjie, subtly signaling with his eyes before saying, "All right, then I shall leave this task to you. Turn his house upside down. Leave no stone unturned for any clues." Given the gravity of the plot to ambush the station guards, Gu Qingping must have formed a long-term and stable partnership with the other party, and his home will surely harbor some traces. Outside the courtyard, a young man with a sharp, monkey-like face stealthily slipped away as the sun sank lower in the sky. The scorching heat of the day gradually gave way to a cool evening. Within a lavish residence in Chuanjiang City, a middle-aged man sat in his study, his face etched with concern. Suddenly, a white carrier pigeon flew in from afar and landed on the windowsill. The man's expression shifted as he hastily removed a note tied to the pigeon's leg and began to read it intently. "Damn it! That useless Gu Qingping has completely exposed himself." The middle-aged man clenched his right hand tightly, and with a surge of energy, the note crumbled into dust. "How infuriating! If the Deluo sect discovers my involvement, it would be disastrous. With Gu Qingping's cautious nature, he must have left behind evidence that could expose me. I cannot allow the Deluo sect to find anything." The man pondered his counter-strategy. "Gu Qingping is still alive. If I kill his family, he will undoubtedly reveal my identity. Therefore, the priority now is to find a way to eliminate Gu Qingping swiftly and then burn his house to the ground." Just then, he recalled that the two disciples of the Deluo sect were acting separately. The middle-aged man's expression hardened as he shouted towards the door, "Bring me Vice Leader Ma and Vice Leader Lu at once." As the sun fully dipped below the horizon, the night unfurled in Jiang Heng's small courtyard. The severely injured Gu Qingping was bound and carelessly tossed in a corner, motionless. Jiang Hong continued to cultivate as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures clad in black silently leapt over the courtyard wall. One of them, wielding a long knife, immediately charged toward the corner where Gu Qingping lay, while the other 2 rushed toward Jiang Hong, who was still in his meditative state. The air was thick with a chilling intent, and though their movements were soundless, the lethal aura was palpable. A smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth as he suddenly sprang into action, transforming from a docile little rabbit into a ferocious dragon, disregarding the incoming longswords as he barreled forward. Swoosh! The 2 longswords sliced through the air, barely grazing Jiang Heng's body without leaving a mark. In contrast, he raised his arms like 2 heavy hammers, striking down upon the 2 assailants. They had not anticipated such a response from Jiang Hong, and coupled with the terrifying speed afforded by his perfected movement technique, they were caught off guard. Bang! The dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously as both attackers were struck in the chest, sent flying backward. Jiang Heng's momentum barely paused as he transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards the figure wielding the long knife. So fast, the black-clad figure's expression changed dramatically as he felt the intense pressure created by Jiang Heng's rapid approach. Gu Chingping lay just a short distance away, but the black-clad figure knew that if he attempted to kill Gu Chingping, he would also face Jiang Heng's wrath. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he turned to face Jiang Hong, his long sword enveloped in a dense aura of energy, and brought it down with force. Jiang Hong raised a hand to meet the blade head-on. Clang! The blade vibrated violently, emitting a shrill sound. The black-clad figure's expression shifted in shock. He had never encountered such a terrifying physique that could withstand an attack from someone at the 8th level of the true Qi realm. Even more astonishing was that, in that clash, they seemed evenly matched. Based on the black-clad figure's extensive experience, he could tell from the pale red aura surrounding Jiang Heng's palm that his cultivation level was at most around the 4th or 5th stage. Yet, such cultivation was able to unleash power comparable to his own? What an anomaly! Meanwhile, Jiang Hong paid no mind to the black-clad figure's complex thoughts. In the instant of contact, he seized the long sword with his right hand and delivered a powerful punch with his left. The air exploded with sound as the force was overwhelming. The black-clad figure reacted swiftly, twisting his body and yanking the long sword free. The dull thud of metal against flesh echoed as Jiang Heng's palm struck. Yet it did not even break the skin. Chapter 42. The opportunity arises. Just as Jiang Hong was about to pursue, the other 2 black-clad figures had recovered from their initial shock and were rushing towards Gu Qingping. Seeing this, Jiang Hong pivoted and charged forward like a raging bull. The knife-wielding black-clad figure quickly turned, bringing down his weapon. However, Jiang Hong paid it no heed, allowing the blade to strike his back. The fabric of his blue garment tore open, revealing skin as tough as steel. Humph! Jiang Hong scoffed disdainfully, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to one of the sword-wielding attackers. Observing the opponent's panic as they turned to stab at his eyes, Jiang Hong lifted his hand and casually seized the sword blade, simultaneously delivering a thunderous punch. This strike was not merely for opening a path like his previous 2. It was a full-powered assault, the earth-level perfected breaking mountain fist unleashed with all its might. The punch landed, and the resulting explosive force rippled through the air. The black-clad figure's chest caved in slightly. His internal organs shifted, and he coughed up blood, sent flying backward. Jiang Hong paid no attention to the other black-clad figure who continued to charge at Gu Qingping, nor to the knife-wielding attacker pursuing him. With a swift motion, he caught up to the retreating figure, grabbing their arm while his other hand formed a fist. Boom, boom, boom. Like a pile driver, his fists rained down upon the figure's face, neck, and chest. With all his might, just 3 punches rendered the black-clad figure utterly motionless. Ding! Victory in battle achieved, earning 1,000 potential points. The knife-wielding black-clad figure had caught up, and in the blink of an eye, struck Jiang Heng's back with 2 swift slashes. Then, enveloped in a surge of energy, he unleashed his full power with the yellow-level perfected sword technique, gripping the sword with both hands, drawing in breath, and twisting his hips for another diagonal slash. This was an unprecedented, explosive strike, slicing through the air almost instantaneously as it descended upon Jiang Hong's right shoulder. The blade traced a diagonal line across his back, from right shoulder to left waist. This was the 3rd strike executed with every ounce of strength. Yet, As the blade grazed Jiang Heng's back, the black-clad figure's expression morphed into one of horror. His mind going blank, for despite this full-powered attack, he had inflicted no harm upon Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng turned to face the knife-wielding figure, who was now wide-eyed in shock. Meanwhile, the other black-clad figure had reached Gu Chingping, and without hesitation, brought his sword down. But in the next moment, his expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "It's a decoy." The knife-wielding figure, evidently the leader, reacted quickly. Realizing Jiang Heng had been prepared all along, he shouted urgently, "Flee!" Knowing that none of their attacks could harm Jiang Heng, continuing the fight would be futile and could trap both of them. Without hesitation, the two black-clad figures turned and fled the courtyard. A wild grin spread across Jiang Heng's face as he prepared to pursue, but suddenly, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. It was the terrifying killing intent of a true powerhouse. "Who is it?" Jiang Heng paused, his expression grave. In that fleeting moment, the two black-clad figures vanished from his sight. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a mask appeared behind Jiang Heng, a long sword enveloped in a rich crimson energy poised to strike silently. Jiang Heng's heart raced. In the nick of time, he instinctively sidestepped. Swoosh! For the first time since awakening his system, Jiang Heng felt the blade pierce his skin, even sinking into muscle, nearly an inch deep before his formidable physique finally halted the intrusion. The middle-aged man was none other than Lei Song, a practitioner of the innate realm. His expression shifted slightly. Having tracked Jiang Heng for days and witnessed numerous battles, he understood just how formidable Jiang Heng's physique was. No one of the same level could breach his defenses, and even those beneath his rank, like true Qi realm warriors, found it impossible to penetrate Jiang Heng's physical fortitude. Yet here he was, a fifth-level practitioner of the innate realm, far exceeding Jiang Heng's cultivation, and he could barely inflict a wound. Such defensive power was truly terrifying. What a pity it would be if such an extraordinary talent were to perish. In Lei Song's heart, there lingered a quiet sense of regret, yet he harbored no intention of showing mercy. Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. If he were to kill him and subsequently drag the two individuals from earlier to a secluded corner for burial, anyone would believe that those two had committed murder and fled. The most optimal plan was to exploit the existing chaos created by others. As Lei Song's thoughts raced, Jiang Heng reacted with remarkable swiftness. In the very moment the long sword pierced his body, he lunged forward. Although the blade had penetrated his flesh, due to his formidable physique, it barely registered as a minor injury. Miraculously, he stopped the bleeding almost instantly, and his mobility remained unaffected. He glanced at the crimson aura enveloping the opponent's sword. The practitioner at the innate realm was no mere nobody. "Who are you?" Jiang Heng's expression gradually settled into calmness. From the previous exchange, it was evident that while the opponent could breach his defenses, truly threatening his life would require striking a few vital points. Lei Song remained silent, his figure shifting with such speed that he almost became a phantom. The chilling sword light glimmered under the night sky like a pool of shimmering autumn water. Jiang Heng, having anticipated this, did not falter. He maneuvered his body, transforming into a gentle and ethereal breeze, actively meeting the opponent head-on. Under the moonlight, the long sword, imbued with a mournful killing intent, traced a perfect silver arc through the air. With Lei Song's level of martial prowess, the speed of this strike was such that Jiang Heng could hardly evade or defend against it. Yet, instinctively dodging the vital points was still an effortless feat. Leaning back, the frigid blade swished past his neck. As Jiang Heng evaded, he reached for the opponent's sword blade. However, Lei Song, having missed his initial strike, swiftly pivoted, reappearing at Jiang Heng's side, and thrust another sword towards Jiang Heng's heart. Jiang Heng's body shifted once more, but he still received a shallow wound to his chest. Lei Song's agility surpassed Jiang Heng's slightly, and his speed in launching attacks was significantly greater. In a flurry of movements, one sword after another descended upon Jiang Heng, enveloping him in a tempest of blades. With each strike, numerous minute cuts appeared upon Jiang Heng's body, and a trickle of the opponent's aura seeped in, progressively spreading and corroding within him. Yet, facing Jiang Heng's robust physique, it was utterly futile. Jiang Heng's expression remained devoid of urgency. He continued to evade with calm composure. He was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to confront the opponent directly. With his formidable defensive capabilities, even enduring several attacks would be manageable. And as for the opponent, even a powerful innate realm practitioner, how many of his punches could he withstand? He was uncertain, but that was his singular chance for victory. Lei Song appeared unhurried, continuing to weave around Jiang Heng's form like a specter, delivering one strike after another, seemingly waiting for Jiang Hong to let his guard down. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. Perhaps due to the accumulation of the aura's erosion within him, at a crucial moment, Jiang Heng's evasion faltered for just an instant. Lei Song's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into Jiang Heng's heart, simultaneously channeling all his energy to drive deeper. Yet, at that moment, rather than panicking, Jiang Hong grinned widely. The opportunity had arrived. In the astonished gaze of Lei Song, Jiang Hong did not retreat in haste. Instead, he firmly grasped the sword blade with one hand while reaching for Lei Song's body with the other. In that instant, realization dawned on Lei Song. He had deliberately exposed a weakness to lure me in. The massive accumulation of aura at his heart, coupled with his own formidable defensive prowess, rendered that strike utterly harmless. It was all a ruse to engage in close combat. Though it might seem somewhat disgraceful for a practitioner at the innate realm to avoid close quarters with a mere practitioner of the aura realm. At that moment, such concerns were trivial. Lei Song instantly retreated, attempting to withdraw his long sword. Yet, Jiang Hong had already prepared, gripping it with all his might, making it impossible for Lei Song to extract it easily. It is known that after entering the aura realm, martial artists primarily focus on refining their aura, and their physical strength does not significantly increase. Therefore, in terms of raw physical power, Jiang Hong undoubtedly surpassed Lei Song by a considerable margin. With a sudden tug, not only did Lei Song fail to withdraw his sword, but his body also hesitated momentarily. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, Jiang Heng's right hand seized Lei Song's left arm. Lei Song's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately relinquished his long sword, swinging a fist, imbued with a vast amount of aura, towards Jiang Heng's face. Jiang Hong, disregarding the incoming blow, casually tossed aside the sword he had taken. The forceful punch landed squarely on his face, causing Jiang Heng's head to tilt slightly, yet he continued to grin ferociously. With his left hand, he swiftly grasped Lei Song's right hand. In this manner, both of the opponent's arms fell under his control, rendering any escape impossible. Come again, Jiang Hong exerted force with both hands, pulling Lei Song's body towards him, delivering a headbutt that struck directly at Lei Song's nose. Although practitioners at the innate realm do not experience significant growth in physical strength, the purity of their aura grants them a level of defense that is beyond what typical aura practitioners can compare to. At this moment, realizing his arms were restrained, Lei Song had already concentrated a massive amount of aura around his head for protection. Therefore, Jiang Heng's headbutt failed to inflict any damage. You little brat. Let go! Lei Song struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Jiang Heng's grasp, but to no avail. Jiang Heng's assault showed no signs of slowing down, delivering blow after blow with his head. His defensive capabilities far exceeded what an aura practitioner could possess, even surpassing those of ordinary innate realm practitioners. However, his offensive strength was merely characteristic of a typical aura realm warrior. With each successive headbutt, Lei Song still had the strength to struggle and roar in anger. Who can withstand this? Jiang Hong bellowed, his head almost becoming a nodding machine as he relentlessly struck blow after blow, boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed continuously, alarming many within the mine. Yet none dared approach Jiang Heng's courtyard. Release me! Lei Song, shrouded in a tangible crimson aura, appeared almost frenzied, continuously shouting and struggling. Until, at last, the vigor of Lei Song's struggles began to wane, his arms growing increasingly feeble, until his body lay utterly limp. Ding! Victory in an overwhelming battle, earning 100,000 potential points. Jiang Hong remained vigilant, allowing Lei Song's body to collapse to the ground, his attacks transforming into relentless punches, striking down again and again. The ground around the two of them began to sink gradually, cracks as thick as an arm spreading outward until Lei Song's entire chest was reduced to a puddle of mush before he finally ceased. What a relief! Jiang Hong exhaled and then removed Lei Song's mask. Gazing upon the unfamiliar face, he pondered for a moment. This individual was clearly not affiliated with the three from earlier. Yet, why had he come masked to kill me? At that moment, a figure leapt into the courtyard. And upon seeing Jiang Heng, covered in blood and standing in the pit, was taken aback. "Brother Jiang, are you all right?" Jiang Heng lifted his head, casually wiping the blood from his face, and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Just now, 3 individuals attacked me. I killed one and 2 fled. This one, I don't know where he came from, but he was also dispatched by me. What about your side?" Mi Wenjie immediately responded, "In Gu Chingping's residence, we discovered a ledger indicating his covert dealings with the local gang, the Huangsha gang. Let's go. We must head to the Huangsha gang at once to prevent their escape." Jiang Heng leaped from the pit, rushing towards the courtyard exit, with Mi Wenjie swiftly following suit. "Did you happen to see 2 panicked figures fleeing towards the city on your way back?" "I think I did. I was preoccupied and—" With nightfall, didn't he pay much attention? "Those 2 must have just left. They likely haven't gone far. Please be attentive on your way. I'll go ahead and see if I can catch up." The 2 employed their skills, racing at full speed towards Chuanjiang City. By now, the night had fully descended, and even with the enhanced senses of martial artists, it was indeed challenging to discern the rapidly moving shadows in the darkness without particular vigilance. Thus, Jiang Heng chose to press forward unremittingly, soon reaching the gates of Chuanjiang City. He quietly calculated in his mind. The 2 figures in black had fled, and after he had dispatched the innate realm practitioner, he pursued them. At most, only a few minutes had passed. They likely had not entered the city that quickly. Given his speed, which far exceeded that of ordinary aura practitioners, he could very well reach ahead of them. Thus, those 2 must still be wandering within this vast wilderness. Jiang Heng focused intently, his gaze sweeping continuously. Before long, 2 indistinct figures appeared, one trailing the other, drawing closer to Chuanjiang City. Jiang Heng approached them silently. The foremost figure, just beginning to relish the thought of a successful escape, suddenly caught sight of a blood-stained silhouette rapidly closing in, and terror gripped him. In a moment of clarity, he recognized the youthful, striking face beneath the blood. Though he could not fathom how the blood had come to adorn the figure, nor why he had not pursued them earlier, he could not deny the visage. The overwhelming strength akin to that of a demon, and the unmatched physique etched deeply into his memory. "It is you." The man cried out in terror, yet he was utterly unable to evade the impending danger. With the 2 individuals rushing towards each other at breakneck speed, it was almost a blink of an eye before they were on the verge of a violent confrontation. Jiang Heng raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and hurled it forward. The man had no choice but to lift his long knife, channeling all his energy to strike down against Jiang Heng's fist. The sound of impact was akin to that of a drumbeat. And yet there was no breach in defense. The man's arm trembled violently, and his long knife nearly flew from his grasp. Unfazed by the lack of effect from his strike, Jiang Heng's left hand moved without pause, seizing the opponent's arm with precision. "You cannot escape," Jiang Heng grinned, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. The face beneath the man's mask transformed into one of sheer terror. Boom, boom. 2 successive punches landed on the chest of the cloaked figure, the terrifying force radiating throughout his entire body. In that moment, a stray thought flickered through Jiang Heng's mind. Perhaps it was time to learn some sword techniques. The efficiency of killing would surely increase significantly. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure lagging behind, upon witnessing Jiang Heng's arrival, immediately altered his course, his movements subtly quickening as he fled without any intention of offering assistance. Jiang Heng, feeling no inclination to pursue him, instead removed the mask from the man before him and coldly inquired, "I shall grant you one opportunity. Where is the Fire Cloud Iron Mother?" The man was a rugged, middle-aged figure, his face adorned with a scruffy stubble, resembling a hardy fellow. Yet at this moment, he gazed at Jiang Heng with palpable fear, hesitating to respond, only to see Jiang Heng raise his fist. The indifferent expression on Jiang Heng's face clearly indicated that there would be no hesitation or mercy. "I will speak, but I implore you to spare my life." The man hastily replied, "I will lead you there. Just guide me." With a swift motion, Jiang Heng grasped the back of his collar and lifted him up. The middle-aged man obediently began to point the way. Chapter 44. "I wish to offer you a modicum of assistance." After entering the city, the 2 leaped across rooftops and soon arrived at a lavish courtyard. As they landed, several guards immediately surrounded them. "Who dares to intrude upon the residence of the Huangsha gang's leader?" the foremost guard bellowed. Jiang Heng ignored the guards entirely, casually tossing the middle-aged man to the ground. The man scrambled to his feet, glaring at the head guard as he barked, "Get away from me!" As the guards prepared to retaliate, they caught sight of the middle-aged man's face, their expressions shifting in shock. Lord Wan! They had never anticipated that the usually imposing Wan would find himself in such a pitiful state, akin to a fledgling chick being clutched by a blood-soaked youth. Wait! The attire of that youth. A disciple of the Daluo sect, Zhang Heng's garments, now stained with blood, bore the insignia of the Daluo sect, which had gone unnoticed in the rush of events. Although the guards were unaware of the specifics concerning Wan and the Daluo disciple, they dared not inquire further and promptly bowed their heads to retreat. "Let us proceed. Go retrieve it," Zhang Heng's indifferent voice resounded. Lord Wan involuntarily shivered at the tone, about to move when he abruptly halted. "If I hand over the fire cloud iron mother, will you spare my life?" Faced with imminent death, panic had gripped him, but now that he had regained some composure, he sought to negotiate for his survival. "If you surrender it, I shall turn you over to the sect for judgment. If you refuse, I will annihilate your entire family and ransack your estate. Choose wisely." A heavy dread settled upon Wan as he comprehended the gravity of his situation. He was acutely aware that his act of ambushing a Daluo sect envoy had been exposed, leaving him with no hope of survival should he fall into their hands. However, refusing to comply would likely result in dire consequences for his family. Given the youth's evident ruthlessness, ultimately, the Fire Cloud Iron Mother would likely end up in the possession of the Daluo sect after a thorough search. It would merely take additional time. "Very well. I shall take you there," Wan conceded, his spirit deflated and his demeanor bleak. He led Zhang Hong to his study, retrieving a wooden box from a concealed compartment, from which he extracted the Fire Cloud Iron Mother. It was a palm-sized piece of azure metal, with red, cloud-like substances swirling within, resembling a living entity. As Zhang Hong took hold of it, an overwhelming wave of heat surged from his palm into his body, akin to grasping a blazing flame. Fortunately, even if it were true fire, Zhang Heng's physique possessed a remarkable resilience, allowing him to handle it effortlessly. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The air bore no trace of scorching heat. Yet upon contact, it unleashed a tremendous energy. Zhang Hong examined the Fire Cloud Iron Mother from various angles before placing it back in the wooden box. Seated in the chair behind the desk, he suddenly turned to Lord Wan. "So, you are Wan, correct? What is the cultivation level of your family members?" Wan's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, "Have I not already offered the Fire Cloud Iron Mother? What more do you desire?" Unfazed, Zhang Hong replied with a smile, "Do not be hasty. I am merely inquiring. Please answer my question first." After a moment of silence, Wan murmured, "My two sons are rather unambitious. With mediocre talents in cultivation, they have only reached the physical realm thus far. And what of your family's wealth?" Though uncertain of Zhang Heng's motives, Wan felt compelled to respond, as the leader of the largest gang in Chuanjiang City. "My family's wealth is naturally considerable. Do you have enemies?" Wan hesitated, a sudden realization washing over him, and his expression darkened. While he remained silent, Zhang Hong discerned the answer and spoke softly, "With such vast wealth and shallow cultivation, it stands to reason that you have more than one adversary. Once you depart, how long do you believe they will survive?" Wan's body trembled, sweat pouring down his face. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. Gazing at Zhang Hong with a deep breath, "My lord, please tell me what you require of me." Zhang Hong sighed lightly and said, "I cannot bear to see innocent lives unjustly extinguished. Thus I wish to offer you a modicum of assistance. Your wealth is excessive and invites the covetous gaze of wolves. Therefore, I can take it off your hands, alleviating these potential threats." Wan's body shook with indignation, yet Zhang Hong continued, "Furthermore, even if your wealth is diminished, your family remains in peril from their enemies. I can assist in relocating them to another city for refuge, ensuring their safety during this process. What do you think?" Having thoroughly calmed himself, Wan nodded without hesitation. "Very well. I shall give you the money." He understood that with his two inept sons, the vast wealth would be poorly safeguarded, potentially inviting calamity. Moreover, Zhang Heng's offer to help his family relocate alleviated his concerns. Regardless of the truth behind Zhang Heng's words, his current predicament left him with no choice but to trust. Accompanied by Zhang Hong, Wan retrieved an exquisite wooden box from a hidden compartment in another room. Upon opening it, He revealed a substantial stack of 1,000 tael silver notes from the Wantong Bank. In this world, the universally accepted currency, both gold and silver notes, were issued by the Wantong Bank, redeemable across all empires and major cities, guaranteeing their value, making them easy to conceal and resistant to damage. Hence, substantial transactions typically utilized the silver notes from Wantong Bank. Jiang Hong counted briefly, estimating that there were at least over 100 notes in his possession, amounting to over 100,000 taels. Is this all the money you have? Jiang Hong furrowed his brow, regarding Wan. While this sum was indeed considerable, it seemed somewhat insufficient for one of the most powerful gang leaders in Chuanjiang City. Is the wealth of a crime lord merely over 100 million? Wan's face darkened. Had he been robbed, only to be criticized for the amount? Yet he dared not voice such thoughts, for his family's safety now relied on Jiang Heng's assistance. Struggling to maintain a placid demeanor, he explained, "My lord, my monthly cultivation expenses amount to several thousand taels, leaving little room for savings. Coupled with a large family, daily expenditures are significant, and my two unworthy sons squander money daily." As he spoke, Wan's spirit sank further. "Thus, this represents the majority of my savings." Jiang Heng nodded, feeling no inclination to press further. "Let us go. I wish to meet your family and arrange for their future." As they exited the room, they were met with a sudden commotion outside. Jiang Heng's keen ears picked up the voice of Mi Wenjie, prompting him to call out, "Mi Shidi, I am over here." Chapter 45. Father is dying. Following the direction of the voice, Mi Wenjie leaped into the courtyard where Jiang Heng stood. Jiang Shixiao. Upon landing, Mi Wenjie immediately focused on Jiang Heng and the man beside him. "This is Lord Wan, an accomplice of Gu Chingping, whom I have captured. I have retrieved the item, but another has already fled. You must hurry to ensure he does not escape with his family's wealth." Jiang Heng spoke, casting a glance at Chief Wan. "Please assign someone to escort my junior disciple to Lu's residence." He had previously taken the time to inquire and learn that the fugitive bore the surname Lu, one of the two deputy leaders of the Huangsha gang. Without hesitation, Chief Wan called for a guard and instructed him to take Mi Wenjie to Lu's abode, while he led Jiang Heng to another courtyard. Summoning all his relatives before long, a voice filled with petulance echoed from afar. "Father, why did you summon us at such a late hour? I have an outing planned with the young lady from the Wu family tomorrow. If I do not rest well, I shall lack the energy for tomorrow." The owner of the voice had not yet entered the courtyard, but his tone was already rife with discontent, accompanied by several maidens. The trio entered the courtyard. "Why, lord, why have you called us here so late? Is something amiss?" A plump, middle-aged woman at the forefront inquired with concern. As they drew nearer, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Chief Wan. Clad in a black night cloak, his hair disheveled, his complexion pale, and his face lined with worry, he appeared drastically different from his usual imposing self. "Why, lord, what troubles you?" Chief Wan shook his head in silence. Scanning the crowd with a heavy heart, "From this day forth, you shall heed the arrangements of this esteemed Jiang Heng." Before he could finish, a disheveled young man among the newcomers interjected indignantly, "Father, who is this fellow?" Before he could continue, Chief Wan lunged forward, delivering a stinging slap to the young man's face. "Wretch, silence!" The young man, rather than cowering, erupted in anger. Chief Wan suddenly embraced the youth, his body seeming to lose all strength as tears streamed down his face. "Father is dying. From now on, you must rely on yourselves. Do not act recklessly." The young man stiffened, his furious expression frozen in place. He had forgotten how long it had been since his father had spoken to him with such tenderness. And in this moment of gentle embrace, the words felt like a farewell. The middle-aged woman and another young man gasped in disbelief, stepping forward in alarm. "Father, what has happened? What is going on?" Chief Wan gently pushed the young man aside, still resting a hand on his shoulder, and looked earnestly at the three. "Listen well to what I say. Follow Jiang Heng's instructions. He will protect you for a time and then aid you in relocating to a safer place, enabling you to begin anew. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, you are strong young men now and must shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Live well, safeguard your mother, and abandon thoughts of vengeance. I have made many mistakes over the years, and now I face the consequences." He grasped the middle-aged woman's hand, emphasizing each word. "Remember, do not seek revenge." With tears in their eyes, the three listened quietly to Chief Wan's parting words, while the maidens nearby appeared utterly flustered and alarmed. Jiang Hong, however, maintained an air of calm. Not long after, having concluded his final instructions, Chief Wan returned to Jiang Heng's side, his demeanor settling back into a state of tranquility. Let us depart with that. The two turned and leapt towards the direction of Lu's residence. Swiftly disappearing from view in the courtyard, the middle-aged woman's expression fluctuated between despair and hope as she watched the two depart. The Lu residence, the domicile of Deputy Lu, was in a state of chaos. A dozen guards surrounded Wen Qingxue, yet they dared not show any disrespect, their faces betraying their panic. Upon investigation, it has come to light that your Deputy Lu is responsible for the demise of our Deluo Sect station guards. Where is he? Has he returned? Wen Qingxue surveyed the surroundings before commanding in a low voice. The head guard stepped forward, anxiety evident in his tone. Deputy Lu returned briefly but left in haste. Wen Qingxue's brows furrowed. He has fled. What a pity. Although he was a disciple of the sect, he understood the importance of adhering to protocol. Seizing another's wealth could lead to severe repercussions if reported, potentially resulting in the sect facing dire consequences. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to disperse, and leapt towards the direction of Chief Wan's estate. Fortunately, the two residences were not far apart, and Jiang Hong soon encountered Wen Qingxue on his way back. How did it go? Has the Lu escaped? Indeed. Just a step too late. Wen Qingxue sighed deeply before continuing, but it is of little consequence. The sect will take care of the next steps. They will issue a bounty and report to the court, initiating a widespread manhunt. Unless he can escape the Tianjuan Empire, he shall have no respite. The two returned to the mine, binding Chief Wan with iron chains and confining him in a room adjacent to Gu Chengping's quarters. They then returned to the study to prepare a report. These are the spoils from Chief Wan's domain. This portion is rightfully yours. Jiang Hong produced a bundle of silver notes and handed them over. Wen Qingxue was taken aback. Judging by the thickness of the notes, he realized there were at least 10, amounting to over 1,000 taels. This exceeded his entire fortune. Senior brother, this is too much. To acquire spoils from Chief Wan is a testament to your own abilities. It would be improper for me to take a share. Jiang Hong insisted, pressing the notes into his hands. Shitty? I insist you accept it. You have worked tirelessly these past few days, and your contributions are significant. Moreover, I do not offer this without reason. I have pledged to protect Chief Wan's family for a time and assist in relocating them to prevent future vendettas. I entrust this task to you. Will you accept? Finally, Wen Qingxue took the notes, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, senior brother Jiang, I shall see to it. His eyes brimmed with gratitude. Initially, when tasked by Elder Wen Chong to follow a martial artist of the corporeal realm, he had felt a surge of indignation. However, after enduring a bout of provocation and receiving a thorough beating, he came to recognize Jiang Heng's formidable strength, gradually yielding to his authority. Considering Jiang Heng's prodigious talent, he was destined for greatness within the sect. As the case unfolded, Jiang Hong had demonstrated remarkable insight and intellect on multiple occasions. Furthermore, Jiang Heng's generosity at this moment completely won Wen Qingxue over. Chapter 46. Disqualification from the sect leader election. Following this, Jiang Hong began to wash up and rest, while Wen Qingxue urgently compiled task information, drafting a report to be expedited back to the sect's headquarters. Additionally, the identity of the innate realm expert who attempted to assassinate Jiang Hong was also highlighted in the report. The next day, Wen Qingxue set out early with a group, traveling by horse-drawn carriage to the vicinity of the ambushed mountain path, where they uncovered the buried red iron and other goods. All were corporeal realm warriors, and with Wen Qingxue, a true Qi realm expert among them, they worked together to transport the goods out of the mountains in batches, loading them onto the carriage for return to the mine. Thus, Jiang Hong and his companion's mission was deemed a resounding success. Another day passed, and a new directive arrived from Elder Wen Chong, commending Jiang Hong and Wen Qingxue and promising Jiang Hong a reward of 1,000 contribution points and Wen Qingxue 500 contribution points. Furthermore, a new mine manager was appointed to take office. Meanwhile, the sect had identified the assassin who had targeted Jiang Hong. In the Elders' Council Hall of the 5th Peak of Deluo Sect, a long conference table stood at the center, with sect leader Bai Haotsong seated at the head and 12 core elders flanking either side. Unlike the ordinary elders, the core elders wielded substantial power, forming the sect's core management, each a formidable master at the 5th realm of martial arts, in the mundane world. Each would stand equal to an emperor of an empire in terms of authority. Bai Haozong's authoritative voice resonated through the spacious council hall. The purpose of today's assembly is to address a grave accusation against one of our core elders. Some, already privy to the unfolding drama, turned their gazes towards the glum-faced elder Sunday. Bai Haozong remained composed as he continued. Recently, an outer sect disciple has emerged prominently in the grand competition, showcasing unparalleled strength in the corporeal realm. Even slaying a true Qi realm warrior. I believe many have heard of this incident. This outer sect disciple, named Zhang Hong, is the son of the late elder Jiang Wenjing. 5 days ago, Zhang Hong traveled to the vicinity of Chuanjiang City to execute a mission, investigating the robbery and murder of the guards at the mining site. During this process, Zhang Hong exhibited remarkable insight and formidable martial prowess. Not only did he lead the investigation to a successful conclusion, but he also eliminated one mastermind and apprehended 2 others, retrieving a 135-gene piece of fiery cloud iron mother, thereby making a significant contribution to the sect. At this juncture, several core elders displayed astonishment. The 135-gene fiery cloud iron mother is valued at over 1 million taels of silver, a fortune not to be underestimated, even by their standards. Meanwhile, one of the core elders' subordinates, a sect guardian named Lei Song, who possessed innate strength, launched a surprise attack on Zhang Hong. Bai Haozong's indifferent gaze fell upon Elder Sunday. Elder Sun, what do you have to say for yourself? All eyes instantly turned to Elder Sun, who, feeling the weight of scornful, mocking, and gleeful glances, found his countenance darkening like the bottom of a pot. He began his explanation. It is true that Lei Song is my subordinate, but I did not instruct him to act in such a manner. The sect guardians are exceptional talents recruited from outside, and their character naturally varies. The presence of a few bad apples is unavoidable. Nevertheless, he was invited into the sect under my auspices, and as his superior, I acknowledge my failure in discerning his character and maintaining discipline, and I am willing to bear the corresponding responsibility. The guardian system of the Duel sect was specifically established to supplement mid-tier martial power by inviting experts from the outside. Each guardian's admission to the sect requires a proposal from an elder, followed by a rigorous review by the sect before they can officially join, enjoying the sect's benefits while contributing to its affairs. The elder proposing the admission is held accountable for the guardian's actions and serves as their superior. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, Bai Haozong's expression hardened as he coldly admonished, "Joint responsibility? Sun Feiyu, do you truly believe such disingenuous words? Everyone knows the deep-seated enmity between you and Jiang Heng's father, Jiang Wenjing. You have the motive, and Lei Hu's position as your subordinate raises questions. How can you claim that Lei Hu acted on his own accord? Tell me, why did he attempt to assassinate Zhang Hong?" Elder Sun fell silent. At that moment, another elder with a long beard curiously inquired, "Sect Master, what was the outcome of Lei Hu's ambush on Zhang Hong? Who ultimately saved him?" Several others looked at Bai Haozong with intrigue. It was evident that Zhang Hong had survived. Otherwise, Lei Song's actions could not have been exposed. Yet, given that it was a surprise attack and occurred outside the sect, how could a stealthy assault by an innate realm expert have been thwarted so fortuitously? "Zhang Hong killed Lei Hu," Bai Haozong stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. Some instinctively expressed disbelief. How is that possible? No matter how powerful a physical realm expert may be, they cannot kill an innate realm expert, especially under the circumstances of an ambush. The disparity in strength is at least 100-fold. It is inconceivable to achieve a counterkill. Sect Master, did you not secretly arrange for protection in advance? I have heard that you took him as your disciple and significantly increased the rewards for the champion of that year's competition, which indicates you hold him in high regard. Elder Sun also sneered. As the Sect Master, are you not abusing your position to benefit your disciple? Should you not also face punishment for such actions? Bai Haozong's expression remained as calm as ever. Since there are objections regarding this matter, we shall discuss it further later. For now, let us address the issue of your subordinate's attempted assassination of our sect's genius. Additionally, Zhang Hong has broken through to the true Qi realm during his mission, and he countered and killed Lei Hu with his true Qi cultivation. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. It is unrelated to the matter at hand. Therefore, I propose a penalty of forfeiting Elder Sun's salary for 1 year, with 1/10 of that amount converted into contribution points as compensation to the victim, Zhang Hong, along with disqualifying him from the Sect Master election in 10 months. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun immediately slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, "Bai Haozong, Are you trying to suppress me under the pretext of this trivial matter? You wish to revoke my candidacy for something so trivial. A mere outer sect disciple, even if he is a genius, does not amount to much. There are countless talents in the sect each year, and losing one is inconsequential. Moreover, he seems to be doing just fine now. For me, a core elder of the Duel sect, to be disqualified over such a minor issue would be a disgrace to the entire sect. Elder Sun's robes billowed, his hair flying, exuding a terrifying pressure. Yet, the assembled individuals, all of whom were unparalleled experts, paid him no heed and merely observed coldly. Chapter 47. You deserve to die. Bai Hao Tsang slightly raised his brows, and in an instant, a fearsome sword intent filled the room. A faint sound pierced the air. A fine line appeared across Elder Sun's face, a wound inflicted by the invisible sword intent. Elder Sun's voice faltered, and the entire assembly fell silent. Good. The sect master is indeed a prodigy. It seems the great thousand-heart intent sword classic has reached a consummate level. However, do you intend to suppress me with force during the elder meeting? Although Elder Sun questioned with a tone of defiance, he had calmed somewhat. You do understand this is an elder meeting. Such outbursts are unbecoming. Bai Hao Tsang's gaze turned cold once more. I will ask you again. Was Lei Hu's action arranged by you? After a moment of silence, Elder Sun finally replied, Indeed. You conspired to assassinate a genius disciple of the sect, violating the 8th rule against harming fellow sect members. As the sect master, one must possess strength, temperament, and capability. Aside from strength, do you believe you meet the other 2 criteria? Bai Hao Tsang solemnly declared. Reiterating his earlier proposal, someone promptly interjected, I agree with the other points, but let us forego the compensation points for Jiang Hong. It can be considered as offsetting the tenfold reward from the previous competition. This way, we need not discuss this matter separately. Bai Hao Tsang looked toward the other elders, and the 10 core elders nodded in agreement. Very well, then it is officially declared. From this day forth, Core Elder Sun Feiyu shall forfeit his salary for 1 year and be disqualified from the sect master election in October. The meeting concluded. Elder Sun's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Jiang Hong remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the sect, engrossed instead in his cultivation within his small courtyard. Under the terrifying efficiency of the perfected primordial transformation technique, the Qi blood pill began to be consumed at an alarming rate, corresponding to a rapid increase in his potential points. His cultivation soared through the ranks of the true Qi realm, 5th, 6th, 7th. Meanwhile, Mi Wenjie, having completed all tasks as per Jiang Heng's instructions, arrived at the residence of the sect leader. 1.5 days had elapsed since Wan's capture. During this period, based on the sect's punitive decision, Wan had been executed, and his remains returned home. Within the spacious courtyard, an atmosphere of panic and unease permeated the air. Guards and maidservants whispered among themselves, discussing the recent events and contemplating their future course. Upon seeing Mi Wenjie, they immediately bowed and then hurriedly departed. Mi Wenjie maintained a composed demeanor as he approached the morning hall. At this moment, only Wan's son knelt before the altar, his face a mask of despair, showing no reaction to Mi Wenjie's arrival. Where are the others? Call them over. I will arrange for your evacuation. Hearing Mi Wenjie's words, Wan Qingxue finally snapped back to reality, turning to respond. With his head lowered and devoid of spirit, he replied, Before we set off, my mother wished to see my uncle one last time. She will return in a few days. Mi Wenjie frowned slightly before responding indifferently. In that case, please arrange a room for me. I will stay here for a few days and ensure your safety. Understanding the principle that one must yield something in exchange for the wealth received, Mi Wenjie displayed no impatience. At this moment, Wan's wife, Wu Lufeng, after enduring a long and arduous journey, arrived at the Tianjin sect, located over 200 miles from Chuanjiang City. The Tianjin sect is another top-tier sect within the Qingzhou Fenghe region. Aside from the Duel sect, the sect's residence, perched atop a magnificent mountain, spans several dozen miles, with 7 peaks piercing the heavens like swords. After announcing her arrival, Wu Lufeng waited at the foot of the mountain for quite some time before being escorted by a servant to a residence halfway up the 3rd peak. Exhausted from her long journey and having waited nearly 2 hours at the foot of the mountain, she appeared rather feeble. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in a blue robe emerged from the inner chambers. What brings you here? The young man, with a dispassionate expression, sat in the prominent position, casually surveying Wu Lufeng. Ming Xian, your brother-in-law has been killed. murdered by the Deluo sect. You must seek vengeance for him. Wu Lufeng spoke with a face full of sorrow. Life, aging, illness, and death are the natural order of the world. When one dies, one simply dies. You must find solace. The young Wu Mingxian remained unmoved, his expression as indifferent as ever. Wu Liufeng's countenance faltered, staring in disbelief at Wu Mingxian, who sat at the head of the table, his visage both familiar and strange. Mingxian, what did you just say? That man was your brother-in-law, your sister's husband? And you dare to utter such words? Wu Mingxian furrowed his brow slightly. I have devoted myself to the cultivation of martial arts, and I have long since cast aside the trivialities of the mundane world. Whether it is Wan Haiping or even you, what concern is it of mine? If you have come merely to discuss this matter, then you may as well leave. There is no need to seek me out again. I have no time for you. With that, he turned on his heel, intent on departing. Behind him, Wu Liufeng's expression twisted with anguish. Wu Mingxian, what do you think will happen if the deeds you and your brother-in-law have committed are exposed? Wu Mingxian paused in his steps, responding without looking back. What do you mean? Wu Liufeng's face darkened. What do I mean? I am fully aware of the collaboration between you and your brother-in-law. If you do not avenge him, I will reveal everything. Wu Mingxian turned to face her, his demeanor still calm. Are you threatening me? I have merely allied with Wan Haiping to support the Huangsha gang from the shadows. Even if this were to come to light, it would hardly be a significant issue for me. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Wu Lufeng scoffed derisively. Brother, do you think this is all I know? You two conspired to seize the sect's assets, murder disciples, and even wiped out several wealthy families for their fortunes. Do you wish for me to elaborate further? In the year 3017 of the Taishui calendar, at a security bureau of the Tianjin sect in Chuanjiang City, a shipment of valuable goods was ambushed, resulting in a compensation of 100,000 taels of silver to the employer. In reality, the so-called valuable goods were nothing but inferior cloth, and a substantial portion of the compensation found its way into your hands. In the year 3018, a core disciple of the Zhanyu sect was killed during his travels, with your brother-in-law providing intelligence and setting a trap, while you, masked, delivered the fatal blow, seizing 180,000 taels of silver and over 300 qi blood pills. Enough! Wu Mingxian exclaimed, his face darkening as he shouted. Wu Lufeng, however, continued with a cold smile. What? Can you no longer bear to hear it? Tell me, if all of this were to be revealed, how do you think the court would deal with you? How would the sect respond? You, the prodigious core disciple of the Tianjin sect, would find yourself plunged into the depths of despair overnight. Wu Mingxian advanced step by step towards Wu Lufeng, his expression like ice. What? Do you intend to kill me? I am your own sister. Moreover, your brother-in-law has left a detailed list of incriminating evidence. Killing me would be futile. As she spoke, Wu Lufeng trembled slightly, slowly retreating. Sigh. Wu Mingxian abruptly halted. Exhaling deeply, very well. Let this be our final farewell. I promise to avenge him, but after this, you and I shall have no further ties. You will also destroy the evidence. How does that sound? Wu Lufeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Nodding eagerly, all right. If you help me avenge him, I will never trouble you again. Very well. Now tell me about the situation. Who are our adversaries and what are their strengths? Wu Lufeng promptly recounted all she knew. One is an inner sect disciple, the other an outer sect disciple, both stationed at the Hongyin mine outside Chuanjiang City. Wu Mingxian chuckled lightly. Such strength poses no threat before me. Rest assured, I will eliminate them. However, to avoid any association with you, return for now. I shall set off in a couple of days. After giving her a few more instructions, he arranged for Wu Lufeng to be escorted down the mountain. The moment she departed, his countenance darkened. Today, I am the future seed of the Tianjin sect, with a promising future ahead. How could I allow the sordid past to taint my path? Wan Haiping, you must pay for your sins. Wu Lufeng, you too shall meet your end. He had no intention of honoring his promise to kill Zhang Hong and his companion. After all, they were disciples of the Deluo sect. Should he kill them and be discovered? It would spell great trouble for him. Without sufficient gain, he was unwilling to take such risks. After descending the mountain, Wu Lufeng rested for a night in a small town not far from the Tianjin sect. The following morning, she mounted her horse and rode toward Chuanjiang City. As she traveled farther from the town, the number of travelers on the official road dwindled. Before long, as she reached a secluded foothill, Wu Lufeng suddenly heard a gust of wind behind her, as if something was rapidly approaching. Chapter 48. The Wan Family Massacre. Years of living in comfort had dulled Wu Liufeng's youthful vigilance and reflexes. By the time she regained her senses, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision quickly ascended before the world spun around her. It was only then that Wu Lufeng realized, I am dead. My head has been severed. Her body remained upright on the horse, warm blood gushing from her neck. As her head spun through the air, her gaze briefly landed on the figure that had killed her. It was a slender silhouette clad in blue, wielding a long sword, who, after decapitating her, turned and fled in another direction, toward a small convoy of fewer than 10 people. A name instinctively surfaced in Wu Liufeng's mind, Wu Mingxian. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Wan Haipeng had repeatedly urged her not to seek vengeance. Clearly, he was suggesting she not attempt to confront Wu Mingxian. Having collaborated with him for years, he had long recognized his true nature. Even as a blood sister, Wu Mingxian would not aid them in their quest for revenge. However, Wan Haipeng likely never anticipated that Wu Mingxian would be so ruthless. So unfeeling, as she faced death, a myriad of memories flashed through Wu Liufeng's mind. Her younger self, with Wu Mingxian calling sister in a sweet voice, his innocent smile, the joy on his face when he was selected for the Tianjin sect, the growing coldness that marked their distance as they matured, and finally, yesterday's aloof indifference. Thud. Wu Liufeng's head fell to the ground, her eyes wide open as she lost consciousness completely. Meanwhile, clad in his martial attire, Wu Mingxian swiftly decapitated his sister, then like a bolt of lightning, dashed toward the innocent small convoy. Amidst the panic of the onlookers, he ruthlessly dispatched each one, subsequently looting their valuables to create the illusion of a robbery before disappearing into the night. That very evening, Wu Mingxian arrived in Chuanjiang City. Under the cloak of darkness, he infiltrated the Wan residence, embarking on a spree of slaughter. With his innate strength, even a direct confrontation would catch the inhabitants of the Wan residence off guard. Let alone a covert assassination. Beneath his cold-blooded sword, one by one, lives were extinguished in their sleep. In a certain room, Mi Wenjie, who sat cross-legged in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. What a strong smell of blood! His expression turned grave as he grasped the long knife beside him and cautiously approached the door. Though he was stationed there to temporarily safeguard the Wan residence, he had felt no real sense of purpose. After all, in the past couple of days, when trouble had arisen, he had easily repelled any intruders. Surely, many knew that the Wan residence was currently under the protection of Duel Sect disciples, and thus, it was unlikely anyone would dare to challenge them. Yet now, someone had the audacity to disregard the Duel Sect's authority and directly invade the Wan residence to commit murder? Moments later, Mi Wenjie was caught off guard as a figure in blue suddenly appeared before him. A silver flash cutting through the night, he felt a sharp pain at his neck, and an overwhelming surge of blood erupted forth. Instinctively, he swung his knife forward. What? Another expert? The masked Wu Mingxian was slightly surprised, but merely paused for a brief moment before proceeding to the next room. Behind him, Mi Wenjie collapsed with a loud thud. In no time, the entire estate was devoid of life. After rummaging through the master bedroom and study of the Wan family leader, Wu Mingxian set the entire residence ablaze. That night, half of Chuanjiang City was illuminated as if it were day. Fire! Fire! Someone shouted in a panic, prompting some to rush to extinguish the flames while others hurried to alert the city guards. The secluded little courtyard in the Hongyan mine, Zhang Heng finally ceased his cultivation. At this point, he had completely depleted the 500 qi blood pills he carried, and despite the continuous growth and consumption of his potential points, he still had a remaining total of 21 million. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of true qi. Such a speed of advancement was truly terrifying. It is important to note that from the moment of breakthrough to the first level of the true qi realm, it has been less than half a month, and yet Zhang Heng has already ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th level of the true qi realm. He stands just a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. Of course, his enhancement in strength is not exaggerated, as he has not cultivated martial arts of the true qi realm. Compared to before his breakthrough, his power has merely doubled. In fact, since the day he defeated an innate realm expert, his strength has increased by less than half. This is not due to a minimal disparity in strength between the true qi realm and the innate realm, but but rather because, on one hand, Jiang Heng's physical prowess is extraordinarily exaggerated, having long surpassed the limits of what is known. On the other hand, while cultivation contributes to power, combat effectiveness is expressed through martial arts. It is akin to the combat mechanics in a game where both character level and skill level hold significant importance. If one merely elevates their character level while relying solely on basic attacks, they might still find themselves outmatched by lower-level players. Typically, the strength difference between the 10th level of the true Qi realm and the 10th level of the physical realm should be at least tenfold. A disparity of even one-fold in strength can easily allow one to take on 10 opponents, and a 10-fold difference could enable a single individual to face 1,000. However, these fundamental truths do not apply to Jiang Heng. He is acutely aware that the primary reason for this anomaly lies in the formidable defensive capabilities of the Golden Body technique. With an ability that nearly disregards the attacks of his opponents, he can fight recklessly, turning the tide in battles against stronger foes. In genuine combat, aspects such as offense, defense, agility, and technique are all of utmost importance. Yet, if one must choose a single undeniable advantage, Jiang Heng would undoubtedly opt for defense. As long as his defense remains robust, he possesses countless opportunities for error, whereas his adversaries, upon faltering, face irreparable consequences. Thus, after clashing with that innate realm expert, Jiang Heng has become increasingly resolute in his determination to relentlessly enhance his physical form. While the cultivation of Qi, including the future cultivation of the spirit, may indeed be formidable and possess various advantages, in terms of self-preservation, it cannot compare to that of a physical cultivator. The inherent defensive capabilities of Qi cultivation are relatively weak, and coupled with the necessity of actively using true Qi for protection, even if it can be accomplished in the blink of an eye, it remains a vulnerability in Jiang Heng's eyes. As he murmurs to himself about the physical cultivation techniques, he realizes that the advancement of the Golden Body technique will become increasingly challenging, and he must rely on physical cultivation methods as a supplement. With his current level of cultivation, he has acquired the privilege to study more techniques, and after waiting just over 10 days to return to his sect, he will be able to pursue new learning opportunities. However, the pressing matter at hand is to procure resources for his cultivation. At that moment, a youth rushed into the courtyard, panic-stricken, stammering, my lord, it's terrible. Mitsai is dead." Jiang Heng's expression hardened. Chapter 49. The three major secular institutions in Chuanjiang City. The original estate of the Wan family now lay in ruins, a charred wasteland. Corpses, emitting the stench of charred flesh, were being carried out by the constables and laid out not far from the courtyard. Covered with white cloth, a large crowd of onlookers gathered at a distance, murmuring about the tragic scene. Just half a month prior, the Wan family was among the city's elite. In the blink of an eye. With the death of the Wan gang leader, the Wan family has now met its demise. Both of the Wan family's young masters lay among the heap of bodies, and it is said that the only one who escaped was the Wan matriarch, whose whereabouts remain unknown. "Do you think it was the Duel sect that acted against them?" One voice speculated. "I heard the Wan gang leader was killed because he was found to have previously raided the Hongyin mine and murdered 3 of the Duel sect's station members. It is possible the Duel sect felt that merely killing the Wan leader was insufficient for their vengeance, thus exterminating the entire Wan family to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. That's hard to say. I believe it may not be so simple. The Wan family had many enemies. With the Wan leader at the helm, they naturally encountered no trouble, but with his death, no one would regard the Wan family with any respect, making them an easy target. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, quietly standing amidst the chaos. This terrifying speed left many in shock. One middle-aged man, his face etched with determination, clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Hua Gaofei, the chief constable of Chuanjiang City. You must be young Master Zhang of the Duel sect?" Jiang Heng returned the gesture, saying, "I am Jiang Heng, an outer disciple of the Duel sect." He surveyed the scene, his expression grave, and inquired, "Chief Constable Hua, what exactly happened? Did my junior brother perish here as well?" Hua Gaofei led him to one of the corpses, lifting the white cloth to reveal a charred body. "We discovered the identity token of your sect's inner disciple on this body." Jiang Heng knelt to take the token, inspecting the corpse. "Indeed, this was my junior brother. Who was the perpetrator? Have any leads been uncovered?" Hua Gaofei took a deep breath, his tone somber. "The incident occurred at dawn, but due to the darkness, It was not convenient to investigate the scene until morning. So far, including your sect's inner disciple, all victims were slain by a single sword stroke to the throat before being set ablaze. The assailant must be a top-tier expert. Currently, we are still searching for evidence. But there are no leads pointing to the culprit at this time. At that moment, Jiang Heng noticed that Mi Wenjie's left hand was tightly clenched, as if grasping something small. He pried open Mi Wenjie's hand and discovered a tiny triangular piece of blue fabric within his palm. One side was cut cleanly, while the other two edges bore delicate golden trim. "What is this?" Jiang Heng asked. Hua Gaofei approached to examine the fragment. This piece of cloth likely came from the assailant's clothing. He took the fabric, examining its texture. From its shape, it appears to be a corner of a garment, but the material is quite unusual. By the way, your junior brother was at the true Qi realm. Correct? Indeed, Jiang Heng confirmed. Hua Gaofei pondered for a moment. When we found your junior brother, his blade was already drawn, indicating he was prepared. To swiftly kill someone who is on guard in the true Qi realm, and yet leave behind a piece of his clothing, the assailant must be an innate realm expert. A stronger individual, even in a moment of carelessness, would not have been touched. An innate realm expert. Jiang Heng inhaled deeply. He had promised the Wan gang leader to protect his family, yet now the Wan family has been annihilated. Mi Wenjie, whom he had dispatched to safeguard the Wan family, had also fallen victim in this massacre. Although their interactions during the assignment had not been extensive, Mi Wenjie had consistently demonstrated utmost cooperation with Jiang Heng's arrangements, leaving him quite satisfied. Now, however, he felt a pang of guilt for having orchestrated the circumstances that led to the young man's demise. "Fear not, me junior brother, I shall avenge you," Jiang Heng declared as he rose to his feet. Chief Constable Hua, the Duel sect must be involved in this case and will follow through with any developments. He fixed Hua Gaofei with a resolute gaze. Naturally, Hua Gaofei replied. "Given that one of the deceased was your sect's disciple, any progress will be shared with your sect at the earliest opportunity. To a certain extent, sects possess a degree of autonomy. As long as it pertains to matters involving the sect, they may handle such cases independently. Take, for instance, the previous incident involving the convoy's massacre, where the fate of the leader, Wan, was left to the discretion of the Duel sect. However, when it comes to incidents resulting in significant civilian casualties, the matter falls under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Consequently, the Wan family's extermination case is naturally to be addressed by the court authorities." After a brief exchange, Jiang Heng turned to leave. Knowing that he lacked the expertise in criminal investigations and could only await the findings of headhunter Hua, upon departing from the remnants of the Wan residence, Jiang Heng did not immediately return to the mine, but instead made his way to the Wanha Chamber of Commerce in Chuanjiang City. Intending to procure some Qi blood pills, in truth, Qi blood pills are not exclusive to the Duel sect, nor are they even manufactured by it. They are procured in bulk from the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. In this world, sects are distinctly categorized into levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier sections. All sects operate under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land, convening every 5 years for a martial assembly to reassess their rankings. The differences in levels extend beyond mere prestige. They encompass various tangible benefits as well, one of which includes the procurement discounts offered by the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. The higher the sect's rank, the greater the discount. Given the overall consumption of resources by a sect over 5 years, the disparity in benefits between each level is substantial. Within the scripture hall of the Duel sect, Jiang Heng had come across texts detailing the sect system of this world, which broadened his horizons while simultaneously igniting a conjecture within him. With the formidable strength of the Duel sect, it was still bound to operate within the constraints imposed by the Holy Land. Yet the Holy Land itself seemed to merely occupy a corner of the world. The texts even lacked any records of wars between the Holy Lands, suggesting that an even more powerful force exists, covertly maintaining the balance of the world on a higher plane, similar to how the Holy Land discreetly oversees the order within the empires. In this world, there are 3 secular institutions that span across numerous empires, functioning akin to official powers and respected by all factions: the Wanong Bank, the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, and the enigmatic Qianshan Tower. Clearly, these 3 secular entities also constitute formidable forces that supersede the Holy Land. Chapter 50. Thus, you shall perish. In the heart of Chuanjiang City, amidst a bustling district, a grand 5-story building stood prominently on the busy street. The individuals entering and exiting were adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of authority. Above the entrance, a large gilded sign bore the 4 characters, Wanha Chamber of Commerce. Flanking the entrance were 2 burly men, standing solemnly with their arms behind their backs. Such a majestic establishment would instill awe in ordinary citizens, who would scarcely dare to enter in a foul mood. Jiang Hong had little interest in the city's opulence. Upon locating the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, he strode directly inside. A young attendant clad in gray promptly approached him, bowing slightly from a distance, and inquired, "Esteemed sir, do you require a guide?" Jiang Hong cast a glance at him. The attendant, a youth of similar age, briefly exhibited a glimmer of envy on his youthful face. "Lead the way. I wish to see the Qi blood pills. As you wish. Please follow me, sir," the attendant respectfully replied, guiding Jiang Hong upstairs. Noticing that this was Jiang Heng's first visit, the attendant succinctly introduced the layout of the building and the general overview of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. Within the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, high-value commodities were on sale, including top-tier weapons, various cultivation elixirs, healing potions, exotic beast pelts, and even rare martial arts manuals. Upon hearing about the martial arts manuals, Jiang Heng's interest was piqued, and he said, "Wait, first take me to see the martial arts manuals." "Certainly," the attendant responded without hesitation, leading Jiang Hong to the 3rd floor's martial arts section. This area was a somewhat spacious hall featuring 3 counters, each manned by a young woman with a welcoming smile. A few patrons were scattered throughout the hall, perusing the array of bound books displayed on the counters. As Jiang Hong entered the hall, the attendant remained outside, waiting respectfully. "Are there any primary physical cultivation manuals?" Jiang Hong inquired as he approached the counter labeled Primary Cultivation Manuals. The young woman behind the counter smiled and gestured toward a specific area, replying, "Yes, we have 3 manuals here, all focused on physical cultivation." Jiang Hong moved closer and examined the 3 manuals. 1. King Kong Technique. A yellow-level primary physical cultivation manual that emphasizes overall enhancement of the physical body, particularly excelling in defensive capabilities. Priced at 1,000 taels of silver. 2. Dragon Elephant Technique. A yellow-level primary physical cultivation manual that focuses on overall enhancement of the physical body, particularly excelling in explosive strength, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. 3. Illusory Body Technique. A yellow-level primary physical cultivation manual that emphasizes overall enhancement of the physical body, particularly excelling in speed, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Jiang Hong finally selected the King Kong technique and said to the young woman behind the counter, "I will take this one." He then produced a banknote from his pocket and handed it over. After receiving the note, the young woman slightly bowed and said, "Very well, sir, please wait a moment." She left the counter and entered a small room on the side of the hall, returning shortly with a brand new bound book. This is the authentic handwritten copy of the manual. Jiang Hong flipped through the martial arts manual, and sure enough, a prompt appeared in his mind. Afterward, he tucked the manual into his cloak and exited the martial arts hall. Before long, under the guidance of the gray-clad attendant, he arrived at the 2nd floor elixir section. Within the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, the price for Qi blood pills was set at 200 taels of silver each. Within the Duel Sect, they were priced at 10 contribution points, with each contribution point exchangeable for 10 taels of silver. Calculating, this seemed equivalent to a price of 100 taels of silver, making it half the cost compared to the Wanha Chamber of Commerce. However, in the Duel Sect, all purchases must be made using contribution points. And converting silver back into contribution points incurs a double price, meaning that 20 taels of silver were required to purchase 1 contribution point, and thus 200 taels of silver were necessary to acquire a single Qi blood pill. Therefore, purchasing with money renders the price identical to that of the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, which is a pricing strategy employed by the sect to prevent disciples from reselling at will. With the substantial amount of over 100,000 taels of silver in his possession, Jiang Hong found no difference in purchasing from either place. "Bring me 600 Qi blood pills," Jiang Hong exclaimed, handing the banknotes to the beautiful young woman behind the counter. Typically, sects establish long-term cooperative procurement arrangements, designating specific personnel to collect goods periodically, while ordinary wandering warriors, after a month of cultivation, would consume at most a dozen Qi blood pills. Thus, even in the Wanha Chamber of Commerce, a single purchase of such an extravagant quantity of Qi blood pills was exceedingly rare. Yet, the well-trained young woman merely paused for a moment in surprise before smilingly accepting the banknotes. Counting them, and then notifying the section supervisor for the goods. In another corner of the hall, 3 warriors purchasing elixirs exchanged glances upon hearing Jiang Heng's words. After completing their transactions nonchalantly, they began to loiter around the hall. Before long, a middle-aged man approached, carrying an exquisite wooden box and wearing a similar smile, handing it to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng accepted it and opened the box, counting the contents. Indeed, the quantity is correct. With his purpose accomplished, Jiang Heng carried the small box and departed the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce, heading away from the city toward the mine. Halfway there, Jiang Heng abruptly halted his steps. Come out? This was in the wilds outside the city, increasingly remote as he continued toward the mine. He sensed that the 3 individuals trailing him harbored ill intentions. The 3 youths hastened their pace. Surrounding him, brother of the Duel Sect, we are the 3 heroes of Chuanjiang City. We are on the verge of a breakthrough in our cultivation, but we find ourselves somewhat strapped for resources. We noticed that you possess an ample supply of qi blood pills, so we brazenly followed you here, hoping you might lend us some. Rest assured, with our reputation as the 3 heroes of Chuanjiang City, we will surely repay you in full within a month. What do you say? Jiang Heng's expression turned cold as he regarded the trio's clumsy performance, and a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Under normal circumstances, I might indulge you in some amusement, but today, I am not in the mood. Thus, you shall perish with that. Jiang Heng suddenly moved, transforming into a raging tempest. His left hand still grasped the small box, while his right fist was launched forth. How can this be? A mere outer disciple, moving this swiftly. The trio could be regarded as adept individuals among the mundane, each possessing initial mastery in the true Qi realm. Otherwise, they would not dare to ambush a disciple of the Duel Sect. Upon observing Jiang Heng clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple and displaying lavishness in his actions, they mustered the audacity to strike. However, even then, the 3 had no intention of engaging him directly. Instead, they planned to first attempt to deceive him with words, hoping to dispel his vigilance before launching a surprise attack. For 3 formidable practitioners of the true Qi realm, such caution against a mere outer sect disciple of the flesh realm was exceedingly prudent. Yet, the moment Jiang Heng made his move, the situation took a turn. His mastery of the earth-level perfect gale step rendered his speed astonishingly beyond their capacity to respond. The first of the trio to act could only manage to raise his blade in a futile attempt to defend himself. Chapter 51. System Update Complete. Clang. The long blade was instantly sent flying, and Jiang Heng's fist, fueled by unrelenting momentum, crashed into the chest of the young man. The earth-level perfect mountain-shattering fist erupted with a deafening force, unleashing a terrifying power that enveloped the entirety of the young man's being. Previously, Jiang Heng had predominantly fought against opponents of higher realms, relying on the explosive power of the mountain-shattering fist to barely suppress his adversaries. It seemed that the earth-level mountain-shattering fist held little significance in isolation. However, in battles of equal rank, a single strike from his mountain-shattering fist could effortlessly nullify any resistance. That moment. Having continuously elevated his martial prowess, Jiang Heng had surpassed the young man before him. Moreover, driven by rage, the full effect of the mountain-shattering fist was unleashed for the first time. The essence of the mountain-shattering fist resembled a shockwave attack, instantly transmitting force throughout the entirety of the struck target, delivering an all-encompassing assault from the exterior to the interior. As Jiang Heng's fist came crashing down, the young man's body disintegrated instantaneously. Bones, organs, flesh, all bodily components transformed into a veritable mist of crimson, spraying forth into the air. The sheer lethality of that strike was so overwhelming that the other 2 were instantly struck with terror. They dared not utter another word, immediately turning to flee in opposite directions. With one adversary vanquished, Jiang Heng felt the remnants of his anger dissipate. Without pausing, he pursued the next assailant. The agility of ordinary rogue cultivators paled in comparison to that of sect disciples. And when juxtaposed with Jiang Heng, they were as sluggish as snails in the blink of an eye. Jiang Heng had already closed the distance to the back of the fleeing individual. A fist was thrown. Before the man had time to evade, Jiang Heng's fist struck down upon his back. Once again wielding the full force of the mountain-shattering fist, the man's body similarly disintegrated into a sanguine mist. Jiang Heng followed suit, dispatching the third adversary. Only then did all traces of negativity within him fade completely. It appears that I am indeed a born harbinger of death. He mused silently, his expression returning to calm as he continued onward. Upon returning to the quarry, Jiang Heng instructed his subordinates to report the death of Wen Qingxue to the sect urgently. He then retrieved the scriptures of the diamond skill and began to study them. Once the system automatically prompted him, he promptly chose to learn. Ding, consumed 10,000 potential points, learn diamond skill, yellow level. Ding, new martial arts route detected, system will update shortly, please wait. Ding, system update complete. Jiang Heng felt a stir within and immediately opened his personal panel to check. Host, Jiang Heng Flesh Realm Mastery, Flesh Realm 10th level, 1st stage, True Qi Mastery, True Qi 10th level, 2nd stage, Flesh Martial Arts, Mountain Shattering Fist, Earth Level Perfect, Gale Step, Earth Level Perfect, True Qi Martial Arts, Nun Main Cultivation Method, Primordial Creation Skill, Heaven Level Great Accomplishment, Diamond Skill, Yellow Level, Secret Techniques, Diamond Body Technique, Heaven Level 2nd Stage, Remaining Potential Points, 1,203,000. Aside from the additional entries for Flesh Mastery and Flesh Martial Arts, the content appeared unchanged. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Heng expended 100,000 potential points to enhance his Flesh Mastery. Ding, consumed 100,000 potential points, Flesh Mastery upgraded to Divine Power Realm 1st level. As the notification resonated, a surge of warmth materialized within Jiang Heng's body. Deeply merging with every inch of his flesh, he could distinctly feel his physical form growing stronger at an accelerated pace. Unlike the previous enhancements, this time the elevation of his flesh was comprehensive. Not only did his physical strength increase, but so too did the resilience of his bones, the tenacity of his muscles, and all facets of his physical attributes underwent significant enhancement. His flesh had evolved once more. The most immediate manifestation was that his strength had nearly increased by half. Just as Jiang Heng was poised to continue his ascent, aiming to push his flesh mastery to its utmost limits, a question suddenly crossed his mind. Now that I have embarked on the path of flesh cultivation, can I simply use potential points to elevate my flesh mastery? What, then, is the purpose of the diamond skill? According to my previous understanding, the main cultivation methods were meant to facilitate the acquisition of potential points. Given that I already possess the primordial creation skill at heaven level great accomplishment, which allows for a sufficiently rapid accumulation of potential points, would adding the diamond skill not result in conflicting functions? Thus, is there still a need to upgrade the diamond skill? Jiang Heng pondered for a while longer, yet remained at an impasse. He ultimately decided to proceed with upgrading the diamond skill to see what transpired. Ding, consumed 100,000 potential points, method deduction in progress, please wait. Ding, deduction complete. Please name the new skill. To Jiang Heng's astonishment, his body had only experienced a slight enhancement, and given his current physical capabilities, he felt almost no difference at all. He decisively named it Diamond Skill. Congratulations, host. You have learned Diamond Skill, Mysterious Level. At a loss for further contemplation, Jiang Heng opted to forego his thoughts and directly commenced a series of upgrades to his flesh mastery. Ding, consumed 100,000 potential points, flesh mastery upgraded to Divine Power Realm 2nd level. Ding, consumed 200,000 potential points, flesh mastery upgraded to Divine Power Realm 3rd level. Ding, consumed 300,000 potential points, flesh mastery upgraded to Divine Power Realm 4th level. Ding, consumed 400,000 potential points, flesh mastery upgraded to Divine Power Realm 5th level. The remaining potential points were nearly depleted. In that moment, Jiang Heng's flesh surged with strength, his power continually escalating. With the sevenfold explosive force of the Earth-level perfect mountain-shattering fist, the current growth of his physical strength represented a remarkable enhancement to Jiang Heng's overall prowess. Thus, in comparison to the previous upgrades in True Qi Mastery, Jiang Heng's strength had now undergone a substantial transformation. Should he encounter the innate realm powerhouse again, he would have the confidence to engage them directly, rather than relying solely on formidable defenses to wear them down. And of course, as the pinnacle of the diamond skill, the enhancement of physical defense was even more pronounced, especially when combined with the effects of the secret technique, diamond body technique, rendering it truly formidable. I wonder, when faced with that innate realm powerhouse once more, will they still be able to breach my defenses? Jiang Heng chuckled lightly and then took out a blood essence pill, beginning his cultivation. The following day, upon receiving Jiang Heng's report, the sect promptly dispatched an elder to exert pressure on the local government in Chuanjiang City. while also closely monitoring the progress of the investigation. The murder of an inner sect disciple naturally drew the sect's attention, as it pertained to its dignity and reputation. However, with the scant clues available, the advancement of the case proved exceedingly sluggish. While Zhang Heng delved into his cultivation, he arranged for his subordinates to follow up on the case daily. It was not until a week later that good news finally arrived. Chapter 52. The culprit is Wu Mingxian. Upon learning of the progress in the case, Zhang Heng immediately joined the sect's dispatched elder in seeking out Hua Gaofei. When Mr. Mi was found deceased, the fragment of cloth he clutched had already been traced back to its origin. It was a type of high-grade fabric produced by the Rui Cloth Workshop in Yuanyu City, known as Yunro cloth, which is soft yet durable, with a delicate texture, highly favored by many affluent individuals. There were numerous buyers for this fabric, and the Rui Cloth Workshop could not specify the exact source of this piece. Initially, we had intended to temporarily abandon this lead. However, given the lack of progress from other avenues, we decided to delve deeper into this clue. Upon further investigation into the Rui Cloth Workshop, we discovered that it was an enterprise under the Tianjin sect, which supplied uniforms for all disciples of the sect. At this point, Hua Gaofei's expression turned extremely grave. We immediately connected the dots. Since the murderer is a powerhouse of the innate realm, such individuals are exceedingly rare in the mundane world, yet not uncommon within a top-tier sect like the Tianjin sect. If the culprit indeed hails from the Tianjin sect, it would be entirely reasonable for the Rui Cloth Workshop to refrain from disclosing the origin of the fabric fragment. Thus, we resorted to coercing and enticing a worker from the Rui Cloth Workshop, which finally led us to a breakthrough. That small piece of fabric indeed originated from the Tianjin sect. Zhang Heng and the elder were both taken aback. The Tianjin sect, another top-tier sect, possessed an overall strength comparable to that of the Deluo sect, both considered colossal entities within the Tianyuan Empire. If the perpetrator were indeed a member of the Tianjin sect, lacking more concrete evidence, there would be little recourse against them. Hua Gaofei continued, the blue fabric with golden trim is the uniform style for core disciples of the Tianjin sect, whose cultivation aligns precisely with our conjectured profile of the murderer. However, merely possessing a fragment of a garment would never suffice to apprehend a core disciple. It is akin to someone demanding your esteemed sect to surrender a core disciple based on such flimsy evidence, which is equally implausible. Moreover, at present, we can only ascertain the existence of a core disciple without being able to identify which one it is, rendering any request for the Tianjin sect's cooperation in the investigation utterly futile. Just when the two believed that the investigation had reached a standstill, Hua Gaofei continued, today, there has been a significant development in the case. The body of Madame Wan, who miraculously escaped the massacre, was discovered 10 miles away from the Tianjin sect, in Inya town. According to the coroner's deductions, her time of death aligns precisely with the day of the massacre. All of this points to one undeniable conclusion. Prior to her departure from Chuanjiang City, Madame Wan was en route to the Tianjin sect, and on her return journey, she was murdered by a core disciple of the Tianjin sect, leading to the annihilation of the Wan family. Thus, the pivotal breakthrough in this case hinges upon Madame Wan. What connection did she have with the Tianjin sect? What was the purpose of her visit? Upon investigating Madame Wan's background, we made a startling discovery. Her brother is none other than the core disciple of the Tianjin sect, and currently the chief core disciple, Wu Mingxian. Zhang Heng's face was a mask of shock. Are you suggesting that Wu Mingxian killed his own sister and wiped out her family? Hua Gaofei sighed deeply. Young Master Zhang, based on the scant clues we possess, it seems unmistakably that the perpetrator is indeed Wu Mingxian. You may find it difficult to comprehend, but I have witnessed countless tragic tales of familial betrayal and fratricide throughout my years as a constable. Some soulless beast will commit unspeakable acts for the sake of profit. I have no doubt about this. At this juncture, the steward spoke sternly. Since we have reached a definitive inference, our course of action must be to confront the Tianjin sect immediately, demanding retribution against Wu Mingxian. Regardless of his status as the chief disciple, the slaying of a disciple from our Deluo sect demands a reckoning. If not, we will promptly report to the Holy Land and seek punitive measures. Hua Gaofei shook his head. That is not possible. The only tangible evidence we have is that fragment of clothing, which cannot serve as a basis for conviction, as it could very well have been left there intentionally by another. As for the lead concerning Madame Wan, it can only be viewed as conjecture, not admissible as evidence. Ultimately, the identity of a core disciple is too exalted. it would be utterly challenging to bring him down. Jiang Heng interjected suddenly. What about the motive? If Wu Mingxian so ruthlessly murdered his sister and brazenly came all this way to exterminate her family, there must be profound interests at play. Perhaps there are clues to uncover? Hua Gaofei responded. I have already instructed others to begin probing this angle, but thus far, there have been no leads, and with the Wan residence completely reduced to ashes, it is likely that any clues have been incinerated as well. Jiang Heng, undeterred, took a deep breath of relief. If using our intellect yields no results, we shall resort to brute force. The chief core disciple of the Tianjin sect? Merely a practitioner of the innate realm. I shall personally shatter his skull. In this world, it is not that killing is impossible, but rather that one must not disrupt the order with clandestine assassinations or murders, especially not wantonly slaying innocents. However, in the context of open combat, such actions are permissible by the rules. Ordinary individuals possess their own order, while martial artists have theirs. With that, Jiang Heng turned and departed. Returning to the mine to continue his secluded training, a week later, all 600 blood essence pills that Jiang Heng had purchased were fully consumed, and his potential points had accumulated to an unprecedented 6 million. His physical cultivation had surged 5 levels, reaching the 10th tier of divine strength. The secret technique, Golden Body Art, had also been upgraded after a long interval, now attaining the 3rd tier of heavenly rank. Following this series of upgrades, his potential points rapidly dwindled to 503,000. Simultaneously, his power had skyrocketed once again. Both his physical body and true energy cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd realm of martial arts. Even among practitioners of the same realm, he was virtually invincible, and considering he possessed 2 peak Earth-level physical martial arts and 1 heavenly 3rd-tier secret technique, he surpassed any peer of similar standing. At this moment, he felt an unwavering certainty. Within the true energy realm, he was indeed unmatched. Even against innate practitioners, most would likely not stand a chance against him, as for the precise limits of his strength. Only practical combat could verify that. Wu Mingxian of the Tianjin sect, your demise is imminent, Jiang Heng scoffed. This was not born of hatred, but rather a sense of guilt lingered within him due to Wenjia's death being indirectly tied to him. Thus, seeking vengeance on his behalf was only fitting. Before long, 2 other guardians assigned by the sect, accompanied by the mine owner, arrived at Jiang Heng's courtyard. After a brief exchange, Jiang Heng's duty as a guard was officially concluded. Upon returning to the sect, it was nearing evening. He proceeded to the elder's residential area on the 8th peak to report on his task. Nephew Jiang, you have indeed exceeded expectations with your physical cultivation. Not only did you lead the investigation, but you also eliminated and apprehended the mastermind. Truly a prodigy? Elder Wen chuckled heartily. By the way, your cultivation has reached the true energy realm, correct? Yes, I have attained true energy realm cultivation. Jiang Heng replied calmly. You have been practicing martial arts without a proper weapon. Upon hearing of your breakthrough to the true energy realm, I took the liberty of preparing a pair of gauntlets for you. Elder Wen produced a pair of black gauntlets gleaming with metallic luster from a nearby box. The gauntlets appeared to be crafted entirely of metal, resembling a chainmail structure, allowing for flexibility while boasting astonishing strength. These are high-grade treasures, acquired at great expense. I hope they will shine splendidly in your hands. Jiang Heng politely smiled but shook his head. Thank you, Uncle Wen, but such a significant gift, I cannot accept. Elder Wen's smile faltered. Since the hour is late, I shall not keep you. Good night. Jiang Heng offered a slight bow before turning to leave. Behind him, Elder Wen's expression gradually grew indifferent. The following morning, Jiang Heng arrived at the 5th peak. At the sect leader's training hall, upon entering, Bai Haochang's gaze fell upon him. Dado? Your cultivation has indeed progressed rapidly. What tier of true energy realm are you at now? Jiang Heng hesitated for a moment, but chose to be forthright. 10th tier. Bai Haochang nodded, showing no desire to probe further. Excellent. Since you have broken through in cultivation, I shall ensure that the promised resource subsidies are implemented. You will receive 100 contribution points daily. As for true energy martial arts, feel free to explore the scripture hall. Once you master any true energy martial art to perfection, I will impart to you more advanced techniques. Jiang Heng scratched his head. 100 contribution points a day? Isn't that similar to before? Bai Haochang replied nonchalantly. If you don't require it, then it will be forfeit. Additionally, 2 weeks ago, I had your status modified. You are now registered as an inner disciple. Thus, the previous daily 100 contribution points will no longer apply. You can switch your identity token shortly. Zhang Heng quickly interjected, "Wait, 100 points is still needed. I want it," by how Chong glanced at him. As an inner disciple, all cultivation resources must be exchanged with contribution points. Having 100 contribution points daily is already a significant blessing. Do not be ungrateful. Zhang Heng silently calculated. 100 contribution points would only purchase 10 blood essence pills, which, while substantial for an ordinary person, amounted to just 100,000 potential points for him, insufficient compared to his current upgrade requirements. Moreover, having become accustomed to lavish spending on upgrades over the past month, this sudden reduction in resources left him feeling a psychological disparity. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. They're just contribution points. With my strength, earning them should be a breeze. That moment, by how Chong continued. Furthermore, since you have returned to the sect, there is something else I can disclose. The innate realm expert who attempted to assassinate you was a guardian of the sect, named Lei Song. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed immediately. A sect guardian attempted to assassinate me? Who issued the order? One of the core elders, Sun Feiyu. Sun Feiyu? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, but found no clues. Why would he order my assassination? Because your father killed his only son. A vendetta for a slain child. No wonder, Zhang Heng sighed and then casually remarked, but since it has implicated me, one day I shall avenge myself against him. Bai Hao Chong did not comment, maintaining his calm demeanor as he recounted the events of the past. In those days, both your father and Sun Feiyu's son, Sun Xing, were prodigies of the sect, rivals from the outer door to the inner door and core. Your father always outperformed Sun Xing. The son of a sect elder boasts of his noble lineage and unparalleled talent, brimming with arrogance. Meanwhile, your father, a genius of humble origins, rose through the ranks and consistently overshadowed him, which left Sun Xing feeling resentful. Eventually, after a breakthrough in his cultivation, Sun Xing challenged your father to a duel, only to suffer defeat once more. Consumed by jealousy, he launched a surprise attack, prompting your father to retaliate in haste, ultimately resulting in Sun Xing's death. The fault lay with Sun Xing, and naturally, the sect did not punish your father. Although Sun Feiyu was seething with rage, he found himself constrained by sect rules and could do little more than create minor troubles for your father. In fact, your father later ascended to the position of sect elder, standing equal to Sun Feiyu at that time. Zhang Heng listened quietly and then remarked with a cold smile, Sun Feiyu is but a feeble individual. He could do nothing to my father back then, and now he seeks to bully me, his junior. Bai Haotsong cast a glance at him, cautioning, if you were to voice such sentiments in front of others, Sun Feiyu might seize upon it as a reason to accuse you of disrespect, possibly leading to a minor punishment. Zhang Heng chuckled, isn't it only natural to speak my mind in front of my master? His expression then turned serious. So, was there any foul play by Sun Feiyu behind my parents' demise? The merging of two souls might have been influenced by the more mature soul of Zhang Heng from Shui Lanxing, leading to a predominance of his consciousness. Nevertheless, he inevitably bore the impact of the younger Zhang Heng's emotions. If there were indeed hidden truth surrounding his parents' deaths, he would seek vengeance. When your parents fell, elder son was immediately placed under suspicion. However, investigations revealed no connection, as he had remained within the cultivation hall at the time of your parents' demise. In truth, their deaths were merely the result of a common robbery. Such incidents occurred far too frequently, and with no clues beyond the wilderness, the matter ultimately faded away. As Bai Haotsong glanced at Zhang Heng, a rare smile broke across his face. However, if your parents were aware of your current talents and achievements, they would surely rest in peace. Zhang Heng silently nodded. He recalled that his parents had been troubled by his lack of cultivation talent and had set out to attend an auction for a pill that could enhance one's aptitude, only to meet their tragic end on the way back. By the way, do you think Sun Feiyu will still target me? Given my current strength, I am still somewhat lacking to counter the petty schemes of a core elder. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly inquired. Bai Haotsong shook his head slightly. Rest assured, since it has been revealed that Elder Sun was behind it, the sect will not turn a blind eye. I have convened a meeting of elders to impose penalties upon him. At the very least, he will not trouble you in the near future. Zhang Heng nodded with a smile. Now that my master has intervened, I feel reassured. Just allow me some time to grow, and I won't fear Sun Feiyu any longer. Bai Haotsong regarded him thoughtfully. Every individual has their own opportunities. I shall not interfere. However, remember to maintain a degree of humility in front of others. The world is filled with those who harbor ill intentions. Jiang Heng smiled and nodded in agreement. Yet, Bai Haotsong's next words left him momentarily stunned. For instance, Elder One, Wen Yunhe. Wen Yunhe is none other than Wen Qingxue's father. Although Jiang Heng had never harbored any ill feelings toward him, he had never considered that the man might possess ulterior motives. He gazed at Bai Haotsong in astonishment, awaiting further elaboration. However, Bai Haotsong continued with the previous topic. To be frank, although Elder Son had previously dispatched individuals to kill you, he is, at his core, a rather simple-minded person. Thus, when you began to stand out in the outer sect, I surmised that he might take adverse actions against you and issued him a warning. Indeed, as you noted, he is an incompetent individual, for his thoughts are easily discerned by others. It was then that Bai Haotsong shifted his tone. But do you believe Elder One can see through his intentions? Jiang Heng's body stiffened at once. Are you implying that Elder One anticipated that Sun Feiyu would act against me, and thus intentionally arrange for me to undertake a mission outside the sect? After taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng posed the question. Your father's conflict with Elder Sun is well known among the sect's higher-ups, and as a close friend of your father, Elder One is certainly aware of it. Based on my past impressions of him, Elder One is a remarkably patient and shrewd individual. Upon learning of your talents and strength, he would undoubtedly deduce what actions the impulsive Elder Son might take against you. Therefore, why would Elder One choose to send you on a mission at this particular moment? Bai Haotsong's gaze deepened as he continued. On the surface, you possess only physical realm strength, even with your record of defeating warriors of the true Qi realm. It does not definitively prove your superiority over them. I have reviewed the records of your mission, where a true Qi realm warrior was already killed. Who can guarantee that you are stronger than the assailants? Bai Haotsong's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Jiang Heng. Thus, the mission itself harbors considerable danger, compounded by the potential threat posed by Elder Sunday given the timing. Elder Wen's arrangement appears to be anything but benevolent. He merely needs to feign ignorance and place you in harm's way, leaving the executioner to act. Jiang Heng remained silent for a moment before replying. Elder One assisted me when I first entered the sect, allowing me to become a servant disciple. Therefore, I owe him a favor. That day, I visited him of my own accord, expressing my desire to repay this favor, which led to him assigning me this task. Bai Haotsong shook his head indifferently. The ill intent may have always been present. It is just that in the context of this mission, he might have seized the opportunity when you mentioned it. Alternatively, even if you had not brought it up, Elder One may have found another way to assign you a task, temporarily distancing you from the sect. In any case, be wary of Elder One and keep your guard up. Do you understand? Jiang Heng nodded silently. Truth be told, Bai Haotsong's words stirred a ripple within his heart. If, as his master suggested, Elder Sun's thoughts were indeed simple and predictable, then it was highly plausible that Elder One had orchestrated the mission to harbor ill intentions. However, why would Elder One wish him harm? Did they have a vendetta? That seemed improbable. To him, he was merely a child. Their interactions had been minimal, so how could there be any enmity? Then, what about any grievances between his parents and Elder One? That was also unlikely, as they had been long-time friends. Yet, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility. How many so-called friends harbored grudges over trivial matters? What if Elder One, who always referred to him as Brother Jiang, secretly felt envy or resentment over some minor incident from the past? Jiang Heng pondered this for a while before ultimately setting it aside. After all, these were merely conjectures, and he could not act against Elder One based on speculation alone. Maintaining a bit of vigilance in the future would suffice. More importantly, strength. Only formidable power could serve as the strongest weapon against any schemes. After leaving the sect's cultivation hall, Jiang Heng proceeded to collect his new identity token as an inner sect disciple and don the exclusive uniform for inner sect disciples before heading to the scripture repository. After presenting his identity token, he ascended directly to the second floor and began selecting texts among the shelves. Having resolved to cultivate both the physical and true Qi paths simultaneously, he recognized the necessity of martial arts manuals for the true Qi realm. After a careful selection, he chose a book titled Qian Tian Yi Qi Sword, a profound level sword technique. Unlike the freedom to learn physical realm martial arts upon entering the outer sect, the study of true Qi realm martial arts required expenditure of contribution points for purchase. The price for yellow level techniques was 10 contribution points, while profound level techniques cost 100 contribution points. For Jiang Heng, This translated to 1 in 10 qi and blood pills respectively, representing a disparity of 10,000 in 100,000 potential points when factoring in the points required to upgrade from yellow to profound level techniques. In reality, purchasing yellow level techniques was the most cost-effective approach. However, since Zhang Hong had set his sights on this particular sword technique, he was unconcerned about the minor difference. After all, he was now rather affluent. Following his reward of 10,000 contribution points from the outer sect competition, and after accounting for prior expenditures and the accumulation up to a fortnight ago, he still had a substantial balance of 11,900 contribution points remaining. A mere 100 contribution points for a profound level technique was hardly a concern. Ding! Consuming 10,000 potential points, Zhang Hong mastered Qiantian Yi Qi Sword, profound level entry. After mastering the skills, Zhang Hong did not hesitate for a moment and directly expended 100,000 potential points to elevate his abilities to the pinnacle of the Xian level. Once he completed his studies, he proceeded to the inner sect area, where, under the guidance of a servant, he selected a secluded courtyard as his new residence. Along the way, the servant casually shared some of the regulations of the inner sect. Unlike the outer sect, which resembled a loosely managed environment, the number of disciples in the inner sect was comparatively fewer, and their status was notably higher. Consequently, each day, different instructors were assigned to teach at the martial arts hall. There were those imparting combat experience, others sharing martial arts knowledge, and even courses on survival in the wild, management, and various eclectic subjects. Everything was available. Outside the martial arts hall, the weekly course schedule was updated daily, allowing all inner sect disciples to attend classes at their convenience. Furthermore, most inner sect disciples would apprentice under a certain elder, like me Wen Qingxue from before. To some extent, outer sect disciples were akin to students in school, while inner sect disciples had entered the internship phase, with the elders serving as their direct supervisors. Zhang Hong, in this context, was akin to an intern directly managed by the general manager. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this arrangement. The benefit was that the sect leader could provide more resources for his training, while the drawback lay in the fact that the leader had little time to oversee him closely. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation, Zhang Hong exchanged for 500 qi blood pills in one go and once again immersed himself in intense cultivation. A few days later, a cheerful voice called out from outside the courtyard, "Brother Zhang Hong, are you inside?" Zhang Hong halted his training and approached the door to find, as expected, Wen Qingxue, whom he had not seen for several days. She was as charming as ever, and to Zhang Heng's astonishment, she was now clad in the inner sect disciples' attire of the Duel sect. Previously, Wen Qingxue, as the daughter of Elder One, held a status akin to a family member of the sect and was not considered a sect disciple, much like the young Zhang Hong had been. Now, dressed in the garb of an inner sect disciple, it was clear she had formally joined the sect and had reached the true Qi realm. "You've broken through to the true Qi realm so quickly." Zhang Heng's tone betrayed his astonishment. He. Wen Qingxue replied playfully, "Yes, I broke through while you were out on a mission. I'm now a warrior at the 5th level of true Qi realm." "Impressive, right?" "Indeed, impressive." Zhang Hong marveled sincerely and then invited her into the courtyard. "You've returned to the sect and haven't even come to see me. All you've done is bury yourself in cultivation. I was worried sick after hearing you were nearly assassinated by a warrior of the innate realm." Wen Qingxue pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Zhang Hong awkwardly chuckled. "Well, there were so many events during the mission that I got caught up in them and forgot. But thankfully, it was more of a scare than real danger. So my caution was not in vain." Wen Qingxue suddenly smiled sweetly. "Caution?" Zhang Hong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 55. Wen Qingxue's secret. Zhang Hong recalled the words Wen Qingxue had spoken before he left. "You always warn me about the dangers outside. What could possibly be dangerous? Even if there were, with Brother Zhang Heng's strength, you could definitely protect me, right?" At that time, Wen Qingxue had looked at him with a beaming smile, repeatedly mentioning the word danger. In truth, he had indeed encountered peril later on. For a moment, as he gazed at the charming young woman before him, he felt an air of mystery enveloping her. In the memories of young Zhang Hong, Wen Qingxue was the innocent little sister with whom he had grown up, and she was also his sole friend who remained steadfast while he became a servant of the sect. Her nature was kind-hearted, pure, and endearing. "How did you guess I would encounter danger?" He looked earnestly at Wen Qingxue, awaiting her response. Yet, she merely smiled and shook her head, pulling out a folded piece of Xian paper from her pocket. "This is a painting I made just for you. Please treasure it. After saying this, Wen Qingxue stood up and bid farewell. Watching her skip away like a joyful little rabbit, Jiang Heng fell into silence for a moment. How did 13-year-old Wen Qingxue, with her innocent and charming nature, predict that he would face danger? Was it mere coincidence? At that moment, he suddenly recalled what Bai Haotsong had previously said. Elder Sun was simple-minded and easily predictable. Thus, Elder Wen had purposely sent him on a mission to use him as a tool for assassination. However, no matter how one considered it, Wen Qingxue should not have been capable of discerning Elder Sun's intentions. Moreover, given her age and status, she likely lacked access to information about Elder Sunday. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng unfolded the Xian paper before him. It depicted a simple landscape scene. Two figures, one tall and one short, rowing a boat on a body of water, with perilous mountains in the distance and clouds of various shapes floating in the sky. The image was simplistic yet imbued with a sense of profound artistry. What could the landscape painting of two people rowing a boat signify? Jiang Heng found himself lost in thought, unable to discern any special meaning within the artwork. Until a moment arrived when he was about to set the painting aside. His gaze swept across the entire piece. Jiang Heng's attention suddenly fixated on the peculiar clouds in the sky, and upon closer inspection, he gasped. He had finally discovered a clue. Yet, this revelation caused him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. A wave of unprecedented shock washing over him, he finally understood what set Wen Qingxue apart. She was not merely reminding him. She was subtly hinting at her deepest secret. She did not wish for her secret to be exposed to anyone else, perhaps fearing that walls might have ears, which was why she chose to convey it in such a manner. Such caution, coupled with her willingness to disclose her secret to him, indicated her sincerity. Did she seek his help for something? Or did she merely desire someone to confide in? Regardless, it was evident that she would continue to offer him hints. After a long while, he finally regained his composure. Once he calmed his turbulent thoughts, he resumed his focused cultivation. Days turned into weeks. During this time, Wen Qingxue indeed came to visit Jiang Heng multiple times, each time presenting him with various landscape paintings she had crafted by hand. Sometimes, the paintings were completely ordinary, while other times, they concealed various hints. All of this made Jiang Heng realize that Wen Qingxue was genuinely striving to safeguard her secret, preventing any possibility of it being revealed to others. A month later, Jiang Heng had expended 13,000 contribution points in a frenzy, completely using up the qi blood pills he had purchased, resulting in a staggering increase in his potential points, which reached an unprecedented 13 million. During this period, he had also undergone a dramatic enhancement. Now, his attributes were as follows. Host, Jiang Heng physical cultivation level, 5th level of transcendence, 3rd realm, true qi level, 10th level of true qi, 2nd realm, physical martial arts, skybreaking fist, heavenly level entry, swift wind steps, earth level perfected, true qi martial arts, Qiantian Ichi sword, earth level perfected, primary cultivation method, primordial creation technique, heavenly level great success, diamond technique, Xian level, secret technique, golden body technique, heavenly level 3rd stage, remaining potential points, 293. 000. The most significant enhancement was that his physical cultivation reached the 5th level of the transcendence realm, equivalent to the innate realm of true qi. Furthermore, the physical martial art, skybreaking fist, was upgraded to the heavenly level and was renamed skybreaking fist. The mere entry level of the skybreaking fist resulted in a remarkable enhancement in physical explosive power, achieving a terrifying 8-fold increase. The substantial growth in foundational strength, combined with the multiplicative increase in explosive power, resulted in a monumental transformation in Jiang Heng's strength. Naturally, this series of upgrades had depleted over 90% of his previously saved sect contribution points, leaving him with only 1,900 points. Jiang Heng exhaled deeply. The courtyard felt as if an 8th-level gale had stirred, the air whistling violently. Currently, his physical strength, bodily resilience, the functionality of his organs, stamina, and cellular vitality far surpassed that of ordinary individuals by an unfathomable degree. He could leap across dozens of miles in a single bound, create gales with a breath, and with a single punch, shake the earth as if he were a superhuman. Now, he felt his strength was nearly sufficient. Jiang Heng withdrew his fist and stood still, calming his breath before heading towards the 5th peaked Yin, the sect leader's cultivation hall. Bai Haotsong was, as always, in silent meditation. After reporting his presence, Jiang Heng waited outside for a moment until he heard a voice from within say, "Come in." Jiang Heng pushed the door open and entered, slightly bowing as he approached Bai Haotsong, before taking a seat. "Master, what is it?" Bai Haotsong raised his brows slightly. "Previously, while I was on a mission, my teammate was killed by a core disciple of the Tianjin sect. Unfortunately, I have not had sufficient evidence to take action against him. Therefore, I wish to resolve this matter through force," Jiang Heng stated earnestly. The Tianjin sect and the Deluo sect were both top-tier sects within the Fenghe region, and given the gravity of the situation involving the assassination of a core disciple, it was always prudent to seek prior approval. "A core disciple? Are you absolutely certain you can eliminate him?" Bai Haotsong's expression turned serious. "I am confident. His physical cultivation has already reached the equivalent of the 5th level of the innate realm. Although it is said that the higher the cultivation, the greater the disparity between each level, Jiang Heng possesses a martial arts level that far surpasses his peers, making him an absolute powerhouse within the innate realm. When combined with his cultivation at the 10th level of the true Qi realm, his overall strength is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the innate realm. At the very least, with his formidable defensive capabilities, no one in the innate realm can breach his defenses." Bai Haotsong remained silent for a moment before speaking. "We and the Tianjin sect are both top-tier sects in the Fenghe region, and as such, we have direct competition in various business endeavors, leading to numerous conflicts. However, with the sacred land overseeing matters, we are not permitted to engage in sect wars at will. Therefore, we have another method of resolving disputes: dueling challenges." Chapter 56. Dueling challenge. The challenger must submit a challenge letter at least 1 week in advance, and at the appointed time, present the stakes for the duel at the opponent's sect, where a challenge arena will be established. Once a challenge is initiated, the challenger must accept at least 10 opponents of the same realm unless the opponent voluntarily concedes. Jiang Heng quickly asked, "Can one challenge at a higher level?" "Yes, as long as you consent, you may challenge any level higher than your OWNIS killing allowed. Indeed, as long as the referee does not intervene in time. If you kill, then so be it. No one would dare to disrupt the rules." Bai Haotsong continued, "However, sect duels require a cultivation level above the innate realm. For those below the innate realm, they are merely transitional stages for true geniuses, many of whom do not extensively practice martial arts, resulting in limited combat prowess. It is only upon reaching the innate realm that the majority of geniuses experience a significant slowdown in their cultivation speed, necessitating greater effort in martial studies. Thus, the innate realm is where martial arts truly flourishes, with myriad blooms. It is not comparable to the opponents you faced in the physical realm. Each of them is a top-tier genius with formidable martial cultivation. Do you truly have confidence?" Bai Haotsong gazed deeply at Jiang Heng. With a solemn expression, Jiang Heng nodded. "Yes, then, gather at least 10,000 taels of silver, or an equivalent amount of common resources, as the stakes for the challenge. This is an unspoken rule. Otherwise, others will not waste their time considering your challenge and will simply throw you out. 10,000 taels of silver, when exchanged for contribution points, amounts to about 1,000 contribution points. Jiang Heng had just expended 90% of his contribution points, leaving him with 1,900 points, which was sufficient. Bai Haotsong continued explaining the basic rules of the challenge. "Once you have prepared the funds, I will send someone to deliver the challenge letter to the Tianjin sect and arrange for an elder to accompany you, which will constitute a formal challenge. At that time, you will establish the arena at the Tianjin sect. And apart from your designated opponent, you must accept the challenges of at least 10 disciples of the innate realm. If you win, you will receive 1/10 of the stakes from each challenger, and glory will be yours. If you lose, you will forfeit all stakes and may even perish on the spot." Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, questioning the stakes. "The disciples of the Tianjin sect only need to wager 1/10 of the stakes?" Bai Haotsong, disinterested in answering, merely replied, "Leave now. Come back when you are prepared." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng promptly stated, "I am already ready. Please help me issue the challenge letter, master. Go down. I will have someone arrange it." Jiang Heng bowed and exited. Initially, he had only intended to seek vengeance for Wen Qingxue, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. As long as he prepared sufficient stakes, even if the opponent only contributed 1/10, it would yield substantial profits for him. With at least a week before the challenge officially commenced, he needed to gather as many stakes as possible. By then, he would sweep through the core disciples of the Tianjin sect. avenging me Wen Qingxue while simultaneously amassing considerable wealth for himself. Upon returning to the inner sect area of the 8th peak, Jiang Hong made his way toward the task hall. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Jiang Xiao? Jiang Hong paused, turning to see 3 inner sect disciples clad in blue uniforms approaching him. Among them was a slender figure with red lips and white teeth, strikingly beautiful yet possessing a sword-like brow that lent her an air of grace and vigor, none other than the long-missed Buhani. Bushimi, it has been a long time. Jiang Hong smiled slightly. During their previous interactions at the outer sect competition, they had gotten along exceptionally well, and she had even provided him with numerous blood-boosting pills, contributing significantly to his potential points. When did you advance to the inner sect? I have been wanting to challenge you again, but I heard you have been in secluded cultivation. Buhani smiled charmingly. Her demeanor unchanged despite the passage of time. It has been over a month since my promotion. As for a rematch, you were not my opponent back then, and you are even less so now. Are you certain you wish to try again? Jiang Hong regarded her with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Buhani dismissively waved her hand. It seems your cultivation has improved significantly. Perhaps it is best to let it go. She naturally believed Jiang Heng's words. After spending several days together in the trial area of the Shiluo Mountains, they had developed a considerable understanding of one another, and she knew Jiang Hong was not one to boast without reason. However, Buhani's 2 companions were another matter. As young inner sect disciples and top-tier geniuses, they could not tolerate the arrogance of their peers. One of them, a youth with starry brows, scoffed. So you are the Jiang Hong that Bushimi has mentioned multiple times. There were rumors in the sect that you are an unprecedented genius. Yet, seeing you now, it seems you are nothing extraordinary. You only entered the inner sect over a month ago, and without knowing Bushimi's cultivation level, you dare to claim superiority over her. TSK, should I call you arrogant or ignorant? Buhani's expression turned cold as she sternly admonished Gu Jingming. Are you provoking me by being rude to my friend in my presence? Before Gu Jingming could respond, Jiang Hong stepped forward, looking at him with indifference. Gu Jingming, is it? Don't say I ambushed you. I will give you 3 seconds to prepare. Gu Jingming was momentarily taken aback. Then his anger flared. Arrogant brat. Are you challenging me? Then come with that. He drew his sword from its sheath, while the other youth stepped back slightly, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Buhani hesitated, torn by reason. She felt that Jiang Hong might not be able to defeat him. Although Jiang Heng's talent was indeed unparalleled, he was still much younger and had not been in the true Qi realm for long. In contrast, Gu Jingming was a formidable expert at the 7th level of the true Qi realm, proficient in several powerful Xian-level martial arts. Not to mention, Jiang Hong had just entered the true Qi realm. Even after some time, it would take a while for his martial arts to catch up. Therefore, this conflict was highly disadvantageous for him. Yet, a strange intuition lingered in her mind. Jiang Hong would not lose. Having witnessed Jiang Heng's formidable presence before, she subconsciously felt confident in him. He was a youth capable of creating miracles. Moreover, since Jiang Hong dared to initiate the challenge, he must have genuine confidence. With this thought, Buhani hesitated and stepped back, allowing space for the confrontation. At that moment, Jiang Hong coldly declared, "The 3 seconds are up." Chapter 57. If weak, do not provoke others. Jiang Hong appeared relaxed and carefree, as if looking down upon mere ants, completely disregarding any threat posed by Gu Jingming. This lofty and disdainful demeanor thoroughly infuriated Gu Jingming. You arrogant brat! Gu Jingming moved with lightning speed, closing the distance between them almost instantly. His long sword was enveloped in a rich red true Qi, thrusting forward with an unmatched momentum. Yet Jiang Hong merely raised his left hand nonchalantly, bringing his index and middle fingers together. With a flick, he unleashed the heaven-grade introductory breaking heaven fist, effortlessly igniting a perfect explosion between his fingers. With a mere flick of his finger, the sword tip trembled under the exquisite control of Jiang Hong, the terrifying force rippling through every inch of the blade. Its tip, edge, hilt, tassel, and even the internal structure of the sword, in an instant. The artifact-grade long sword shattered, disintegrating into shards the size of fingernails, scattering like meteors across the sky. This astonishing scene left Gu Jingming utterly speechless. Under the intense sunlight, the myriad of fragmented blades sparkled like resplendent crystals, hurtling towards him. Fortunately, the sword's force had diminished significantly, and Gu Zhengming quickly summoned his true energy for protection, thus escaping injury. Yet, what filled him with dread was that after shattering the long sword with a mere snap of his fingers, Jiang Heng's movements remained unperturbed, his left hand gracefully extended forward, as if plucking flowers or leaves. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Gu Zhengming dared not underestimate him, instead feeling as though he were facing a formidable foe. His expression one of terror. The ability to shatter an artifact-grade long sword with a flick of the finger was an attack far beyond his capacity to withstand. But Jiang Heng's speed was so extraordinary that he had no time to evade. Beside them, Buhani and the others were equally astonished by the scene, and upon seeing Jiang Heng prepare to launch another attack, they instinctively feared for Gu Zhengming's life. "Don't kill him," Buhani exclaimed in alarm. Before her words could fully escape, Jiang Heng's two fingers, seemingly slow yet incredibly swift, struck Gu Zhengming's chest. In that moment, Gu Zhengming's mind went blank, overwhelmed by an explosion of force coursing through his body. His limbs, internal organs, and brain cried out simultaneously in agony. His body involuntarily flew backward, blood spraying from his mouth in a long arc through the air. Jiang Heng stood still, his hand withdrawn. "This is merely a small lesson for you. Those of lesser strength should refrain from provoking others recklessly, lest you find yourself in peril someday." Another young man rushed to Gu Zhengming's side, checking for signs of life, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were going to kill him. You scared me." Buhani also relaxed. Not only does the sect rule prohibit killing fellow disciples, but Gu Zhengming's uncle is one of the elders. A beating is one thing, but if he were to die, it would create significant trouble. Jiang Heng replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured. I am not so impulsive as to take a life. If I were to do so, I certainly wouldn't act openly within the sect." Gu Zhengming shuddered involuntarily. Buhani rolled her eyes and continued, "Since you've given him a beating, let bygones be bygones. Jiu Shixiang does have a somewhat annoying mouth, but he means no real harm. A lesson suffices." Beside them, Gu Zhengming's lips twitched, his expression grim. In truth, Jiang Heng was not of a particularly reckless disposition. The force of his earlier strike had been measured, considering they were fellow disciples, and Gu Zhengming had merely engaged in verbal provocation. "Rest assured. I only administered a slight punishment. With his cultivation level, he should not be gravely injured." Jiang Heng glanced at the now supported Gu Zhengming. "By the way, where are you headed, Jiang Shixiao?" Seeing that Jiang Heng had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Buhani quickly shifted the topic. "I am going to the mission hall to seek out some suitable tasks and earn some contribution points." "Perfect. Let us go together. I too wish to undertake some tasks," Buhani replied. Glancing at Gu Zhengming and the others, "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Jiang Heng cast a sidelong glance at the two and departed alongside Buhani. Behind them, Gu Zhengming's expression fluctuated between dark and light. "We all study under Elder Gu, so we often undertake tasks together, but Gu Zhengming, in his self-proclaimed elegance, frequently bothers me, which I find quite tiresome." Buhani remarked, shaking her head. "As a martial artist, to not pursue longevity or the pinnacle of martial arts, yet to be infatuated with superficial beauty is truly a waste of his talent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Unable to pinpoint its source, he scrutinized Buhani and remarked, "With your beauty, it's only natural for someone to be enamored." Although Buhani was typically forthright and carefree, being complimented so directly caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She playfully retorted, "Vulgar." However, this momentary embarrassment faded quickly, and she resumed their light-hearted conversation. The two soon arrived at the mission hall, where they began to sift through the numerous tasks available. Before long, Jiang Heng's attention was drawn to two long-term tasks. 1. Collecting the pelts of ferocious beasts, with pricing based on the completeness and quality of the pelts. With no time or quantity limits. 2. Gathering various spiritual herbs and medicines, with pricing based on quality, also with no time or quantity limits. The other tasks were primarily for guarding, escorting, or hunting, which, while straightforward, required considerable time, an impractical choice for him. In contrast, these two long-term tasks were quite flexible, allowing for freedom in managing time, and could be undertaken simultaneously, offering the best value. For an ordinary person, these two tasks required venturing deep into the Shilua mountain range. Fraught with peril, however, for Jiang Heng, as long as he did not act recklessly, the danger was virtually non-existent. Even if any risks arose, he was confident in his ability to escape. After all, His perfected Earth-level movement technique surpassed that of most innate realm practitioners. In Jiang Heng's view, the only issue lay in his inability to discern the value of spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts. Regardless of his strength, he could not simply slay every beast he encountered or uproot every unfamiliar herb. Should they prove worthless, it would be a futile endeavor. At that moment, Buhani, who had accompanied him, seemed to perceive his dilemma and leaned closer, inquiring, "Are you considering taking those 2 collection tasks?" Jiang Heng nodded, replying, "Unfortunately, you cannot differentiate between spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts." Buhani interjected immediately. "How did you know?" Jiang Heng asked, astonished. "You're just a reckless brute. I knew you hadn't studied these subjects at all." Buhani remarked, rolling her eyes as she recalled an unpleasant memory. "Moreover, I've heard your cultivation has advanced rapidly. You probably haven't dedicated time to learning anything outside of martial arts, right?" Chapter 58. The trio. Jiang Heng chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed. I've been focused on my training. Who has time to pay attention to such matters?" He then looked thoughtfully at Buhani and tentatively proposed, "Given that, you should have some knowledge in this area. Would you like to join me for these 2 tasks? We can split the rewards." Buhani pondered for a moment. Initially, she had not considered entering the Shilua mountain range, as the inherent dangers were exceedingly unpredictable. The ferocious beasts within the mountains did not strictly adhere to strength-based territorial divisions. It could be said that merely delving slightly into the inner regions of the mountain range could lead to encounters with beasts equivalent to those of the 3rd or even 4th realm. Yet, the most valuable spiritual herbs and beast pelts were often located within these inner areas. However, after witnessing Jiang Heng's unfathomable prowess, she felt somewhat tempted. With a powerhouse like Jiang Heng by her side, their safety would be significantly enhanced, and the potential rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. "All right, I agree. However, your strength far exceeds mine. I'll settle for 30%. Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in from the side. "I want to join too." The 2 turned to see a charming young girl with a bright smile approaching them. It was Wen Qingxue. Buhani immediately looked to Jiang Heng, silently inquiring. She could easily discern that Jiang Heng and the seemingly sweet girl were already acquainted. "Absolutely. Let us embark together," Jiang Heng replied decisively. He introduced the 2, and upon noticing Buhani's lingering skepticism, he smiled and explained, "Don't be deceived by her youth. Her strength may not be inferior to yours. She has already attained the 7th level of the true Qi realm." Buhani's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wen Qingxue's youthful face. "In a way. How old are you? You've already achieved such formidable strength?" "That is perhaps even more terrifying than Jiang Shixiang's talent," Wen Qingxue, with her eyes slightly squinted in a smile, replied. "I'm 13. Buhani gasped in astonishment. She was also a top-tier genius, yet at 17, she had only reached the 5th level of the true Qi realm. Among her peers, she was considered exceptionally young. In contrast, 13-year-old Wen Qingxue had already attained the 8th level of the true Qi realm. What an extraordinary talent! Buhani glanced between Wen Qingxue and Jiang Heng, marveling. "Indeed, friends of geniuses are also such incredible talents." Jiang Heng chuckled. "You're also complimenting yourself in the process, aren't you? You are my friend too." Upon hearing this, Buhani chuckled softly. After the trio discussed their mission, they began to make preparations. With an ample supply of resources including medicinal blood pills for nourishment, pest repellent potions for the wilderness, and preservatives, they set out early the next morning towards the Shilua mountain range. The Shilua mountain range spans an immense area, stretching several thousand kilometers in all directions. Generally, anything within a 50-kilometer radius is considered the periphery. Although Jiang Heng and his companions were initially aiming for rare spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts, Buhani, ever cautious, repeatedly suggested they first hunt in the outskirts for a day before gradually venturing deeper. "Bushiji, you are far too cautious. With brother Jiang Heng's prowess, he could probably sweep through without a second thought. Why bother testing the waters at the periphery?" Wen Qingxue remarked, adopting a fangirl-esque demeanor as she rolled her eyes at Buhani. Despite her words, the trio nevertheless commenced their hunting at the outskirts. Before long, 7 wolf-like ferocious beasts appeared not far from them. Amidst the dimly lit thicket, a multitude of eerie green eyes emanated a sense of mysterious danger. These were the Ziyue wolves, 2nd-tier beasts. Before Buhani could finish her warning, Jiang Heng moved swiftly, taking the initiative to confront them. Even in the dim forest, where light was scarce, nothing could escape Jiang Heng's formidable senses. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the Ziyue wolves, placing a palm upon its skull. The might of the heavenly grades breaking heaven fist surged forth, penetrating with terrifying force. Attacking every part of its body in an instant, the once ferocious Ziyue wolf lay limp upon the ground, its exterior unscathed. With a single strike, Jiang Hong did not pause, moving like a gentle, invisible breeze among the pack of Ziyue wolves. A palm, a finger, a fist, each executed with perfect mastery of the breaking heaven fist, in less than 10 seconds. All 7 seemingly fearsome Ziyue wolves lay silently on the ground. The Ziyue wolves, second-tier beasts corresponding to the strength of true Qi realm warriors, were primarily social creatures. Encountering them would typically spell disaster for most. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Jiang Hong, a far more formidable force. "Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable," Buhani exclaimed excitedly as she stepped forward to begin skinning the wolves, simultaneously stating, "Though the Ziyue wolves are not particularly strong, their fur is smooth and lustrous, making it quite valuable compared to other beasts of the same tier. Moreover, the pelts are preserved in such excellent condition. This is a tremendous gain." Wen Qingxue hurried to assist, learning the skinning process under Buhani's guidance. While Jiang Hong maintained a vigilant watch nearby an hour later, the two had roughly processed the pelts and wrapped them up. "Brother Jiang Hong, let me take charge of hunting the ferocious beasts later. I need to gain some practical combat experience," the petite Wen Qingxue declared eagerly, twirling her sword with her right hand. "Very well. I shall provide support when the time comes," Jiang Hong replied, taking the bundle from Buhani and slinging it over his back. The 3 of them leaped onto a tree branch as thick as a waist, continuing to bound forward. Perched several dozen meters high, their view was relatively unobstructed. With Jiang Hong leading the way, they were undeterred by any potential dangers, moving swiftly without the slightest hint of caution. In no time, they discovered another quarry, a towering ape-like beast with powerful limbs, its brown fur adorned with hints of deep blue. When they first spotted it, the beast was crouched on the ground, devouring a smaller, ferocious creature. Perhaps startled by the sounds of the trio leaping through the trees, the ape turned its head, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl, revealing a mouthful of crimson flesh and sharp fangs. This is the doe-blade ape, a second-tier beast. Its claws are extremely sharp and its strength formidable. "We must proceed with caution." Buhani recognized it immediately and warned Wen Qingxue, "I understand." Wen Qingxue took a deep breath, her voice steady. This would be her first real battle. Chapter 59. Brother Jiang Hong. "It's your turn." A low growl erupted from the doe-blade ape's throat as it leaped into the air. Its massive form surged like a small mountain, arms raised as its enormous paws aimed at the advancing Wen Qingxue. Before it could close the distance, Wen Qingxue felt a powerful gust of wind and the overwhelming stench emanating from the ape's roar. The dreadful pressure washed over her, causing her expression to harden. She leaped aside, landing swiftly on the ground. Boom! The doe-blade ape's colossal paws smashed into the sturdy trunk, splintering wood and sending debris flying as the towering tree crashed to the ground. Its gaze shifted to Jiang Hong and Buhani, who showed no intention of engaging. Instead, they leaped away, leaving Wen Qingxue space to fight. "Hey, big monkey, look over here." On the ground, Wen Qingxue held her sword in her right hand and waved at the doe-blade ape with her left. This provocative gesture enraged the beast further. With another furious roar, it lunged at her. Wen Qingxue, a mix of tension and excitement flashing across her face, channeled her qi into her long sword. As the ferocious strike approached, she crouched low and darted to the left. The sword enveloped in her qi sliced through the doe-blade ape's waist effortlessly. Her weapon, a high-quality treasured item, had a remarkably low energy loss rate, and its inherent sharpness easily carved a deep gash into the ape's side, blood gushing forth. However, for a creature of the doe-blade ape size, this wound hardly constituted a serious injury. If anything, it only served to infuriate it further. The doe-blade ape quickly halted its charge, pivoted, and with a powerful push, brought its massive paw crashing down. Its 10 razor-sharp claws gleamed with a sinister cold light, as if intending to shred Wen Qingxue to pieces. Though the ape's movements were swift, Wen Qingxue's were swifter. After inflicting that initial wound, she deftly spun away, evading the counterattack while simultaneously carving another gash into its flank. She moved like a phantom, leaving behind several afterimages that surrounded the doe-blade ape. One sword stroke after another. The enraged doe-blade ape roared, but not once did it manage to land a hit on Wen Qingxue. From a distance, Buhani observed the battle with wide-eyed astonishment. When Shimi truly possesses extraordinary talent, not only does she surpass her peers in cultivation, but her martial prowess is also alarmingly advanced. At the tender age of 13, to excel in both aspects to such an extent was indeed remarkable. As she pondered this, Buhani couldn't help but think of Jiang Hong. Before these two, it seemed no one else could rightfully claim the title of genius. She shook her head inwardly. Being alongside them was proving to be a considerable blow to her self-esteem. With Wen Shimi's capabilities, effortlessly slaying the Doublade ape was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Jiang Hong, however, remained unfazed in this world. Aside from Wen Qingxue herself, perhaps only he understood her hidden strengths. Before long, the battle reached its conclusion. The massive form of the Doublade ape crashed to the ground in her mind. The voice of Xiao Lingyun echoed softly. It seems you have nearly mastered the Dakian phantom body technique, but you still need a combat-oriented martial art. Otherwise, no matter how agile you are, the fights will become cumbersome. When Qingxue responded in her mind, my cultivation has advanced far too rapidly recently, and having absorbed the entirety of the heavenly grade movement technique insights, my head is still throbbing slightly. I think I shall wait a few days before learning a new martial art. While they exchanged thoughts in their minds, Jiang Hong and Buhani had already arrived at her side. Let us go. The most valuable part of the Doublade ape is its claws, but they are cumbersome to carry. We should continue searching for our next quarry. When Qingxue nodded in agreement, and the three continued their journey. Throughout their expedition, each member played a distinct role. When Qingxue handled combat, Buhani provided intelligence and processed the beast carcasses, while Jiang Hong maintained a protective position and carried the spoils. With Wen Qingxue's mastery of the heavenly grade movement technique, they faced no opponents in the periphery, easily overpowering several ferocious beasts before deciding to delve deeper into the Shilua mountain range. Not long after, they encountered their first formidable foe, a massive white giant tiger, its body adorned with sprawling black, flame-like, twisted patterns. Its sharp fangs jutted from its lower jaw, exuding an air of both majesty and an eerie, sinister quality. The tiger immediately detected the approaching trio, turning its gaze towards them and unleashing a booming roar that echoed through the dim forest. Roar. Its voice was deep and resonant, reverberating through the shadowy thickets. This was the Xiehua Luyun tiger, a third-tier beast, equivalent to a practitioner of the innate realm. This was troublesome, Brother Jiang. Do you feel confident? Buhani's expression grew serious. Although Jiang Hong had previously asserted he could handle even third-tier beasts, the reality of encountering such a formidable creature so soon into their venture made her heart race with apprehension. Rest assured, leave it to me. Jiang Hong chuckled lightly as he removed the package and handed it to Buhani. In the midst of their conversation, the malevolent fire cloud tiger was already charging towards them, growling ominously as it closed in. The beast suddenly leaped into the air, soaring as if it were flying, covering a distance of over 100 meters in a heartbeat. Its menacing jaws gaped wide, and a foreleg, nearly the size of an adult human head, shot forward. Its target was none other than Wen Qingxue, who stood at the forefront. Well then, let me test its mettle first. It seemed that the previous battles had ignited Wen Qingxue's fighting spirit. Instead of panicking, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. All right, I'll take the lead. Just as Jiang Hong prepared to engage, he hesitated, while Buhani anxiously regarded him. That S.A. Tier 3 ferocious beast, equivalent to a human innate realm expert. Are you truly going to let her handle it alone? One misstep and we won't even have time to rescue her, Jiang Hong calmly observed Wen Qingxue as she boldly confronted the fire cloud tiger, stating, "It's fine. Didn't you see? Her agility is remarkable, probably surpassing mine. Even if she can't defeat it, she won't be in any danger." But Buhani stammered, unable to persuade him further. For indeed, as Jiang Hong had predicted, while the fire cloud tiger launched furious assaults, it could not land a blow on Wen Qingxue, who evaded it effortlessly, leaving only her afterimages for the beast to strike it. Of course, Wen Qingxue was equally unable to harm the fire cloud tiger. Although her attacks landed time and again, they merely inflicted superficial wounds, which the creature completely disregarded, given the vast disparity in their levels. Moreover, Wen Qingxue's martial arts were merely of the ordinary yellow grade, rendering her strikes ineffective. Realizing this, Wen Qingxue swiftly retreated from the fray, calling out sweetly, Jiang Hung Gij. Relay. Chapter 60. Tier 3 Ferocious Beast. One Punch KO. With a furious roar, the fire cloud tiger charged towards Wen Qingxue. You think you can just run after giving me a mere scratch? I, the fire cloud tiger, will not allow it. Yet, Wen Qingxue paid it no heed, making a beeline for Jiang Hung instead. She knew that with Jiang Heng's prowess, the colossal tiger stood no chance of catching her. Big white cat, stop chasing. If you don't flee now, you may lose your life. She even turned back, flashing a playful smile at the ferocious white tiger. Jiang Hong clenched his fist, his body surging forward to meet the tiger's massive form. All the strength of his physical body at the third realm, the transcendence stage, erupted forth, amplified by the celestial level entry technique. The breaking heaven fist, coupled with the explosive power of his true energy at the 10th level. This punch represented the apex of Jiang Heng's continuous breakthroughs. As his fist collided with the tiger's enormous claw, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The branches swayed, and the underbrush rustled violently, the epicenter of the shockwave. The fire cloud tiger trembled violently, blood pouring from its 7 orifices, its eyes dimming as it swiftly lost consciousness. Its massive body crashed to the ground, causing nearby trees to tremble slightly. This Buhani stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was witnessing. While she could somewhat accept Jiang Heng's claim of being able to defeat a Tier 3 ferocious beast, the reality of him one-punching it was utterly beyond her imagination. This was not merely a battle of levels. It was an overwhelming victory, akin to a high-tier combatant effortlessly dispatching a lower-tier foe. Jiang Hung Gij is truly incredible. Wen Qingxue seemed completely unfazed, cheerfully approaching Jiang Hong and crouching down to stroke the soft tiger fur. Such a large piece of tiger skin. We may need to return to the sect first, or our package won't hold it all. Buhani also stepped forward, her tone still tinged with astonishment. A complete tiger skin from a Tier 3 fire cloud tiger will surely yield a substantial contribution. Setting her package aside, she began processing the carcass. However, the physical body of a Tier 3 ferocious beast was exceedingly robust, and it took nearly half an hour to finish. By the time they completed their task, the sky had begun to darken, casting an even gloomier shadow beneath the towering trees. It will be difficult to discern direction at night. We should find an open space to rest for the night and return tomorrow. Buhani suggested. Very well, let us rest by the river we passed earlier. The trio promptly set off. As darkness fell, the forest would become nearly impenetrably dark, and even with Jiang Heng's company, safety could not be guaranteed. Thus, they dared not linger, racing in the direction etched in their memories. Before long, they arrived near a small river, the riverbank. A fox with fiery red fur was crouched, drinking water. Upon hearing the sounds of the trio leaping from the woods, it immediately turned its head. Bathed in the cool moonlight, the red fox squinted its eyes, its fluffy fur seemingly emanating a hazy glow, exuding a dreamlike beauty. This is the bewitching eye fox, a Tier 2 ferocious beast. Its claws contain a hallucinogenic toxin. If scratched, one's reactions may become sluggish. Be cautious, Buhani quickly informed. Jiang Hong turned to Wen Qingxue and asked, Shall you take the lead? Wen Qingxue, however, gazed at the bewitching eye fox with starry eyes, exclaiming excitedly, This fox is too adorable. Jiang Hung Gij, you go ahead. Don't damage its fur. At that moment, sensing the trio's ill intentions, the bewitching eye fox bared its teeth menacingly, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Then, it transformed into a fiery red blur, dashing away in the opposite direction with astonishing speed, yet maintaining an elegant grace. However, Jiang Hong was even swifter. Almost as soon as he moved, he was right behind the bewitching eye fox. Extending his right hand forward, the fox reacted with lightning speed, its fluffy tail whipping around to ensnare Jiang Hong's wrist. With a swift twist, it attempted to fling Jiang Hong away while propelling itself further into escape. Yet in the next instant, the bewitching eye fox found its tail tightly gripped. A tremendous force surged through its tail, yanking its body backward with ferocity. In an instant, it lost control, hurtling backwards as its fiery red fur was pressed tightly against its body by the fierce wind. A moment later, it was struck by excruciating pain and lost consciousness completely. Jiang Hong held the limp form of the bewitching eye fox and approached the toot. The fur is indeed exquisite. Soft and delicate. It should fetch a significant number of contribution points. Wen Qingxue eagerly snatched the fox's body from him. This fur is mine. Jiang Hong and Bu Hani, feeling no desire to dispute, watched as Wen Qingxue excitedly skinned the creature, removing its flesh, tendons, and various fatty deposits before applying a preservation powder. Once the simple processing was complete, Wen Qingxue shook out the soft fur of the bewitching fox, admired it for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, and then stowed it away in her package. The trio, having tidied up by the riverbank, each found a sizable stone to sit upon, cross-legged. It was their first night spent outdoors. And when Qingxue, still brimming with excitement, gazed up at the starry sky, her eyes filled with longing. This world, this night, is so beautiful. Beside her, Bu Hani also glanced at the sky, yet felt no sense of wonder. After swallowing a qi blood pill, she closed her eyes and began her cultivation. This was the internal cultivation method of the primordial creation technique. Merely sitting cross-legged allowed for practice, though it was slightly less efficient without the accompanying martial movements. Given their current martial arts realms, they could easily endure several days and nights without rest without feeling fatigued. Jiang Hong, unusually not engaged in cultivation, sat a short distance away from Wen Qingxue, engaging in casual conversation. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the trio set off back to their sect. Arriving at a corner of the task hall, where collection tasks were processed, Jiang Hong placed the package on the table. "Hello, I would like to sell ferocious beast pelts. Please appraise their value." Behind the desk, a young steward opened the package and began inspecting the contents meticulously. The fur of the purple moon wolf is well preserved. 7 pieces at 15 contribution points each, totaling 105 contribution points. The fur of the shadow leopard is somewhat damaged, 10 contribution points. The fur of the crimson flamehound is also somewhat damaged, 10 contribution points. The bewitching fox fur is quite valuable, well preserved, 20 contribution points. And this the fur of the fire cloud tiger? Quite intact. It can fetch 150 contribution points. When all was tallied, the total came to 295 contribution points. But the steward rounded it up to 300 contribution points. When Qingxue reclaimed the bewitching fox fur, grinning widely as she said, "That's perfect, 300 contribution points. This young lady, that simply won't do. If we don't sell the bewitching fox fur, it would only be 280 contribution points. What do you say? All right, then 280 contribution points it is, according to the distribution ratio agreed upon by the three." Jiang Hong received 50%, while Wen Qingxue and Bu Hani each received 25%. Furthermore, the remaining contribution points were allocated based on the young man's quotation for the evil fox that Wen Qingxue had kept. After Wen Qingxue returned home with the fox's fur, the trio set off again for the Xiluo mountain range without delay. This time, they decided to delve directly into the depths, with Wen Qingxue leading the way and Jiang Hong closely following behind. Upon encountering prey, Wen Qingxue immediately engaged, while Jiang Hong and Bu Hani took positions on either side for vigilance. After the prey was slain, Bu Hani promptly began processing it, followed by Jiang Hong, who wrapped it up. Their roles were clearly defined, and their movements were remarkably efficient. As they progressed, the three soon entered the inner regions of the Xiluo mountain range once more. The distant roars of beasts reverberated, mingled with the incessant sounds of insects and birds. Before long, Bu Hani raised her left hand, prompting Jiang Hong and the others to halt. She gracefully leaped down to the ground, cautiously crouching before a crescent-shaped white flower. Suddenly, a long snake with a greenish hue lunged out like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Bu Hani. In an instant, Jiang Hong appeared by her side, seizing the snake's body while an overwhelming force surged into it. The snake's body went limp and perished instantly. Jiang Hong set down the bundle with his left hand, forming a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers. The perfected Shintian Ichi sword of the earth level began to circulate, and crimson energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming a sharp blade that sliced into the snake's body to extract its gallbladder. This sequence of actions transpired in a heartbeat. Bu Hani cast a grateful glance at Jiang Hong, then turned back to carefully pluck the white flower. This was the moonflower, a third-tier spiritual herb and one of the main ingredients for the Grand Rejuvenation Pill, valued highly. She retrieved a delicate wooden box to store the moonflower and placed it into Jiang Heng's bundle. "Let us proceed. We must remain cautious. If I were late to act, you could find yourself in danger," she warned. Bu Hani nodded, humbly accepting the lesson. The trio continued onward. Although they were in the inner regions of the Shilua mountain range, it primarily housed ordinary first-tier ferocious beasts, with second and third tiers being relatively common. They had yet to encounter any beasts of fourth tier or above. Given the limited size of their bundles, they opted to collect only the pelts of third-tier beasts as spoils, along with various rare spiritual herbs. After a day of coordination, the trio's teamwork grew increasingly intuitive, resembling a squad that had collaborated for years. Whenever they encountered a beast, Buhani would promptly provide essential information. If it was a second-tier beast, they would attempt to avoid it, and if avoidance was impossible, Wen Qingxue would immediately confront it. In the case of a third-tier beast, Zhang Hong would hand his bundle to Buhani before swiftly dispatching the threat. Gradually, the spoils in their bundles began to accumulate. Wait! Zhang Hong suddenly halted, tilting his ear to listen and signaling the others to stop. They too listened intently, faintly hearing the sounds of battle and human shouts. "Is someone there?" Buhani inquired with her eyes. Zhang Hong nodded and whispered. "Let us go take a look." The three united, slowing their pace as they cautiously approached the source of the noise in this world. The order cannot be shrouded within the primitive forest. Thus, encountering humans in the Shilua mountain range may not bode well for those of lesser strength. The hard-won spoils from hunting could become the very catalyst for their demise. After all, rather than risking their lives to search for and hunt down prey, killing a human could easily yield all their painstakingly gathered spoils. This was undeniably a considerable temptation for the strong. Hence, Zhang Hong had to remain vigilant. He certainly did not consider himself invincible, especially not against those daring enough to venture deep into the Shilua mountain range, who would undoubtedly be top-tier experts. Innate realm, spiritual ocean realm, or even higher, the manifestation realm, was entirely plausible. Should he find the opponent too formidable, he would retreat at once. Conversely, if the opponent proved weaker than anticipated, he would not hold back. After all, the vast expanse of the Shilua mountain range meant that aside from the outer areas near the Duel Sect, where many disciples roamed, encountering anyone else was possible. As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat grew clearer, and the three observed the unfolding scene. A young man, appearing to be in his 30s, was fiercely battling a large, ape-like ferocious beast. The young man twisted and turned his body, occasionally unleashing a sharp orange sword energy that, after being dodged by the giant ape, sliced through several towering trees in the surrounding woods with a resounding crash. Clouds of dust billowed, and shockwaves surged forth. The battle was exceptionally intense. The projection of true energy and the release of sword energy were techniques employed by those above the innate realm, while the crimson true energy was also indicative of an innate realm expert. That giant ape is the red flame, a formidable type even among third-tier beasts, Buhani remarked, glancing at Zhang Hong, awaiting his response. She could discern Zhang Hong's thoughts. Encountering humans in the Shilua mountain range generally implied hostility. Even if they bore no malice, they would still worry about the intentions of the other party. In such a climate of heightened vigilance, no one would approach another willingly. Therefore, one either kept their distance or approached, which would signify ill intent. As long as he is an innate realm expert, I can handle it. Let us wait for him to finish his battle, Zhang Hong replied with a calm smile. Focusing on the fight, Buhani exhaled, settling into silence. She was not one to adhere to moral purity. Seizing the spoils of others in the Shilua mountain range was a well-known, unspoken rule. Anyone with a modicum of maturity would be mentally prepared for such realities the moment they entered the mountains for hunting. Not long after, under the explosive force of the innate realm expert, the red flame was decapitated, its thick blood gushing forth as its towering body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The innate realm expert then shifted his gaze toward Zhang Hong and the others. Clearly having heard their approach, "Dear uncle, we merely passed through this area with no ill intent. Please do not misunderstand us. We shall take our leave now," Zhang Hong said as he stepped out from the cover of the woods. A broad smile on his face, his bulging bundle indicating the spoils he carried. The young man's gaze flickered, assessing the two young women who followed Zhang Hong, noting their low cultivation and lack of worldly experience. Easy prey indeed. A glimmer of delight flickered within him. Chapter 62. The Duel Sect's Challenge. The young man, wielding a long sword, approached Zhang Hong with a faint smile. Misunderstanding? In the depths of the Shilua mountain range, approaching others often signifies ill intent. Zhang Hong touched the back of his head, feigning belated realization. Is that so? His lips curled into a peculiar smirk. In that case, what does dear uncle wish to do? At that moment, the young man's figure abruptly moved. Without uttering a word, he expressed his stance through action. If that is the case, do not blame me. Jiang Hong set down his bundle. The next instant, his gaze sharpened as he met the swift sword strike from the young man with a punch. In the young man's shocked gaze, fist met sword. The overwhelming force surged through the long sword and into his body, affecting every part of him in an instant. His organs rattled, muscles ached, and his right hand involuntarily released its grip, sending the long sword flying from his grasp. Too weak. Jiang Heng's lips curled into a somewhat feral grin. After sending the long sword flying, he barely paused before charging forward, transforming his punch into a palm strike. He brought it down with a sudden ferocity. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward the young man, whose expression shifted dramatically. The earlier blow that had sent his sword flying made him acutely aware that this mysterious youth was an overwhelmingly fearsome presence he could not contend with. The unimaginable defensive capability, enduring the full might of an innate realm expert's strike without sustaining damage, coupled with unparalleled explosive power that easily shattered his 7th layer innate realm offense and left him lightly injured. What a terrifying being. Should the opponent's strike land directly upon him, he would undoubtedly perish in an instant. I cannot withstand this. The young man desperately twisted his body to evade while attempting to cushion the impact with his left hand. But it was futile. Jiang Heng's assault was too rapid. In less than a blink, Jiang Heng's palm struck the young man's chest. Boom. A tempest of force erupted, and the young man was sent flying. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Jiang Hong relentlessly pursued, but refrained from attacking again. Instead, looking down from a height at the powerless young man sprawled on the ground, a radiant smile adorned his face as he inquired, "Dear uncle, your strength seems a bit lacking. May I ask what level of cultivation you possess?" The young man's 7 orifices continued to ooze fresh blood. Gazing upon Jiang Heng's smiling visage, a chill coursed through his heart, and he weakly responded, 7th level. Jiang Heng's palm strike had already caused severe internal injuries, rupturing his organs and tearing his muscles, rendering him nearly incapable of resistance. At this moment, his life and death lay entirely within Jiang Heng's whims. This young man was about to utter some soft words in a plea for mercy when Jiang Hong once more struck his forehead. The overwhelming force surged through him, nearly reducing his brain to a pulp. If 50% of my strength can severely injure a 7th level innate martial artist, then my explosive power must be roughly equivalent to the pinnacle of the innate realm, mused Jiang Hong after dispatching the youth, rising to his feet while murmuring to himself. That last strike had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, using the opponent as a test subject to gauge the limits of his explosive power, thus allowing him to ascertain his position within the innate realm. Now it appeared that even in this slightly weaker aspect of explosive power, he was undoubtedly at the top tier. Coupled with his slightly inferior movement technique, he possessed a physique defense that was several times more formidable, thus validating his understanding. His overall strength was assuredly among the highest echelons of the innate realm. As Jiang Hong and his companions continued their relentless hunting in the West Luo mountain range, the messenger from the sect leader by Haotsong had already arrived at the Tianjin sect stronghold, situated several hundred miles away, to deliver a challenge letter. After a round of announcements, the messenger from the Deluo sect was welcomed into the sect leader's grand hall. Being one of the foremost sects within the Fenghe domain, the matter of Deluo sect delivering a challenge letter immediately captured the attention of Tianjin sect. Such a formal challenge was not merely a matter of combat between disciples. It was a significant event pertaining to the prestige of the sect. According to the customary practices of formal challenges, the challenger was required to face at least 10 peers of similar caliber. Only those with unparalleled confidence would dare to issue such a challenge. Therefore, it was destined to be a grueling battle for both sides. Upon entering the hall, the messenger instantly felt a sharp gaze, akin to a sword, fixate upon him. The Luo sect's messenger Wei Guangyuan pays respects to sect leader Kong. Wei Guangyuan clasped his hands in salute and slightly bowed, then straightened, maintaining a demeanor of calm composure. At the center of the hall, sect leader Kong sat imposing upon a lavish chair atop the steps, emanating an aura of authority that resembled a divine dragon surveying the mortal realm from the heavens. "Present the challenge letter," came the languid voice of sect leader Kong. The messenger Wei Guangyuan promptly offered the challenge letter, advancing step by step. As sect leader Kong lightly raised his right hand, an invisible force precisely acted upon the letter in Wei Guangyuan's grasp, lifting it into the air. Wei Guangyuan immediately halted, waiting in silence. Audacious. Sect leader Kang's countenance darkened as he read the letter. His fury erupting, the Luo sect dares to be so arrogant and ignorant. A mere inner disciple of the true Qi realm actually dares to challenge my Tianjin sect's foremost core disciple? Is this a provocation against my Tianjin sect? A tremendous pressure enveloped the entire hall, the invisible force causing the edges of Wei Guangyuan's garments to flutter uncontrollably. Sect leader, please calm your anger. Wei Guangyuan remained unperturbed, his tone still composed. The challenger is the direct disciple of our sect leader and a once-in-a-century prodigy. Though he is merely at the true Qi realm, he has previously recorded victories against innate realm fighters. Thus, the challenger possesses innate realm strength. There is no intent to provoke. This is simply a standard challenge, so I hope sect leader does not misunderstand. Sect leader Kang's expression softened slightly. If the challenger were indeed the sect leader's direct disciple, it at least indicated that he was not an insignificant opponent, possessing genuine qualifications for the challenge. As for the claims of being a once-in-a-century prodigy, and that challenging higher tiers is as easy as drinking water, he would not take them at face value. Everyone knew the tendency to embellish one's sect's reputation. Thus, such statements were merely exaggerated boasts. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. Should such an arrogant individual perish in the arena? May your sect's 100 leaders not regret it. You may leave. I accept the challenge letter. 1 week from now, let Zhang Hong come to my Tianjin sect. We shall meet in the arena to determine life and death. With sect leader Kang's authoritative voice echoing through the hall, Wei Guangyuan bowed and exited the grand hall. Someone, notify Elder Qin to come, called sect leader Kong once more. Before long, a meticulously groomed middle-aged man entered the hall. Sect leader, inform the disciples that the Luo sect has issued a challenge targeting our foremost core disciple, Wu Mingxian. They shall arrive in 1 week to challenge him. Additionally, arrange for our finest core disciples to be prepared for the challenge. We must not tarnish the reputation of Tianjin sect. The challenger is the sect leader's direct disciple. Although his cultivation is merely at the true Qi realm, it is said that his strength rivals that of any innate realm fighter. We must not take this lightly. We must adopt an overwhelming stance and eliminate the opponent without allowing any chance for retaliation. Do you understand? Hearing this, Elder Qin's heart sank. True Qi? Challenging the innate realm? And it's the foremost disciple of Tianjin sect? Is this not courting death? Yet he quickly responded, understood. In the core disciple area of Tianjin sect, Elder Qin personally visited Wu Mingxuan's residence to inform him of the challenge from Luo sect. Luo sect? A true Qi inner disciple. Wu Mingxuan's face flushed with rage. As the foremost core disciple of Tianjin sect, how could I be challenged by a mere true Qi disciple? The audacity to consider me as a target for a higher tier challenge is sheer ignorance. Such a formal challenge cannot be ignored or refused. Zhang Hong, is it? Such an arrogant individual shall surely meet a gruesome end beneath my sword. After notifying Wu Mingxian, Elder Qin proceeded to inform several other core disciples of the sect about the challenge, urging them to prepare for the upcoming confrontation. Regardless of their confidence, preparations for unforeseen circumstances were necessary, as this was a matter of significant importance to the sect's reputation. Zhang Hong and his companions spent 5 days in the West Luo mountain range, slaying 18 third-tier ferocious beasts and gathering 9 spirit herbs. Additionally, from the spoils taken from the innate realm youth, they acquired 22 pelts of third-tier beasts and 16 spirit herbs. Notably, the trio encountered 4th-tier beasts on multiple occasions. When Zhang Hong attempted to confront one directly, he was easily overwhelmed. However, despite his utter inability to resist, the 4th-tier beasts could not harm him either. Consequently, Zhang Hong provided cover for Wen Qingxue and the others to escape, ultimately regrouping at a predetermined location, thereby narrowly avoiding calamity. On the 6th day at noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the depths of the West Luo mountain range's forest resembled the darkness of night. Wen Qingxue, with her petite frame carrying a heavy bundle, moved swiftly alongside Zhang Hong within the forest. Although this venture was somewhat perilous, the bountiful harvest made it worthwhile. Wen Qingxue smiled with delight. Although she received direct cultivation teachings from Xiao Lingyun in her mind, her body still required cultivation resources for sustenance. Especially given her currently terrifying cultivation speed, Her consumption of resources was nothing short of alarming. Even though her father was an elder of the sect, he could not provide unlimited support for her training. Therefore, this substantial harvest was indeed a joyous event for her. Jiang Hong carried the treasured long sword confiscated from the innate realm youth. Remaining vigilant as he advanced, be cautious. We have yet to leave the inner zone. Do not let your guard down. Wen Qingxue and the others nodded silently, continuing their hurried journey. Occasionally, Buhani would pause to look up at the sky and observe the branches to discern their direction before proceeding once more. Within such a dense forest, especially as they ventured deeper, losing one's way posed a greater risk than encountering powerful beasts. Fortunately, unlike Jiang Hong and Wen Qingxue, who were solely focused on cultivation, Buhani possessed considerable knowledge in this regard. Before long, the light within the forest began to brighten, and the three ascended to the treetops, where they could faintly see the outline of the Duel mountain, the stronghold of their sect. They had returned to the outer region. The trio let out a collective sigh of relief. Delving into the depths of the West Luo mountain range posed a certain level of danger for all three of them. Even someone as physically formidable as Jiang Hong could encounter peril if he became lost without guidance, potentially facing even more powerful beasts and meeting his demise. But of course, all the risks were worth it. Upon returning to the 8th Peak's task hall, the trio sold all their spoils, accumulating a whopping 5,800 contribution points. In monetary terms, that amounted to 58,000 taels of silver, equivalent to 58 million in their previous life. Remarkably, all of this was achieved in just 5 days. Having completed the distribution of contribution points among the three, and accounting for the gains from the first day, Jiang Hong amassed a total of 3,050 contribution points. Coupled with the remaining 1,900 points from before, and the accumulated 600 points over 6 days, his wealth reached an impressive 5,550 contribution points. All were weary after 5 days and nights without rest. And upon parting ways, they returned home to recuperate. After reporting to his master, by Hao Tsong, at the 5th peak, Jiang Hong indulged in a well-deserved sleep. On the following morning, rejuvenated and invigorated, Jiang Hong exchanged for 500 qi blood pills and set off with an accompanying elder arranged by Hao Tsong towards the Heavenly Sword Sect. Riding on the swift steed, the Crimson Blood Horse, they arrived at the sect's outpost by noon at that moment. The training ground in the core disciple area was bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of voices. Not only core disciples but also some inner and outer disciples had gathered to witness the spectacle. After all, this was not merely an internal competition but an official duel between disciples of two premier sects. A matter of prestige for both. It was rumored that the challenger from the Deluo sect was nothing more than an inner disciple at the true Qi realm. Yet he dared to challenge the chief core disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such audacity was truly incomprehensible. Not only was it arrogant, but it also served as an affront to the Heavenly Sword Sect. The moment that young man stepped onto the stage, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by Senior Brother Wu. I suspect that Senior Brother Wu will not take the stage immediately. Otherwise, it would diminish the stature of our chief core disciple. Indeed, the other core disciples with positions would easily dispatch that Deluo sect lad. The notion of a level-up challenge is laughable. How could one who has become a core disciple not possess exceptional combat prowess at the true Qi realm? Even if it were a level-up challenge, it would only be against those casual practitioners at the innate realm. The core disciples of our Heavenly Sword Sect are not to be compared with those mediocre practitioners from the outside world. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a voice rang out from a distance. The lad from Deluo sect has arrived. Instantly, all heads turned. A youthful boy, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in black, approached with an air of calmness, surveying the crowd with an unyielding gaze, undeterred by the scrutiny. "Boy, hurry up and step onto the stage to meet your demise," someone suddenly bellowed, prompting others to join in. "Meet your demise." The collective roar of thousands surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 64. Core Seat 10. Instant Kill. Jiang Hong continued his stride without faltering, arriving at the edge of the arena. A similarly attired elder from the Heavenly Sword Sect approached him. "Elder Zhou, please hand me my stakes." The elder, garbed in black, promptly presented Jiang Hong with an exquisite wooden box he had prepared in advance. "This contains 500 qi blood pills, which serve as my challenge stakes. I trust your sect is prepared?" Jiang Hong smiled as he extended the box. The elder, maintaining a stern expression, received it with a forced smile, stating, "Of course, Such a trivial number of chi blood pills is hardly worth our attention. Besides, our disciples have no possibility of losing. However, should you meet your end on the stage, do not blame our disciples for being too ruthless. Jiang Heng remained unfazed, replying, that will not be the case. I only worry that your disciples may not be enough for me. After all, one of my purposes in challenging you is to earn a bit of wealth. Talents like myself, with rapid cultivation speeds, require vast resources. If my actions leave your disciples psychologically scarred, I hope you will not hold it against me. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened, a surge of killing intent flooding his heart. Ignoring the elder's reaction, Jiang Heng leaped onto the stage and surveyed the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect below, who were hurling jeers. He proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed ones, I am Jiang Heng, the unparalleled genius from the Duel sect. I have come to challenge you to demonstrate what true genius looks like. Now, who will be the first to step up?" His words ignited a stir among the disciples, who were taken aback by his audacity. To openly provoke them while standing in enemy territory was simply outrageous. By heavens, I cannot endure this. Up, eliminate this arrogant brat. In the observation area on the opposite side of the stage, 10 core disciples, including Wu Mingxian, had gathered. The term seating referred to the ranking of core disciples, limited to the top 10. Each of them, having cultivated to the innate realm, could be considered a true genius. In terms of strength, ranking among the top 10 of the hundreds of core disciples in the prestigious Heavenly Sword Sect placed them at the pinnacle of the innate realm. At that moment, the 10 disciples wore grim expressions. This boy was simply too arrogant. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. I shall take the stage first and eliminate him. One of the youths scoffed, stepping towards the waiting area to find the elder Jiang Heng had just spoken with. The youth presented his identification token, Elder Qin. I wish to challenge. After registering, he leaped onto the stage, positioning himself not far from Jiang Heng. Jiang, you little brat, I am Fang Hanqi, core disciple ranked 10th in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Here to take your life. Fang Hanqi declared coldly, drawing his long sword and pointing its tip at Jiang Heng, striking a dashing pose. The crowd erupted in cheers. Brother Fang is on the move. Swiftly eliminate the ignorant child from Duel sect. Let him feel the might of our Heavenly Sword Sect. On the stage, Jiang Heng regarded Fang Hanqi's theatrics with indifference, paying no heed to the clamoring crowd below, and casually remarked, "Make your move. Otherwise, you will lose your chance." Fang Hanqi, enraged, retorted with a laugh, "Good, good, good. You truly are audacious." With that, he suddenly moved, transforming into a wisp of smoke, propelling himself forward at an extraordinary speed. In the eyes of many spectators, Fang Hanqi appeared before Jiang Heng almost instantaneously, his sword cloaked in crimson true energy, tracing a brilliant arc as it slashed toward Jiang Heng, who seemed momentarily unresponsive. Indeed, as a disciple with a ranking, Fang Hanqi's speed was no less than Jiang Heng's. Jiang Heng mused inwardly but did not slow his movements. Instead, he raised his left hand, striking the side of the sword with the back of his hand. A tremendous force erupted, transmitting through the sword into Fang Hanqi's body. As a top-tier expert within the innate realm, Fang Hanqi did not suffer instant injury as Jiang Heng's previous opponents had. He still firmly held onto his sword. However, his expression shifted dramatically, for the sword veered off its intended path, stabbing into the empty space beside Jiang Heng. Even more alarming was the peculiar force that surged into his body upon contact, causing a momentary paralysis throughout his being. It was this brief moment of paralysis that disrupted his actions. Yet Jiang Heng showed no signs of halting. After deflecting the sword, his right fist surged forward, crashing into Fang Hanqi's chest before he could react. This strike was no less formidable than the previous one. In an instant, Fang Hanqi was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise for a long while, the crowd was momentarily silenced, as if a hand had clasped their throats. The core disciple ranked 10th of the Heavenly Sword Sect had been instantaneously defeated. By an inner disciple of the Duel sect, by a warrior at the true Qi realm, no less. What kind of absurdity was this? What happened to Fang Hanqi? Could he have been bribed to stage this farce? Speculations rippled through the onlookers. Even if that lad from Duel sect possesses exceptional strength, it is implausible that he could incapacitate Fang Hanqi with a single punch. The disciples murmured in disbelief. Unable to accept the outcome, the 9 core disciples in the observation area wore grave expressions. Their keen eyes had discerned the truth. When Fang Hanqi was struck against the sword, there was a momentary pause in his movements. Likely due to some unique martial arts technique capable of inducing paralysis, which allowed Zhang Hong to capitalize on the opportunity to take him down. The follow-up punch appeared to be a result of the same paralysis, preventing Fang Hanqi from recovering. Regardless, this match had indeed ended in defeat. Yet, they would not allow him another opportunity. At this moment, Elder Qin from the waiting area called out, "Zhang Hong wins," at the edge of the stage. Fang Hanqi struggled to rise. Every inch of his body was in excruciating pain, and even standing was a challenge. Nevertheless, he persevered, staggering off the stage. Cut. What a disgrace. This is a travesty for our heavenly sword sect. A powerful innate realm expert, brought low by an outer disciple of the Deluo sect. What a disgrace for a core disciple. A cacophony of disdainful voices buzzed amid the murmurs of the crowd. Although many lacked the courage to voice such sentiments aloud, emboldened by the sheer number of onlookers, their remarks grew increasingly caustic. Fang Hanqi paused momentarily, then resumed his descent, striding away from the martial arts arena. His silhouette forlorn. Chapter 65. Wu Mingxian takes the stage next, roared Zhang Hong from the arena. I shall take my turn. Aware that he had deciphered Jiang Heng's tactics, another young man leaped onto the stage, declaring, Zhong Zimo of the 9th seat of the Tiandao sect, here to challenge. Zhang Hong waved dismissively, casually replying, come forth. This dismissive demeanor darkened Zhong Zimo's expression. With a swift flourish of his sword, a fierce crimson sword chi shot forth. Slicing towards Jiang Heng's position, I asked that feeble sword chi meant to contend with me? Zhang Hong scoffed, nonchalantly extending a hand. Though the innate energy he unleashed was formidable in both range and potency, it inevitably suffered losses during its transit through the air. Thus, when compared to the unyielding energy enveloping Zhong Zimo's blade, it was evidently inferior. Typically, sword chi and similar techniques derived from external energy were employed to dispatch minor adversaries or as supplementary means in combat. In scenarios where combatant strengths were closely matched, close-range confrontations prevailed. Buzz! The sharp sword chi struck Jiang Heng's palm and abruptly shattered into luminous specks, dissipating into nothingness. Still too weak. A grin spread across Jiang Heng's face as he surged toward Zhong Zimo, who was already maneuvering to encircle him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hong was at Zhong Zimo's side, delivering a punch without hesitation. Such speed! Zhong Zimo's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily raised his sword, gripping it tightly, and executed a horizontal slash. Jiang Heng's fist remained unyielding, crashing directly into the blade. Clang! An uncanny and overwhelming force erupted within Zhong Zimo, rendering his hands powerless and causing his sword to fly from his grasp. The onlookers below widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. How is this possible? Just how formidable is that fellow's physique? To clash head-on with a weapon of exceptional quality and emerge unscathed, while sending Brother Zhong's sword flying, was nothing short of astonishing. The 8 spectators in the viewing area bore grave expressions. No one felt assured of victory anymore, given the extraordinary defensive capabilities displayed by their opponent. Even the 10th seat had failed to breach his defenses. Who could guarantee that their own explosive power surpassed that of the 10th seat? Not to mention defeating him, even breaching his defenses seemed an insurmountable challenge. In the arena, at the moment Zhong Zimo's sword was sent flying, Jiang Heng's force erupted within him, causing all his muscles and bones to momentarily seize, leaving his body rigid for an instant. This is bad. Realizing he could not control his body, Zhong Zimo's expression turned to one of horror. This was precisely the reason Brother Fang had faltered earlier. Indeed, just as he had feared, Jiang Hong seized the fleeting opportunity, advancing further as his right fist propelled forward, crashing into Zhong Zimo's chest. He felt the unmistakable sensation of ribs fracturing and organs rupturing as an overwhelming force bore down upon him. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent tumbling backward. A heavy silence enveloped the arena. Next, Jiang Hong shouted once more. The audience's gaze shifted to the 8 individuals in the viewing area, particularly to the cold-faced youth, Wu Mingxian. The other 7 in the viewing area also silently regarded Wu Mingxian. At this juncture, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Hong any longer. Both the 9th and 10th seats had been effortlessly dispatched. and any further challengers faced a high probability of failure. Furthermore, the challenger from the Duel sect had set their sights on Wu Mingxian, making it unnecessary for others to risk their standing by stepping up. By refraining from entering the fray, they could maintain a semblance of dignity. Should they step into the arena and be defeated, they would inevitably become a stepping stone for their opponent's notoriety. Thus, it was left to Wu Mingxian to confront this challenge. Regardless of the outcome, he must at least ensure some depletion of the opponent's energy, revealing their true abilities, thereby increasing the chances of victory in a war of attrition. Indeed, the prevailing sentiment regarding Wu Mingxian's likelihood of success was far from certain. After all, the disparity in strength between the top 10 had not yet been fully established, if the 10th seat fell due to overconfidence. The 9th seat's recent defeat could only reflect a true measure of strength. Jiang Heng undoubtedly possessed the pinnacle of innate realm prowess. Under the scrutiny of all, Wu Mingxian rose slowly. Truly, you are the talented disciple of the Duel sect. Having vanquished 2 opponents, you have proven your strength. Therefore, I accept your challenge. He leapt into the air, landing opposite Jiang Heng, drawing his sword and fixing his gaze upon him. Sharing the crowd's sentiment, he too did not possess absolute confidence in victory. Thus, he resolved to approach the encounter with the utmost seriousness. Especially wary of his opponent's incapacitating technique, he understood that each clash must be approached with utmost caution. You are Wu Mingxian? Indeed, Jiang Heng replied with a smile. Casually gesturing, come at me. Wu Mingxian remained unfazed by Jiang Heng's demeanor. In a contest of equal footing, mindset is one of the most significant factors influencing the outcome of battle. With a swift swing of his sword, a fierce crimson sword chi shot forth. Jiang Heng moved, charging directly into the oncoming sword chi as if unimpeded by any obstacle. As the sword chi descended upon him, he casually struck with his left hand. And at the moment it touched his palm, the sword chi disintegrated into countless red specks, vanishing into nothingness. Unhindered, Jiang Heng continued his advance, launching a punch. Wu Mingxian had anticipated this, swiftly lowering his body and darting to the left front in an instant. Simultaneously, his sword, enveloped in dense innate energy, slashed toward Jiang Heng's side. Wu Mingxian's movements were extraordinarily swift, his form nearly a blur. Yet Jiang Heng's response was equally prompt. Missing with his punch, he immediately pivoted. Reaching down with his right hand to grasp the horizontally slashing weapon, Wu Mingxian, however, swiftly retracted his sword, darting away once more, seeking another angle of attack, denying Jiang Heng any chance for direct engagement. The two danced upon the arena, like intertwined phantoms, silently entangled in their duel. The spectators below buzzed with conversation. This fellow is exceedingly troublesome. His physique is so robust that long-range sword chi attacks are entirely ineffective, forcing us into close combat. Yet in close quarters, he possesses that peculiar technique that induces paralysis, enabling him to swiftly overwhelm his opponents. Even Brother Wu must evade and maneuver, unwilling to confront him directly. The crucial point is, his agility seems to rival that of Brother Wu. Achieving such a level of prowess at the innate energy realm is nothing short of unprecedented. I hear he is merely in his teens. How terrifying! The crowd's initial derision had vanished, replaced by admiration for Jiang Heng's strength and talent. Yet, as he remained their opponent, no one could openly extol his virtues. Chapter 66. The Tiandao sect truly boasts extraordinary talent in the waiting area. The elders of both sects stood side by side, serving as the respective leaders for this challenge. Elder Xiao of the Duel sect wore a faint smile, speaking leisurely. Your sect indeed possesses remarkable talent. The chief disciple of your core members can contend so fiercely with our ordinary inner disciple, Jiang Heng. He is truly deserving of the title top genius of your sect. Such a feat is commendable. Elder Xiao's seemingly complimentary remarks, laden with sarcasm, left Elder Qin of the Heavenly Sword sect with a complexion that oscillated between green and white. In truth, prior to the commencement of the challenge, Elder Xiao harbored little hope, for in his eyes, the disparity between realms was not something that could be bridged by mere tactics. While there are indeed prodigies capable of transcending their levels, they are, at best, those at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, able to triumph over mediocre talents who have only recently breached the innate realm, though vanquished the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. One would at the very least need to possess the strength of a peak innate practitioner to have even a sliver of a chance. Thus, when Jiang Heng took to the stage. Elder Zhou was in a perpetual state of anxiety, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Heng not only emerged victorious, but effortlessly crushed two of the sect's core disciples holding prestigious positions. In the ensuing duel against the sect's chief disciple, he also displayed a clear advantage, rendering his opponent immobile, too fearful to engage directly. Such prowess was something even Elder Zhou, during his time as a core disciple, could only admire from afar. It was no wonder that he was taken as a disciple by the unparalleled genius, sect leader by Hao Tsong. Reflecting on this, Elder Zhou cast a somewhat smug glance towards Elder Qin of the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, Elder Qin could only watch the unfolding battle with a face ashen with rage, feigning ignorance of the remarks made by his rival. The failures of the two core disciples had already cast a pall over his mood. But the current scenario, which appeared evenly matched, plunged him into despair. A seasoned warrior like Elder Qin could discern that Wu Mingxian was on the defensive, entirely intimidated by Jiang Heng's peculiar methods, forced to evade rather than confront. Yet, given the formidable defense of his opponent, even a couple of successful strikes might prove futile. Moreover, with Wu Mingxian's agility matching Jiang Heng's, coupled with the latter's bizarre offensive techniques, any misstep on Wu Mingxian's part would lead to his swift defeat. Is the Heavenly Sword sect's waist only capable of dodging? Jiang Heng suddenly laughed heartily, stomping his foot down with force. The arena trembled violently, and fissures spiderwebbed outward from his position, causing the thick stone slabs to buckle. In that moment of distraction, Wu Mingxian faltered. Not good. His expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Jiang Heng seized the opportunity, closing the distance in an instant, and launched a devastating punch. The proximity of the two combatants, combined with Wu Mingxian's brief hesitation, left him no time to evade. In that case, let me witness your prowess. Wu Mingxian steadied himself, channeling his true qi into his long sword, employing the advanced earth-level martial art, the Heavenly Gang Sword, to its fullest extent, layering it with increasingly refined crimson true qi that enveloped the blade entirely. I refuse to believe I cannot cleave you in two. As he faced the incoming fist, he swung his sword down decisively. In an instant, a wave of air erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward, cracking the ground beneath them anew. Wu Mingxian was both astonished and elated. Astonished that Jiang Heng's fist remained unscathed even after colliding with his full-force strike, and elated because he did not experience the physical numbness that had afflicted his two fellow disciples. This indicated that the concentrated true qi of the Heavenly Gang Sword had exceeded the threshold that Jiang Heng's strength could penetrate. Thus, he feared not a direct clash with his opponent. However, he reconsidered. Perhaps it was merely a special secret technique that granted Jiang Heng's fist the hardness of a treasured artifact, allowing it to withstand his superior weaponry. There remained a glimmer of hope. Wu Mingxian finally perceived a chance for victory. Then, let us commence the second phase of the battle. A confident smile graced his lips as he regained his composure. At that moment, Jiang Heng's languid voice reached his ears. Indeed, you managed to endure a punch at 80% of my strength. What? Wu Mingxian trembled violently. Jiang Heng, however, smirked slightly, seizing the moment to unleash another full-force punch. The notion of 80% strength was but a fabrication, a means to psychologically unnerve his opponent, and to his surprise, it proved remarkably effective. This statement momentarily distracted Wu Mingxian, leaving him to hurriedly raise his sword in defense against Jiang Heng's incoming blow. Clang! The long sword slipped from his grasp and flew away. Without missing a beat, Jiang Heng seized Wu Mingxian's arm and delivered a thunderous punch. A single misstep proved catastrophic. Wu Mingxian's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he opened his mouth to concede. But Jiang Heng offered him no opportunity, delivering a crushing blow to his face. His nose was instantly shattered, and the overwhelming force coursed through every part of his body. Even as Wu Mingxian instinctively summoned his true qi for protection, he found himself injured under the weight of Jiang Heng's relentless assault. What instilled further dread within him was that Jiang Heng showed no signs of stopping, transforming his right fist into a relentless battering ram. Landing 7 consecutive blows in the blink of an eye upon his face, throat, and chest. Each strike was delivered with maximum force, each faster than lightning. In fact, by the time the third punch landed, Wu Mingxian had already lost consciousness, unable to muster his true qi for defense. By the fourth punch, he was utterly lifeless. After the seventh blow, Wu Mingxuan's internal organs had been reduced to a pulpy mess, mingling grotesquely with his other mangled flesh. Externally, his body was a gruesome sight, with his chest caved in, nearly creating a gaping cavity the size of a bowl. "Stop!" Elder Qin, in the waiting area, shouted with a mix of fury and disbelief. In the previous two matches, Zhang Hong had ceased his attacks immediately after defeating his opponents, so he had not anticipated that after vanquishing Wu Mingxian, Zhang Hong would unleash such a ruthless onslaught. The speed of the event was such that even he had been caught off guard, resulting in the tragic demise of the Heavenly Sword Sect's esteemed chief core disciple before his very eyes. How audacious! Elder Qin moved with a swift grace, transforming into a shadow as he leaped onto the arena. Elder Zhou, realizing the gravity of the situation, followed suit, positioning himself beside Zhang Hong, addressing the furious Elder Qin in a cold tone. "In a challenge fight, life and death are fated. Elder Qin, do you intend to exact vengeance for your disciple? With the sacred land observing, you would do well to avoid bringing calamity upon the Heavenly Sword Sect." Elder Qin, regaining his composure from the shock of anger, took a deep breath and replied indifferently, "What a talented youth! Zhang Hong, your actions are so brazen, your strikes so ruthless. Little do you realize, there are always those beyond yourself. And one day, you will meet your end at the hands of a talent even greater than you'd." As Elder Zhou stated, "With the sacred land above, it governs the rules of the world. Let it be known that not even the sect leader would dare to act against Zhang Hong in such a formal challenge." Chapter 67. No one dares to answer the challenge. The sudden turn of events in the arena left the assembled crowd in stunned silence. To many onlookers, what had appeared as an evenly matched contest moments ago had transformed into an outright clash, culminating in Zhang Hong seizing the opportunity to deliver a series of punches that resulted in Wu Mingxuan's death. The speed of those strikes was such that scarcely a soul present could comprehend them, only hearing the muted yet ominous sounds of impact echoing through the air, the sound of fists striking flesh. Yet, across the entire training arena, spanning several kilometers, the horrific nature of the assault was unmistakably audible. When Zhang Hong finally ceased his assault, the spectators were confronted with the sight of Wu Mingxuan's body, rendered as lifeless as a tattered sack. Incredible! Finally, someone could no longer contain their astonishment. Here was a mere practitioner of the true Qi realm, utterly overpowering the chief core disciple at the pinnacle of the innate realm. A spectacle previously thought unattainable. Who would have imagined that we would witness such an extraordinary talent in our time? Yet, amidst the admiration, a bitter taste lingered in the hearts of the crowd. To witness such an astonishing prodigy was indeed a source of pride. Yet this very genius was the one who had slain one of their own, trampling upon the hopes of their sect. It was all too predictable that this battle would echo throughout the entirety of the Tianyuan Empire. Zhang Hong would emerge as a globally renowned prodigy, while the Heavenly Sword Sect would be remembered as a stepping stone in his rise to glory. Upon the stage, Zhang Hong heard Elder Qin's words, yet chose not to respond. Instead, he gazed upon the lifeless Wu Mingxian and remarked with a sense of closure, "You took the life of your own sister, your two nephews, and annihilated the entire household of your sister. While I know not your reasons for such actions, it is of little consequence to me. What matters is that one among them was my junior brother. Thus, today, you pay the price for his life." Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at Elder Qin and politely stated, "Wu Mingxian had it coming, yet the current evidence is insufficient, compelling me to take such measures personally. Should Elder Qin harbor any grievances, I would be willing to return to your esteemed sect for a rematch once I ascend to the innate realm. Now, if you would be so kind as to announce the outcome of the battle." Elder Qin's expression was cold as he cast a glance at the bloodied corpse beside Zhang Hong, then proclaimed loudly, "The victor is Zhang Hong." He then turned back to Zhang Hong and coldly stated, "Since you have won, the challenge is concluded. You may return to your Deluo sect." Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow and replied with a half-smile, "I recall the rules state that one must challenge at least 10 individuals. Do they not? It cannot be that in this vast Tianjin sect, with hundreds of core disciples, they all cower beneath the stage, too afraid to step up against a mere true Qi realm character such as myself. Can it? Or perhaps, Elder Qin, you speak on behalf of the Tianjin sect and concede defeat?" Elder Qin remained silent, turning to leap off the arena. Elder Zhou glanced at Jiang Heng with a smile before also jumping down. Two attendants quickly ascended the stage to collect Wu Mingxuan's body and clear the arena. Next contestant, Jiang Heng's voice rang out, echoing across the spacious martial arts arena. The spectators fell silent once more, their gazes fixed on the 7 individuals in the observation area. Although it was evident that no one would dare to challenge Jiang Heng, given his overwhelming display of power and ruthlessness, there was still a flicker of hope in their hearts. It would be a tremendous disgrace for the esteemed Tianjin sect to remain silent in the face of a true Qi realm warrior's provocation. Wouldn't it? After all, if the sky were to fall, it would be left for the tall ones to bear the burden. With the strength of ordinary disciples, they were unqualified to take on the challenge. Only the core disciples, who held positions of authority, should fight for the honor of the sect. At this moment, many ordinary disciples even found themselves secretly relieved. The 7 individuals in the observation area exchanged glances. Yet none spoke, nor did anyone dare to ascend the stage. Thousands of eyes were upon them, once a source of pride, now an unbearable pressure. Though no words were uttered, they could almost hear the myriad voices. You cowards! Hurry up and take the stage. Facing the taunts of a true Qi realm warrior, their cowardice was a complete disgrace to the Tianjin sect. How ironic that they had once strutted about with such arrogance. Now reduced to quivering like frightened mice, however, compared to the peculiar gazes of the crowd, the humiliation of stepping onto the stage and possibly facing death was far worse, as it would forever mark them in shame. On the stage, Jiang Heng wore a calm smile as he regarded the 7 in the observation area. What's the matter? Are you not coming up? Or shall I offer you a chance to come up all at once? Otherwise, just concede defeat. The 7 exchanged glances. Some appeared tempted, while others resolutely refused. No one can breach his defenses. No matter how many come, it would only mean death, someone murmured. The moment those words were spoken, the desire to ascend the stage vanished from several minds. I will count down from 10. When the time is up, it will be considered your concession. 10, 9. In the waiting area, Elder Qin's expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with frustration, his murderous intent boiling over. How dare a mere true Qi realm brat humiliate the Tianjin sect in such a manner? After this, I shall take your life. Surrounding the arena, all the spectators watched as Jiang Heng continued to count down. A sense of urgency building within them. Someone suddenly shouted, "Go up! Go up!" An increasing number of voices joined in, unwilling to witness such blatant arrogance within their own sect. The expressions of the 7 in the observation area darkened. Some, with fiery tempers, even stood up abruptly but were forced to sit back down, their faces ashen in realization of Jiang Heng's strength. In the face of life and death, reputation and honor seemed utterly insignificant. On the stage, Jiang Heng continued his slow countdown. 3, 2, 1. As his voice fell, the clamor of the crowd dwindled, eventually fading into silence. It appears that the core disciples of the Tianjin sect have conceded defeat. You have truly disappointed me. Jiang Heng shook his head and stepped down from the arena, approaching Elder Zhou in the waiting area. After receiving the tokens and spoils from Elder Qin, the two departed without a backward glance. The crowd watched their retreating figures, engulfed in a prolonged silence. For the disciples, this marked a day of shame for the Tianjin sect. The chief core disciple of the Tianjin sect had been brutally slain by an inner disciple of the Duel sect on the stage, leaving no one willing to challenge him, effectively trampling the dignity of the Tianjin sect underfoot. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, the inner disciple of the Duel sect, would henceforth rise to prominence in the main hall of the Tianjin sect. The sect master, Chong, was livid, useless, absurd. Upon receiving Elder Qin's report, he erupted in fury. How could the core disciples of the Tianjin sect be so intimidated by a mere outer disciple of the Duel sect? If this news spreads, how will others perceive the Tianjin sect? Issue a decree. All benefits for core disciples are revoked for 1 year. Additionally, assign 10 elders to supervise all core disciples' training and arrange 10 high-intensity trials. We shall whip these unqualified wastes into shape. Chapter 68. Changes in the Hidden Dragon Rankings. As Sect Master Kang's anger began to subside, Elder Qin cautiously suggested, Master, Jiang Heng is so arrogant. Should we secretly arrange for someone to ambush him on his return journey? Elder Qin made a slashing gesture across his throat. Sect Master Kong shot him a glance, his tone returning to calmness. No need. Elder Qin hesitated before continuing. However, given Jiang Heng's displayed strength and talent, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Deluo sect in the future. If we wait until he grows stronger, it could be extremely detrimental to our sect. Sect Master Kong sighed. With the talent that boy has shown, he may very well qualify for the Hidden Dragon rankings. If our sect's strong members take action and are discovered, it could bring disaster upon us. Elder Qin's expression changed with astonishment. The Hidden Dragon rankings? How is that possible? Isn't it only for those with innate abilities? Realizing the implications, Elder Qin continued. Although Jiang Heng's cultivation is only at the true Qi realm, he has a record of overwhelming innate realm warriors, coupled with his age. He indeed has the potential to be exceptionally considered for the Hidden Dragon rankings. Upon this realization, Elder Qin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The Hidden Dragon rankings are maintained by every dynasty, each with its own regional list. The Tianyuan dynasty's Hidden Dragon rankings include the most exceptional prodigies from across the 18 states, 72 domains, and 1,000 great cities, numbering in the hundreds of millions. The criteria for inclusion is to be below 20 years of age and possess innate realm cultivation. Just this threshold alone is beyond the reach of countless individuals. The average genius requires at least until 30 to reach the innate realm. Even the top genius, Wu Mingxian, the chief core disciple of the Tianjin sect, had already reached the innate realm by the age of 23. Moreover, this requirement is merely the entry criterion for the Hidden Dragon rankings. Among the hundreds of millions, while few can meet this threshold, dozens will inevitably do so. However, the Hidden Dragon rankings only include the 10 most outstanding individuals. The specific criteria for selection do not solely depend on age and cultivation, nor merely on battle prowess, but rather a comprehensive assessment of potential. This is why Sect Master Kong believes Jiang Heng may qualify for the rankings. The Hidden Dragon rankings are established by the Qianshan Pavilion, an organization that spans multiple dynasties. The power of the Qianshan Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, but it is well known that even the most prominent sacred grounds treat the Qianshan Pavilion with great respect. Past evidence has proven the authority of the Hidden Dragon rankings to be beyond doubt. Each individual recorded within the rankings, save for a few who fall midway, has at least a 90% chance of eventually breaking through to the 6th realm of martial arts. They will enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years, their strength rivaling that of the top elders of elite sects. What is even more enviable is that once included in the Hidden Dragon rankings, one immediately receives invitations from sacred grounds and can become a true disciple at any given moment. Furthermore, if any individual or faction is found to have deliberately oppressed or killed a prodigy listed in the Hidden Dragon rankings, the sacred grounds will personally intervene to eradicate them. A sacred grounds master once stated, "Prodigies on the Hidden Dragon rankings are treasures of the entire world." Upon returning to the sect, it was already evening. Jiang Heng headed straight to the 5th peak, to the sect master's training hall. "Master." Bai Haotsong observed him with a hint of surprise. "Has the challenge concluded?" Jiang Heng's attire bore no evidence of the fierce battle he had fought. In Bai Haotsong's view, even if Jiang Heng had emerged victorious, he should not appear in such a state. "It's over. I won." Bai Haotsong nodded, opting not to inquire further. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Heng asked, "Master, may I request some special secret techniques? Preferably those that can enhance my speed." After today's battle, he realized that among the top-tier geniuses of the same realm, his agility did not grant him a significant advantage. Furthermore, the potential points required to upgrade the perfected Earth-level wind step were excessively high, compounded by the immense demand for potential points in other areas. Thus, it would be quite challenging to accumulate surplus potential points for enhancing his agility in the near future. Consequently, only a unique secret technique capable of augmenting speed could provide him with an advantage in agility within a short span of time. However, to his disappointment, Bai Haotsong shook his head, revealing that no such technique existed within the sect. Speed, unlike physical defense, is a composite external manifestation of various attributes of the body, rather than a singular physical attribute, and is also influenced by air resistance. Thus, no technique could enhance to improve agility. One could only delve deeper into martial arts pertaining to agility and elevate one's cultivation. Jiang Heng could only nod in acknowledgement and bowed as he departed. Upon returning to his residence on the 8th peak, he commenced yet another round of cultivation. 3 days later, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the entire Tianyuan dynasty. The latest edition of the potential dragon list had been released. Today was not the beginning of the month. Wait, Could there have been changes to the list? All those who paid attention to the potential dragon list were aware that typically, the Qianshan Tower only publishes a new list at the beginning of each month, primarily to update the achievements and cultivation changes of the various prodigies, or to remove any prodigy who has exceeded the age limit, allowing candidates to take their place. A release of the list outside of the beginning of the month could only imply one possibility. A newly emerged prodigy had displaced someone from the original list. This signified that the Qianshan Tower believed this new prodigy surpassed one or several individuals originally listed. Countless people rushed to purchase the new list, eagerly flipping to the first page to check the rankings. Shi Junqian, 19 years old, 5th layer of innate realm Gu Shengjia. 18 years old, 6th layer of innate realm Lu Shui. 19 years old, 6th layer of innate realm O Xiang. 17 years old, 5th layer of innate realm Qiu Haoran. 18 years old, 5th layer of innate realm Wu Nan. 19 years old, 5th layer of innate realm Gong Sunyu. 16 years old, 6th layer of innate realm Fu Ran. 18 years old, 5th layer of innate realm Qin Manin. 17 years old, 4th layer of innate realm Jiang Hong. 16 years old, 10th layer of true Qi realm. Among the 10 individuals on the list, only the 10th position had changed, with the original Fu Qingye replaced by a new name, Jiang Hong. What astonished everyone was that amidst a lineup of innate realms, a true Qi realm individual had made their way in. What does this signify? The Qianshan Tower deemed that even with the cultivation of the true Qi realm, this prodigy named Jiang Hong was capable of displacing the original 10th rank prodigy, Fu Qingye. However, how could this be possible? Fu Qingye had already been an extraordinary prodigy to reach the 10th position on the potential dragon list. How could someone of the true Qi realm be recognized as superior to him? It is well known that the evaluation of the potential dragon list considers achievements, cultivation, and talent, each of which is indispensable. Thus, it could only be postulated that Jiang Hong, whose cultivation lagged far behind that of the other prodigies, must have had achievements or talent recognized by the Qianshan Tower as far surpassing the others, thereby compensating for the disparity in cultivation, allowing him to be included on the potential dragon list. Chapter 69. Special Meeting of the Daluo Sect. The crowd hastily flipped through the pages of the list in search of information regarding Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, 16 years old, from Qingzhou, Fenghe region, an inner disciple of the prestigious Daluo Sect. Notable achievements. On September 11, 3022, in the era of Taishui, he challenged another top sect, the Tianjin sect, to a bet duel, consecutively defeating the 10th and 9th core disciples of the Tianjin sect, and fatally wounding the foremost core disciple, Wu Mingxian, who was at the 10th layer of innate realm, leaving the Tianjin sect without anyone willing to take the stage. Battle performance. Unbreakable physical defense. Top-tier agility speed in the innate realm, top-tier explosive power in the innate realm. Based on true Qi estimations, his cultivation should be at the 10th layer of true Qi realm. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Those on the potential dragon list all possessed the ability to challenge opponents of higher realms. Yet, no one could possibly transcend an entire major realm to defeat a 10th layer innate realm powerhouse without sustaining any injuries. Moreover, this 10th layer powerhouse was not an ordinary rogue cultivator, but a top-tier genius from a prestigious sect. Their top-tier weaponry and martial arts would significantly enhance their combat prowess, far beyond what an ordinary rogue cultivator at the 10th layer could match. To have such a formidable individual slain by Jiang Hong, transcending an entire major realm, completely shattered everyone's understanding. This terrifying combat capability was likely the reason he was exceptionally included on the potential dragon list. However, as the crowd continued to read on, their shock deepened. Major experiences. In October 3020 of the era of Taishui, he entered the prestigious Daluo sect as a servant with ordinary strength. In March 3022, he was promoted to an outer disciple of the Daluo sect. In May 3022, he won the championship of the Outer Disciples competition at the 8th peak of the Daluo sect. In July 3022, he was promoted to an inner disciple of the Daluo sect. Most prodigies included on the potential dragon list have been meticulously nurtured by their sects since childhood, continuously provided with various resources and enhancements, thus allowing them to grow smoothly and rapidly. The remaining few possess unique experiences. Some rise amidst bloodshed, while others encounter fortuitous events akin to protagonists of fate. Yet Jiang Hong, less than 2 years prior, had merely entered the sect as a servant with ordinary strength, devoid of any special experiences, simply cultivating quietly within the sect, breaking through time and again. Eventually, he displayed astonishing strength, securing his place on the potential dragon list. Such an ordinary journey made him even more remarkable than those prodigies who surged forth through relentless battles. History has proven that sheer hard work may forge a strong individual, yet it cannot cultivate the very pinnacle of strength. Ironically, from the information presented, Jiang Hong had achieved the status of the foremost powerhouse among his peers solely through arduous cultivation. The commotion surrounding the potential dragon list swept through the Tianyuan dynasty like a raging tempest. All sects and individuals interested in martial arts became aware of the unparalleled prodigy Jiang Hong from Qingzhou. The sect to which he belonged, the Daluo sect, experienced an immense uproar, the Daluo sect's fifth peak. In the elders' conference hall, the core elders convened once more for a special meeting. Sect Master Bai Haotsong occupied the prime seat, flanked by 12 core elders, apart from Elder Sun, who sat at the end. All others wore expressions of joy. The disciples of the sect had achieved such extraordinary accomplishments, gaining renown across the world, and the Daluo sect shared in this glory. Moreover, the entire Daluo sect was basking in the limelight brought by Jiang Hong, likely attracting countless talented youths to join the sect, thereby enriching its ranks. Esteemed colleagues, Bai Haotsong, the presiding elder, revealed a faint smile. The theme of today's meeting is to discuss our inner disciple Jiang Hong becoming a prodigy on the potential dragon list. Firstly, the first agenda item. What rewards should we bestow upon such an outstanding disciple? I invite everyone to share their opinions. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a goatee raised his hand. Such an honor, in other sects, typically results in the immediate promotion of disciples from core disciples to true disciples, granting them the best cultivation resources. Although our disciple Jiang Hong is currently only an inner disciple, I believe since his talent and strength have been recognized as top tier, he deserves such treatment. Therefore, I propose that he be promoted to true disciple. However, someone hesitated and said, "Isn't this leap from inner disciple to true disciple too great? There has never been such a precedent in any top-tier sect." The goateed man retorted, "But have any top-tier sects ever had an inner disciple enter the potential dragon list? We are not dividing treatment based on status, but rather on strength and talent. The strength and talent Jiang Hong has demonstrated certainly merits such treatment." Other elders began to voice their approval of the goateed man's proposal, with only 3, including Elder Sun, opting to abstain from voting. Therefore, I announce that effective immediately, inner disciple Jiang Hong is promoted to the sect's true disciple, enjoying the status and privileges of a true disciple, proclaimed by Haotsong with authority. The second agenda item. In light of the sect's soaring reputation, how shall we adjust our entrance selection strategies and standards? Not only the senior sect members, but the news of Jiang Heng's inclusion on the potential dragon list also caused a tremendous stir among the disciples. Regardless of their rank, servants, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, or even true disciples, all were captivated by this astonishing prodigy. Those who had previously interacted with Jiang Hong, such as Mingling Xiao, Pu Xingyu, and Qi Peng, were astonished yet relieved in their hearts. That man was an existence we could never hope to catch up to. Once, after Jiang Hong gained fame at the outer sect grand competition, some talented disciples who harbored a hint of dissatisfaction towards him have now been completely won over. Among those who have interacted the most with Jiang Hong, Buhani and Wen Qingxue are both astonished yet find it entirely reasonable. After all, Jiang Hong had previously showcased his formidable strength, effortlessly overpowering those at the innate stage in their presence. In the Elder Residential District, within a tranquil and elegant courtyard, Elder Wen sits in his study, his gaze distant. Who would have thought that Jiang Wenjing's son could grow to such heights? If you were aware from beyond the grave, you would surely rest in peace. In the inner sect area, within Jiang Heng's residence, the very individual who has stirred the storm is engrossed in fervent cultivation. Oblivious to the outside world, unaware that he has been included in the hidden dragon list, and completely ignorant of the magnitude of the upheaval he has caused. As he cultivates continuously, his potential points are rapidly increasing. In just 3 days of intense training, his potential points surged by 1.5 million, yet he refrains from allocating them, choosing instead to accumulate further. In terms of cultivation level, he is cautious about revealing his true energy during battles, not wishing to display an excessively astonishing rate of progress. Therefore, he resolves to delay his advancement, as it does not significantly enhance his strength. Currently, his primary desire is to elevate his physical cultivation, martial arts, and the Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong. Among these, physical cultivation and martial arts provide the most substantial boost to his current capabilities, while the latter compensates for his shortcomings. The Yuanshi Zhao Huagong, in particular, would further enhance his efficiency in acquiring potential points during training. Based on experiences with various martial arts and techniques, the transition from mastery to perfection represents the most significant stage of improvement. Presently, Jiang Heng requires approximately 15 minutes to fully absorb a blood chi pill, capable of consuming 4 within an hour. Over the course of a day, he can manage around 40 to 50. Previously, the time taken to progress from proficiency to mastery in Yuanshi Zhao Huagong was 30 minutes, which has now halved to 15. This doubling suggests that another improvement would at least double his efficiency once more. By then, with diligent practice, his potential points could increase by around 1 million daily, propelling him into another rapid advancement phase, provided he has sufficient resources. After careful consideration, Jiang Heng decides to first amass potential points until he reaches 4 million. Prioritizing the upgrade of Yuanshi Zhao Huagong. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the courtyard door. Jiang Heng halts his training and opens the door to find a blue-clad steward standing outside. His expression a mix of curiosity and admiration, politely stating, "Senior brother Jiang Heng, the sect master requests your presence." "I understand, I will be there shortly," Jiang Heng replies. The steward bows slightly before departing. Jiang Heng is taken aback. While the stewards had previously treated him with courtesy, this newfound respect is unmistakable. Within the sect, stewards operate as grassroots managers, possessing at least innate stage strength. Though Jiang Heng has demonstrated extraordinary talent, it would not typically warrant such deference. It appears my achievements within the Tianjian sect have spread. Jiang Heng muses with a slight smile, not overly concerned. After changing into fresh attire, he makes his way to the 5th peak. Once again, he finds himself in the sect master's training hall. Bai Haotsong sits in his usual meditative posture, eyes gently closed. Upon Jiang Heng's entrance, he opens his eyes, offering a faint smile. "Congratulations, you have been included in the Hidden Dragon list. Ranked 10th, earning renown across the realm." The Hidden Dragon list? Jiang Heng inquires, slightly surprised. "Isn't that only for those at the innate stage?" "Indeed, you have been granted an exception to be included in the Hidden Dragon list as a reward from the sect." Bai Haotsong explains, presenting a black identity token. The token, simple yet dignified, bears the emblem of the Deluo sect, with Jiang Heng's name inscribed alongside it. "What is this? A true disciple's identity token?" Jiang Heng exclaims in astonishment. A true disciple holds an equivalently prestigious status to that of a sect elder. Generally, only those under 30 who reach the spiritual sea realm qualify for true disciple status. Otherwise, even upon reaching the spiritual sea, one would only attain elder status. In most sects, disciples and stewards follow distinct paths of advancement. Disciples focus solely on cultivation, while stewards manage the sect's daily operations. The hierarchy consists of stewards, chief stewards, and elders, with corresponding statuses of inner sect, core, and true disciples. Only those with exceptional talent can continue as disciples, enjoying increasingly favorable benefits from the sect. Conversely, those with lesser talents or slower cultivation progress are relegated to steward roles. Exchanging work for compensation. In the previous life, many would aspire to management positions, but in this world, martial cultivation leads to longevity. Generally, the top-tier geniuses prefer to become true disciples, dedicating themselves to cultivation and eschewing mundane affairs. This explains why sacred lands, despite being superior to empires, remain detached from worldly matters. Everyone pursues longevity. Who would wish to manage trivialities? In this realm, strength always supersedes authority. So, does this mean I can directly enjoy the privileges of a true disciple? What exactly are those privileges? Jiang Heng inquires, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Ample resources could allow for swift upgrades in his cultivation and various techniques, significantly enhancing his strength. You will receive a spiritual weapon, along with 100 contribution points daily, 30 gathering chi pills each month, full access to the scripture pavilion, and weekly martial teachings from core elders, Bai Haotsong states. However, the spiritual weapon cannot be activated until you reach the spiritual sea realm. It will be provided to you upon your breakthrough. Bai Haotsong seems to sense Jiang Heng's thoughts, casting him a sidelong glance before continuing. Do not underestimate the daily 100 contribution points. Many core disciples toil for tasks yet earn less than that in a day. True disciples automatically receive this benefit. Previously, your daily 100 contribution points came from my personal funds, so do not take it for granted. Jiang Hong scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward. Actually, I was curious about the Gathering Chi Pill. I had not heard of it before. The Gathering Chi Pill is a more advanced cultivation resource than the Blood Chi Pill, containing greater energy and eliminating the need for conversion into internal Chi before refining into true Qi.it, can be directly transformed into true Qi, making it far more efficient with lower wastage. Jiang Hong chuckles. Thank you, Master. His gratitude pertains to the previous private subsidies from Bai Haozong. Given his recent experience hunting for contribution points, he understands that earning 100 contribution points in a day typically requires core disciple status and a stroke of luck. Though their trio amassed 5,800 contribution points in 5 days, averaging around 400 per person daily, this was facilitated by Jiang Heng's innate stage prowess and significant risks taken. Ordinary core disciples would hesitate to venture too far into the Zyro Mountains. A cautious exploration by a trio would yield a normal return of only 200 to 300 contribution points daily, averaging around 100 per person. Considering the dangers encountered deep within the Zyro Mountains, many core disciples opt for lower-risk tasks with lesser rewards. Thus, the reality is that most core disciples earn less than 100 contribution points daily. In contrast, the daily personal subsidy of 100 contribution points from Sect Master by Haozong is indeed a generous boon. Go ahead, cultivate diligently. Once you break through to the innate stage, I have an important task for you, Bai Haozong states, closing his eyes once more. Understood, Master. Jiang Hong bows respectfully before departing. The fifth peak serves as the core of the Deluo sect, housing the sect master's hall, elder conference rooms, and other crucial locations. True disciples, regarded as the sect's most exceptional talents and equated with elder status, reside in the elder residential area nearby. Under the guidance of a steward, Jiang Hong arrives at the true disciple area, selecting a luxurious residence as his new abode. From this day forth, he casts aside all worldly matters, immersing himself once more in secluded cultivation. Days later, Jiang Heng's potential points finally accumulate to 4 million. Without hesitation, he initiates the upgrade. Ding, consumed 4 million potential points. Yuan Shi Zhao Huagong upgraded to heavenly level perfection. Countless streams of information materialized within Jiang Heng's mind, propelling his comprehension and mastery of the primordial creation technique to unprecedented heights. He once again retrieved a Qi blood pill and swallowed it. However, unlike his usual practice of executing the technique's movements, he chose instead to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep concentration. His abdomen churned violently, and a wondrous liquid formed within, further accelerating the dissolution and digestion of the Qi blood pill, in merely 5 minutes. The pill was fully digested, and Jiang Heng's potential points surged by an astonishing 10,000. The results exceeded all expectations. The efficiency of his cultivation had surged from mere enhancement to perfection, tripling the original rate. Within an hour, he could digest 12 pills. A smile of delight spread across Jiang Heng's face. With sufficient resources, he could amass over 1 million potential points in a single day through dedicated training. What thrilled Jiang Hong even more was that reaching the perfected level of the primordial creation technique indicated he had mastered it to its fullest extent, no longer requiring the aid of movement patterns. At any moment, with any action, he could activate the technique at full power simply by focusing his mind and calming his spirit. Upon completing his upgrade, Jiang Hong exited his residence. Today marked the first occasion he would receive benefits as a true disciple. When he arrived at the Fortune Hall in the True Disciples area, he found only a few young individuals dressed in the True Disciple uniform scattered about the courtyard. Jiang Hong was not surprised. He knew that within the vast and prestigious Deluo sect, there were only a little over 20 true disciples in total. Some were entrenched in secluded cultivation, while others were traveling, so encountering a few during the benefits distribution was somewhat unexpected. As Jiang Hong stepped into the courtyard, all eyes turned to him. Is this the renowned junior brother Jiang Hong? A handsome young man greeted him eagerly. Generally, true disciples were youths nearing 30, and seeing someone as youthful as Jiang Hong, clad in the true disciple uniform, could only mean he was the recently famous prodigy from the potential dragon rankings. Indeed, Jiang Hong nodded with a smile. May I ask your name, senior brother? I am Tu Hao. This is your first time at Fortune Hall, junior brother? The young man, Tu Hao, engaged Jiang Hong in friendly conversation. Although Jiang Heng's current cultivation level seemed insignificant compared to other true disciples at the Spirit Sea Realm, his entry onto the potential dragon rankings commanded respect. Since we have some free time, How about I show you around the true disciple area after we collect our benefits? Tu Hao suggested. That would be most appreciated, Jiang Heng replied with a warm smile and a respectful clasp of his hands. Before long, Jiang Heng emerged from the inner chambers holding an exquisite small wooden box. Under Tu Hao's guidance, he took a brief tour of the true disciple area and arrived at the martial transmission hall. The two stopped in front of a notice board outside the hall. In the martial transmission hall of the true disciple area, the instructors were core elders of the sect, each a master of the myriad realms, and occasionally, a supreme elder from the Xian realm would also appear. If you have the time, I recommend attending classes every week, at least checking the course schedule on the notice board each month, Tu Hao advised, pointing at the text on the board. Encountering a class taught by a supreme elder would be a tremendous surprise. Jiang Heng glanced at the board but felt little interest. After all, his system allowed him to directly upgrade his martial arts and cultivation, with insights seamlessly integrated into his mind, indistinguishable from his own comprehension. Furthermore, with the martial knowledge imparted by his master Bai Hao Tsong, he saw no need for additional instruction. After leaving the martial transmission hall, they proceeded to the scripture repository. This place housed the richest collection of texts among the 9 peaks of the sect, encompassing various techniques from the body realm to numerous earth-level martial arts, and even a few top-tier heaven-level martial arts available for their cultivation. Tu Hao spoke with pride. Heaven-level martial arts are unattainable for ordinary individuals. Even the so-called geniuses of the sect, including elders, must expend at least 1,000 contribution points to exchange for heaven-level techniques. However, true disciples can peruse all techniques freely. It can be said that true disciples are the future of the sect. Nurtured with the utmost effort, heaven-level techniques? Jiang Heng replied with indifference. To him, the grade of any technique was inconsequential. What mattered was its functionality. Currently, he possessed a plethora of various techniques, and acquiring more would merely dilute his potential point investments, hindering the speed of his strength enhancement. Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, Jiang Heng decided to enter the scripture repository, perhaps to uncover unexpected surprises. I shall take a look inside. Thank you, senior brother too, he expressed politely. Though it was merely a brief tour, Jiang Heng recognized Tu Hao's goodwill and appreciated the gesture. After exchanging pleasantries, Tu Hao took his leave, and Jiang Heng presented his identity token to enter the scripture repository. Starting from the first floor, he perused through to the 5th, selecting several intriguing texts to study. By the time evening fell, Jiang Heng emerged from the world of books, returning to his residence. Although his cultivation had not progressed that day, his understanding of martial arts had significantly deepened. For the first time, he learned that this world was called the Tai Sui realm, and he discovered the higher-tier classifications of martial realms. In addition to the 5 realms he previously knew, body, true qi, innate, spirit qi, and myriad phenomena, there existed the 6th realm, Xiansong, the 7th realm, nirvana, and the 8th realm, transcendence. He also learned about the classifications of weapons, common tools for ordinary individuals, treasured weapons for those above the true qi realm, spiritual weapons for those above the spirit qi realm, and various commonly used elixirs such as qi blood pills, gathering qi pills, cultivating essence pills, and condensing essence pills. Other functional elixirs included lesser revitalizing pills, greater revitalizing pills, rejuvenation pills, and creation pills. From this moment onward, Jiang Heng truly began to understand the world around him. Chapter 72. Continuous Upgrades. The following morning, Jiang Heng took out a gathering qi pill he had received the day before and swallowed one, sitting quietly in his room as he activated the primordial creation technique to its utmost. Ding! During cultivation, potential points increased by 10. Ding! During cultivation, potential points increased by 10. A flurry of enhancement notifications echoed in his mind. 10 minutes later, the gathering qi pill was fully digested, and Jiang Heng checked his potential points, 33,000. He recalled that after his upgrade yesterday, he had only 3,000 potential points remaining. This meant that the single gathering qi pill had granted him an astounding 30,000 potential points, tripling the gains from the qi blood pill while only doubling the time required. Thus, his efficiency increased by 50%. Jiang Heng frowned. After leaving his residence, he made his way to the trading hall to ascertain the contribution points needed for the gathering qi pill. Gathering qi pill, 30 contribution points. Jiang Heng silently shook his head. The price was 3 times that of the qi blood pill, which was far from economical. While ordinary practitioners emphasized absorption efficiency and loss rates, He had a system that incurred no losses and required no intermediate transformations. For him, the cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the Qi blood pill. Turning away from the trading hall, he proceeded to the grand training hall of the sect leader. After a brief announcement, he met with by Hao Tsong, Master, I would like to exchange the gathering Qi pills received by true disciples for equivalent Qi blood pills in the future. Is that permissible? Of course, Bai Hao Tsong replied, his eyes still half closed, as if in a state of slumber. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Heng pressed on, additionally, after reading many texts in the scripture repository, I have a question I hope you can clarify. In the Tai Sui realm, the Holy Lands stand above all, seemingly indifferent to worldly matters, yet they firmly control the order within the entire imperial domain, with no sect or martial artist daring to overstep their bounds. Moreover, there has never been any conflict between the Holy Lands. Does this imply that there are even more powerful entities above the Holy Lands maintaining order throughout the Tai Sui realm? This was a query Zhang Heng had long contemplated. Yet, after delving into more information yesterday, his curiosity deepened. He firmly believed that wherever there are people, conflicts will arise. Yet, the entire Tai Sui realm, from the Holy Lands down to the various sects, remained a picture of tranquility. Even if there were higher-level overseers above the Holy Lands, there must be various interests at play that could lead to conflicts among them, ultimately resulting in war. Unless, of course, there was an external threat. There exists an external enemy formidable enough to threaten the Tai Sui realm, diverting the internal conflicts within, thus allowing the realm to maintain a semblance of peace and stability. Consequently, he felt an urgent desire to ascertain whether his suspicions held any truth. After all, if his conjecture were indeed accurate, it would imply the existence of a mysterious foe that has posed a threat to the entire Tai Sui realm for millennia. As his strength rapidly ascends, these matters will likely become challenges he must confront. Therefore, with a figure of such high stature as Bai Hao Tsong from a top-tier sect available to elucidate his doubts, he could not restrain himself from inquiring. The moment Zhang Heng finished speaking, Bai Hao Tsong's eyes suddenly flew open, piercing with a sharp intent reminiscent of a sword. With a suppressed grunt, Zhang Heng instinctively closed his eyes. Throughout this interval, Bai Hao Tsong remained silent. After a considerable pause, when Zhang Heng reopened his eyes, Bai Hao Tsong finally spoke. These matters are not yet for you to know. Once you break through to the innate realm and accomplish the tasks I have assigned, I shall reveal everything you seek to understand. You may leave now. Zhang Heng silently bowed and departed. Upon returning to his residence, he set aside his tumultuous thoughts. Regardless of the veracity of his suspicions, he believed that with sufficient strength, all issues would ultimately resolve themselves. He fully immersed himself in his cultivation, consuming one Qi gathering pill after another, as well as blood Qi pills, leading to a frenzied growth of his potential points. Merely 4 days later, Zhang Heng had exhaustively consumed 30 Qi gathering pills and an additional 480 blood Qi pills he had exchanged for, resulting in a staggering increase of 5.7 million potential points. He accessed the system panel and commenced a series of upgrades. First, he addressed his current shortcoming, the Earth-level movement technique, Swift Wind Steps. Beep, consuming 1 million potential points. Please wait while the technique is being deduced. Beep, deduction complete. Please name the new technique. An influx of information manifested in Zhang Heng's mind, deepening his comprehension of movement techniques. Regaining his focus, he felt the newly mastered technique surge within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. The new technique had completely transcended the limitations of Swift Wind Steps, undergoing a profound transformation. He mused in his mind. Lightning Flash. Beep, naming successful. You have learned Lightning Flash, beginner. Zhang Heng then glanced at his remaining potential points, which stood at 4.7 million. After contemplation, he decided against upgrading his true Qi cultivation for the moment. His previous pace of cultivation had already been extraordinarily rapid, and further enhancement would yield minimal increases in combat power, drawing unnecessary attention. Regarding the task assigned by his master, Bai Hao Tsong, he thought it prudent to wait until his strength saw a significant boost and he was better prepared. Thus, he continued upgrading his martial arts. Beep, consuming 1 million potential points. You have learned Lightning Flash, proficient. Beep, consuming 1 million potential points. You have learned Sky-Breaking Fist, proficient. Beep, consuming 2 million potential points. You have learned Sky-Breaking Fist, expert. Now, his personal panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host, Zhang Heng Physical Cultivation, 5th level of the Transcendence Realm, 3rd stage, True Qi Cultivation. 10th level of the True Qi realm, 2nd stage, Physical Martial Arts. Sky-Breaking Fist, Heavenly Level Expert. Lightning Flash, Heavenly Level Proficient, True Qi Martial Arts. Qian Tian Yi Qi Sword, Earth Level Perfect, Main Cultivation Technique. Yuan Shi Zhao Hua Gong, Heavenly Level Perfect, King Kong Gong, Mystical Level, Secret Technique. Golden Body Secret, Heavenly Level 3rd Stage. Remaining potential points, 703,000. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had undergone a profound metamorphosis. At this moment, his explosive power, movement, and physique had transcended the innate realm. Should he encounter Wu Mingxian again, he would no longer require prolonged skirmishes but could swiftly close the distance and deliver a lethal blow. Having completed his upgrades, Jiang Hong returned to the 8th peak, seeking out Wen Qingxue and Buhani. His Sect contribution points had dwindled to a mere 50, and with the daily accrual of 100 points. It was woefully inadequate given his consumption rate. Thus, it was time to earn contribution points once more. Once they ventured deep into the Shilua mountain range, Buhani would prove to be an indispensable ally. While Wen Qingxue was his confidant and closely cooperating comrade, together, the three had formed a tightly knit task force. Chapter 73. The Challenge from Fu Qingye. What? You have ascended to the 10th level of the True Qi realm? In the days that Jiang Hong had been absent, the duo of Wen Qingxue and Buhani had not formed any teams. Thus, when they reunited with Wen Qingxue, Buhani was once again taken aback. It was worth noting that less than 10 days had passed since their last return from the Shilua mountain range. Prior to their separation, Wen Qingxue's cultivation had only reached the 7th level of the True Qi realm. This implied that in less than 10 days, she had surged 3 levels. What an astonishing rate of cultivation! It would not be long before Wen Qingxue, too, would find herself listed among the ranks of the potential dragon list. Gaining renown across the realm. As Buhani marveled, Jiang Hong maintained an air of composure, clearly having anticipated Wen Qingxue's extraordinary speed of advancement. After all, she was a girl endowed with remarkable talents. My strength has progressed as well. I can now venture deeper into the Shilua mountain range with greater assurance, Jiang Hong said with a smile, looking at the two. I concur. My strength has similarly increased significantly. At least by several fold, I can now confidently contend with 3rd-tier ferocious beasts on my own, Buhani added. This time, we might find our endeavors considerably easier, Wen Qingxue exclaimed with a playful squint and a grin. Buhani opened her mouth, intending to express that her strength had also improved, but upon reflecting on the exceptional talents before her, she felt her own modest gains paled in comparison. She subtly shook her head and replied, "In that case, I too agree. We can depart at any time." After the trio reached an agreement, they prepared the necessary supplies for their expedition and set forth towards the Shilua mountain range. They pressed forward without pause, delving deep into the heart of the mountains. Only when the forest canopy nearly obscured the light of day did they slow their pace to explore their surroundings carefully. The Shilua mountain range was akin to a treasure trove for the entirety of Qingzhou, teeming with ferocious beasts and abundant spiritual herbs. Most of the ferocious beast meat and spiritual herbs within Qingzhou originated from this very place. And even adjacent states bordering the Shilua mountain range had numerous martial artists relying on its bounty for their livelihoods. Naturally, the annual toll of martial artists lost to its dangers was immeasurable. Even with their confidence, Jiang Hong and his companions remained vigilant as they ventured into the inner regions. They continued to adhere to their initial roles. Buhani was responsible for intelligence and gathering, Jiang Hong for carrying spoils and scouting, while Wen Qingxue took charge of combat. Before long, they stumbled upon a suitable quarry, a sleek, jet-black, leopard-like beast, nearly 3 meters in length, elegantly traversing the forest floor. Shadow leopard, 3rd tier, extremely swift. Exercise caution. Buhani quickly relayed the pertinent information. When Qingxue nodded, her form gliding silently forward. Suddenly, the shadow leopard turned its head sharply, locking its gaze on the trio. Without warning, it lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Dashing through the woods. In the blink of an eye, the human and beast were locked in a fierce encounter. When Qingxue raised her sword, striking down with fury, the dense true qi surged along the blade, amplifying the force of her blow significantly. Roar! As the phantom leopard collided head-on with the sword, a deep gash, nearly an inch in depth, was instantly carved into its forehead, eliciting a piteous howl from the creature. Following this strike, Wen Qingxue swiftly pivoted and, positioning herself beside the phantom leopard, unleashed another blow with her sword. Over half a month ago, under the tutelage of Xiao Lingyun, Wen Qingxue had fully comprehended the celestial-level perfected martial art. The Great Thousand Illusory Body. In the ensuing days, Xiao Lingyun imparted to her another celestial-level perfected energy technique, the Great Thousand Returning Yuan Fist, a discipline of martial prowess surpassing even that of Zhang Heng. Though her cultivation was merely at the true Qi realm, the synergy of these two formidable techniques endowed Wen Qingxue with the capability to engage in battles beyond her current level. However, while Zhang Heng appeared to possess a martial prowess at the second realm, in reality, his physical cultivation had already advanced to the third realm, thus enabling him to surpass levels and defeat the peak innate realm martial artist. Wu Mingxian. Despite Wen Qingxue's martial arts rank being superior to Zhang Heng's, her actual cultivation was considerably lower, preventing her from achieving the same remarkable feats. Confronted with the third-tier ferocious beast, the phantom leopard, Wen Qingxue navigated the battle with ease, yet to secure its defeat, she would need to gradually wear it down. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A shadow darted forth from behind a tree. Heading straight for the engaged Wen Qingxue, Zhang Heng, ever vigilant of the battlefield, reacted with extraordinary speed, employing the celestial-level skill, the swift radiance flash, to its fullest extent. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before the shadow. Delivering a powerful punch. It was at this moment that Zhang Heng discerned the true form of the shadow. A diminutive snake, its entire body a dark crimson hue, no thicker than a thumb and less than a meter long. Unfamiliar with its name or strength, he deemed it inconsequential. When his fist struck the little serpent, blood and viscera erupted, obliterating the creature in an instant. The phantom leopard continued its fierce struggle with Wen Qingxue, mere steps separating them from Zhang Heng. With another movement, he seemed to teleport beside the phantom leopard, delivering a decisive blow. The beast trembled violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Clearly, your strength still leaves much to be desired. Allow me to handle the ensuing battle. We must avoid any peril arising from prolonged conflict. Upon hearing this, Wen Qingxue pouted but ultimately acquiesced. Once Buhani had collected the spoils, they entrusted the burden to Wen Qingxue. And the trio pressed onward. Zhang Heng's prowess had significantly escalated compared to half a month prior. Confronting third-tier ferocious beasts had become a trivial endeavor, as long as they were not top-tier third-tier beasts. He could easily dispatch them with a single punch. However, against fourth-tier beasts, he still felt a measure of inadequacy, that moment, as Zhang Heng embarked on his hunt in the Shiluo Mountains, far away in another prestigious sect. The Tai sect, atop the Grand Tai Mountain, within the realm of true disciples, in an opulent estate, a handsome young man sat cross-legged. Outside the courtyard, a youth respectfully knocked on the door. After a brief pause, a voice from within called, "Enter." The youth cautiously pushed the door open and bowed, addressing Senior Brother Fu. The young man seated in meditation was none other than Fu Qingye, the former 10th-ranked disciple of the Hidden Dragon list. He opened his eyes and spoke with an air of indifference. "Speak." The intelligence regarding Zhang Heng's battle that day has been gathered. According to numerous eyewitnesses, he truly possesses a cultivation of merely the 10th level of true Qi. Yet, his hands can withstand high-grade treasures without sustaining damage, and his agility rivals that of the peak innate martial artist Wu Mingxian. His explosive power is remarkably potent, capable of defeating a peak innate martial artist with a single punch. However, based on the information I have collected, it appears Zhang Heng wields a unique technique that temporarily incapacitates any opponent who engages him in combat, which accounts for his victories. His raw strength seems comparable to that of Wu Mingxian, the chief core disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Initially, they battled for an extended period, but ultimately Zhang Heng destroyed the arena, seizing the opportunity to confront Wu Mingxian directly, leading to his victory. The youth delivered his report meticulously, remaining bowed in deference. Fu Qingye chuckled softly, his expression shifting to one of disdain. "Not so. The one who has taken my place is merely a cunning opportunist, though he may be deemed a genius. It is primarily due to his unique technique." How laughable! As he spoke, his demeanor gradually twisted with frustration. A proud figure on the Hidden Dragon list, revered as a paragon of talent, he now found himself supplanted by a sudden upstart. Reduced to a subject of ridicule, accustomed to the admiration and reverence of others, He had recently sensed the mocking glances and hushed derision behind his back. Their furtive expressions and flickering gazes seemed to silently mock him. Filling his heart with indignation, this was a humiliation he had never before encountered. All because of Jiang Heng. Deliver my challenge. In half a month, I shall publicly duel Jiang Heng. Fu Qingye's expression regained its composure as he spoke with icy resolve. Understood, replied the youth, bowing as he took his leave. In the Shilua Mountains, under the cautious exploration of the trio, a week elapsed in the blink of an eye. Wen Qingxue and Buhani each bore their burdens, filled to the brim, while Jiang Heng vigilantly guarded their sides as they made their way out of the depths of the mountains. By noon, they successfully emerged into the brighter periphery of the range. At last, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. I never expected this haul to exceed our previous one by such a margin. If this continues, our cultivation will undoubtedly progress rapidly, Wen Qingxue exclaimed cheerfully, effortlessly moving forward with her pack, which towered higher than her own stature. At her words, Buhani rolled his eyes discreetly, responding dully, only you two can be said to be making rapid advancements. The rest of us are cultivating at a snail's pace. Jiang Heng laughed heartily. We soar while you run. Typical geniuses walk, while ordinary folk crawl. The trio exchanged jovial banter and soon returned to their sect. Upon selling their spoils, joy erupted among them as they realized their total earnings for the week amounted to an impressive 7,200 contribution points, averaging around 1,000 per day. Such a staggering sum was beyond the imagination of typical core disciples. After distributing their shares according to their agreement, they set the date for their next hunt and parted ways. At that moment, Jiang Heng's contribution points reached 4,350 after exchanging for 400 blood chi pills and returning to his courtyard. A steward promptly arrived to inform him of Fu Qingye's challenge. A week later, in Suan City? Very well. I shall be there, Jiang Heng responded with a nonchalant smile, then added, however, please convey 2 additional messages to him. Whoever wishes to challenge me must present a wager of 1,000 blood chi pills. Otherwise, I have no time to entertain any small fry. The steward looked at Jiang Heng in astonishment, but quickly nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Jiang Heng's words reached Fu Qingye in their entirety. This is outrageous. Fu Qingye seethed with fury, a murderous intent boiling within him. With his talents, he had never been so grossly underestimated. Damn Jiang Heng. Not only did he cunningly usurp my title on the hidden dragon list, but he also dares to insult me so brazenly. On the day of the duel, I shall rend him limb from limb. Fu Qingye's expression darkened as he roared in anger. Simultaneously, the former 10th-ranked prodigy of the hidden dragon list, Fu Qingye, formally challenged the recently ascended Jiang Heng of the hidden dragon list to a duel in Tuayan City within the Fenghe region of Qingzhou, captivating the attention of countless spectators. This was a showdown between prodigies of the hidden dragon list. Such a rare battle warranted witnessing. It was said that prodigies on the hidden dragon list were invincible among their peers, capable of contending against even those at the peak of the innate realm. Despite not yet reaching the 10th level of the innate realm, I am eager to see just how formidable they truly are. I shall attend as well. I am also at the peak of the innate realm, with mastery of earth-level martial arts. I refuse to believe that these 2 youths can indeed surpass me. Amidst the fervent discussions, multitudes of martial artists flocked to Tuayan City, preparing to witness this clash of brilliance between prodigies. A week later, on the eve of the fateful duel, within Jiang Heng's small courtyard, he sat cross-legged in a spacious chamber he had designated as his training room. With the substantial consumption of blood chi pills, Jiang Heng's potential points surged, reaching a staggering 5.7 million today. Your physical cultivation has advanced. Ding. 500,000 potential points expended. Physical cultivation upgraded to the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. An endless torrent of heat surged within Jiang Heng, akin to scalding magma, permeating the very depths of his being. His muscles swelled, and blood coursed through his veins. Beginning from the 2nd realm of martial arts, the excess of vital energy no longer spilled forth as it did in the corporeal realm. Hence, there would be no more extraordinary manifestations resembling a dragon of vitality. Instead, this was a manifestation of the utmost inward refinement of his life force. Nevertheless, even in this state, when Jiang Heng's physical cultivation ascended, the surrounding air was stirred into a tempestuous flow, creating a slight whirlwind. After a brief moment, the turbulence subsided, and the vital energy within Jiang Hong settled completely down. As he clenched his fist, he immediately sensed a remarkable enhancement in his strength and a more adept control over his body. Furthermore, his defensive prowess, a hallmark of the diamond body technique, surged even higher. His power had significantly escalated once more. At that precise moment, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. "Brother Jiang, tomorrow marks the day of Fu Qingye's challenge." Jiang Hong opened his eyes, a flash of electric brilliance momentarily igniting within them. "Perfect. I am eager to witness the extraordinary prowess of this so-called prodigy of the potential dragon rankings." A smile, bold and spirited, graced Jiang Heng's lips. The following morning, outside Suiyin City, throngs of people gathered, powerful martial artists encircling the hastily erected arena, animatedly discussing the impending challenge. Most of the commoners within Suiyin City had not heard of the challenge. They were simply curious about the recent influx of formidable warriors. For them, the mundane concerns of daily life took precedence, and the tales of prodigies on the potential dragon rankings were but distant legends. Moreover, the majority of the populace remained oblivious to the existence of such a legendary figure in the nearby Duel sect. They were even unaware that the multitude of powerful warriors had converged to witness a duel involving this mythical prodigy. Around the arena, several stewards of the Duel sect were maintaining order, preventing any disruption to the platform. Although this challenge was initiated by Fu Qingye in a personal capacity against Jiang Hong, the Duel sect, as the host, was naturally tasked with ensuring a smooth and orderly duel. Before long, two figures approached from the distance. The first, a young man with a long sword sheathed at his waist, boasted a handsome visage and an air of composure. Following him, a man clad in black, with a flowing beard that danced in the wind, carried a long sword on his back, maintaining a tranquil demeanor at a respectful distance behind the youth. "Fu Qingye has arrived." A voice rang out, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The crowd parted, creating a wide path for Fu Qingye and his companion to reach the arena. "Jiang Hong has yet to make an appearance?" "Humph, what an arrogant display." Fu Qingye surveyed the surroundings before letting out a cold snort. He leaped onto the platform, cradling his sword in both hands, ignoring the inquisitive gazes of the crowd as he closed his eyes in meditation. As time passed and noon approached, impatience began to stir among the spectators. At last, a voice called out, "It's Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong has arrived." Countless faces turned toward the slowly advancing figure. "Wow, he truly looks so young. I heard he is only 16 years old. When I was his age, I was still playing in the mud." Others have already become renowned martial arts masters. He truly is a peerless prodigy. Playing in the mud at such an age, that indicates a delay in cognitive development. However, there was no denying Jiang Heng's exceptional talent, particularly in martial arts, rendering him invincible among his peers. To be able to defeat a 10th level innate realm warrior while still at the 10th level of true Qi realm undoubtedly spoke volumes of his extraordinary martial prowess. Yet, alas, in a duel against Fu Qingye at this moment, the odds seemed to favor the latter. Fu Qingye, at the 5th level of the innate realm, had once clashed with a formidable Spirit Sea realm warrior without a clear victor, which had secured him a place within the top 10 of the potential dragon rankings. In terms of innate talent, Jiang Hong might have the upper hand, but his current combat strength still fell slightly short. In a few months, or perhaps a year, Jiang Hong might have a greater chance of victory, but for today's battle, my support leans towards Fu Qingye.